Quick disclaimer before we begin, my channel is not meant for kids. If you hate swearing, I apologize in advance. With that said, in order to keep my ads and comments, fuck. Yeah, Lou. Here's this. That's wrong. Do that, do that, do this. Okay, we are ready. I don't need to sing again. Okay, we just put Baronet into the... we just put Baronet into the... I'm blanking, it's the... goddamn, fucking... Daycare. We just put Baronet in the daycare, so we're healing. Or level grinding while we are doing others. Delicious pizza. Can we take you out? No. Can't even attempt.
Oh my god, another Abra? Stop it. Slow pop. Oh god, Pidgey. Weird. Stop giving me Pidgey, Jesus Christ. Hi, Farfetch. We don't care about you. Damn it, a crit, really? The guy. Not cool. $72. That was a great. Nice. Thank God it only did stats. I'm going to evolve Bellsprout and then check up on Venonat. Get back onto the grass. Ow. Pidgeot. Well, that should be a good sum of Pokemon. No, it should be a good sum of experience. Ow. Get crit right back, nerd. I don't know why I call Pidgeot a nerd. Oh my god, how did you never get crit twice in a row? One more should do it. One more battle. I'm not gonna take any risks. Double T. Okay. Yep, there we go. Right, they did not have a PC here. There we go. Only one level? Not yet. I definitely need more. What level did I catch it at? It's either 13 or 16. I believe, and it's... I'm gonna get it up to level 31. Not that one. God damn it, I thought you would reset back to 1 like in Crystal Legacy.
Let's work on Bulbasaur next, I guess.
Welcome to the stream.
TV.
Did you know that only 7.3% of my viewers are subscribed?
TV.
Said. Hi.
I set up a playlist for us. Hello? There we go. Continue to shuffle.
Hey everyone, Dry Bread here. Pokemon Emerald with only Wally's team moves was a fun and weird team run. Let's follow that up with a crazy solo run. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Fire Red with a team of only one Trapinch? So Trapinch is a really weird one. It's a solo ground type with super high attack, super low speed, and everything else is 45. When it evolves, it loses a bunch of its attack, but then gains it back as soon as it hits its final form. It's a cool concept, but we're just staying as a Trapinch this run, so I could see our speed being a real issue. By level up, we learned some stuff that would be pretty cool if not for how this is Gen 3, so the physical and special split hasn't happened yet. That means every dark move you see on this list is special, even though it's stuff that clearly makes contact, like Bite and Crunch. So we don't get our first decent move by level up until level 41, and that's the only decent move by level up. By TM, we get some more choice with stuff like Earthquake, but we don't really have much to choose from. Secret Power, Return, and Earthquake all stand out as decent moves, but everything else is something that I might just grab for a short time like Rock Tomb. Maybe Rest will pay off? It's hard to say. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I mean, I imagine I could win by level 100, but I think that being incredibly slow without also being tanky is just going to mean that we get whittled down quickly against larger teams. This could be a really hard one. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Trapinch. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So, right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Charmander with Trapinch, so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Charmander so that our rival would have Blastoise, probably the hardest for us to fight. I name him Pinsir, because that's hilarious. Our nature is naive, so more speed and less defense. That's an interesting one. It'll help improve our horrible speed, but it's at the cost of making us weaker against multiple types that are super effective against us. I think I'm gonna try it anyway. It sounds kind of fun. Our ability is Hyper Cutter, so we don't get attack drops. You know what, in a generation where it seems like half the Pokemon have Intimidate, that's gonna save us a lot. So right away, we're grinding up in the woods. Now, like I said before, we don't get any physical moves for a really long time by level up, and we have no TMs that we can get before the Rock Gym, but thankfully, we don't need it. See, Old Dark moves in Gen 3 are special, and Brock's Pokemon all have terrible special defense compared to their physical defense. Yeah, we may only have 45 base special attack, but this should still make things a lot easier. I could see us winning the Rock Gym fight at a pretty low level, then we get that TM for Rock Tomb. It's not very strong, it's not terribly accurate, and it's not the right type to give us a bonus, but I'll take any physical move that I can get at this point. Now we get to the Rock Gym at level 14, and although we're slower than his entire team, things go pretty well. Neither of his Pokemon hit very hard with Tackle, so it didn't matter much that we were slower, but it let us get around their resistances and high defense to get a pretty easy victory. With that done, I have to travel to Cerulean City. I'm actually kind of worried about the next chunk of the run. Between Sand Attack and a Water Gun, the rival could probably really mess us up the next time we fight him. But the only other thing we can do is go to the Water Gym, and obviously that's going to be much worse. All I can do is get as many levels as I can on the way to our rival, then once we can take him down, we'll have access to a few new TMs that could help us a lot. I'm just assuming that I'll be a lot slower than his whole team by the time I get there. I mean, I'm slower than the level 7 Metapods that these trainers are using on me, so I figure I'm going to be slower than anything my rival has. Let's see how it goes. Oh, on our way there, though, I took the Helix Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. So, I tried the rival fight at level 21. I lost a couple of tries to Sand Attack right away, but on this run, Pidgeot just tried to damage us instead, so we took it out pretty fast with Rock Tomb and Bite. Second was Squirtle, and it started great with him using Withdraw 2 turns in a row, boosting his defense that we weren't going after. Problem is, he easily took us out after with 2 Water Guns. Okay, I think a few levels and we could overpower him. I try more at level 25, and now that we have Sand Tomb, it goes much better. We hit it first turn, as his Squirtle uses Water Gun instead of Withdraw, so I follow up with a Rock Tomb to hit hard and drop his speed. He tried raising his defense then, but it was too late. We switched to Bite to use the speed advantage to take him out. Abra couldn't fight back, so it was easy, and last was Rattata, who could hardly hurt us as we bit him down. That wasn't too bad. Hey, it's time to finally get some more reliable moves. While leveling past the Nugget Bridge, I made sure to pick up the TM for Secret Power and Dig. Dig is only 60 power in this game, so it's not awesome, but hey, at least it's a ground move. Secret Power is pretty much like a weaker Body Slam when used indoors, but that's alright with me. Anything.
Did you know that only 7.3% of my viewers are subscribed?
JDX_the_kid
said. Holy shit, my dude is going meta with this rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing.
JDX_the_kid
said. You're getting 3 things done at once, skull rolling on the floor laughing.
I appreciate it. Yeah. Pretty much.
To use our attack stat. Maybe now we can overpower the Water Gym. Alright, this Water Gym fight was insane. Staryu was just a one-shot with Dig, nothing special there, it's the Starmie fight. We got outsped and hit by a Water Pulse that took us to only 9 health. I reached out to my keyboard to write that we're not even close to winning yet, and then we crit for a one-shot. Oh, that absolutely just saved me a really long grind. That is awesome. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm going to stop leveling on the SSN or anything. I figure we need every level that we can get on this run, not because we're weak, but because we're so slow that we'll be giving them a lot of free hits on us. Any level lead that we can get will be worth it for the sake of the possibility of being faster than anything on the next Gym Leaders team. I mean, not specifically the Electric Gym Leaders team, I mean Gym Leaders in general. I'm not sure how the upcoming rival fight is gonna go. Kadabra and Wartortle might be a real issue. Alright, Pidgeot hardly hurt us with Quick Attack, so we took it out in one hit, no problem there. Wartortle is second, and right away he uses Withdraw, but we did just over half of his health and damage. He took out about half of our health as we took him out with a Crunch. Raticate took us down to yellow health before we one-shot him as well, and last was Kadabra. Right away he disabled Seeker Power as we were using it, so we lost our first turn. Then he hit us down to only 13 health before we one-shot him. Sure, they were mostly one-shots for that fight, but we almost lost just because we're slower. And of course, at the Electric Gym right after, we don't even get hurt. It's the Electric Gym, this is basically free for us. So I'm not really sure where I want to go next. We have a rival fight, the Giovanni fight, and the Grass Gym. Now, grass types aren't too much of an issue unless they try and get me with something like Razor Leaf, and Erica has that, so it could be an issue.
I really hate
a
Gen
Giga
1
Drain could be a
LOL.
problem too.
I've said the
I
worst
knew if we were
gens are when
faster,
you
then we
first
would win,
started
but
and
chance.
now.
JDX_the_kid.
Said. Even since Gen 7, but at least Gen 7 was playable and semi-enjoyable.
Well, this ROM hack tries to make Gen 1 much more playable.
Chances are we won't be. Our rival is going to be at least a little bit harder than the last time we fought him, and that last time was a really close victory for us. I doubt I'd beat him right now. That just leaves us with Giovanni, and I can probably beat him by just spamming Dig. How about I clear out the Rocket Hideout, beat Giovanni, and then we try the Grass Gym on our way out of town. Yeah, so the Giovanni fight was no problem. We one-shot his entire team with Dig, although Mega Punch did do decent damage to us. Sorry, Giovanni, you're just not that dangerous. The Grass Gym after was a failure. We hit level 42, but Giga Drain messed us up pretty fast, and of course we're slower than Victory Bell. That's fine, we don't need to do this one yet. Well, this surprised me. The rival fight ended up being super easy because Wartortle was the only big threat, and it got paralyzed on the first Secret Power. So we got the speed advantage and just two-shot it while it was trying to boost its defense. Kadabra hurt a little bit, but it wasn't a big deal.
Said. Yet I've heard about it and really want to try it. I'm playing Pokemon Prism right now. So far it's a 9/10 for me because there are like 2 BS segments so far that are presented as puzzles.
Actually, Chaotic Meatball did a Professor Oak challenge of Pokemon Prism.
JDX_the_kid.
Said. But in reality it's just nonsensical lacks of pathing without any sense of direction and super high encounter rates.
Oh, you want super high encounter rates? Check out yesterday's stream where I was attempting to beat Pokemon Blue with only one Clefairy. My god! The caves non-stop.
Alright, so I figure I should try the Poison Gym before I should try the Grass Gym again, just because I know that I'll need the levels. I could also go do Silphco early, but there's no way I'd beat the rival in there. I figure we stand a chance in the Poison Gym, though. Sludge won't do much to us, although we can't hit most of them with Dig due to Levitate. I guess we can hit Muck, but it's gonna try and spam Minimize and possibly Acid Armor, so I don't know if giving it extra turns while digging would be wise.
Oh my god, why
I can see it being a while before we actually get a win. Man, maybe we will have to do Silphco first. I knew that Acid Armor and Minimize would be an issue, but I forgot that I would also have to contend with Smokescreen. If we were hitting like normal, I don't think we'd have a big issue, but they always poison us quickly with their moves, and we miss like crazy between Smokescreen and Minimize. I'm actually gonna have to go level up more. That means I'm in Silphco. There's a bed in here for quick heals and everything. I'm doing.
Said. I did most of the section I just finished in Prism on my own. It's the ruins where you have to find 4 gems. There's literally no sense to anything, and for some reason sections go on infinitely.
JDX_the_kid.
Said. It's super bad design, lol.
Want super bad design? Play Pokemon Snakewood.
Doing this, why don't we do some MDB AMA? I haven't done this in ages. I'm gonna go grab a few comments that include MDB AMA in it and answer them on the show. Okay, question 1. I really like this one. It's a bunch of questions in one, but whatever, those are fine. Helming is asking about shinies I run into, and remarks on how I don't show my HM Pokemon very often. I mean, you guys still see the HM Pokemon sometimes. You'll see it pop up in the travel footage when I use Surf and stuff. Maybe in some upcoming runs I could show you guys what
_the_kid
said. The only way you'll know where to go is if you've done it before Skull. Because of the pitfalls that are randomly placed your first time, of course.
in the travel footage when I use Surf and stuff. Maybe in some upcoming runs I could show you guys what Pokemon I typically catch for the HMs. Just for people who are curious. And yeah, I've run into a few shinies that I couldn't catch. I don't remember what run it was anymore, but I'm sure one of you guys remembers. There was an Emerald run a few years ago where I ran into a shiny Poochyena, but it was before I fought May, so I didn't have Pokeballs yet. I'm gonna guess that was the Plusle and Minun run, since I had to struggle grind early on in that one. But yeah, I've run into a few shinies. I always show them on screen whenever I see them, though. So those of you who've watched every single challenge, you might remember how many shinies I've run into better than I do. Anyway, I don't box them and keep...
_the_kid
said. I wanna smack whoever designed the ruins in the back of the dome piece for ruining the other great pacing. I spent hours in between breaks trying to finish it on my own. Got frustrated and looked.
_the_kid
said. Up the fourth and last gem I needed.
Alright, Pokemon number 58. Bulbasaur, it's an Ivysaur at level 16.
Remember how many shinies I've run into better than I do. Anyway, I don't box them and keep them though, there's not really any point. I'm no shiny hunter and I only play the save file for a week anyway, so what's the point? Anyway, question 2. They want to know when I'm bringing back MDB AMA. Well, right now. Ooh, question 3, I get this one a lot. See the Beast wants to know if we're gonna get more Pokemon wrestling. Okay, so he's talking about my 2023 April Fool's video. If you missed it, I put together a card of matches with Pokemon in Action Arcade Wrestling and then did wrestling commentary over it. That game has an awesome character creator tool, and people have used it to make all kinds of super creative create-a-wrestlers, including incredible-looking Pokemon, as you can see from the footage on screen. Some are stunningly accurate, some are hilarious, but I'm really proud of that video. That was a fun one. I'm happy so many people liked it, which I was really surprised by. I thought people would be mad at me that I didn't put up a normal challenge that week. Yeah, I'll probably do something in that again sometime. It was pretty fun, and there's a lot of Pokemon I haven't even showed you yet. Alright, that's it for this episode of MDB AMA. If you want your question read on the show, then just include MDB AMA, all one word, in your comment. Remember, it's not MBD. I don't know how people still get that wrong. Anyway, yeah, use MDB AMA, all one word. It makes it easy for me to type it in and search for that later. It's a back end of YouTube thing. You can search individual phrases in your comments and stuff if you're a YouTuber, so I can just search that, and that gives me all the questions. It's really convenient. So, please don't just use the MDB AMA tag to make challenge requests. All that does is clog up the tag. I'm gonna see those challenge requests whether you type that or not. Back to the run. Alright, so at level 50, I tried the grass gym a ton more times, and there's so much randomness here. Believe it or not, the times he opens with Poison Powder, we lose, but on the Giga Drain attempts, we win. Vileplume is a one-shot with Dig, and Tangle at the end sometimes finishes us off because of the poison damage building up so much that and Giga Drain really hurts, but on this run, we got our 2 hits in to take it out. We hit so hard now, it's crazy. So I tried the Poison Gym right after, and you need to see how this goes. So the first coughing is fine, it just uses Sludge and we didn't get poisoned, so it was a 2-shot. No smokescreen this time. For Muck, it just uses Minimize twice while we dig, but we one-shot it so it doesn't matter. The second coughing went for Toxic, but missed, so we took it out just fine too. This is great. Last is Wheezing and it gets us with Toxic right away, so we have a short time limit, but we paralyze it. Right away he uses a full heal, but we paralyze him again. That gives us the speed advantage to finish him off on our third hit. What a wild fight. Okay, well that means that I can go to the fire gym early, and I absolutely am. Between having Dig, being immune to their Intimidates, and being a ground type, I think we can win pretty early. We're still really slow, and they could hit hard with stuff like Stomp and Takedown, but I still think it's worth a shot. Nope. Never mind. We lost really fast, actually. 2 Fire Blasts took us down, and that was from their weaker Pokemon. Well, I'm not exactly going to be faster than Ponyta and Rapidash anytime soon, so I think I'll have to come back when I'm stronger. Let's try the rival fight instead. I had to retry a few times because Pidgeot sometimes just crits us or does something crazy, but sometimes it wastes time with Feather Dance, even though it does nothing to us because of our ability. It doesn't matter though, even on the good runs, we can't beat Blastoise. We hit it pretty hard, but it always hits us first, and we can't handle water moves like that. Well, we're stuck at this fight and the fire gym, so I guess I'll clear out some more trainers and come back. So I come back at level 55 and try a few more times, and although we lucked out and paralyzed him this time, we weren't quite strong enough for a 2-shot, so we still went down. Man, even if we were, I don't think we'd survive Alakazam. Maybe more at like level 60? Alright, first try at level 60. Right away Pidgeot used Feather Dance, but it did nothing because of our ability, so no damage as we took it out. For Blastoise, we still paralyzed it, so we managed to 2-shot it, but not before losing a big chunk of health. Still, this is great progress. Next was Execute, but we lucked out with it surviving Secret Power just to end up missing its Stun Spore, so we didn't get paralyzed as we took it out. Alakazam is next, but it used Reflect while we were going for Secret Power, so it hung on from what would have surely knocked it out. I switched to Crunch, and it worked as he was just using Future Sight. Last was Growlithe, but we just dug once to take it out in spite of Reflect. That was kinda close.
Said. What's an Oak Chow BTW? I'm so removed from the challenge scene.
Well, I put the rules in the description below, but in summary, we have to catch and evolve. We have to obtain and evolve every Pokemon that we possibly can before obtaining a gym badge. So I have to evolve everything I have so far before I fight Misty.
Giovanni right after was a first try, but it was actually kind of a close call. Nidoqueen at the end did a good chunk of damage with Body Slam and actually paralyzed us. We won, but I could see the ground gym being kinda hard. Then again, I might need some serious levels before I can beat the fire gym to even get there, so who knows. After that is the psychic gym. Right away we one-shot Kadabra as it's going for Calm Mind, then we one-shot Mr. Mime right after, but not before taking a Psybeam for some decent damage. Venomoth missed Supersonic and went down in one secret power, so last is Alakazam. Now I thought I might...
Said. I never understood the appeal of difficulty enhancements. My difficulty stops at putting the battles to set mode LOL. Like I already have way too much stress in real life.
JDX_the_kid.
Said. I actually do love Dark Souls games though because those are actually meant to be designed well that way, unlike Pokémon.
Actually, I have been making my own ROM hack of Pokemon Emerald. It is significantly harder, but it's not. But only in terms of like the battles. It's story-wise, it is more or less the same as Vanilla Emerald. If you happen to have a Discord account, I can share you a demo.
It just go down to some huge psychic move, but it used Calm Mind, and we just one-shot it with Secret Power, so it was no problem at all. Well, that was easy. Unfortunately, the Fire Gym is going pretty poorly. We're slower than his whole team, and Fire Blast catches up with us very quickly. The best we can do is make it to Rapidash, then faint. Well, I know that Dig can one-shot them, let's just level up more until we can survive. Level 65, things go the exact same way. Okay. Maybe we just need to be faster than the Growlithe and then things will turn around? Level 70. So I gave this one a few tries, and although I lose each time, I still think it's possible. We're faster than Growlithe, so we can take one less hit early on. That means that we can take out Rapidash and then feint against Arcanine. If we just try a few times, then we only need one Fire Blast to miss for us to get a win, right? There we go, 3 tries later, and Arcanine misses Fire Blast, so we could one-shot him. I'm happy I took the Speed Nature, or we'd have been here even longer. Then again, wonder how much extra damage I took because of the lowered special defense. Time for the ground gym. First was Rhyhorn, so we just one-shot it with Dig, no issue there. The trio was a one-shot with Secret Power, but it hit us with an Earthquake first for a bit of damage. Nidoqueen was much tougher, hitting reasonably weak Earthquakes, but taking a lot more hits to make feint. I can't just Dig to one-shot her, because Earthquake hits us while we're underground and does extra damage. Nidoking right after brings us to red health, but we crit to take him out, and last is his final Rhyhorn. I dug to take it out like I did with the first one, but this one used Earthquake, so we fainted underground. Dig is our only answer to rock types right now. You know what? I bet we don't need Rock Tomb anymore. I'm gonna learn Giga Drain and see if that saves us. First try with Giga Drain, and not only did we get a paralysis on both Nidoqueen and Nidoking to let us have more health going into the Rhyhorn fight, but Giga Drain was a one-shot once we got there. That's perfect. Made sure to use the TM for Earthquake right away and put some power point ups on it. It's gonna be our strongest move by far. Alright, rival time. Right away, Pidgeot hits us with 2 wing attacks before going down, thanks to us not having a rock move anymore. Second is Blastoise, so I start with Giga Drain as he uses Rain Dance, and it really didn't heal us a ton. I figured I'd go down, but his Water Gun actually didn't take us out. It almost took us out, but we hung on and finished him off with Earthquake. Execute was a one-shot with Crunch, and the Growlithe right after hit a big takedown to bring us to red health, before we one-shot him too. Rhyhorn was second from last, so we hit a Giga Drain to one-shot him and healed ourselves back up quite a bit, and last was Alakazam who disabled Giga Drain, but that gave us an opening to one-shot him with Earthquake. I kind of can't believe we actually won that fight. That means we're going through Victory Road. I really don't have high hopes for the Elite Four, I'm gonna be honest. Lorelei has loads of water moves, Agatha has Levitate on all of her ghosts, so we have to hope that Crunch can take them down instead. And of course, our rival at the end is gonna be brutal. I might want to replace Secret Power with Return, but I'm not totally sure yet. I don't know what's more useful. The extra 30 or so power that Return has, or the chance to paralyze and thus gain a speed advantage that Secret Power has. If Return is a one-shot, then I'd prefer that. If it's not, then a Secret Power that paralyzes, so we can get the first attack on the second round would be better, but I guess that's a bit niche. I'll probably replace Secret Power with Return at some point. Even if I do, there's no way we're beating the run until we level up a lot more. Now that we're the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. Well, our attack is incredible, but our special defense and speed are just awful. I think this is going to be one of those situations where we're leveling up just so that we're faster than maybe 3 members of each person's team, then we can tank the rest. I figure we can probably one-shot most things we fight, but not quite everything. I could see us being so slow that we have issues even near level 100. Make your guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Ice Trainer Lorelei. First try and Dugong nearly one-shots us with Surf, we nearly one-shot it with Earthquake, it heals and we almost one-shot it again, then we go down. Okay, well, maybe in like 2 levels we could just make it faint, but we'd still have almost no health. This might really take a while. Level 75. Well, we now survive with yellow health and one-shot Dugong, but Cloyster right after one-shots us with Dive and is faster than us. The worst part is, I bet Giga Drain would have done some awesome damage and healed us up a lot, if not for how he's faster than us. You know what? I'm gonna go grab a Quick Claw. I've been using black glasses for extra damage on Crunch, but I'm thinking that randomly going first could score me some extra one-shots. So I tried the fight a few more times at level 75, hoping for Quick Claw, when something weird happened. Dugong used Hail for the first time instead of just using Surf, so we took it out no problem. Then when Cloyster came out, once again for the first time it was using Spikes and Protect instead of Dive, so we took it out pretty easily with minimal Hail damage. We even used Giga Drain to heal back up, but then was Slowbro. We attacked first and did big damage, not sure if it was from the Quick Claw or not. She survived with red health and took us out with 1 hit of Surf. Okay, that's rough, but if we have the same luck with Dugong and Cloyster, then maybe we could win at level 80. So I try again at level 80, and although the start doesn't go the same, it goes functionally just as well. Hail starts a little bit later, but we still come out on the other end in great shape.
Sand attack, man.
Problem is, we still don't one-shot Slowbro, and it still one-shots us. Okay, level 85 has to be a win, right? Alright, you gotta be kidding me. The first half of the fight is easy. Slowbro doesn't get one shot, yawns, then gets one shot, we fall asleep, and Jinx crits us with an ice punch for a one shot. Okay, well that was just horrible luck. I'm gonna keep trying this. Never mind, I tried a bunch more times, but we still just go down to Jinx using ice punch every single time. What am I even hoping for at this point? Earthquake to be a one shot, then Quick Claw needs to kick in twice in a row? I just need to level more. So I try more at level 90, and even on this very lucky run where we took no damage but hail damage, going into the Jinx fight, we hardly survived a single non-critical ice punch, so the moment she went down, we just got outsped and finished off by Lapras. Alright, Quick Claw activating on either one of them would be a win, right? I'll keep trying. Well, literally the next try, and not only does Quick Claw kick in to give us the one shot on Jinx, but it kicks in on Lapras too. That means on the winning run, we literally only got hurt by hail. That fight was awful. The rest of the Elite Four is probably a breeze now, right? Second is Fighting Trainer Bruno. Things went okay, but honestly, we could have lost this. No individual member of his team is that hard to fight, but all of them are faster than us and they get free hits in. If Machamp didn't miss the cross chop after bulk up at the end, I bet you I could have lost. Hey, do you think I should use the black glasses or Quick Claw for Agatha? I'll try Quick Claw first and just see how it goes. I figure we're probably gonna one-shot with Crunch anyway. Third is Ghost Trainer Agatha. Now this took a solid 3 tries because Hypnosis is the worst. As we got a run where Quick Claw kicked in a little bit and Hypnosis actually missed, we won really easily. None of them could hit us incredibly hard unless they used something like Dream Eater, and our Crunch did a lot more to them than I thought it would, considering it uses our special attack in this game. Like, I thought I'd one-shot some of them, but not quite as many as I did. On our actual winning run, we hardly took any damage at all. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Lance. Right away we take a Dragon Rage from Water Onix just to end up paralyzing him off Secret Power, giving us the speed advantage and a knockout on round 2. That was very nice. Second is Aerodactyl, and I really wasn't sure I'd even be able to make this thing faint. It hit a Scary Face, so our speed is extra awful, and although we did okay damage with Secret Power, he healed with a full restore. Eventually, I take him down with Giga Drain and Crunch, but none of our moves do much to him. As soon as Dragonite came out, we just fainted. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to get stronger. I kinda want the Black Glasses for more Crunch damage, but it's only 10% more power in this game, and the Quick Claw is probably more important. Alright, I think I got crazy lucky to even get that far at level 91, because here we are at 95, and we usually just lose bad. Water Onix usually hits us twice, and then Aerodactyl just hangs on for ages and hits us over and over. We can heal a bit with Giga Drain, but not much. Every time we take it down, Dragonite just finishes us off. Even on my best try where we paralyzed it, we only knocked out half of its health, and we still just went down to Outrage. I for sure have to be level 100. Let's keep trying. Many tries later, Water Onix gets us with Bite and a Hyper Beam, so we have a bit more than half health as we take him down. Aerodactyl is spamming Wing Attack, so I just spammed Giga Drain to get as much health as possible out of this thing. He used a full restore, and he used Scary Face, so we got more chances to get our health back. By the time we took him out, we had healed a bit. Dragonite is next, but it uses Safeguard, so we get a free shot with Secret Power. Second round, Quick Claw kicks in to hit first, but it's not a one-shot, so we get hit with Outrage. Next turn, Quick Claw kicks in again, and this time we finish it off. Nice. The first Dragonair comes out, and either we're faster or Quick Claw just got us a one-shot. Next, Dragonair comes out, and this time we're slower, so I guess it was Quick Claw luck last time. We took a hit, then took him out, winning the fight. That took so long, you guys have no idea. Finally, the Pokemon Champion. Right away, I had to retry a few times since Pidgeot sometimes uses Sand Attack, but on this try, it used Feather Dance and that doesn't work, then hits a weak Aerial Ace, so it went down fine. Second was Blastoise though, and it one-shots us with Hydro Pump. Oof. This might take a while. We absolutely need either that to miss, or for us to one-shot him with a move first. If I'm hoping for a one-shot, it probably has to be Earthquake. 3 tries later, and Blastoise just uses Rain Dance instead of any water moves, so we one-shot it. Well, that went a lot better. Problem is, right after his Executor, and not only did he put us to sleep, but we got taken down by Giga Drain pretty fast. Alright, well, Crunch was so close to a one-shot that maybe we could just get it with a damage range. I'll keep trying. So it seems like on any try where I don't get hurt by Pidgeot, Blastoise will always use Rain Dance and we get our free knockout. Now I haven't actually gotten Executor to go down in a single crunch yet, but we easily take him down if he just uses Giga Drain first turn. But then Alakazam always just one-shots us with Psychic. Okay, I still think this is possible. Maybe if Executor misses Sleep Powder instead of going for Giga Drain. He does go for Sleep Powder sometimes. Literally the next try and he missed Sleep Powder. That's awesome.
Nice.
We even got a special defense drop, so he was a one-shot after he healed back up. Alakazam ended up going for Reflect instead of Psychic this time, but he's so frail, and we're so strong that Earthquake one-shots him anyway. Rhydon was a one-shot with Giga Drain, and last is Arcanine. The rain stopped as it came out, we got burned right away by a Flamethrower, and Reflect is still actively lowering our physical damage. We did great damage with Earthquake. He hit another Flamethrower, we dropped to red health, then we took him out with another Earthquake. That was insane. I can't believe we finally won. That was brutal near the end, but it was fun. Typically when I play slow Pokemon, I want to be tanky, not necessarily hard-hitting. That was a pretty different run, though. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon Black, with only one Krabby. Oh, you know that's gonna be a weird one. I love Krabby, though, so I'm pumped to see how it goes. I'm sure Zekrom near the end is gonna be a nightmare. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. I would love to stay for the longest, never-ending outro of all time, but not only am I getting quite hungry, I'm also waiting on a call from my accountant, which I don't know if it will happen today or tomorrow. And there is a 4-hour window of when that could happen. So I've been doing this entire voiceover with my phone propped up under my monitor so that I can see the moment I get a phone call, so I don't miss it. So I gotta get my earbuds back in and be ready to wait for that phone call some more. Maybe I'll go make some lunch.
Said. Are you a wrestling fan?
Not really. I'm a boxing fan.
While I do that. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day.
POCception.
Shiny Pokemon. There are Pokemon fans white whale when they come across them, being a 1 in 8,192 chance in Gens 1 to 5. They're extremely rare and tend to be a trainer's prized friend if they come across any. Because of that, the Meatball Man here decided, you know what? I want a whole game's worth of prized friends. That's why I decided to catch every single shiny Pokemon before each gym in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. From Mudkip to Rayquaza, every last one of these I'm planning on capturing a shiny variant of. How long does it take? How much sanity will I have after this? Well,
JDX_the_kid.
Said. Your favorite Pokemon is Hitmonchan?
JDX_the_kid.
Said. Oh hell nah.
I'm talking to TB.
JDX_the_kid.
Said. Why do people do this lol?
Do what? The Professor Oak challenge? That's a...
all the answers would be my entire lifetime and none if I wasn't smart about it, but we'll get into it shortly. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, like the video, and leave a comment down below with a prediction on how much in-game time it'll take for me to complete this challenge. But with that, let's get into it. So if you're a long-time watcher of this channel, you'll remember I began
JDX underscore the underscore kid.
Said. No shiny mon challenges lol.
Alright.
JDX
definitely don't know
underscore the
that.
underscore kid.
Said. I only get shinies of my faves and starter shinies.
I catch every shiny that I come across because it's an achievement. That 8,192 chance he mentioned, multiply that by 10, and that's pretty much my luck with them. Or actually multiply that by 20.
Began my Pokemon Challenge journey over half a decade ago with the Professor Oaks Challenge. That's basically what this is, except with shiny Pokemon. There's only two rules, those being that you must capture and evolve every Pokemon possible before each gym badge, and no interacting with other games. But I have an ace up my sleeve. See, when I boot up the game, I have a message telling me my save battery is dry, and time-based events can no longer occur. But that's what I want, as the smart way of being able to complete this challenge is through doing what's known as
JDX
RNG
underscore the
manipulation.
underscore kid.
In case
Said. No, I mean those are the only ones I actively hunted.
JDX underscore the underscore kid.
Said. And I only hunt in the original shiny odds games.
God forbid the Lucky Charm, apparently.
case you don't know, RNG manipulation can be summed up as doing things in a video game to influence the RNG, or random number generator, to give you a desired outcome. This is only doable because Pokemon doesn't actually use RNG, rather it uses PRNG, or pseudo-RNG. Each time the game boots or is soft reset, a number known as a seed is used, and in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, boots or is soft
JDX underscore the underscore kid.
Said. I personally think it completely goes against the purpose of being a real shiny hunter if you're just doing it with super increased odds in the new games. It's like participation trophies.
JDX underscore the underscore kid.
Said. I despise it.
The increased shiny odds actually did cause a big ol' ruckus in the shiny hunting community.
reset, a number known as a seed is used, and in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, this seed changes every minute. However, with a dry battery, I can always make sure the seed stays at 5A0, giving me an entirely predictable line of RNG thanks to the help of a software called Pokefinder. Simply put, now every single shiny frame is predetermined, whether it's a static Pokemon like the starter, the gift cast form, the mighty Groudon, or the roaming Latios. All of these can be shiny by hitting a specific frame of the game from either startup or soft reset. Now mind you, this still isn't easy, as GBA Pokemon games run at 60 FPS. Due to this, I'm basically aiming to hit a 1 in 60th of a second window for every Pokemon in the game. Mind you, this is over 100 different catches I'm going to have to do for this. Due to this, I'm going to have to reset a lot to make sure I get them, but to offset the amount of time between resets, I also need to hit a good trainer ID. There's 65,536 different trainer IDs and the same number of secret IDs, which is a number you can't normally access in-game. However, by doing a manipulation right at the very start of the game, I can get a desired trainer and secret ID to give me a reasonably early shiny frame. For this, I wanted to go for the trainer's secret ID combo of 04397 and 33270. The way I can get this is by using Pokefinder, typing this ID in, and seeing that the only frame this combo is possible on in the first 100,000 frames of startup is 6347. It's not that easy though, I can't just hit A on that last text box of Professor Birch's preamble at that frame. The calculation of trainer ID takes exactly 75 frames, so I basically have to hit it on frame 6272 to get the desired outcome. Very easy to get to, only a minute and 44.53 seconds between resets if I don't hit it on the first try. Now, that might seem crazy to try to do, but by using another software called Eon Timer, I'm able to plug in the number 6272, giving me a countdown and audio cue to hit the frame accurately rather than just blindly pressing A, so this is completely doable on actual hardware, but you'll still want a computer for both Pokefinder and Eon Timer if you want to try this yourself, both of which I'll leave links to in the description. Thankfully, this manipulation only takes me 2 attempts, as the first I hit frame 6344, only 3 frames off, but that's just the first of over 100 1/60th of a second button timings that I'm gonna probably mess up in this run. But with the second one, I'm able to show the trainer ID and hit that 04397 trainer ID, making me ready to go on with the game itself. Also, I suppose here's a fun drinking game for you. Take a sip of water for every time I say the word frame in this video. I guarantee you will be unable to sit through the entirety of it without having to take a piss. Lord knows if I made it an actual drinking game, I think most of my viewers would keel over dead of liver poisoning. So let's not do that.
Yeah, no.
God, I'm already going off the rails in this video. However, now with this trainer and secret ID, I know the first shiny frame is 2,443 for static Pokemon, so that's all legendaries, starters, gifts, as well as various shiny frames for wild Pokemon. But I've probably overloaded your brain with information starting out here, so I'll just talk about certain aspects of the RNG manips when they appear. Since
your clan calls for you. Come forth, young van.
Since the battery is dry though, I do need to make sure I set the clock at the beginning of the game between 3 AM and 9 AM so that Shoal Cave is at low tide. Otherwise, I won't be able to obtain Snow Run and therefore fail this challenge immediately. From there, we're good to head into May's house and into Route 101 for our first shiny Pokemon, Mudkip. As stated before, our first static shiny frame is 2,443, but there's a 2-frame offset when selecting your starter. So I plug in 2441 into Eon Timer, and lo and behold, the first one... It's not shiny, of course not. Here I hit a relaxed nature, which is 3 frames after what I was aiming for, so after recalibrating the timer, I go for it again, and bam, there's that purple Mudkip with a nice golden tail, adding our first Pokemon to the total. I've got to admit, this is actually more satisfying to me than, going for the random 1 in 8,192 chance, because it actually takes skill. I have to be able to hit something at such an insane human reaction timing to be able to get it, and therefore cut down the amount of time that I am looking for these Pokemon, so I'm actually kind of excited to do this challenge. For context, I used to do a lot of speedrunning of various games back when I was in middle and high school. So frame-perfect inputs are something I'm decently used to. Not super consistent, of course, due to the human reaction time normally being, on average, 0.2 seconds, but when that's a 1/5 of a second while I'm trying to hit a 60th of a second window, I'm bound to make mistakes. But with this Poochyena taken out and Professor Birch saved, I'm clear to head into Route 103, take on May, and receive the Pokedex, truly beginning this challenge. Now you may be asking, Meatball, how are you going to go after the wild Pokemon? Well, that's a great question, though it'll take me a minute to get to. Before we worry about that, I need to get Pokemon with the pickup ability, grabbing a squad of 5 Zigzagoon, as each has the ability pickup, which is a 10% chance of picking up an item after the battle, with this whole grid showing exactly what items are available. However, the one that I am most interested in is the 10% chance of being a rare candy, essentially giving me a 1% chance of a rare candy after every battle per Pokemon, since that's 10% times 10%, times 5, which is 5%, or 1 in every 20 battles, I'll be able to get at least 1 rare candy. This speeds up grinding exponentially, especially for Pokemon in this section, such as with the level 40 Exploud, level 36 Swampert and Slacking, level 30 Gardevoir. There's a lot of Pokemon that are very high level in this section, and the highest level Pokemon we have access to in the wild that is repeatable is level 8 Whismur. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Now to answer the question, the way we'll be able to get wild Pokemon and accurately hit shiny frames is through Surskit on Route 102. I just run around training Mudkip while triggering pickup over and over again until running into one, which takes a pretty long while. But during this time, I figured there's no better time to talk about today's sponsor, Sleep. Now, hold on, I actually asked for this one. I recently caught one of their ads in fellow creator Gilly the Kid's video on Bubsy Games, and I thought, oh, this looks really, really nice. And thankfully, we were able to reach out and they sent me their sound sleep mask. It has two layers, one for a normal lightweight sleep mask with Velcro eye covering so you can adjust them depending on your eye placement on your face so that you don't have anything touching your eyes while you attempt to sleep. I've used cheap masks in the past that do touch my eyes and they prevented me from being able to sleep properly. And sometimes I just need to take a nap during the day because I'm pretty much burnt out from being able to do these videos or something at that moment and I need some sort of respite. Or I'm going to sleep at like 3 a.m. and need to get up at 11 a.m. yet the sun comes up halfway through my sleep and I'm unable to sleep through the rest of the way due to it being too bright. The second layer also is able to be attached via Velcro so you're able to adjust it how you want, and it has razor thin Bluetooth earbuds that allow for you to listen to whatever you want while you're falling asleep, whether it be ambient sounds or some bumbler like MBT sacking Doug Seif with dinosaur combos.
He's a nice mate, man. He's a nice normal summon too.
Okay, fuck you, I knew that you...
I'm gonna be real with you, it's just over.
I've been using it every night since I've got it, and you can get your own Manta Sleep mask by using my link in the description below and using code MEATBALL at checkout for 10% off your order. Thank you so much to Manta Sleep for sponsoring today's video. Now back to shiny hunting. Wow, it took so long for me to find this Surskit that Mudkip evolved into Marshtomp at level 16 just a few encounters before finding it. Pretty good timing if I do say so myself. Now I just need to bring it up to level 13 so that it learns the move Sweet Scent. This doesn't take long thanks to the trainers in this section, and now I can control encountering a Pokemon with just a single A-press, all while having a 100% chance of encountering rather than leaving it up to chance by blindly moving through the grass. Route 101's obviously my first target with 4 Pokemon I need to grab. I decided to take on Wurmple first since it has the furthest frame to encounter it at 6,047, but we need 2 of them. I can't get 2 of the same Wurmple as hitting the same freight results in the same PID or personality ID. It's a little bit complex, but I've included Bulbapedia's explanation of it on screen now, but I'll be grabbing the ones on frame 6,047 and 10,803, and if they both happen to evolve into the same cocoon, I can simply grab the missing one from Petalburg Woods as to not waste time. I should also note that in general, Sweet Scent also has a buffer time to hit the proper frame of encounter, with 261 frames while outside and 268 in caves, so I'll be referring to the frame numbers with those buffers already subtracted off for future reference. Unfortunately, the first Wurmple took a whopping 13 attempts to finally nail the frame perfect input, putting our total up to 3. I was a bit exasperated having to wait that long between encounters, so I just swapped over to getting Zigzagoon and Poochyena, with the former being on either frames 2127 or 2131, and the latter on 2177. Ruby and Sapphire's RNG is a bit wonky with the way some personality IDs get generated multiple times right next to each other, but that's just one of the reasons I chose this ID, since that would make it a little easier to hit those frames, as I either can be right on time or 4 frames late and still get a desired outcome. Zigzagoon took 5 attempts to nail, while Poochyena took 4. Not too bad if I do say so myself. Heck, it's even better with the second Wurmple, as it only takes 2 attempts to hit the frame, letting me move on to Route 103. There's only one Pokemon we need here, that being Wingull on frame 2177 once again, as it's in the 11th encounter slot, taking once again only 2 attempts. Route 102 is next with 3 encounters, those being Surskit on frame 2177, taking 4 attempts, Xeedot on frame 2127, taking 2 attempts, and Ralts on frame 318,069. Nice, but also, wow, really not nice. I did not anticipate on encounter slot 9 being so late on this trainer and secret ID. I guess it was bound to happen on one of the encounter slots, but that's 5,301.15 seconds, or 88.35 minutes in between attempts. Thankfully, there's only like one other encounter on slot 9 that I'm gonna have to worry about in this run, but that's still quite a while. Fortunately, it only took a single attempt to find it, though it did add a significant damper on my in-game time for completion. Route 104 is next, with only a single Pokemon that I need here in Tailo on frame 2131, taking only 4 attempts to hit our shiny. Only 3 areas left for pre-badge 1, the first being Petalburg Woods with 2 new Pokemon, potentially 3 if we need that extra cocoon, but we'll get to that during the grinding portion if needed. Those are Shroomish on frame 2131 with only 2 attempts, and Slackoff on 2177 with a first try frame perfect encounter. Route 116 is our last route of this section with 2 new encounters, those being Skitty on frame 2177, unfortunately taking 7 attempts, but that just means I have to lock in for Nincada on frame 80,466. Not nearly as bad as Ralts, but having encounter slot 4 being that late on the list as well is pretty unfortunate. But with it taking that long for an attempt, you know I got it in one shot, easy as pie. Well, if pi was 0.0166 repeating rather than 3.1415. Don't you folks just love math? I know I do, and that's why I was the school nerd when I was a kid. Upon reflection, though, I should have waited for Tailo on this route instead of 104, due to it being up to level 8 on frame 2131 rather than level 4, but I'm not used to having this much control over the game's RNG. It's honestly a little bit of a power trip. Last but not least, though, is Rust Turf Tunnel, containing only Whismur, and of course, I had the forethought to wait for this as a level 8 encounter on...
Oh, wait, I just realized, what am I doing? The outbreak finished, like, ages ago. I'm really sorry, guys.
And using code MEATBALL at checkout for 10% off your order. Thank you so much to Manta Sleep for sponsoring today's video. Now back to shiny hunting. Wow, it took so long for me to find this Surskit that Mudkip evolved into Marshtomp at level 16 just a few encounters before finding it. Pretty good timing if I do say so myself. Now I just need to bring it up to level 13 so that it learns the move Sweet Scent. This doesn't take long thanks to the trainers in this section, and now I can control encountering a Pokemon with just a single A-press, all while having a 100% chance of encountering rather than leaving it up to chance by blindly moving through the grass. Route 101's obviously my first target with 4 Pokemon I need to grab. I decided to take on Wurmple first since it has the furthest frame to encounter it at 6,047, but we need 2 of them. I can't get 2 of the same Wurmple as hitting the same freight results in the same PID or personality ID, It's a little bit complex, but I've included Bulbapedia's explanation of it on screen now, but I'll be grabbing the ones on frame 6047 and 10803, and if they both happen to evolve into the same cocoon, I can simply grab the missing one from Petalburg Woods as to not waste time. I should also note that in general, Sweet Scent also has a buffer time to hit the proper frame of encounter, with 261 frames while outside and 268 in caves, so I'll be referring to the frame numbers with those buffers already subtracted off for future reference. Unfortunately, the first worm pull took a whopping 13 attempts to finally nail the frame perfect input, putting our total up to 3. I was a bit exasperated having to wait that long between encounters, so I just swapped over to getting Zigzagoon and Poochyena, with the former being on either frames 2127 or 2131, and the latter on 2177.
How am I dropping frames?
Ruby and Sapphire's RNG is a bit wonky with the way some personality IDs get generated multiple times right next to each other, but that's just one of the reasons I chose this ID, since that would make it a little easier to hit those frames, as I either can be right on time or 4 frames late and still get a desired outcome. Zigzagoon took 5 attempts to nail, while Poochyena took 4. Not too bad if I do say so myself. Heck, it's even better with the second worm pull, as it only takes 2 attempts to hit the frame, letting me move on to Route 103. There's only one Pokemon we need here, that being Wingull on frame 2177 once again, as it's in the 11th encounter slot, taking once again only 2 attempts. Route 102 is next with 3 encounters, those being Surskit on frame 2177, taking 4 attempts, Seedot on frame 2127, taking 2 attempts, and Ralts on frame 318,069. Nice, but also, wow, really not nice. I did not anticipate on encounter slot 9 being so late on this trainer and secret ID. I guess it was bound to happen on one of the encounter slots, but that's 5,301.15 seconds, or 88.35 minutes in between attempts. Thankfully, there's only like one other encounter on slot 9 that I'm going to have to worry about in this run, but that's still quite a while. Fortunately, it only took a single attempt to find it, though it did add a significant damper on my in-game time for completion. Route 104 is next, with only a single Pokemon that I need here in Tailo on frame 2131, taking only 4 attempts to hit our shiny. Only 3 areas left for pre-badge 1, the first being Petalburg Woods with 2 new Pokemon, potentially 3 if we need that extra cocoon, but we'll get to that during the grinding portion if needed. Those are Shroomish on frame 2131 with only 2 attempts, and Slackoth on 2177 with a first try frame perfect encounter.
Nice.
Route 116 is our last route of this section with 2 new encounters, those being Skitty on frame 2177, unfortunately taking 7 attempts, but that just means I have to lock in for Nincada on frame 80,466. Not nearly as bad as Ralts, but having encounter slot 4 being that late on the list as well is pretty unfortunate. But with it taking that long for an attempt, you know I got it in one shot, easy as pie. Well, if pi was 0.0166 repeating rather than 3.1415. Don't you folks just love math? I know I do, and that's why I was the school nerd when I was a kid. Upon reflection, though, I should have waited for Tailo on this route instead of 104, due to it being up to level 8 on frame 2131 rather than level 4, but I'm not used to having this much control over the game's RNG. It's honestly a little bit of a power trip. Last but not least, though, is Rust Turf Tunnel, containing only Whismur, and of course I had the forethought to wait for this as a level 8 encounter on frame 2124, with a level 7 on 2120. I do manage to hit the level 8 on my 3rd attempt, finishing the encounters for this section with only 3 hours and 51 minutes on the in-game time, but of course, that's not it. We still need to evolve these suckers. First up is Zigzagoon, and due to it also having pickup, I decided to throw in Marshtomp onto the team so that I had 5 pickup Pokemon while still being able to switch train the early levels. Thanks to stab normal moves though, once Zigzagoon hits level 13, it's pretty capable of 1 to 2-shotting every Whismur in Rust Turf Tunnel, the main hub for training due to their higher levels and EXP yield. Now of course it would be a waste to evolve Zigzagoon now, I just wanted to get it to a point to where it can switch train other Pokemon while still acting as a pickup user, bringing in Wurmple so that after a few minutes it can evolve into Cascoon at level 7, then into Dustox at level 10. Also during this time I realized that pickup is not only useful for rare candies, but for super potions to continuously heal without having to go back to the Pokemon Center. King's Rocks also help to reduce the amount of healing items I need to use with my higher level Pokemon, flinching the Whismers on occasion until they're capable of one-shotting, as well as PP ups for more move usage and even less PC visits. Pretty handy if you ask me, but what isn't handy is the second Wurmple also evolving into Cascoon.
God damn
Well,
it.
I guess it's back to Petalburg Woods for Silcoon, and of course it's an encounter slot 4 at frame 80,466 again. I couldn't have gotten 2 Silcoons and gone for Cascoon on frame 2127, but whatever, I guess. I'm just glad it only took 2 attempts to hit the frame for Silcoon, taking only a little bit of time of switch training before it evolves into Beautifly at level 10. Next up, Poochyena has to get to level 18 with only 2 attacking moves in its arsenal before it evolves with Tackle from the start and Bite at level 13. Thankfully, I can mitigate trips to the Pokemon Center by using Howl for Tackle, increasing the attack stat and getting 1 and 2 shots that wouldn't be possible otherwise, so with those and switch training, we're able to score Mightyena. Next up is Wingull, needing to reach level 25 with, once again, only 2 attacking moves. Water Gun and Wing Attack are at least stab, and Supersonic can help carry those 2 shots that were super close to being 1-shots, though I'd rather just suck it up and do a few extra Pokemon Center visits rather than hoping for a 55% accurate Supersonic, then a Confusion Self-Hit. PP ups do mitigate this a bit by bringing Water Gun up to 40 and Wing Attack to 52 points, but it still takes a decent amount of time for Wingull to evolve into Pelipper. Shroomish has an even tougher time keeping up in terms of strength, with only the 20 power absorb and 35 power tackle up until level 16 when it finally learns Mega Drain. But with only 10 PP increased to 16 with PowerPoint ups, there's a choice of Pokemon Center visits or using my plethora of pickup super potions, potions purchased from selling pickup nuggets, and full restores so that I can continue to struggle these Pokemon to death because it's a higher power move at 50 compared to everything else, as even Mega Drain is only 40 power. Once we hit level 22 and get Headbutt though, it's the home stretch as it's only a single level until Shroomish evolves into Breloom. Ralts is even worse though, as we have no attacking moves until level 6 when it gets Confusion, which doesn't take long. And that's it, nothing else until Kirlia, and even then it takes until level 26 to finally learn Psychic. No Psybeam, no Psywave, no coverage, there's basically nothing this Ralts can do. That's why we really need those rare candies to help pick up the slack. I don't want to waste any on levels that require less than 1000 EXP, so I just bring her up to level 18 before swapping out for C-Dot from the PC. And if you thought Ralts was bad, this one's even worse, as the only move we have access to that does damage is Bide, and at such low levels we're not surviving Uproar, so there's a lot more switch training here. I would say that hitting level 13 and learning Nature Power is a good thing, but considering A, it turns into Shadow Ball in caves and therefore is a ghost type move and can't hit Whismur, and B, in tall grass it turns into Stun Spore and can't damage anything, so I'm stuck switch training the entire time, even though I do attempt to force Bide so I can hold on to Zigzagoon's EXP just a little longer due to it already being at level 19. I do manage to hold out long enough so that Zigzagoon evolves into Linoon and C-Dot evolves into Nuzleaf back-to-back, adding 2 more to the total. Sursk gets up next and thankfully starts with its attacking moves of Bubble at level 1 and Quick Attack at level 7, but that's all it gets until evolving at level 22. So once again, I'm resorting to struggle for an even higher power move once Sursk is high enough level to survive any attacks thrown at him, eventually bringing it up to level 19 before boxing it and swapping for Marshtomp once again. Simply put, Marshtomp has 4 great attacking moves already in Water Gun, Mud Shot, Mud Slap, and Tackle, and it's great for large stretches of time in Rust Turf Tunnel to generate rare candies. I'm aiming to get enough to finish off Ralts, Surskit, about 15 levels of Loudred, 10 levels of Marshtomp, and the entirety of Slackoff due to Truant being a very annoying ability, and it evolving into Vigoroth too late to matter. Though once I run out of power points, I just box it again and swap for Whismur. The only downside with Whismur is that despite having Stab, Pound, and Uproar from the get-go, all Whismur have the ability Soundproof, so Uproar does nothing, resulting in me going out on Route 116 to use the move and not make nearly as many frequent Pokemon Center visits. Astonish at level 11 also falls into this camp as I'm basically only using it on the Nincada on Route 116, but we do get a bit of a saving grace in Howl at level 15, making Pound a much more consistent one-shot in Rust Turf Tunnel. From there, we're coasting until level 20, evolving into Loudred, then getting to level 23 before finishing it off with 17 rare candies to evolve into Exploud. I've got enough as well to top off Surskit, using 3 to evolve into Masquerain. I still have 35 rare candies by this point, and the last really easy Pokemon to evolve is Tailo, having access to Stab Peck from the get-go, Quick Attack at level 8, and Wing Attack at 13, so it's a breeze to bring it to level 22, evolving into Swellow. I even got another 12 rare candies during that grind, so I'm free to evolve Marshtomp into Swampert, though I do hold off on Ralts for the time being, as I still have Nincada and Slackoth to take care of in terms of early levels. Nincada is a really big pain to try to evolve at this point, as it sits in the fluctuating EXP group and therefore takes the most amount of EXP for every level in the early stages. Pair that with mediocre moves like Scratch, Leech Life, and Fury Swipes, and we're in for a bad time. Thankfully though, Nincada does get access to Cut, which has been a pretty decently helpful move to extend my time in the cave, rather than going back to the Pokemon Center. You can tell that EXP curve is pretty nasty though with the time lapse here of Nincada grinding, just taking a long chunk of time for 2 single levels in the early bits of the grind. So for my sanity, I just bring up Nincada to level 15, make sure to have a blank spot in my party as well as a Pokeball in my inventory, then use 5 rare candies to evolve into Ninjask, splitting off into a separate shiny Shedinja. Really happy this is an automatic shiny by the way, and not something I have to RNG manipulate for. I still have 35 rare candies by this point though, so I just used 12 more to evolve Ralts into Curly at level 20, and into Gardevoir at 30, leaving just the doozy himself, Slackoth. Sure, stab normal moves are very helpful, including the Cut HM, but those Truant terms are really hard to maneuver around. Sometimes you just don't need to use a potion on that turn, but you do on the attacking turn, which leaves you on another Truant turn. Needless to say, this grind was not very kind to me. So once I had enough rare candies, I just got Slackoth to level 15 and poured 21 whopping candies into him, evolving into Vigoroth at level 18 and into Slacking at level 36 to finish the section with a total of 35 Pokemon and a time of 19 hours and 21 minutes. Whew, would you believe I did this in one sitting? Sometimes my brain can be active for only 10 hours before wanting to sleep, or it goes into the other extreme where I'm up for more than 2 days straight. Thankfully though, I've been able to help control that with the power of Gamer Supps. I've been affiliated with them for about 2 months now, and have been using their AFK product to help my body produce its own melatonin instead of taking pills of it and reducing my body's ability to make it. And it's been very helpful in preventing those nasty bouts of insomnia that just ruin days upon days of productivity for me. Plus, the grape flavor is pretty nice. I also drink their normal non-caffeinated blends, so I'm not awake for a ridiculous amount of time. If you're interested in a keto-friendly, low-calorie alternative to sodas and energy drinks, I'd highly recommend their stuff. You can find a link in the description, use code CHAOTICMEAT at checkout, and get 10% off while giving me a little bit of a kickback, which really helps out the channel, as well as the timer for the shiny franchise Nuzlocke Donathon that I've been doing. I know I haven't streamed it in a couple of weeks, and that's mostly because I've been waiting on a lot of hardware to ship, mostly an extra GBA for link cable support, a GB operator to move my saves from emulator to the actual cartridges themselves. There's a lot of stuff that I needed, including the Pokemon Coliseum bonus disc, because we're going to be shiny hunting for Jirachi. So definitely make sure to tune into the streams if you're interested in seeing a shiny mythical Pokemon. Shilling aside, we do plow on through Roxanne's Geodude to Nosepass with Swampert, obtaining the Stone Badge, and continuing to a brand new pool of new encounters. Alright, now that we're done with the first badge, we can finally go back to the cave that we spent 15 hours training in to beat up a low-tier criminal's dog, therefore letting me take a boat to a remote island. But hey, at least the island houses the Old Rod, which means we have 3 encounters to take care of with it. 2 out of 3 are available just to the east of Dewford on Route 107, where I can find a Tentacool on frame 2388 at level 8 as there's no delay on fishing encounters, but I decided to wait until frame 11,888 for a level 10, taking 3 attempts. It's very much a minuscule difference of time save in terms of in-game time, since I'm waiting 2 minutes and 38 seconds extra for the extra 2 levels on this, but hey, if I can optimize, I may as well. Speaking of which, I can do the same for a level 10 Magikarp on frame 30,911. My earliest frame for this was 6308 for a level 5 or 11,048 for a level 7, so I figured what's the harm, and it only took 2 attempts to find. Now I could go for the Granite Cave encounters now, but I'd rather deliver the letter and get the EXP share immediately since I'm already going back to the mainland for the 3rd Old Rod encounter, that being Goldeen in Petalburg City. And oh boy, we have a new record for the most attempts needed on a single shiny Pokemon, that being a whopping 20. I ended up going for the level 10 Goldeen on frame 11,888 once again with the min-maxing of levels and avoiding more grinding than necessary, but having to wait 3 minutes and 8 seconds per attempt and nearly an hour and a half on one encounter was not very fun. But the feeling of relief I got once I managed to nail down that frame was pretty astronomical. Following a bevy of trainer encounters throughout Route 106, Dewford's Gym, Route 109, Slateport City, and Route 110, I managed to evolve Magikarp into Gyarados at level 20. It may seem strange to go so far ahead without taking out any encounters, but if I'm being honest, it was purely so I could feel more of a sense of progression, going further in the game rather than being stuck in Dewford. Heck, I'm able to take out the rest of the available trainers throughout this section by switch training Tentacool with Linoon, not nearly evolving it, but getting it high enough level to be able to fend for itself. Now then, catching time. Granite Cave is the host of numerous encounters, with the second basement floor including Zubat on frame 14,170, taking 2 soft resets, Aron on frame 10,780, also taking 2 soft resets, Abra on frame 2,120, taking only 1 reset and no
Abra
failed
does
captures,
not look
since
nice.
thanks to going ahead into Mauville,
Tiny Abra.
I was able to pick up Nest Balls for the highest catch rate balls available so far. One more for down here, and that's Mawile on frame 2170, taking 9 resets. A little rough, but since it was a short wait and nothing that needed to be evolved, I wasn't too worried about it. Moving up to the first basement floor, only Makihita needs to be captured here on frame 2124, thankfully with that highest level taking the 11th encounter slot and being super early, but still taking 6 attempts. Speaking of which, in case you're wondering why I didn't grab this from the trade in Rustboro City last section, all in-game trades are shiny locked in this game, so they don't apply for this challenge. Last but not least, on the surface floor, the bane of my existence, Geodude. Oh, not because of this game, because of the, 7 or 8 duplicate shiny Geodudes I got in my Gen 2 runs alone for the shiny franchise Nuzlocke. Suffice to say, I don't need any more of these for my eventual shiny living decks, but I've got to get it for this challenge, so I'll do so begrudgingly with only 2 soft resets on frame 2170. By the way, those streams will be returning tomorrow as of the uploading of this video, so I hope you guys look forward to that. Now we will have to come back here for one more encounter, but not until after Watson, as we need access to Rock Smash. Moving on up to Route 110, there's a whopping 5 new encounters here in 2 Oddish on frame 2127, the first taking 3 attempts and the second only taking 1, Gulpin on 1 try on frame 2131, Plusle also in 1 try on frame 2177, Electrike in for the 3rd time in a row, 1 try on frame 10,787, and Minun on frame 11,617, with, you guessed it, 1 try. There's only one more route to cover here though, than that being 117 with 4 more encounters, only one of which needs to evolve. We've got Illumise on frame 2131, Roselia on 10,787, Meryl on 80,466, and Volbeat on 238,827. A little late on those there frames game, but hey, I managed to get all 4 of them in really quick fashion outside of that, so there's no harm, no foul. It's just a lot of waiting. The only problem here, though, is that Meryl is male here, but we're going to need to breed later with the Sea Incense to get Azurill, so while training, I'm just going to make sure to pick up the first female Meryl I see. And yes, we're going to have to RNG Minip for 3 different eggs to breed for, which is a doozy, folks, as it doesn't require just 1 frame perfect input, but 2. It's a little bit more complex than these simple frame perfect inputs because of that. I'll get to that later. Anyway, at this point it's training time, and the best place to do so is right here on Route 117, housing high EXP yields in Roselia, Illumise, and Volbeat, making it super quick to switch train the likes of the attackless Abra, evolving into Kadabra at level 16, and Meryl into Azumarill, evolving at level 18. Thankfully, the EXP share also lets me switch train and give 75% of the EXP to the Pokemon holding it, so Linoon isn't absorbing a ton of EXP from them, but it's getting the job done a lot faster than what would otherwise be possible with lower level Pokemon compared to the higher level wild Pokemon until they manage to get on their own feet and start knocking them out themselves. I figured from here, I wanted to build up the rare candy collection though, as the highest level evolution for this section is Aron at level 42. So I took Tentacool out for another spin, and thanks to having access to Poison Sting, Cut, Constrict, and Acid all by level 19, it's somewhat easy to train. Of course, these are pretty weak moves, but once we hit Bubble Beam by level 25, it's much easier, bringing it up to level 28 before putting it in the box, just in case we have enough rare candies to push those last 2 levels, swapping out for Oddish. Considering the only moves I get for the entirety of Oddish's training is Absorb and Cut, we're going back to Switch training, though again with the EXP share, it's pretty quick to get to level 21, going into Gloom.
I won't get
We'll
that
have to
luxury
hold off for a
this
little
game.
bit to get the Leaf and Sunstones, so I don't have to evolve the other Oddish for the time being. We just wanted to bank it for when we do need it. Next up is Gulpin, who surprisingly gets access to the Ice Beam TM. I did remember to grab the Harbor Mail from Slateport City to get the coin case for this, as now we can get these powerful moves like Flamethrower, Psychic, Thunderbolt, and Ice Beam for the Pokemon that learn them, all while using the money from the dozens of picked up nuggets from this and the previous section. This makes taking out the likes of Roselia, Volbeat, and Illumise a cinch, both for super effective damage on the first since Sludge is neutral, and the other two have access to Charm, which Ice Beam isn't affected by, making it plenty fast enough to evolve into Swalot at level 26. Geodude's next on the docket, having Rock Throw at level 11 for the pesky bugs here, though it still does need switch training for the likes of Meryl and Roselia. Once we get Magnitude at level 16 though, it's much safer to take those on without switching, letting me evolve it into Graveler at level 25. Electrike is next, having access to Thunderbolt via the Game Corner, and we can use it to full effect to zap through basically anything not named Roselia from the get-go. Match that with Tackle and Howl at level 12, and we've got a pretty solid Pokemon on our hands. It doesn't take long for it to reach level 24, just 2 levels shy of evolving, just in case we happen to have more than enough rare candies for the levels on and then we can use the extra ones on stuff like this and Tentacool. Now for Zubat, which might seem strange as to why I didn't keep it in the party for friendship gains, and that's all because I wanted the pickup squad to get extra proteins and PowerPoint ups so I can keep pumping the friendly neighborhood Batman here with as many friendship boosting items as well, including the other obtainable vitamins that are purchasable in Slateport City. The only problem here though is that we don't really get a nice attacking move until level 16 with Bite, and only 1 level before evolving does it get Wing Attack, which would have been really convenient to have for the trio of high EXP yields here that are all weak to flying. Those last 2 levels are a cinch though, evolving into Golbat at level 22 and into Crobat 1 level later with high friendship. From a swift evolution to a more annoying one, as Makihita is just not equipped to take on anything aside from the low EXP yielding Zigzagoons and Meryls, all because of Arm Thrust and Vital Throw being fighting type moves and resisted by the trio of good EXP yields, and Makihita's only normal type attack being Tackle.
I gotta use the bathroom. Hang on.
Welcome to the stream.
Pokemon Ash fan turn on.
Did you know that only 7.3% of my viewers are subscribed?
Pokemon Ash fan turn on.
Said. Pika pika.
Pokemon Ash fan turn on.
Said. Don't do that.
Obsidian Changeling.
Said.
Pokemon Ash fan turn on.
Said. How the Professor Oak challenge doing?
Okay, I'm back. I'll think got myself a pizza. And the Professor Oak challenge going? Alright.
Pokemon Ash fan turn on.
Said. How are you playing this right now? Are you using the emulator?
Yep, it is, especially since it is very easy to record on.
Okay. Wait, what's
Of good EXP yields, and Makihita's only normal type attack being Tackle. I mean, we do get Fake Out at level 19, but that's only 5 levels away from evolving and it only can be used on the first turn. So it can't do much else other than switch train or take a long time, evidenced by the literal last wild battle needed to evolve him into Hariyama. I mean, that's
Pokemon
taking a
Ash
long
fan turn
time,
on.
but that is ridiculous.
Said. Baby shark doo doo.
what?
Ridiculous for a level 23. The second to last here is Goldeen, being the second highest level evolution for this section, and yeah, it's definitely Goldeen. Doesn't hit hard, 0 water type moves until level 38, and that's 5 levels higher than its evolution. It's just a pain to work with. Initially, I was hopeful that Peck would be a great super effective move to out the trio here, but even with some proteins to boost that attack stat, it just took too long to KO anything, especially when Charm was involved. So switch training was employed quite a bit until level 24. At this point, I have a pretty good surplus of rare candies, so I just fed 9 to Goldeen to evolve into Seeking, and gave Electrike 2 of them to evolve into Manectric. I'm just holding off on Tentacool for now though, since I'm not sure how well our last trainee will do in Aron. Now on surface level, it does have some great moves and a great typing to either take neutral or resisted damage from everything on this route except for Meryl's water gun. Match that with 4 attacking moves by level 13 and tackle
Said. You should use Game Shark.
That would be cheating.
Mud Slap, Headbutt, and Metal Claw, and I'm pretty happy to use a Pokemon that can actually fend for itself. However, just look at how abysmally it performs against Illumise. Sure, we're 2 levels lower and Metal Claw isn't until level 13, but that's still really darn slow. I mean, come on, if you're getting me to yawn, that means it's too darn slow. Even at level 16, it gets hard-walled though, and it especially doesn't help that both Illumise and Volbeat have Moonlight, so after setting up Charm, they just heal off all the good damage I did unless I get a lucky Metal Claw attack boost or a critical hit. Alas, I push forward until hitting level 28, being 14 levels away from evolving, and considering I have 17 rare candies, that's 14 for Aron to evolve into Lairon and into Aggron, as well as 2 for Tentacool to evolve into Tentacruel, finishing out the pre-badge 2 section with a total of 67 Pokemon and a time of 33 hours and 25 minutes.
Pokemon Ash fan turn on.
Said. Don't eat in front of me.
Sorry.
Despite that explanation making it seem like it would take longer than the first section to complete, just having access to that trio providing around 300 EXP per KO makes things a lot smoother. So with that, I'm able to crush Watson with the power of Swampert, giving me the Dynamo badge and the ability to use Rock Smash outside of battle. Oh, Rock Smash, I was not looking forward to you. So it's time for the dreaded trek back to Granite Cave for the one shiny that's unavailable in any other capacity, Nose Pass. Now theoretically, this should be easy enough. Frame 2123 is what it would be if it was the normal cave delay, but I'm dealing with a Linoon whose cry plays whenever I use Rock Smash, so the delay is actually different. B, match that with only a 10% chance of getting an actual Rock Smash encounter, and there's a ton of frames where I can't get a single encounter and therefore can't tell where I messed up. And C, people aren't really looking into the stuff like this because they're like, oh, that's a stupid way of going after that shiny. If you want to go after that, you can go for like Mount Coronet, for instance, and maybe Platinum, so because of course you want to go get Probopass. Thankfully, friend of the channel, Noah, who helped with the Lewis scripts for the Silver and Crystal Shiny franchise Nuzlocke videos, ended up finding that Tropius's Rock Smash animation was 181 frames after pressing A, which gave me a decent window. From that and frame counting the cry of Linoon in comparison to Tropius, we learned that it took 93.54 frames for Linoon's cry to play, whereas 97.74 were needed for Tropius, so I would need to reduce my delay by around 3 to 5 frames. It took me, no joke, about 6 hours to find a singular encounter with Rock Smash, but once I did, this Geodude told all the secrets. This was on frame 2432 with 0 delay, so I was just 39 frames off of Nose Pass. So I adjusted my timer, and bam, Nose Pass achieved once I finally honed in. Also, is it just me, or did anybody else think that Nose Pass's sprite here has its right leg look like its mouth trying to give the good suck? I don't know why I always think that when I see the Gen 3 sprite. It just hasn't changed in over a decade and I can't unsee it, so I now curse you with this knowledge. Now that we can move on for real, I put the spare Oddish in my party with the EXP share just so we don't waste the trainers we're going to be running into north of the Rock Smash area on Route 111, and it's actually just enough to get through all trainers before Fiery Path, getting to level 20 and being just shy of Gloom, so I guess we may as well grab some new encounters to soak up the rest of that nice trainer experience. Route 112 has a couple new Pokemon, but Fiery Path has them also, so it doesn't matter, plus they're higher level. But there we can get a whopping 6 new encounters, with Slugma on frame 2120, Machop on 2124, Grimer on 2170, Numel on 6040, Coughing on 10,780, and Torkoal on 30,645. All of them took a few attempts apiece, but it was quite the relief following Nose Pass because I really felt like I was just running around with my head cut off like a chicken with that. And hey, with Oddish evolving on the first trainer after, I can go and rotate Gloom out for Slugma since, sheesh, level 38 is going to be quite the trek with very few rare candies left over from the last section. Route 113's just ahead, so after clearing out the trainers, I can capture another 3 new encounters in Sandshrew on frame 2124, Skarmory on 2170, and Spinda on 6040. At this point, I really appreciate the low level 22 evolution for Sandshrew by this point, considering we already have multiple Pokemon that have to hit the mid to high 30s. Nothing of interest in Full Arbor Town, so Route 114's up next with 2 new encounters, those being Swablu on frame 6047 and Zangoose on frame 2127. Oh boy, another mid-30s level evolution with terrible attacking moves. Not looking forward to that one. One batch of trainers later, and I'm in Meteor Falls, housing Solrock on frame 2120. However, I needed to also thief a Sunstone off of one of these so I can evolve my Gloom. And thanks once again to the power of RNG manipulation, after a few resets, I'm able to find a Solrock on an early frame holding a Sunstone, using Thief with Linoon to grab it, as well as the Moonstone on the inside to evolve Skitty into Delcatty and Gloom into Blossom. Perfect! And with one encounter with Team Magma taken care of, we're able to head south of Mount Chimney into the Jagged Pass for the last encounter of the section, Spoink. Thankfully, the highest level 1 is on encounter slot 11 once again, giving me a level 20 on frame 2177 and taking 4 attempts. However, just because this is the last encounter doesn't mean it's the last obtainable Pokemon. There's one more thing we need to get in Lava Ridge Town, and that's the Egg Wynot. This one's not the most difficult thing in the world, as there's a documented delay of 166 frames, which I was able to see in I'm a Blissy's Discord server, which is an insanely helpful resource for making sure I wasn't wasting time with messing up delays and such. With that, I was able to get the shiny Wynot egg in 4 attempts, finishing the captures for this section. Now for grinding, there's 3 spots that are currently pretty decent depending on type matchups. Route 117 is still an option, as 300 EXP is nothing to scoff at with how plentiful Roselia, Illumise, and I guess Volbeat
Pokemon
are, but Volbeat really isn't contributing much.
Thanks for following.
There. Route 113 is another great option, as Skarmory is weak to the Nubel and Slugma line's fire-type moves, while Sandshrew is paper-thin when it comes to special defense. Fiery Path would probably be my 3rd choice, but since we don't really have any water types to go after, I'm probably not going to go in there. First out to the Grindstone is Wynot with no attacking moves, but it evolves a level 15 into Wobbuffet, so there's nothing to worry about when holding the XP share. Sandshrew is up next at level 22 for evolution, only needing 6 levels, and was easily able to handle itself against Spinda, though it had trouble with the mirror match with high defense and sand attack, and especially Skarmory due to all of the resistances and Rock Smash not being high enough power to fight back. So I hopped over to Route 114, which yielded better results, evolving into Sandslash after a little while. Third is Machop, which was super easy to take care of due to the super effective attacks on Spinda, the neutrality against Skarmory, which doesn't have any flying moves at this point, and Sandshrew's defense doesn't really matter in the face of fixed damage Seismic Toss, letting me evolve it into Machoke at level 28 without too much resistance. Speaking of level 28, Slugma's at that level currently and still has a very easy time taking out everything on Route 113, letting me build up my rare candy collection for Coughing and Grimer, likely the most annoying Pokemon in this section due to, well, Gen 1 syndrome. Their learn sets are really bad, and they evolve too high of a level for me to want to bash my head against the wall for them. It honestly didn't take as long as I thought it would for it to hit level 38 and evolve into Magcargo. Next up is Spoink, which I forgot to grab the Psychic TM for earlier, but alas, it's doing just fine with Psybeam and Psywave, with the semi-fixed damage of the latter being perfect for taking out Skarmory, which normally resists Psychic-type moves, and Psybeam is more than enough to take out the various Spindas and Sandshrews to eventually hit level 32 and evolve into Grumpig. 4 more to go, so I picked up Grimer, who evolves at level 38, but again suffers from Gen 1 syndrome, as it only gets Sludge and Pound as attacking moves until after it evolves unless I feed some TMs into it. Thankfully, with Secret and Hidden Power both being unlocked to buy from Slateport City and are now infinitely obtainable after talking to the NPC on Route 111, I'm able to do some pretty decent damage, with Secret Power being a base 70 normal type attack and Hidden Power being base 42 with the Ghost typing. Pair that with a base 80 attack stat on Grimer and I'm able to plow through everything on Route 113 until hitting level 35. Then we use 3 rare candies, evolving into Muck. Numel's next for that fire typing, and that's plenty enough for Sandshrew and Skarmory, though it was a little bit more of a struggle to take out Spinda. I once again forgot the TMs from the game corner, so I don't have Flamethrower early, which would have been very convenient, so I decided to leave Route 113, grab it, and then head back, and it was way better, to the point where I was setting ablaze to the whole patch of grass, eventually evolving into Camerupt at level 33. From here, I've got just enough rare candies to evolve both Coughing and Swablu, the two I was most hesitant about using due to both of them having terrible learn sets until they evolve. So I just ran up to Mount Chimney and took out the extra trainers that appear there post Team Magma Clearout, which I actually forgot about until this challenge since I don't think I've ever fought them before. But with that extra EXP accounted for, I just topped off on Dragon Pass before firing off most of my rare candies to evolve Coughing into Wheezing at level 35, and at the same level Swablu into Altaria, finishing the section with a total of 93 Pokemon and a time of 44 hours and 57 minutes. Just a hair under sub 45 hours, and that's the second to last large section of the game. We're more than halfway through the available Pokemon and Ruby version, so we're going along pretty swiftly. With Flannery defeated, I'm able to get the Go Goggles from May, giving me a single area to take out, with all three of the available Pokemon having early shiny frames, those being Cacnea on frame 2127, Trapinch on 2131, and Baltoy on 2177. Of course, there's still one more Pokemon to grab, so I headed up to the northeast section of the desert to grab the Claw Fossil, as Anorith is a lot easier to train compared to Lily. All I've got to do is head back to Rustboro City, and since this has the same 166 frame delay as the Wynot Egg, I just have to nail the frame 2277 to nab my shiny Anorith in 2 resets. That's it, pretty cut and dry, so it's time for the grind. I started off with Anorith as all of these evolutions are high level, and thanks to access to Water Gun, I started off in Fiery Path, seeing as Torkoal yields a pretty high amount of experience, with level 16 giving off 368 EXP each, though the rest of them aren't exactly the best in terms of great EXP amounts, but of course, considering the fact that we have access to Water and Rock type moves, it's pretty good. Thanks to the power of Protein, Secret Power, and Hidden Power Ghost as well, I've got more than enough in the tank to bring him up to level 34 before firing off 6 rare candies, getting to level 40 and evolving into Armaldo. Second on the list is Cacnea, which I should have a much easier time on Route 111 doing so, having Sand Veil in the Sandstorm to dodge attacks while having access to Absorb for the ground types and Pin Missile for the mirror match. Secret Power also fills out the moveset with Poison Sting, being there I guess, good enough for Cacnea if needed, and it's more than enough for me to bring it up to level 32 and evolve into Cacturn. Third up is Trapinch, and while yes, it does by far have the highest level of evolution in 45, Baltoy is much more difficult to train here, so I wanted to see if I could bait more rare candies using it. I tried Route 111, didn't work, but Route 117 worked a lot better despite the Merrills and Roselias of the world. Dig, Secret Power, Bite, and Feint Attack are more than enough to plow through, getting to level 29 before swapping out for Baltoy. I'm not too happy about it, but Route 117 should be weak enough for me to run through without too much effort. Having caught it at level 22, I have access to Mudslap, Psybeam, Rock Tomb, and Self-Destruct, so I cut Mudslap and Self-Destruct for Hidden Power and Secret Power, and that seemed like it was plenty enough, as Psybeam easily dispatches Roselia, Rock Tomb does enough to take care of Illumise and Volbeat, giving me enough strength to run through, getting Baltoy to level 29, using 7 rare candies before evolving into Claydol, then using 16 on Trapinch to evolve into Vibrava at level 35, and into Flygon at 45, finishing the section in front of Brawly with a total of 102 Pokemon and a time of 50 hours and 41 minutes. Almost 6 hours for 4 Pokemon is kind of disappointing, but considering we had 2 level 40 plus evolutions, 1 level 36 and a 32, I can't really complain. Brawly's torn to shreds with the power of Flygon, putting the Knuckle Badge in my collection. Oh, and there's no Pokemon between here and Norman, so we may as well add the Balance Badge to the collection as well. Thank you, Dig, by the way, on Flygon for taking advantage of slacking Truant turns. On to the last large section of the game. With Surf available outside of battle, there's a lot to cover. Winona's badge isn't needed due to it only unlocking Fly outside of battle, and Sootopolis isn't available until I get the box legendary, so that just leaves me with Tate and Liza. There's a whopping 57 Pokemon in this section, so we better get moving. First up, Route 115 to the north of Rustboro City has a single new Pokemon available in Jigglypuff on frame 2131, taking 2 resets. We do need a female one for breeding, which thankfully this one is, so we're in the clear as it's in the same egg group as Plusle, which is male, so we're set with this one. Next up on the list before crossing the water is New Mauville, and hilariously, I don't have to evolve anything in here. Magnemite's on frame 2127, Magneton on 2177, Voltorb on 6047, and Electrode on frame 238,827. I know, stupid to wait instead of evolving Voltorb, but what can I say? I'd rather just not have to evolve something if I don't have to. Thankfully, that only took one attempt, but the other 3 took a few each before I was able to shut down the area and emerge. And hey, again, that's a great for a shiny living dex project. I'm not sure if I'll completely pursue it, but I'm on a kick with these lately. It's been pretty fun, actually. There's just one more thing we need to grab before progressing into new areas, and sure, I am crossing the water on Route 118, but only to grab the good rod before immediately heading back for a small fishing trip. There's 4 encounters for me here, those being Barboach on Route 111 on frame 2177, since I didn't want to wait another 9,000 frames for one that was just 2 levels higher. Next up, Whalmer on Route 103 on the same frame, Corfish on Route 102 again on the same frame, and lastly Carvana on Route 118. All of them are sitting at level 18, which isn't too bad when there's so many new trainers to take out and get that 1.5 times experience compared to wild battles. For some reason though, all of the fishing encounters gave me a bit of trouble in terms of how many times I needed to encounter to finally get it. They all took like 6+ resets to find them, so I'm glad I didn't take the time to get those slightly higher level shinies, since that would have taken a lot more wasted time on my hands. Speaking of those trainers though, there were so many new ones available between Petalburg City and Slayport City, so I was able to bring up Barboach to level 30, evolving into Whiscash. I swapped it out for Carvana, took out the remainder of those trainers, and finally headed out east of Mauville. No new encounters just yet since I want to clear out the trainers here, evolving Carvana into Sharpedo at level 30, and swapping out for Corfish right before taking out Courtney in the Weather Institute. I don't have any open slots for cast form yet, so I'll grab that later, taking on May afterwards and heading into Route 120 for even more trainers, finally grabbing the Devon Scope before going after more encounters. There's nothing new on Route 118 that isn't just higher level on 119, so I just got Kecleon and Tropius to grab, with the former on frame 2177 and the latter on 30,652. A little delayed, but 30,000 frames isn't the most inconvenient amount of time to wait. Speaking of which, I'm actually trying to route out an Emerald Nuzlocke featuring the Battle Frontier, which might sound absolutely insane when you're considering all of the gold symbols, but looking at the amount of frames it takes to get certain Pokemon with ideal IVs and natures and hidden power types, I can just tell you 30,000 frames is nothing when I'm looking at a Latios that's modest with a hidden power fire at 70 power, taking 1.3 billion frames. That's 250 days of real time. That project is going to take way too long. But I will say thank you guys again for coming out to the Donathon for the franchise Nuzlocke Shiny Only Season 2, as that was one of my incentives, and being able to route it out has just been really interesting since I don't think anybody else has tried a straight up hardcore Nuzlocke through everything in Emerald, so I'm really looking forward to trying it out. Tangents aside, actually there's one more thing. I just feel like pointing this out, but why is Kecleon's shiny form so underwhelming? I was under the impression that the purple Kecleon that you see in Mystery Dungeon was the shiny form, but I suppose not. Tropius is also way too yellow here. I would have loved if this shiny ended up having more of a fall coloration. Something like red leaves in the body being a little darker of a yellow-orange with a hint of brown. It would have been absolutely perfect, but I don't want to tear these apart. Last thing here is a Leaf Stone, which I can use to evolve Gloom into Vileplume once I'm back in Fortree City. While I'm still in the area, I went ahead and did a few resets for cast form, thankfully with the same 166 frame delay as Wynot and Anorith, only taking about half a dozen resets before hitting the proper frame to obtain my piss-eyed head with balls. God, cast form's just an enigma of a design. Who decided to make this? It's almost as bad as Reshiram's penis. Actually, there is something worse. Feebas. Yeah, we get to do this. Thankfully, there's an easy tile calculator which requires both my trainer ID and trendy phrase, which I go back to Dewford Town to see. Lousy viewing. Sounds like you're trying to insinuate something. But hey, I can grab the TM for Sludge Bomb while I'm there, so nothing lost on that one if it saves me time for a future grind. That'll be much appreciated. Then again, I don't have any more poison types in this challenge, so I highly doubt it. I just have to make myself feel better about forgetting another detail that I didn't take note of. Anyway, with the trendy phrase in hand, I plugged it into the calculator, which I'll leave in the description if you want to use it yourself, showing me the proper tile. Now, using the old rod is the easiest one here, as it only requires a single A press before hooking a Pokemon, as opposed to the good rod taking up to 3 A presses, or waiting for the super rod. However, I noticed there was a problem. I ended up aiming for frame 2127 for the first shiny, that being Tentacool, and I ended up finding not 1, 2, 3, 4, or even 5 shiny Tentacools. I found 6 of them before thinking, I think Tentacool frames can't yield Feebas. And sure enough, when I moved to frame 6047 for Magikarp, the first attempt there was Feebas. Well, so much for the wasted time, but I guess I'll take them. I also made sure to grab the Kelpsy berries before on Route 115 for the beauty stat, so I should be set from here for Feebas. At this point though, I just want to make more progress by clearing out as much story as I can, taking out enough trainers to evolve Corphish into Crawdon at level 30, finally swapping out for Wailmer, and leaving me to take out everybody on Route 120, 121, the Mayfight in Lily Cove, Mount Pyre, Route 123, the Trick House, the Lily Cove Magma Hideout, the Moss Deep Gym Trainers, really just basically everything that's available now, before evolving Wailmer into Wailord at level 40. Well, with nothing else to grind for now, I may as well go back to do the rest of my encounters up to this point. Heading back to Route 121, let's meet Duskull on frame 10,787, and that red is really nice on it. God, it looks so good. Route 120 houses Absol on frame 30,652, a little long in the tooth here, but I dig the red on the shiny Absol as well. All 3 sections of Mount Pyre also have new encounters, with Shuppet being on the inside on the 6th floor on frame 2177, the exterior having Vulpix on frame 2127 and Meditite on 10,787, which just leaves the summit and the 2% Chimecho encounter, conveniently in slot 11 and therefore frame 2177. Well, that's 2 Pokemon to grind, and one that I of course forgot the Firestone in the Fiery Path for. I'll grab it along with the Pokeblock case over in Slateport because I also forgot about that for the Safari Zone. The Pokeblock case also makes Feebas capable of evolving, so after grinding up those Kelpsy berries along with a few Chesto berries, I'm able to feed just enough Pokeblocks to Feebas and using a rare candy to evolve it into Milotic. I've been all over the place. I think it's about time I do a whole area at one time, that being the Safari Zone. There is a metric boatload of Pokemon in here. As for the southeast area, I can grab Doduo on frame 2176, Girafarig on frame 10,802, Natu on frame 14,172, an accidental Wobbuffet on frame 30,651 that runs away. Whoopsie, at least the second one I do manage to capture, and then a male Pikachu on frame 30,649, using the Thunderstone from New Mauville immediately to evolve into Raichu. I do need a female one for breeding, though that's not a problem when it's easy enough to RNG manipulate a non-shiny female. Next up, the northeastern area, which requires the Acrobike, with another chunk of encounters, those being Phanpy on frame 2130, using 1 rare candy on it to evolve into Donphan, then 1 on Natu to evolve into Xatu, and Heracross on frame 30,651. These all took multiple resets each, but thankfully I managed to capture them all without needing to encounter a second shiny. From here, I can go back to grab the Mach Bike before tackling the northwestern section, capturing Dodrio by accident on frame 30,649, since I was going after Pinsir on 30,651, and we got yet another accidental shiny in Gloom on frame 2126, as I was gunning for Rhyhorn on 2130. All good, again, it's a benefit of the shiny living dex, but I didn't expect to have this happen so many times in exactly the Safari Zone. All that remains though is Psyduck, being a surfing encounter in the southwestern area, hitting frame 2176 for level 30 so that 3 rare candies evolves it into Golduck. Finally, out of the Safari Zone. I spent multiple hours in there, and that was probably my second worst Safari Zone experience ever. The first was waiting 100 days for Gibble in my Harcold Soul Silver Professor Oak's challenge that I did several years ago, and no, I'm not doing that one again with only shinies. Please, I need to consider my sanity. Well, it's back to trading up Pokemon with the remaining traders on the water routes, evolving Duskull into Dusclops at level 37, and Meditite into Medicham also at level 37, while also making pretty good progress on Shuppet before going back to captures. Shoal Cave is the next target just north of Moss Deep City, housing a level 32 Spheal on frame 2124, and because it's low tide in the depths of the Cave of the Ice Room, I can grab a level 30 Snorunt on frame 2170. One more fishing tour, though, is required with the Super Rod, which I managed to grab from Moss Deep, finishing out the encounters for this section with Staryu in Lily Cove on frame 2131, and wow, I really shouldn't have wasted that experience on Wailmer, since a level 42 one was available on frame 2177 here, so that would have been something I used a single rare candy on. Whoopsie. Anyway, there's 3 more Super Rod encounters, 2 of them at the base of Evergrande City, grabbing Corsola on frame 2131 and Love Disc on 6047, finally ending on Horsey on Route 132 on frame 2131, finishing the captures for this section. All that remains are the 3 baby Pokemon I need to breed for, and the remaining evolutions, of course. There's still a lot of trainers I haven't taken out on routes 132 to 134 due to the currents making me have to circle around the whole region without access to fly, but there's enough to push Shuppet to level 36, so I just use 1 rare candy to evolve him into Bayonet. Turns out I forgot the Firestone again though, but this time I finally remembered to grab it from the Fiery Path, heading back to Mauville to evolve Vulpix into Ninetales. Now for the grinding, I decided to use Route 111 once again, as the majority of what I need to grind are water types, and since they all get access to Ice Beam from the Mauville Game Corner, it's super free to just slap that and surf on all of them, running through the Pokemon on the route until I realized that, wow, Sandveiled Cactia is really annoying, so I shift over to the Fiery Path, since everything is super effective and Torkoal is still a good EXP farm, allowing me to evolve Horsey into Seadra at level 32, Spheal into Celio into single level, then bringing it up to level 43 before using a single rare candy to evolve into Walrein. Snorunt, though, is a bit more of a fit for Route 111 since it doesn't get any of those water-type moves that Horsey and Spheal got, so I'm able to just throw it Ice Beam, get some calciums and proteins, then just plow through and get to level 38 before using 4 rare candies to finish it off, evolving into Glalie. Oh yeah, at this point I have plenty enough rare candies to just straight up evolve Rhyhorn into Rhydon, using 15 of them to push to level 42. Now then, all we got left is the breeding. Firstly, I made sure to grab the Sea Incense from Mount Pyre for Azurill, giving it to the female Marill and throwing that in with my shiny male Azumarill. Now, breeding requires 2 frame-perfect inputs while also hatching the egg to confirm what you received was shiny. Pokefinder makes this easy enough to hatch what you're looking for by inputting the IVs of both parents as well as their compatibility, in my case, the fact that both of them don't like each other, though there's still frames where they're willing to f*** out of boredom, providing a shiny egg and eventually allowing me to pummel some twins with overleveled monsters. For Azurill, I have to first use a Super Repel. It's better to use a Max Repel, but I'm capable of counting to 54 and I'm too lazy to grab those. Then deposit both Azumarill and Marill into the daycare, walk around for 254 steps as eggs are generated every 255 steps, then save the game, soft reset, and take the last step on the held advance. In my case, it's 1013 frames. Once we do that, we can step outside, save in front of the old man who will give us the egg, then hatch it. I finally managed to score Azurill after 4 attempts of this, then did the same thing with my male shiny Raichu and a female Pikachu I got out of the Safari Zone to hatch Pichu, then my male Plusle and female Jigglypuff to hatch Igglybuff, all of which had the same held advance of 1013 frames, and waiting 1118 to pick up the egg so that it would generate as shiny, adding 3 more to the total and finishing the section in front of Taytaliza with a total of 159 Pokemon and a time of 67 hours and 18 minutes. There's only 18 more Pokemon to go in this challenge, so we're in the home stretch. Though we're now in Legendary territory, and that's going to be terrifying once we hit the level 70 Rayquaza, while severely underleveled. With Taytaliza devastated and the HM Dive being usable outside of battle, there's a few new encounters we can come across, all of which are available underwater on Route 126, letting me get Chinchou on frame 2127, Relicanth on 2177, and Clamperl on 6047. Chinchou's also only a single level away from evolving, so I can take care of that shortly, but there's still a few things I need to do with Dive, namely getting shards to trade for evolution stones, as I'm in need of a water stone costing a blue shard, and a leaf stone costing a green shard, so that I can evolve Nuzleaf into Shiftry and Staryu into Starmie. Perfect, and now I can take Dive once more to the Seafloor Cavern so I can level up Chinchou once in there to evolve into Lantern, taking out Maxie and leaving only 3 Pokemon for this section: Groudon, Regirock, and Regice. The first of which is obvious, just head into the Cave of Origin and save just 1 tile away from interacting with Groudon. Then there's a 654 frame delay between the red orb glowing and the encounter being rolled. It takes me 3 tries, but as they say, 3rd time's the charm, and I've gotten myself a shiny Groudon by hitting frame 1789. Fun fact, this is not my first shiny Groudon. I had a video several years back where I did the minimum battles required to beat Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, and somehow, without RNG manipulation, I managed to roll a shiny Groudon on the first encounter. I wish I could have done that here, but 3 is completely fine. It's low enough level for me to wall with Flygon, using Dragon Breath both to bring them into the red and for the paralysis, then just chucking an Ultra Ball and wow, I almost had that in one shot. That would have been pretty neat, but alas, it takes a baker's dozen Ultra Balls to nab the Continental Titan, leaving me to go after the 2 of the 3 Regis available. Registeel, of course, requires me to have access to fly outside of battle, so I gotta wait until after Winona is defeated. But for now, I can unlock the chambers by heading to Route 134, diving in with Wailord in the first slot and Relicanth last, then examining the Braille at the back of the area to unlock their chambers. We can go ahead and find Regirock in the desert ruins on Route 111, and with it being level 40, I think it's plenty safe enough to bring in some of my sleepers like Slacking, who still has Yawn, while Relicanth conveniently has it as well. If needed though, I can just go with Paralysis via Flygon's Dragon Breath. The Regis only have a 56 frame delay between pressing A and rolling the encounter, so by hitting frame 2387, I've nailed myself a shiny Regirock. Dragon Breath doesn't paralyze as it brings it into the low yellow, so I swap for Slacking, put it to sleep with Yawn, then use Slash to bring it into the red as its defense is sky high and even a crit at this low of HP when it KO'd, finally starting to lob Ultra Balls at it and alternatively healing Slacking to keep my bulkiest Yawn user alive. It took 2 dozen Ultra Balls, but Regirock was finally captured, leaving just Regice for this section. Route 105 is the home of the ancient tomb housing the Frozen Titan, which requires me to stand in place for 2 minutes before it unlocks. Huh, crazy to think this was a puzzle in 2003 and now it's just a standard practice in mobile games. Wait around for more lives so you can actually do the thing you want to do. Play the game. Either way, the shiny coloration of Regice is spectacular because I love the deep hue of blue you get in comparison to the dull color of the normal variant. So I'm more than happy to shut this thing down with Dragon Breath, putting it in red health and paralyzing with Flygon before swapping for Glalie to resist Icy Wind, nailing an Ice Beam to bring it deeper into the red before lobbing Ultra Balls once again. Gotta admit, yet another item I appreciated pickup for. I saved a ton of money by just getting a collection of over 100 of these during the course of the game. Here it only takes a dozen Ultra Balls to grab Regice. Huh. Groudon's a baker's dozen, Regirock's 2 dozen, and Regice is a normal dozen. Funny coincidence. Either way, that's the last encounter of this section, leaving me to enter Wallace's gym and save in front of him with a total of 168 Pokemon, almost nice, and a time of 69 hours, actual nice, and 21 minutes. I don't quite wipe the floor with him, as my highest level Pokemon are now on par with this point in the game, but it's nothing I can't take care of since this isn't a Nuzlocke. I can use items in battle with no cares in the world. Now the only badge remaining between me and the Elite Four is the Feather Badge, but we went after Wallace first because Waterfall is now usable outside of battle, granting me access to the furthest cave of Meteor Falls to capture Bagon. Now, while I could grab a level 25 Bagon on frame 11,610, I figured I'd wait the extra 69,000 frames for a level 35, because 10 levels is pretty worth it at this point in the game. I'm running empty on rare candies, and that's only an extra 19-minute wait for 10 levels that I don't have to grind, so don't mind if I do. Ooh, and a free Dragon Scale? You shouldn't have. Now I can get myself a shiny Kingdra once this challenge is over, since of course I can't trade with other games until it's over. Now for grinding Bagon, I figured I'd look in the Trainer's Eyes feature on the Pokénav just to see if there's anybody I can fight again and get faster EXP than from wild Pokemon, and there's actually a ton of them. Enough for Bagon to evolve into Shelgon in a single level, finally bringing him to level 40 off the TV Reporter double battle on Route 120, using 10 rare candies to evolve into Salamence, and saving in front of Winona with a total of 171 Pokemon, and 70 hours and 50 minutes on the timer. Huh, an hour and a half for a level 50 evolution. I really can't complain about that. I tear her birds to shreds with the power of Salamence, finally opening up the Elite Four, but we still have Registeel to take care of. Over on Route 120, I can head into the final chamber, using Fly in the middle of the room to unlock the back area, using the same delay as Regirock and Regice to encounter the shiny on frame 2387. Salamence is high enough level to survive quite a few attacks, using the likes of Dragon Claw and Headbutt to slowly whittle away its HP, finally putting it down into low red HP before swapping it to Relicanth to hit Yawn, putting it to sleep and lobbing balls. I was really close to getting it with the third ball, getting 3 shakes but no dice. Instead it takes a dozen Ultra Balls. I'm so confused, what is with this trend? But with that, that's all we need before the Elite Four. So I fly back to Mauville, pick up TMs for the legendaries and dragons I'll be bringing through, dodging all optional trainers in Victory Road, taking out Wally, and entering the league with 172 Pokemon and 71 hours 33 minutes on the clock. Now I'm curious if I can do this in less than 75 in-game hours. It's gonna be a little bit of a miracle considering Rayquaza's at level 70, but I'm gonna push for it. The league goes well enough, pushing through despite my level disadvantage, but thanks to revives, full restores, In enough super effective attacks, I'm eventually able to take out Steven, becoming the Pokemon League champion with only 5 Pokemon standing between me and victory. Now first things first, as soon as I arrive back home, it's time to spawn the roaming Latios. I save in front of the TV with a 2-frame delay aiming to hit frame 2441 so that Latios spawns shiny. From there, I can just fly to Slateport, go in and out of the cycling road entrance while spamming super repels with one of the Regis as my lead to bait the level 40 out of hiding. It takes 4 resets, but Latios finally shows himself green, allowing me to fire off the Master Ball. Admittedly, it might have been safer to just whittle him down and paralyze it with Dragon Breath, or maybe put it to sleep, so that I could save the Master Ball for the level 70 Rayquaza, but honestly I do not want to deal with a roaming Pokemon longer than I have to. It would probably take me above the 75 hours I'm shooting for. Plus, I'm sure this is a very cold take, roamers are just frankly annoying and not a fun mechanic. Very happy that they got rid of these in Gen 7. God, it took until Gen 7? Yeah, if you recall, the legendary birds from Kanto you had to run into 10 times before you were allowed to catch them in X and Y. It was horrid. Hopefully they don't reference that in ZA, now that would really suck. But I digress, just one more gift Pokemon and Rayquaza remain. Headed back to Moss Deep City, I'm able to enter Steven's house, saving in front of the Beldum Pokeball, hitting it on the 3rd attempt to see the metallic silver beauty in my party once I hit frame 2277. Of course, with this evolution being level 45, I need to once again grind up rare candies, but decided first to bring it through the Elite Four so that once it would evolve into Metang, doing so after the fight with Glacia, I would be able to get it into a position to where it could take on Pokemon by itself on Route 117. It gets up to level 27 by the time Steven's defeated, leaving just 18 more levels between me and Rayquaza. This is more than enough to hold its own without switch training, leaving the other 5 slots for my Linoon and for Zigzagoon. They end up putting in great work here, as I just need to bring Metang up to level 36 before firing off my last 9 rare candies to evolve into Metagross. Alright, one final challenge, Sky Pillar. I'm bringing my team of Metagross, Salamence, Slacking, Regice, Flygon, and Glalie. Metagross and Glalie have access to Flash, lowering the accuracy, with the former resisting all of Ray's attacks, and the latter being able to hit it for effective damage, which should be enough to not KO considering the 28 level difference, but not wasting turns on minimal damage and leaving me less time to capture before struggle finally starts happening. Flygon and Salamence can also do good damage to it, assuming I've hit enough flashes to prevent an Outrage from connecting. Regice has a great special defense as Dragon is special in Gen 3, just sits there, hits it for 4 times damage, it's an asshole, and of course Slacking has Yawn, so I think I'm as prepared as I can physically get without needless grinding. There's only a 3-frame delay for Rayquaza's encounter to be rolled, so I aim for frame 2440, and in only 2 tries I managed to nail it, seeing the fearsome Yellow Eyes Black Dragon, so close yet so far away. Jokes aside, this is a pretty tense fight as I'm wasting a ton of early turns with full restores on Metagross, hoping that Rayquaza either misses with Outrage or hits itself from fatigue, which it eventually does succumb to, letting me set up enough flashes for the rest of my party to come in safely and do what they need to do. However, Rayquaza has rest. That's not something I accounted for. Regice is able to do just under half damage with a low roll Ice Beam, letting me either get another one off or use Thunderbolts to close the gap, and we have to keep repeating the cycle after I fire off only a single Ultra Ball, since it usually uses rest after it goes below half health. However, I get ridiculously lucky here, using exactly 5 Ultra Balls on extremely low HP and while Rayquaza's asleep, nailing the capture and finishing the challenge with 177 Pokemon in the dex, and with a time of 74 hours and 29 minutes. This might have been the most stressful Professor Oak's challenge video I've ever made, mostly because of A, not being familiar with RNG manipulation whatsoever before attempting to make this video, and B, the constant dread of missing frame-perfect inputs, which just kept giving me agita over and over again, which is probably why I missed so many. I'll even say C, I haven't done one of these in like 2 years, which is kind of a shame, but I'm thankful that I'm getting back into it. But with that, I hope you all enjoyed the video. I'm really happy to have finally done one of these in a shiny only variant. I've seen a couple of people do this on the subreddit r/Professor Oak, which you guys should go follow, by the way, if you're interested in trying this challenge yourself, or a regular variant, because I do not expect anybody to want to give this a shot unless you're a dedicated shiny hunter, as this was a hell of a grind to try to finish. But who knows, maybe I'll do some more RNG manipulation shiny only oak challenges in the future, mainly with Gens 3 through 5 as well as Gen 8, seeing as those are the ones that are most documented thanks to PokeFinder. Hey folks, Endcard Meatball here, thanks for checking out the video. If you enjoyed it, make sure to subscribe and like, plus check out this other video on screen, you'll probably enjoy it too. And if you really enjoyed the content and want to help me produce more content like this, make sure to become a channel member, leave a super thanks in the comments below, and check out today's sponsor Mantasleep, again the link in the description, or grab something from Gamersups using my code ChaoticMeat at checkout. Every little bit helps, and it keeps the lights on. Last but not least, if you want to catch me live here on YouTube doing some of these challenges, I'll be working on my Donathon franchise Shiny Nuzlocke Season 2, once again starting tomorrow at the time of this upload, so I hope to see you guys there. I'm sure it'll be a fun time starting with Generation 3 in Pokemon Ruby. Which is kind of funny considering we just did that. Anyway, stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll see you next time.
Top of the morning, chill ladies. My name is Jacksepticeye, and welcome to a game called Steep. I have people inside me. Get out of me, you fuckers! I'm trying to do a video here. Everyone all inside me all the time. So this is an all winter sports kind of game. Well, you can ski, you can snowboard, and you can base jump and wingsuit and parachute and all these different types of things at any time. A lot of you have probably played this already because a beta came out a while ago, and I didn't get a chance to play the beta because I wasn't even in Ireland at the time it came out. And when I came back, it had finished like 2 days right before that, so I was sad because I wanted to try it out. And I think I can actually change time of day. Here we go. Give me some frickin' sunlight, bro. So I don't know what to do first. Actually, no, not fucking. I don't want to do that. I want to go back to my player. You know what you can do? So you can just go into shift and you can ski, snowboard. Right now, I can't really. I didn't know that happened. Oh God, I thought he was just going to start running up the hill. I was going to say, okay, let's run up the hill and jump off that. And then he just planted himself in the ground. Oh my God, that was amazing. That was the best. Right, okay. Hey, dude. How's it going? I'm going up here. Maybe I should snowboard down this. How steep are you? Aha.
I don't know why I bothered
Game
doing
title.
that.
Right. I'm going to snowboard down
That's
this.
a bit faster to do.
Don't worry, I will wingsuit sooner or later because that's my favorite thing to do in the game. So you can do this at any moment. And then there's a bunch of different peaks that you can go to and just go into your little map and just go off any of the peaks. And that's basically all the game is. It's a bunch of challenges and levels. It's fucking awesome. It's actually really fun to play. I haven't played like a decent snowboarding game since like SSX Tricky. Oh, sick twirls, bro! I am gonna fucking wipe out on one of these rocks.
SSX3.
Oh fuck! Ow! Oh, my ankles, my knees, everything. Don't worry, I'm gonna get up and fine. I love that you just see the trails of snow as well. I love it when games do that. I love making tracks in snow. And sick! Epic! Ah, God, I need to do cooler things. Okay, it's time to wing. It's time to fucking. I was gonna say it's time to wingsuit, but the initial push, he just goes. I think I'm supposed to do that on a parachute.
Thank you.
I'm not sure. I don't know how you put me in a wingsuit, but okay, let's just fucking wingsuit. There we go. That's what I was supposed to do. Oh God, we're getting very close to this ground. Nice. The closer to the ground, the more I can feel the adrenaline in me. The more I can feel my balls. The more I can feel my balls. I'm very good at this game. Let's do an actual thing. Play this challenge. Have I done this? I don't know if I've done these. Some of them I have and some of them I haven't. I don't think I have. Oh, this is the jump one. I actually have to do tricks. I know how to do this. Shut up, leave me alone. I did this already. I'm gonna fucking do it again too. Watch. Watch. Sickness! Best tricks! Wow, yeah! That guy's better than me. I don't like it. Why is that guy better than me? Oh, you may fucking think you are, bro, but have you seen the sickness of the trickness that I can do? That was a shit one. Did I do good? New personal best. Woo! Suck on that. Where are you going? Go back here. Right. I need to go somewhere else. I need to do one that I haven't done. Please. Ooh. These ones are new.
For this one, Salomon have partnered you up with one of their own.
It's nighttime.
I went up there to check the route, and it's loaded with some fascinating spots, so just have fun with it.
Am I going down here? Oh, shite balls. This is not where I'm supposed to go. Dude, I'm gonna die up here. What the fuck are you doing to me? Oh, no, that wasn't it. Where was I supposed to go from there? I don't know. Now I'm scared and alone and it's dark. The wolves are gonna come out and eat me like Liam Neeson. Okay, maybe I just go through this. Ah! Oh, mother of God. Dude, I'm gonna fucking pass out! Fuck! Ah! My fucking ankles! Why do I start all the way up here in the fucking Himalayas? Kenta bus, you better get out of my fucking way. Because I'm a Kenta fuck you in the face in a minute. Ah! Fuck! Just get up and go. This is a great start to the race. I'm going so fast. Okay, you know what? Fuck the snowboard. We're doing this on skis. I love me skis. Pizza, French fries. Pizza, French fries. Get up. I can't even get up the frickin' hill in these.
What is that?
Alrighty, I'm ready for you, game. I am ready to get steep. On my way, fuckos. It's Jackaboy time. Oh, get ready for it. Woo! That was awesome, dude! Nice! Okay, I got this time. You must have legs of steel to be able to do this. To keep that composure. I can't do it very well on skis. I can't turn very quickly. Here we go. Get that fucking speed. Feel the wind in your arms. Oh God. I can't even see. Oh. I go backwards. Why am I going backwards? I did not ask for this. I feel like I'm doing it, but very, very fucking poorly. Speed! Come on. Catch it up again. Mind those trees, though. There's a lot of trees, and I don't want them to meet your face. That's next week. Oh, Christ. Your skis are supposed to go left, right, not straight down. Yeah. Fucking stop going backwards, you bastard.
God.
Why? Okay, this is happening. Can we turn it around? Backwards is not good. That's not the orientation I was born in. Or was I? I probably came out arse first. It would explain a lot. Oh, yeah. And fucking gold medal.
It has been a while since I've seen.
You! There's nobody in here. I don't know who I'm talking to. That was awesome! Okay, can I get back to snowboarding? Because I like that a lot more. Do I have a drone? Is that drone recording me? Am I Casey Neistat? Alright. Red Bull's watching me. I know they say it gives you wings, but I'm gonna need him to get down this mountain. Here we go. B... the board. Where am I going? Oh, score the most? Oh, I didn't know that. I thought I just had to... Okay, I'm gonna do it, Red Bull. You're gonna be so impressed with my skills with a Z. Right, okay. Hit this. Wow, that was fucking awful! Not fucking tree! Okay. Let's try that again. Yes. Oh. That was shitty. Okay, we gotta get some fucking speed going. Yes! That was sexiness! Good God, trees. Where the fuck am I going? I'm not getting any speed, not getting any fucking ramps. Red Bull are watching me, and they have deemed my skills nothing. Oh, yes! Oh, I'm feeling it! I'm feeling it in several bones. Woo! Oh! That was cool! Have I gotten gold yet? Oh, of course I fucking have. I got gold all the time. Whoop! Ya boy!
Oh, no, no, no!
Oh, don't you fear, little boy! Nice!
Unbelievable!
That was really cool.
Let's give these people a show they won't forget. You just did that!
Woo! Like, everyone's cheering.
Here.
Where's everyone cheering from? I can't. Hello? I'm all alone. I can do better. I know I can. I know I can do better. Ah! Don't look, Mommy! I'm a real sports hero. I unlocked a new point. What's up here?
I am the showman, the bombastic. My land's filled with winding forests. And
Who's talking? I'ma just skip you because you're fucking weirding me out. Okay, where am I going from here? Is there supposed to be a challenge up here somewhere? Hello? I'm looking for fucks to give. Has anybody seen them? Get out of my... Dude! Get out of my face with your fucking snowboard. See, you don't need to snowboard everywhere. You can just hike and have yourself a fun little time up in the mountains all alone. Oh, there's like a finish line thing down here. I actually don't know what that is. What are you doing? What is... I don't know this game well enough yet. There's something down there. Should I just go for it? Let's fucking do it, bro. See you later, suckers. That dude was level 13. I'm only level 4. And I'm doing awesome, so he must be doing extra awesome. Oh, I thought I had a trick going. I guess not. Don't die. Don't die. It's always a great day in snowboarding land when you don't die.
Snowboarding land?
Okay. Easy does her. I don't know where we're going, but we're going to find out. Oh.
No, God, no!
Oh, God. Oh, what did I do? Oh, fences. Fuck. Ow. Ah, right through the tower. There's a bunch of them. Okay, oh, God. How? Trees. Lots of trees. Oh, fuck. Make it. Yeah! That was awesome. I want a fucking wingsuit through that one. Can I? Huh. Nice. What am I doing next? Right through the rock. You don't right through rocks, you right over them. Oh, this one you right through. Does that count? Ow. Oh, man, I can't go back up. Also, one of the downsides of snowboarding, well, I can. I don't have to hike all the way back up. This is lame. This is not giving me the sense of speed that I want. It's like, yeah, flying through rocks and tunnels and everything, and then it's like, I'ma get you. I'ma do it. I'ma do it. Watch me. Watch me do. Oh! Yeah! So speedy! Jump above big rock. Okay. Wow!
Congratulations! You conquered the 5 holes. Earned a place in my history books. But don't be in a hurry to leave.
Who are you?
Because I guarantee there's plenty of awesome lines still to be found.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Good for you. Sick. Nice. Ow. Okay, we got a parachute race. These are fun. I gotta balance out my lift with my forward trajectory. This motherfucker thinking that he can beat me. Where do you think you're going, bruh? Following the line? Ha! Only idiots follow the line. Am I supposed to be following the line? I feel like maybe. Oh, please don't tell me I can get tangled in trees, because that would be really bad for me. I got this. I guess this is fine. This is easy. Okay, I can't really. Okay. Very close to mountaintop. That dude is so much faster than me. I don't like it. Oh, maybe following the line is where you get the most lift. Oh, that would make sense. But also, fuck you. All I want to do is fly, baby. Oh, that is how that do. Oh, I'm an idiot. That's how I get the most speed. Oh! Okay, sorry, bro. I thought you were being a bit silly. But really, you're actually just doing this exactly like you're supposed to. Fuck. I'm bad at this, mate. I think I can just go for the end. I need your boost. I'm gonna go. I have to beat that other dude. He's fucking laughing at me. Thinks he's the best. I'm going way slower than I was before. No, I almost got my gold.
I was hoping that much.
Lesson of the day is always follow the line. It's there for a frickin' reason. But I think I'm above the law. What? I don't even get a silver medal. You person, I didn't even get a bronze medal. Man, parachuting's not my gig. Okay. Freestyle jumps. 500 points, score to beat. Okay. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. You guys suck. You guys suck! Suck my ass! Oh god, I landed a bit too far. Dude! I crushed it! On that one. Oh, nailing it! Oh, almost fucked it up. You thought I messed it up, didn't you? So I even skipping that jump because I don't fucking need it. Watch. Wow! Yes! What's that? Gold medal? Screw everybody else. Screw everybody else. I'm the best. I'm the one who deserves credit. Best snowboarder the world has ever seen. Suck my nuts. I'm the best. How well did I do? How well did I do? Best? I know, I may sound cocky and arrogant, but it's only because my snowboarding skills are way better than yours. Ah! Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I'm in a hot air balloon. Oh, yes. Out we go. Woo! Shut up talking to me. I'm in my fucking zone right now.
And he's got hot air balloons all over the regions that only the best
oh, God, it didn't fucking... I was holding S, but it wasn't registering because the menu popped up. How about you shut up and I have fun of my own because I don't care about you and I'm awesome. Here we go. Here we go. Yes. Not really going to follow this line either unless that actually gives me a speed boost too. Does it? Does that give me a speed boost? I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's giving me a speed boost. Why are you guys ahead of me? I should be way ahead because... Oh, now I'm ahead. No, I'm not. God damn it. Really? Gold is already almost off the table? Oh, shit. God, fuck! You don't put a finish line in rocks! They don't seem to be following the line. They're going way faster than I am. Okay, okay. Gotta make it to the finish line. Gotta make it to the finish line. Last time I didn't even make it to the end, so this time, that's my goal. To actually finish the frickin' race. Okay, drop, drop, drop. Not so fast. Not so fast. Not so... Yes! Oh, gold medal! I just got in there! Doesn't matter that I'm dead and lying in the snow. Let's do this! It's just a bunch of challenges all over the place. 250 points to beat. What am I actually doing? Score the most. Okay. I did it. Wait, there's no jumps or anything. Do I have to make my own jumps? Oh, God, that's only 85. Ah, God. Okay, this is going to be a hard one to do. Yes! It's not the big score like before on the other one. The other one was like, wow, points! Points! Point. Oh, there was a thing right there. Okay, so there are ramps every now and then that I can go on if I want. I just need to find them. Where am I? Oh, we're coming very hard into some freaking trees.
Oh my God.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Ah! Fuck. It's too much. Ow. Oh, crunch. I still almost have the gold medal, though, and I haven't even done any tricks. Ow. I'm getting points for doing nothing. Of course, they're just giving me points because they're like, you know what? He's going to win anyway. That was pretty cool. Ow. 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 I'm almost there. Less than 200 points to go. We can do this. I got this. There we go. Did I do it? Am I the best? Am I the best yet? Come on, just tell me I'm the best. I'm going to do it on this. This is where I get all my points. I mean, I did it. I have gold, but that was lame. I want to do much better tricks. Okay. That was a decent one. At least I didn't fall off and break my ass this time. Oh, come on, I pressed the fucking buttons. I did it, but... Okay, last challenge of the day. Salomon challenge. Score to beat 7 minutes. Did I really just say 7 minutes? Reach the finish line. Oh, God, this is going to be a fucking long one. Okay, try that again, sir. If you frickin' can. Okay, it's just saying reach the finish line. It's not really giving you a route or anything. It's just like, hey, reach the finish line whatever frickin' way you want, man. Oh, how did I dodge those trees? I couldn't even see where I was. Okay, I can do this. Wow, and I can fucking look great as I do it. If you pull too many G's, you fuck yourself up. So don't do that. Oh, yeah, this is awesome. God, I've never been snowboarding or skiing in real life, but I'd always like to try it. It looks super cool. I imagine it's really freaking hard, though. Like most extreme sports. Dude, that was pretty sick. That's pretty nice. I like that. The finish line looks like it's a lot closer than it is, but it's not. And so I keep going in a straight line instead of getting some speed going. Nice! You hear the whoosh of the trees? Oh, it's time to whoosh her. It's time to whoosh her! Gee! Yup! Where am I? I'm passing a bunch of runes. I'm not gonna make it! I made it! Oh, Jesus! Okay, I need to stay on top of the hill. I need my speed. It's 5 minutes for the gold. And I feel like I'm doing pretty well. I feel like I got this gold in the bag. Oh, yes. Get your gold bag ready. Ma! Oh, shit. And the really annoying part is that I can't control the camera as I'm snowboarding. You can only control the camera when you're stopped, which gets really annoying. Ow! I had to hit right into the fucking tree, didn't I? Oh, God, the finish line's miles away. Don't hit the tree. Ah! Oh, God. Ow. Crunch. Crunch and smush. I can still do it. If you just stop and get back up on your board. There you go. I like how you have several broken bones, but he just stays going anyway. What a fucking trooper. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. It's fast. Oh, it's so fast. Oh, it's awesome. Wow! Ow! Oh! Nipped me right at the end, but that was so fucking cool! Come on, I want to turn the camera. I need to see where the fucking finish line is. See, I could have just been going downhill all this time. But instead, I tried to follow, like, a straight line to the finish line, which is not the best idea. Because it's cost me several minutes. When the finish line was downhill all the time. This is cool! Yeah! This feels awesome! It controls really well, the whole game. It's very arcadey. It's kind of like an SSX kind of thing. Which, SSX Tricky, like, best snowboarding game ever. That or Cool Borders 2. I love that game too. Ah, goal is out of reach. At this rate, I'm not even going to get bronze. Come on. Come on, I know I don't have the speed and you're going to have to shimmy sham. But by Jesus, if you love me, you'll do it for me. Yeah! Man, I wasn't far off the gold. Oh, yes!
Great run, but let's go for that gold in the next one and make history here today.
How about no? I don't see you up here, fucking breaking all your bones. No, it's me. It's Jack that's up here, sacrificing himself for the greater good. Okay. Stop, slow. Okay, well, I'm gonna leave this video of Steep here. Such a fun game. I mean, I think I'd get bored of it pretty quick. Because it's just challenge after challenge after challenge after challenge. There's nothing really else to it. But that's the type, it's a sports game, so they're not usually my type of thing, but it's been so long since I played a good snowboarding game. And the fact that it has wingsuits in it as well just kind of keeps things fresh. I'm not into the skiing. I mean, I like the trail in the snow as well. That's so awesome. I'm not really into the skiing because I'm more of a snowboarder dude, and I don't really see the benefit of skis over snowboards. I mean, I'm sure there is for the game's sake, but for me, I'm not really seeing it. But anyway, thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you liked it, punch that like button in the face like a boss, and high fives all around. Whoosh, whoosh. Thank you guys. Now we'll see all you dudes. It's the lack of oxygen that's killing me. If I didn't need oxygen at all, I'd be fine. Think about it. I know I'm not supposed to be here. Think I give a fuck? There we go. Did it. Boom, bitch. One of these days I'm gonna high five so hard the headphones are gonna fall off my face.
How do you get a snack packed with all this flavor, all this sauce, and all this cheese for just $4? With the new $4 Pocket Melts from Subway. All toasted in a pillowy lavash. Snack on one today for just $4 each.
Why does that work? Why does that... 5 nights at Team Rocket headquarters. This is probably the most important game that I've ever played on my channel. And no, I'm not joking. This was the game that convinced me that I could actually do YouTube as a job. Specifically, this video. The video covering nights 3 and 4. For some reason, that video ended up blowing up at the time, and it was my most popular video for quite a while. Several months. And from that moment, I told myself, hey, I'm gonna see if I can make this work. And here I am now. All because of Pikachu Fazbear right there. Huh? Thank you, Pikachu. Oh boy, 10 years later and I'm still a goofball. Maybe even more so. Actually, probably more so. A Pikachu was lost from dear old Professor Oak as he was preparing the starters. He then had to borrow 2 Pokemon from the Unova region for a young boy named Edward Hodges. Since he had lost his Pokemon, there were no signs of these missing Pokemon. My God, the music is loud. Night 1. Let's do it. And that's the password for night 1. I forgot that this game uses the whole password antiquated idea for saves. This game isn't necessarily quality. Hi. So yeah, the phone guy's just saying, hey, if they get close to you, press the space button and it'll make a loud sound, but don't spam it because you'll die. All right, for those of you who have been playing Five Nights at Freddy's games for about 10 years now, is this bringing back any memories? For all you newbies in Five Nights at Freddy's, this is what FNAF games used to look like.
Oh my God.
Trying to remember, at what point do I scare them away? Uh-oh. Was that my loud sound? It got rid of them. Got him. Wow, that was easy. Snivy, go away. Thank you, Pikachu. Appreciate that. I'm sorry, how did I do this last time? Game over. Oh, Pikachu ate me. That's rude. Oh, Snivy, how do I deal with you? I think you go away and then I press the loud sound and then we're good? So I'm gonna wait till you go away. It's already 2 a.m. That's good. This night moves fast. Loud sound, and now you're gone. Right? That get ya? Hi, Oshawott. I see you. I'm not dead! Okay, that's how I do it. I remembered. Is that the Pokemon theme song? Well, that's a fun music box edition.
Friends.
Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all so true. Because the put us through. Hi, Oshawott. Do you appreciate my singing?
Nope.
Bam. Oshawott taken care of. It's so anticlimactic dealing with these things. Oh, Pikachu, is it your turn? Are you done nibbling on my face? You want to be scared away by a loud sound? What loud sound am I making? Bam, got him. I don't feel satisfied. I want a door to close. Is this because I've been spoiled by all the recent Five Nights at Freddy's games? Is this a me problem? God, I'm jamming on this music box, man. I love this. Especially since these Pokemon animatronics decided not to show up anymore. Are we good? Are we done for the night? Can I just sit back? I'm cool with that. Just let me know. I'll be over here.
A few moments later.
Oh, Pokemon Pokemon Center sounds. Nice. Night 2. Okie dokie. Shut up, phone guy. I don't need you. I know how to keep these guys away. And I think Jigglypuff shows up now, if I remember. How many Pokemon are in this? I think technically 6 total? Snivy, Oshawott, Pikachu, Jigglypuff, Mewtwo, and Missing No. And I don't remember how to deal with Mewtwo or Missing No, but we'll handle that when it happens, right? It's got to be something with the monitor, like flipping the monitor up and down. I bet you that's how I deal with Missing No. Missing No equals Golden Freddy, probably. Got him. Hi, Jigglypuff. Are you supposed to be Foxy? Is that why you're coming from behind the curtain? I mean, you work the same way, right? You come near me and I scare you with my pew sound. My very loud pew sound. Oh my God. You are really happy to see me. Okay. This Jigglypuff is how I used to have a lot of my thumbnails. I would just take a PNG of whatever character is like the horror character of the game that I'm playing and just black out the eyes. Oh no, it's evil now. I dealt with you, right? Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, Jigglypuff works the same way. Fight me. I didn't know you showed up that early. I thought you were like a night 5 dude. Okay, well, Missing No, everybody. Acts like Golden Freddy, but like a hefty Golden Freddy. I gotta use that monitor. I'm Missing No.
You gotta really flip that monitor.
They don't make glitches like they used to back in the old Game Boy Color days. Sorry, that was uncalled for. Excuse me. Okay, I don't see anyone else. Are they done? Are they done for the night? Tell you what, I'm gonna sit here and just wait for 3 hours and see if no one else shows up. It's a gamble, but I'm gonna see if it's gonna pay off. I'm throwing my hat in on bad game design, right? Just the low quality of the original Five Nights at Freddy's fan games. And just no more Pokemon shows up for the rest of the night. Yeah, no one else showed up. All right, on to night 3. Heck yeah, dude. I'm so happy I went back to play this game. Because, I mean, nostalgia aside... Shut up. No phone guy for me. Nostalgia aside, we get to see how far we've come with Five Nights at Freddy's games graphically and just mechanically. In fact, if I remember correctly, every single night in this game is exactly the same every time you play it, right? Like the, I don't think they're animatronics, but like the Pokemon ghost spirits, like as they come at you at exactly the same time every time, right? So in theory, you could play this game blindfolded, maybe. Maybe. I don't know if Missing No is randomized. If he's randomized, then that actually might be an issue, but either way, let's get through night 3. Maybe I should have been listening to the phone guy, because if Mewtwo decides to show up in night 3, I actually don't know how to deal with him. I can't imagine Mewtwo actually being scared of a loud sound, right? I mean, come on. I mean, the Pokemon had plans to eventually pretty much take over the world and liberate Pokemon, right? He's not going to be scared of an abandoned warehouse. Sorry. I mean, the nostalgia's hitting me more than just Five Nights at Freddy's fan games. Like, it's bringing me back when I was like 5 watching Pokemon. Ash Ketchum and his misadventures. And how bad Ash was as a trainer back then. My God, he was so stupid. He was so dumb. No! Not like this, Mewtwo! I'm sorry. Go. Ah! How do I deal with you? Ah, crap. I don't think I ever died to Mewtwo even in my original playthrough. Oh, this is new. There you go. It was worth it for me to revisit 10 years later.
It seems that I've sort of missed something, which I need to think back.
Tell me about Mewtwo.
Jigglypuff
I don't care about Jigglypuff. Get to Mewtwo, please.
When you hear the glass break, that means he's out.
Okay.
Instantly go to your office. Listen, if you don't put your monitor up, you'll die from Mewtwo. Mewtwo is fast.
Oh.
But Mewtwo knows where you are.
Okay. Well, that's easy. Don't look at Mewtwo. That's simple. Keep my monitor up. All right. I could have figured that out. I don't need a phone guy. That Jigglypuff song is getting old real quick. Oh, thank you. You shut up. Excellent. That's Mewtwo, and I just don't look at him. Are you there? Oh, no, you actually did change the PNG. I was curious if... That's stupid. I didn't look at Mewtwo. 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 I did not look at Mewtwo. I didn't look at Mewtwo. I didn't look at Mewtwo.
Not look at Mewtwo.
Yeah, don't look at Mewtwo.
Don't look at him.
Don't look at him.
You're good to go. All right.
I didn't look at Mewtwo, though. Maybe I need to look at him for, like, a second and then throw my monitor up as, like, a show of dominance, I guess. Big Mewtwo's in Cam 7. Now do I get him? Don't look at Mewtwo! Don't look at Mewtwo! I'm legitimately confused. What? I can't believe I'm going back to a 9-year-old video of mine to figure out what did I do to get through this game. Apparently, I just flipped my monitor up and down, like in a panic, and that did it. Okay, I'll try that. So treat him like missing no. Sure. Why does that work? Why does that... Ah! Where were you? I'm sorry. How did Jigglypuff kill me? What the heck? Okay, okay. And hit it, and hit it. That should have taken care of Jigglypuff. I don't know why Jigglypuff just comes at me randomly right there, but whatever, I dealt with it. And now, I think we've dealt with every character possible. So from here to the end of the game, it's gonna be smooth sailing. I hope. That is, unless Jigglypuff decides to get all frosty with me again. Is there no one again? I mean, Mewtwo's back in his little cage there. His little test tube. And I don't see anyone else. I think we're good to go. Smooth sailing. Easy. Bring on night 4. Imagine getting killed by a Jigglypuff. It's gotta be embarrassing. Well, no more help from the phone guy. Not like it matters. Lavender Town? Why? Why? No reason? Just ambiance? I'm okay with that, just no more surprises, please. Imagine like a surprise DLC that came out of nowhere. Like 5 years ago, they just threw in a Gengar for no reason. I mean, to be honest, that would have been a better choice than Oshawott and Snivy, right? This is Five Nights at Team Rockets. Really, you should just have Kanto Pokemon all around. I mean, a little Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle. What is wrong with you? It's like every time that Mewtwo attacks me, Jigglypuff attacks me right after for no reason. Okay, so that's something I gotta watch out for. I feel like that's like a bug in the game. Like, that should not be happening. Night 4 complete. On to Night 5. And I wonder if Night 5 is exactly the same as Night 4.
Night 5 was indeed exactly the same.
Man, that is a lot of sitting and waiting. My God. Hey, we did it! Edward Hodges then decided to quit his job of becoming a night guard. He also quit becoming part of Team Rocket and began a new happy life once again. The ghosts we're speaking to never come back. Well, problem solved then. Let's just ignore the psychological trauma of being hunted by ghosts for 5 nights in a row. Don't worry about it. It's fine. See you next time. There is a sequel that does exist of this game. I think it's 5 Nights at Team Flair's headquarters? I think.
I never saw the original.
Ever since I was given the opportunity to play Five Nights at Pokemon's 2, I've been feeling so nostalgic, especially for Five Nights at Team Rocket headquarters and like my really, really old trash videos from 8-9 years ago. And so I just decided to replay the game. Now, it's not a good game. You kind of saw it's not a good game. But again, this game has a lot of meaning to me just because of, I guess, what it represented to me going forward in my YouTube career. Like I said, I truly think that this game and the videos that came out of this game convinced me to push even further. And hey, if you want to watch the original playthrough of Five Nights at Team Rocket headquarters, those videos are still up on my channel, but I encourage you not to watch them. They're very bad. They're really bad. No, I don't think you understand. They're very bad. But that's gonna be it for me. Thank you all so much for watching. Please be sure to click on the end cards at the end of this video. Also be sure to like and subscribe if you've not already done so. Love you guys so much. Go out there, make someone's day. Be happy, stay happy. And I'll see you guys later. Goodbye.
You teach me.
What is the most obscure Pokemon game ever made? I've been playing this franchise for years, trying things from mainline titles, spin-offs, games unreleased in the United States, ROM hacks, fan games, and most recently, an NES port of Pokemon Yellow made by Chinese developer studio Shenzhen Nanjing. In my quest to find more of the most obscure Pokemon creations made by mankind, though, I'm delving once again into the bootleg bag of fun by doing a hardcore nuzlocke of these developers' ports of Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire for the NES. Yeah, no way in hell I'm trying to pronounce those names. But that's not all. We're nuzlocking all 3 parts. For some reason, this game isn't in a single cartridge, but instead divided into 3 with no ability to carry over your team to each new version. Because of this, we're going to be losing out on a ton of our encounters between versions. Will this make me lose the challenge, or will the lack of functionality of the game in and of itself be the cause? Well, I'll just have to play and find out. Make sure to subscribe to the channel as we're about 8,700 subscribers away from my 2023 goal of 200,000. Like this video and leave a comment below with what other crazy obscure Pokemon games you'd like to see in the future. But before we jump in, huge thanks to today's sponsor, Ugreen. Ugreen's portable Nexode RG chargers have recently been released and are quite charming things, I've got to say. I'm a big fan of the small robot design using the feet to cover the plugs as well as the little face that appears on the LED screen when charging anything from phones, MacBooks, Bluetooth headphones, the works. The super fast 30-watt charger has the ability to charge an iPhone 14 Pro to 50% in just 30 minutes and charges my OneNote 9 extremely quickly as well. And can charge the likes of a MacBook Air M2 from 0 to 51% in just 30 minutes. The high-speed 65-watt charger is slightly larger but includes 3 ports, 2 USB-C ports, and 1 USB-A port instead of just the 1 USB-C port on the 30-watt version. I've used generic chargers for home use, in my car, and in public, but I'll likely not be using any others now since there's 3 nice features to help show its quality. First is the durable design of both chargers, with the detachable shoe plug covers as well as the flame retardant shell, providing extra safety during charging and prolongs the RG's service life. Secondly, the RG series of chargers were infused with the GAN technology to provide 95% energy conversion efficiency, reducing energy loss and heat generation with their chips compared to silicon chips in order to reduce up to 8.8 pounds of CO2 emissions. And thirdly, their temperature control. The thermal guard protection helps to protect your devices in the event of unusually high internal temperatures or output by automatically adjusting power levels to protect your connected devices. So if you, a loved one, or a friend are looking for a fantastic charger going into the holiday season and beyond, use my link in the description to pick one up with Ugreen's Black Friday deals with up to 50% off. But with that, back to the video. So these games are a bit of a mystery. Named Shenki Baobei for the first cart and Kodai Guaisho 2 and 3 for the other 2, this entire thing's existence is an enigma in and of itself. Supposedly, these ports were made in 2006, but there's so little information on them that even the bootleg games wiki states 2006 or later. Not to mention, there's not even a picture of these games as carts floating around anywhere on the internet. Top it all off, there's no documentation as to what moves these Pokemon learn, how they work, and what enemy trainers have, so we're gonna have a very, very blind time. Heck, there's not even an English translation patch like there was for Shenzhen Nanjing's Pokemon Yellow NES port, but I digress. I'll try my best to translate these things as effectively as possible. So starting off here, this title screen is Nonsense. It's just utter nonsense. At least there's an animation of May riding her bike if you keep it idle long enough, but yeah, this definitely smells of bootleg jank from the get-go. Starting a new game, we see Professor Birch show us the first few gyms, do the same thing we would normally do in Ruby and Sapphire, such as adjusting the clock, talking to May, and going to Route 101 to rescue Birch. But there's no choice of starter, and there's no battle against the Poochyena that he's being attacked by. And unfortunately, the starter we're saddled with at the beginning is Torchic, giving us a massive disadvantage against Roxanne. Not to worry though, we will simply get something like Wingull from Route 103, Lotad or Seedot from Route 102, and perhaps even a Shroomish from Petalburg Woods if I'm lucky. Before taking on the first May fight though, I figured I'd go ahead and grind up Torchic to level 8, and for the sake of convenience, I'm just gonna go by the vanilla Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire's level caps, meaning we have up to level 15 to play around with before Roxanne. She's got Mudkip, so at least it's the right starter, but 4 scratches puts down Mudkip without it doing too much damage to us, winning me the fight and allowing me to get Pokeballs for our upcoming encounters. Thankfully, I also managed to get by Route 101 without finding a single Pokemon, so I can buy more Pokeballs in Oldale Town beforehand, finding Wurmple on Route 101, Poochyena on Route 103, and Lotad on Route 102. Thank goodness. Now to Roxanne. It's quite the arduous grind though, as I noticed that Wurmple doesn't have a single attacking move? Oh, that's strange. Normally we'd start off with Poison Sting, and surely this has to be based on the Gen 3 learn sets of these Pokemon, at least somewhat, right? Well, after checking the translation of the move, it ends up looking like Harden. Okay, why would it have Harden as a Wurmple and not as a Silcoon or Cascoon? Well, my questions led me back to the Bootleg Games Wiki, and to my utter shock, amazement, and laughter, I quote, "For some strange reason, the first 2 carts only contain the first 150 of the Hoenn Pokedex, and they all appear to be using stats, types, and movesets from whoever they correspond to in the Kanto Pokedex," end quote. So as Wurmple is number 14 in the Hoenn Dex, that corresponds to Kakuna in the Kanto Dex. And since that means we're going off of evolution levels as well, that means we're probably just gonna get Silcoon, and that corresponds with Beedrill at level 10. Then it just won't evolve again. That's just utterly baffling, but that means these gym leaders and trainers no longer have type matchups that we would expect. But for me, that means I essentially have Torchic the Charmander, Wurmple the Kakuna, and Lotad the Rattata. Also, reading into the wiki, there was some other pretty important information that I'm glad I know now going in, including the removal of quad weaknesses, so super effective damage will only ever do double, effort values, gender, TMs, HMs, held items including berries, status conditions except poison for some reason, and instead of changing moves like Supersonic or Sing to be able to inflict those statuses, they are now extremely high power moves but inaccurate because they reflect those moves' accuracy. And probably the most interesting of all of them, moves like Self-Destruct and Explosion lose the ability to feint the Pokemon that use them. If I can get my hands on one of those specifically, we will be home free for sure. Lastly, the learn set seems to be based on their Gen 2 learn sets, so I'll have to keep that in mind. None of the trainers thankfully have anything out of the ordinary though, so I can continue to focus on encounters. Following my grind and the catching tutorial with Wally, I end up losing Poochyena on Route 104, due to my lack of wholeheartedly going into the grind and getting them up to like level 12 or something. Seriously, going from being able to use rare candies to bypass this for expediting video creation, to this where I have to manually grind since there's no rare candies in the game's code, period, it's quite frustrating and wastes a lot of time. Not to mention, puts me to sleep. But eventually we do get the party to level 12, evolving Wurmple into Silcoon in the process, before going back to Route 104 and attempting to capture our encounter, getting Zigzagoon after nearly running out of Pokeballs. Now what would correspond with Zigzagoon to give it such a low catch rate? Butterfree. It's a Butterfree. Well, at least that means that Zigzagoon won't evolve and we get to have a fully evolved bug on the team, right? Nope, for some reason it evolves into Lionute at level 7, reverts to a Weedle, and has exclusively Poison Sting because the entire moveset goes away. And it learns no moves afterwards. Great. Well, at least Petalburg Woods gives me Shroomish corresponding to Nidoking. Really hoping this retains a later evolution so I can keep that Nidoking typing in stat line for a bit though. That seems quite good for now. One more grind later and the Team Aqua Grunt inside of Petalburg Woods is an easy beatdown, letting me get into Rustboro City just ahead. There's still some more encounters though, as on Route 116 I can get Whismur... shoot. Well, I guess that means no Rustturf Tunnel encounter for me. Whismur corresponds to Vileplume though, so I can't complain all that much, just as long as it doesn't evolve for a while. God, it's so weird saying that, since normally you can just press B to deny an evolution, but in this port, the Pokemon actually just evolved mid-battle with no choice to deny the evolution. Admittedly though, please, Pokemon Company, you should add mid-battle evolutions to the series. Surely that's an easy enough ask at this point, nearly going into Generation 10 while also retaining the option to deny the evolution. After our grind to level 15 though, Roxanne is ready with her 2 Pokemon, starting a Primeape moonlighting as a Geodude. This makes Shroomish a decent choice to start with as we resist the fighting type attacks and can fire back with double kick for decent damage. It does start doing literally 1 damage though after only 2 uses of Growl, so I'm forced to swap back and forth between it and Silcoon, using Poison Fang for some damage, repeating the process a few times until Geodude goes down, leaving just Nosepass, who has Poliwag's attributes and therefore is easy to KO with 3 of Shroomish's double kicks, KOing and winning me the Stone Badge. 1 down, 7 to go, but I'm sure we're bound to run into more jank and moves that make no sense on certain Pokemon here shortly. There's not much in between Roxanne and Brawly. Heck, they won't even let you progress into where Steven is in Granite Cave until after beating Brawly. But they do give you enough space to run around a few tiles and get an encounter, which mine happens to be Abra. Unfortunately, not quite what it is normally for this gym, as number 39 corresponds with Jigglypuff. Though it does give us access to Sing, a 100 power, 55% accurate move here. Also during the grind, Shroomish evolved into Breloom at level 16 and now is very weak, even losing quite a bit of HP in the process. Very unfortunate, but we'll manage. Especially with Torchic evolving into Combuskin at the normal level 16. Helps that the starters are always positioned in the same place with every Pokedex. We get Lotad into Lombre at level 16 as well, which corresponds to Raticate, so that's pretty darn strong to have when we're not actually facing down any fighting types. And lastly, Silcoon does actually end up evolving into Beautifly at level 16. So I guess we're not completely working with evolution levels dependent on Gen 1 Pokemon. Sad for me though, considering this turns our surrogate Beedrill into a Pidgey. Great. Just what I wanted. But with that, Brawly's leading off with a Machop, corresponding with Tentacruel, so that's a pretty threatening Pokemon, as I lead off with Lombre, taking only 4 damage while unfortunately missing with our first Hyper Fang, though the second connects next turn for around 70% as Machop once again does pitiful damage, letting Lombre hit 1 more Hyper Fang for the KO, leading to Makihita. Seeing as this corresponds to Venonat, I'm actually surprised that Hyper Fang does less than half, as it uses some form of attack reduction. Likely Growl, that leads to Lombre starting to do, like, 1 damage. I have a feeling attack reduction is really broken in this game, since it seems like if the opponent uses it twice, it basically incapacitates a physically attacking Pokemon. So I swap into Breloom and start using Pursuit, doing some minimal damage, but enough to where Lombre should be able to come back in and finish it off with another Hyper Fang, if it weren't for another Growl on entry. This again basically makes the attack useless as Makihita ends up attacking next turn with Supersonic, one of those status moves that ended up getting boosted to really high power instead of programming in Confusion, and therefore nearly KOs Lombre. So I swap back into Breloom, hitting 2 more Pursuits through another hit Supersonic that does around 3/4 of Breloom's HP, managing to KO and win the fight. I really need to get a hold of a Pokemon with either a status move buffed to God status, or either Self-Destruct or Explosion. Not having anything that resists those myself and not being able to fire off those attacks first to ensure my opponent can't just, like, one-shot me with nonsense is a bit worrisome, but we didn't lose anybody in here, so I'm not too worried. With the Knuckle Badge in hand, though, I'm able to head through Granite Cave, Sten Steven packing, and head on over to Route 109 with Mr. Briny, since it's likely Mr. Stone has nothing for me due to the EXP share not existing due to the lack of held items. Or heck, anything but healing items and Pokeballs, to be honest. Even the Soda Pop guy here doesn't have any of those, so I'm a bit disheartened. Would have been nice to have some options while in the middle of a route, instead of having to, run back to the Pokemon Center every time I get hit with an errant Sing or Supersonic. Speaking of getting hit with those, though, while in the Oceanic Museum fighting the Team Aqua Grunts, one of their Carvanas hits Hypnosis on Linoon, and seeing as its dex number 97 corresponds with Hypno, no wonder it one-shots the Weedle masquerading as a normal type. Thankfully, Breloom's Pursuit was enough to put it out of its misery, letting me move into Route 110 for my next encounter in Gulpin. This is dex number 95, corresponding with Onix, so I can't say that this is a terrible encounter, especially in the face of Watson, though I have a feeling that doesn't matter too much with this Match the Pokemon minigame we've been playing for the last few badges. After a grind to level 21 though, May's ready for another battle, leading Whalmer as I go with Combuskin. And since that's dex number 99 corresponding with Kingler, I've got to get the heck out of dodge and opt for Breloom, hitting it with 5 pursuits, all while Whalmer seems to not want to do damage whatsoever, instead opting for a status move that just doesn't matter in the slightest, KOing and leading to Grovyle? Dang, she just swapped her starter out on me. Alright, well, considering this is just Ivysaur, it makes sense to just swap back into Combuskin, hitting 3 Embers to KO and leading to her last Pokemon in Numel.
For whatever reason has
Dex number 101 here in Electrode, so I figure swapping into Breloom for a neutrality and getting good damage in seems pretty reasonable, hitting a fair few pursuits while taking some pot shots, thankfully none of them being self-destruct or explosion, getting Numel down to around 35% before once again swapping into Abra. I'm just hoping a Sing can connect to finish this thing off, and sure enough, after a pound, Sing does manage to do so after Numel takes out half of Abra's HP, KOing and finishing the fight. Admittedly, I'm not doing this matching game mid-fight or else my editor would have to cut a ton of dead air. So you better thank me, Dyer. At least you're not doing Twitter threads right now.
Video.
The rest of Route 110 provides no trouble, getting me into Mauville City. Of course, Wally's here with his Ralts, taken out by Combuskin quickly since Ember is neutral against the Nidoran masquerading as its own weakness, giving me a quick victory. Now, there is technically one more encounter I can get before Watson, that being on Route 117, but I'm already invested in these 6 Pokemon I have now, and with this first part likely ending after Mauville City, I kind of want to reserve the encounter for the second cartridge, where I won't have a full team to start with. Though this team cannot seem to hit Electrike worth a damn. Thankfully, Combuskin can do it and resist its attacks as it's lined up with Rapidash's dex number, though even the gym trainers in here managed to nearly wipe the floor with my entire team due to having such a powerful Pokemon in the face of my dinky dudes. What's worse though is that Meditite is dex number 76, lining up with Golem, Golem, which has self-destruct by this point, and goes kablooey on my Beautifly, destroying it in one shot all while my team has already sustained heavy damage. Thankfully, I do take it out with Whismur though, but that means I've got to put Gulpin into the team or else I go without a full party. Or I'm not going with a full party anyway. See, one of the electric traps in Watson's gym after taking out the final gym trainer actually locks you into the gym until you beat him. Meaning I cannot grind to the level cap of 23, nor can I get either Whismur or Gulpin up to the rest of the team, basically handicapping me to 4 usable party members and 2 sacks if needed. Watson leads off with Magnemite, which actually hilariously corresponds with Magneton in the Kanto dex, so Combuskin is still a great lead against it, hitting Ember to 3-shot it while taking barely any damage, leading to Voltorb. This is just Doduo, so Ember is still a viable option, KOing in 3 hits as Voltorb only hits a single attack that doesn't even bring Combuskin below half, leaving just Magneton. Unfortunately, this is just far-fetched, so that's not very strong for him, and easy enough for me to mop the floor with after swapping into Lombre and nailing 3 Hyper Fangs, KOing and winning the fight. Sweet. 3 down, 5 to go, and quite funny seeing Watson basically be forced into using 2 flying types, despite being an electric user normally. Before I head into the next badge's worth of content though, I do explore through Route 117 and take on a few trainers, just to see if there's anything else I can do in terms of progress in this first cartridge before moving on to the second one. And there's really not much. Though I will say, once I realized one of the breeders' Roselias actually corresponded with Gengar, makes me really hope that my Route 117 encounter is just that for such a powerful Pokemon that won't evolve due to Roserade not being in the game. But other than that, the rocks that would normally be removable with Rock Smash are not here on Route 112, indicating the end of the first third of the game. On to the second, and hey, at least this title screen has Pokemon on it. Rapidash and Groudon sure are some choices though, but hey, they got the box art Pokemon half right. Give them some credit. Though hold on a second, Rapidash isn't even in the Hoenn Pokedex. Why would they put the sprite into the game for the title screen just for it to never show up again? It just seems like an odd waste of time when they definitely could have put Kyogre in there, both to make sense and not waste development time and resources. Oh well, though it is funny seeing Birch's sequence again only to be spit out of Mauville City immediately. Though I find it weird that I started in Norman's gym during that, only to be booted to Mauville City after some dialogue. I didn't realize it until later, but that's because he just hands you the badge as the previous parts of the map that we've been able to access just aren't in this portion of the game, making places like even Route 117 inaccessible. Well, so much for that Roselia encounter, I guess. But with the second cartridge, our team is completely wiped out, replaced by only Combuskin at level 35 and Meditite at level 25. Oh, well shoot, that's Golem at least. I can use self-destruct. However, the problem lies with Combuskin. See, it's over Flannery's level cap. And Norman's, albeit that one doesn't matter, and Winona's. So, I guess our starter is going to have to be permanently boxed for quite a chunk of the game, and that's pretty disheartening. But with Meditite in hand, I can at least go and grab some new encounters, like on Route 112, getting Machop. Oh geez, this is, lining up with Tentacruel, and that's already a great starting lineup with these two in tow. Fiery Path also gives me a crazy encounter in Slugma, lining up with Kanto Dex number 103, that being Executor. Holy smokes, yes, please keep giving me these nutty encounters, and for the love of God, please keep this thing's evolution level at 38 so I don't lose out on Executor for Cubone. After a short grind with those two, though, I'm finally able to proceed into, Route 111? Why am I able to enter the desert? I guess they didn't feel like programming this area to be blocked off, but it's quite funny that they made Fiery Path basically optional because of it. There's no wild encounters here, though, which sucks, but what sucks more is Machop evolving into Machoke at level 22 and therefore changing Tentacruel into Geodude. That's pretty disheartening, too. Though, admittedly, we can get another self-destruct user, so I can't be too mad. It just stinks that we lose out on a special tank for a Pokemon that's just worse than Meditite. What am I saying? Machoke is a worse Meditite? This game is a fucking enigma, let me tell you. Moving ahead into Route 113 gives me another new encounter in Skarmory, lining up with Dex number 115 and therefore Kangaskhan. That's not terrible. Somewhat bulky, decently strong normal type that won't evolve into something much weaker is greatly appreciated at this point. Route 114 also gives me a decent encounter in Swablu, lining up with Starmie. Great replacement for Machop after losing out on it being a Tentacruel for a short while there. Just gotta hope again that this thing doesn't evolve into Altaria really quickly and I can get some usage out of this. Though admittedly, as a Stone Evolution in Gen 2's learn sets, it's probably gonna be pretty bad. Tackle, Rapid Spin, Recover, and Bubble Beam. I mean, I guess that's alright. I have Recover and Bubble Beam. That's not the worst thing in the world. And heck, if the second cart goes far enough, Confuse Ray may prove to be a high power move with 100% accuracy, as opposed to the stupidity that is 200 power, 60% accurate Hypnosis. I swear this game's gonna give me a brain aneurysm by the end of this. Right ahead, though, is Meteor Falls, seemingly consisting of only 2 encounters. First of which is Medicham, which technically counts as Species Clause as I already have Meditite. And thank goodness too, since I don't want this thing, seeing as it lines up with Ponyta. My actual encounter is Lunatone, being number 125 and therefore Electabuzz. Intriguing, definitely an encounter that could be useful for type diversity and decent power behind it, especially considering it already knows Thunder Punch as of level 9. After chasing off the Aqua Team Hunger Force and doing yet another grind to level 26, though, I'm ready to take on Archie at the top of Mount Chimney as he leads. Vibrava? Alright, I guess we're getting into weird team territory now. Though, I guess with the Aqua Grunts having, like, Cacturne of all things, that's to be expected. I lead Meditite and just start going for self-destruct, being outsped and hit with Bubble. Pretty weak all things considered, but when you're looking at essentially a Seadra hitting that on Golem, that's bound to do heavy damage. But we're definitely benefiting off the lack of quad weaknesses being present in this game. Next turn though, we're not hit with Bubble, instead seeing Poison Gas, which connects while the second self-destruct KOs, leading to Machoke. Well, even in the face of this, self-destruct barely does half. Though because Machoke doesn't have any ground-type moves, I'm good to just fire off another one, getting a high roll to KO in 2 shots, leaving just Sharpedo. Finally, a normal Pokemon! It's not nearly as threatening as it appears though, just being a Krabby in disguise, allowing for my 5th and final self-destruct to do well over half, all while Sharpedo remains a pacifist and literally does nothing, leaving Meditite to KO with 2 rock throws afterwards to win... Oh, wait a second, was that thing level 37? Why? The other 2 were level 24. I literally just noticed this while scripting this video. Honestly, I thought it said level 27 while I was doing the actual fight. But with that potential near-death experience out of the way, we're going to head south of Mount Chimney straight into Lava Ridge Town since I guess they found it unnecessary to program in Jagged Pass. Now excuse me, developers, for wanting another encounter before fighting Flannery, especially considering there's no eggs to be found here and therefore I can't get Wynot. If that was included though, number 160 would have had it lined up to be for Alligator, which could have been a great addition to the team, but considering this game doesn't go beyond 150, it wasn't going to be in there anyway, but I digress. Flannery's ready for battle, or excuse me, I guess Wallace? How did they mix up these sprites? Anyway, leading Slugma as I go with Meditite. It's just self-destruct turbo, baby, though it does get nearly interrupted as Slugma does hit a Hypnosis. Bringing Meditite to just 9 HP as the second self-destruct finishes it off, leading to Grimer. I figure since this is just Hitmonlee's dex number that I should be able to get away with it going down to a single self-destruct, which I'm correct about, leading to her third Pokemon in Torkoal. It's a hop, skip, and jump to the KO here, though, after swapping out for my own Slugma, hitting Hypnosis for well over half, taking very light damage before hitting a Confusion, barely missing the KO as Pursuit finally sends Torkoal over the edge, KOing and leaving just Swalot? Interesting choice for an ace Pokemon here, but with it being a surrogate Drowsy, Pursuit would be more than enough to deal with it here. If I was actually looking at their corresponding Kanto Pokemon during these fights, instead I just hit 2 Hypnosis for around 2/3, which should have turned me onto the fact that it's a Psychic type because resisting it and 200 power should be, firing some cylinders in my brain, but apparently I'm dumb. But no matter, as Skarmory the Kangaskhan could swoop in and KO with 2 super effective bites, winning me the Heat Badge. Halfway there, though technically like I said before, Norman just gave his badge for free, so we're off to Fortree City with Surf and Tow immediately. By the way, if you're enjoying the video so far, do take a quick moment and click the like button and check if you're subscribed. People seem to forget that a lot, and it would really help immensely in reaching my goal of hitting 200,000 subscribers by the end of 2023. Diversion aside, May does still come up to us after the gym, but without the Go Goggles being needed, who cares? I do figure out though that Norman did indeed give us the badge for free after looking at my trainer card, and I'm definitely a little deflated that I'm just gypped a full gym badge, but I can't complain too much. At least this game is decently functional. Nowhere near as good as Yellow's offerings, but I certainly can take it. After crossing the water on Route 118, though, I'm clear to head on over for some new encounters, including Shuppet on Route 123, numbered 146, and therefore acts as Moltres.
Wow.
Woohoo! Hold up. Yeah, that's a winner there, folks. I don't usually let legendaries on my team in Nuzlocke, but considering this is a bootleg and I don't know what matters of nonsense I'm going to run into later, I think I'm completely fine with using this. Route 118 has no new encounters for me, seeing as the only ones here are Metatite and Altaria, so they're dupes and for some reason the water has 0 encounters. So I head north to Route 119, evolving Slugma into Cargo at level 28 and losing out on Executor stats and typing exchange for Cubone. Well, I guess this thing will be getting boxed soon, and I suspect I know what for. That's because I found the best encounter in the game right here on Route 119, Tropius. Well, why is that? Take a wild guess what number 150 is in the Kanto Pokedex. Yeah, Tropius is Mewtwo, and somehow comes equipped with Hyper Beam from the get-go with no recharge turn whatsoever. I also somehow caught it in 1 Great Ball, so maybe catch rates are just straight up broken in this game, which I wouldn't be surprised by. I was just caught off guard by it. In addition to Hyper Beam though, I've got access to Confusion, Psybeam, and Swift. And hilariously, Google Translate was just utterly butchering this entire moveset. I mean, come on. Divine Ray, Bad Light, Meteor, not to mention translating the section that lists the EXP needed to get to the next level as not good enough was hilarious. Oh, and if I highlight Hyper Beam instead, it decides to literally cover Tropius' sprite and call it second rate while changing the translation of all of the moves. Well, at least it decided to get Confusion this time. The Weather Institute doesn't prove to be much of a threat with my new team additions, even Shelly, as she leads with Aron the Weepin' Bell, and thanks to that poison typing, surely Tropius is a great choice. Though, admittedly, I think I'm a little too trigger-happy with Hyper Beam, barely missing the one-shot as she uses Poison Gas, but Confusion picks up the KO next turn as Carvanha enters next, and since we resist, it's no big deal, one-shotting with Hyper Beam and leading to Spinda. Oh, new Pokemon, but it's just a Tangela, so who cares, finishing the fight with more than half HP remaining. Well then, what about the May fight right after? Surely she stands more of a chance, right? Actually, not remotely, as she only has 2 Pokemon. Swalot's first, being one-shot with Hyper Beam, then Sandshrew is her second, representing Rhydon, so Hyper Beam doesn't do anything, but then Confusion does a ton of damage, with the second KOing to give me the win damageless. It's gonna be rough losing Tropius once we move into the third and final bit of the game. This power is too much, and I'm gonna be very disappointed once I lose it. But that's it, right ahead it's Fortree City, though we do have to stop on Route 120 real quick to get Steven to give us the Devonscope, which isn't an item, but just something that lets you interact with the field, letting me access the Fortree Gym. I do have to say though, this is a neat little puzzle here. In fact, it's very reminiscent of Gardenia's gym in Diamond and Pearl, where you have to fight each trainer to unlock the next, and then finally reach the gym leader. But instead, they put little obstacles blocking each trainer that lower once you've defeated certain trainers. And if the 2006 release year is to be believed, then that means this company beat Game Freak to the punch by a few months, considering the Japanese release date of Gen 4. Tangents aside though, Tropius is once again an absolute house against Winona. Even without a grind up to the level cap, she's just totally toasted by Hyper Beam and Psybeam. As her lead Flygon, the Goldeen is one-shot by Hyper Beam, Milotic, the Kabutops, is two-shot by Psybeam, and Skirmy, the Kangaskhan's obliterated with 2 Hyper Beams, only connecting for a whopping 6 points of damage before going down, earning me the Feather Badge. Somehow, someway, Tropius, of all things, has turned into the embodiment of the Danny DeVito blasting meme. It's honestly poetic with just how insanely jank and full of absolute nonsense this port is. Moving right along to Route 120, we've got another new encounter here in Oddish, which just so happens to be Grimer, but I don't think we're going to be worrying about any more encounters, seeing as Meditite the Golem, Tropius the Mewtwo, and to a lesser extent Shuppet the Moltres seems to be able to carry the team on their own. Though I guess I could add Combuskin back to the party now that the level cap allows for it. The Scorch Slab also doesn't seem to have any encounters, sadly, and Mount Pyre doesn't have anything inside that's new, only Shuppet, though on the outside it does contain Voltorb. I mean, I guess it acting as Doduo and it evolving into Electrode and therefore Dodrio is kinda nice, but again, with us getting so close to the end of the second part, I'm not too keen on wasting time grinding for it to be lost once we move on. The Grunts pose no threat here nor in the Aqua Hideout within Lily Cove City, and despite Matt having 4 Pokemon, Tropius is once again able to mop the floor here, though I did notice one peculiar thing. On his last Pokemon, Baltoy used a move which Google Translate decided to call Blow Up, which just ended the battle. Considering this is Dex number 131, therefore Lapras, I decided to take a look at the Gen 2 move pool and just didn't notice anything that would necessarily indicate a move that could be translated as that. But considering it ended the battle, I'm guessing that means it's a move like Roar or Whirlwind, which would be the closest thing that I could think of that translates to blow up literally, which just ends trainer battles and causes them to be a win for me. That's absolutely hilarious. I wonder if we can get any way to exploit that with our own encounters. But with them cleared out, we're good to surf onward to Mosskeep City, which we can't. The screen doesn't change, indicating that this is the end of the second part. Well then, on to part 3 we go with Pikachu and Shiny Gyarados on the title screen with no pupils. Cool. Our team is once again reset though, so I check my party and... oh my god, they let me keep Tropius. There's actually no way. I mean, Blaziken is once again overleveled for both Tate and Liza, as well as Wallace. But who cares? I once again have Tropius with the exact moveset we had in the last part, keeping Confusion, Swift, Psybeam, and Hyper Beam. Our only other Pokemon is Swablu, which is kinda nice since we actually had that from the second part, so it's cool that we get to at least keep 2 of the Pokemon that we encountered, but the rest are just gone. There also, once again, is 0 water encounters anywhere, so we're stuck with just these 2 for Tate and Liza. Or that would be the case if it weren't for Skypillar being open for encounters. I did end up finding myself a Bayonet in there, which you'd think would be really good, but due to the fact that its dex number is 1 after Moltres, it's now just a wimpy Dratini. Oh well, I still have my Tropius, who am I to care? Gym time though is just Tate? Just Liza? I'm not sure which one, but it's a single battle, leading Lunatone as I go with Tropius, hitting Confusion, 2 Psybeams, and another Confusion to KO, all while Lunatone's just kinda tapping me on the shoulder. It's enough to get Tropius to notice, as it does around 40% damage total, but considering both Solrock and... Glalie? Sure, yeah, they both go down to a single Hyper Beam each, winning me the fight and the Mind Badge. Just 1 more to go. So would you believe it, but the third part of this NES port is probably the least documented. Considering this is all the information available on the Bootleg Games Wiki, I'm not surprised that it took me a while to figure out how to use Dive. Apparently you just press A on certain screens to dive, then B to resurface. Though I ended up getting an encounter down in the underwater in Clamperl, which is actually Dex number 176. Wow, they figured out how to go beyond 150 in the 3rd and final installment. That's great. It ends up coinciding with Togetic's national Dex number, which isn't the worst, but again, Tropius. It's hard to justify using anything else at this point. Another bit of cryptic nonsense is trying to get into the seafloor cavern. Straight up, I had no idea where to go, thinking I had to go to the top of Skypillar to trigger the next event, though admittedly I should have known that this would have been later as the Pokemon in there are way higher level than Wallace's level cap, but I didn't really care too much. I was able to take out whoever stood in my way as well as a Brawly at the top? I mean, considering his Pinsir, why not, and Spheal were single-handedly defeated by Tropius at a lower level. I can't say I understand the purpose of this being here, and maybe this was relevant. Either way, I was able to eventually find the seafloor cavern, which was literally right next to the entrance of Sootopolis City, on the same screen no less, eventually getting to Archie, leading Anorith as I go with, you guessed it, Tropius. This ends up lining up as Jolteon, though it only does 13 points of damage as a Hyper Beam and Confusion combo obliterates it, leading to Bayonet the Dratini. I end up missing with Hyper Beam on turn 1, leading to a wee bit of damage, but 2 Confusions does it in just as quickly. Third out is Kingdra, and this guy's actually pretty decent, lining up with Politoed's Pokedex number as Hyper Beam connects for a third, but once we start seeing some physical attack reduction and Growl, it's time to swap to using Confusion following the second Hyper Beam, delivering 2 more to KO and leaves just right on. This lines up with Chinchu, so expectedly it takes massive damage from a regular Confusion, doing only 6 damage before a second can pick up the KO and the win. Oh, perfect. Guess I just have to go take care of Groudon or Kyogre in the Cave of Origin and we'll be all set for Wallace. My encounter in here ends up being a Rhydon of my own. Not terrible, but without an evolution, it ends up just being Chinchu, which isn't really the most interesting thing in the world. But I'm sure we can find a use for it, somehow. Just 2 floors between me and Kyogre, though it's not actually catchable. Instead, Archie comes in and demands to battle me while using Kyogre. An interesting change to say the least. That is, until I one-shot it with Confusion. But wait, hold up, Kyogre is 198 in the Ruby and Sapphire regional decks. That lines up with Murkrow. Does that mean the Pokemon beyond number 150 actually work as intended? I mean, clearly not, otherwise a single Confusion would not have just one-shot Kyogre while it's 3 levels above my Tropius. But they certainly aren't their Johto National Dex counterparts at least. But with that anticlimactic end, we're finally free to enter the Sootopolis gym, and boy, this puzzle is just so much more frustrating compared to the normal one. See, it's more of a memorization game instead of the touch all the tiles to proceed game, with certain tiles breaking once you step on them once. This does nearly make Tropius overlevel off of the optional trainers once we fall down below, but we're able to make it through with the help of our other team members, though admittedly seeing the likes of Metagross being fended off by my Swablu has me chuckling just a little bit. Wallace is a bit of a pushover though, as his lead Luvdisc is KO'd by Hyper Beam, as is Celio, leading to Whiscash who dodges Hyper Beam. My only weakness, 10% chance to miss! Not that it matters though, as a Confusion and Psybeam combo end up KOing, though that Psybeam is definitely a critical hit, seeing as Confusion only did about a quarter, and Psybeam only has 15 more power. But I'll take it, as Whiscash barely did any damage to Tropius, allowing me to stay in on Level Up and learn Future Sight over Confusion. Thankfully, this isn't a delayed move, but instead is just a more powerful version of Psychic. So this is a clear 2-shot on Milotic here, not taking a single point of damage, as Starmie comes out next, being blasted by a Future Sight for a little under half. However, I start using Psybeam here because I'm an idiot during these fights and don't actually take the time to look at the translations and come up with a strategy. I mean, what can I say? Tropius the Mewtwo go burr. 3 Psybeams through a single damaging attack picks up the KO, winning me the Rain Badge, and therefore the final badge you needed to challenge the Pokemon League. We were so close on attempt number 1, I can taste victory. I just have to finish 6 more important fights. Though I do quickly realize that 6 more important fights turns to 5 quickly, as Wally is nowhere to be seen in the Victory Road. That guy almost couldn't find the dang thing. Instead, first finding this battle facility that almost led me to believe that this was the Pokemon League with no Victory Road attached. But I'm glad I didn't go in here since it was a death trap waiting to happen. Getting into Victory Road itself though, my encounter ends up being Ninetales. Not the best in the world considering its moveset is pretty pitiful, though I did notice something here. Safeguard, I think, is in the move pool, which similarly was on Baltoy, the Lapras's moveset during the Aqua Admin fight against Matt earlier. Cross-checking the characters of both attacks leads me to believe that somehow Safeguard has been turned into a Roar or Whirlwind style move? So this is immediately going into the party in case I need to save myself from losing the Nuzlocke. I know, drama has been completely eliminated, but frankly the game is broken, and it is absolutely hilarious to work within these strange confines. Speaking of confines though, I'm not able to get into the league building itself once I emerge on the other side of Victory Road. I have no idea why though. I haven't missed a single badge, fought the guy on the top of Sky Pillar, done everything I could think of in order to have access to this, but I guess I need to do a comb over of the available parts of Hoenn for an NPC that I have to talk to in order to open this up. So I went through Moss Deep City, Sootopolis City, and even the available Pacific-Log town just to the west of the Sky Pillar, even if there's nothing beyond it, as the connecting pathway to Slateport doesn't exist here. But after talking to literally everybody, the building does open up, so at least we're not soft-locked. I would have probably thrown a fit if so, since that would have made for an even more anticlimactic end compared to Tropius the Mewtwo, but I digress. After training up Tropius and Rhydon to the level cap of 55, and then getting completely lazy and wanting to end the run since I was falling asleep during the grind, it's time for the Elite Four. Now, why would Rhydon be my choice of a second Pokemon to fall back on for this league, though? Well, turns out it learns both Self-Destruct and Explosion by level up by this point, with me only thinking of it since I saw the former on the moveset and thought, oh, surely we get Explosion by level 55, which I was thankfully correct. So with these two overpowered beat sticks, I should be able to finish this run. Sydney leads off with Absol, myself with Tropius, and I go with Hyper Beam first, nearly KOing as I follow up with Psybeam to KO, taking only 13 damage in the process as Zangoose comes out second. Unfortunately, my first Hyper Beam misses as we take another pot shot for minimal damage, so to conserve power points, I go for Psybeam here for the one shot actually, as a second Absol takes the field, once again being outed by the Hyper Beam Psybeam combo, leading to Fanpy. Sure, I guess. Hyper Beam? Last out is Lantern, which once again by the power of Hyper Beam and Psybeam, goes down to win me the fight without a problem whatsoever. Also, gotta say thank goodness PowerPoint restoring items were purchasable from the mart before the league itself. It definitely makes using Hyper Beam less of a risk. Next up is Phoebe, leading Dusclops as I go with once again Tropius. Seeing as this is beyond the 150 mark in the Pokedex though, I figure it's probably Ghost type and its own Pokemon, so I go for Psybeam, using 3 of them to take it out while taking light damage in the process, leading to Banette. Of course, being a Dratini stand-in, this thing dies immediately to Hyper Beam, leading to Shuppet. Well shoot, Shuppet the Moltres returns, but Hyper Beam does massive damage all while she lowers my attack, making it so the second Hyper Beam doesn't KO as Fire Blast lands for some decent damage, but not enough to pull Tropius below half as a Psybeam cleans up the third KO of the match, leading to Banette number 2. Sure enough, Hyper Beam second verse same as the first, and that saying can be applied to her final Pokemon in Dusclops number 2, falling to 3 Psybeams just the same way to earn me yet another win. Third up is, Drake? Why is Drake third? I don't think it matters considering this is Glacia's team, but Hyper Beam literally one-shots everything, KOing Glalie, Celio number 2 with Psybeam since the controller ate my input, but it's still a one-shot so who cares, Glalie number 2, and Walrein all in sequence without missing to win. I mean, sure, I'll take it. I mean, plus that saves a power point for the restoring items at least. Fourth up is Phoebe again? Well, this time she's got the Phoebe Overworld sprite, Glacia's Battle sprite, but Drake's team? Once again, the jank of this port knows no bounds. I guess they lead Shogun? Probably the best way to address this amalgamation. I lead Tropius and Hyper Beam the hell out of it to KO, leading to their own Tropius. Uh-oh, the shoe's on the other foot now, as I outspeed and hit Hyper Beam for slightly less than half, taking Comet Punch on the crackback? I mean, it's translated to Comet Fist, so that's all I can really assume it is, though I did initially think it could have been Swift until I realized the text was different for the attack. Regardless, Hyper Beam number 2 connects to bring their Tropius to minimal HP, taking another Comet Punch for around 50 damage before Psybeam cleans up the KO, leading to Salamence. Future Sight ends up putting in enough work to one-shot it, leaving the remainder of their team in Altaria and Donphan being one-shot by 1 Hyper Beam each to give me the final win needed to reach the champion. Alright. 2 Pokemon with actually decent levels, and a backup cheese plan to win via bad game mechanics. I should be able to do it. Steven is actually battling us in the Hall of Fame room instead, with both Birch and May watching on, leading Seviper as I go with Rhydon. Yes, I'm actually using Rhydon. First turn I'm outsped, only to dodge whatever Seviper tried throwing at me to hit Explosion to nearly KO, leading to a sheer cold? Considering what this was translated as being absolute 0 and it getting the immediate one-shot KO, I can only assume that's what that was. It's up to Tropius to finish this off, I guess, hitting Future Sight to KO and leading into Heracross. Hyper Beam does nearly get the KO as he gets a pot shot in, but Psybeam finishes it off, leading to Claydol, who falls to 1 Hyper Beam. Fourth out is Cradilly, once again another Pokemon dealt with by Hyper Beam, this time 2 of them, leaving just 2 more Pokemon remaining. Armando comes out 5th, taking my Future Sight for a little under half, so I try following up with a Psybeam, then finishing it off with 1 more Future Sight to KO, leaving just Metagross. For some reason, this thing has Poison Gas, which it gets off turn 1 as I burn a Psybeam on it for minimal damage, using Hyper Beam next turn to do half, finally sealing its fate with 2 Future Sights, all while barely hanging on with 16 HP remaining, winning the fight and crowning me the winner of the most jank Nuzlocke I have ever done in my entire life. I will admit, this one was Very strange. I don't know if it was fun. I mean, it was cool getting to see yet another Pokemon game translated to the NES, but I can't say it was a good translation. I mean, the fact that the developers went out of the way to use Hoenn Pokemon only to give them the stats and typings and movesets of the Kanto Pokemon is just a baffling decision. Isn't that just more work for them? Well, I suppose they didn't see it that way. However, there is a small post-game bit that you can do following the Pokemon League. Remember that battle facility I mentioned earlier that I thought was the Pokemon League at first, but in fact was a death trap? Yeah, so turns out when you enter there, there's just the battle tower from Ruby and Sapphire with all the trainers having 3 level 99 Pokemon. Somehow I did end up escaping a few of these, with wins no less, but only due to the power of Ninetales being able to end the battle as a victory. Not that big of a deal though, but I just wanted to share what this place had to offer. But that's Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire for the NES. Not necessarily the most interesting game, but certainly a wonky one that made me have to rewire my entire brain in order to get through it, at least with the first 2 parts. The third game is still an anomaly to me. I still have no idea what typings or movesets the Pokemon listed after Tropius are based on, but feel free to let me know in the comments if you're familiar with the language and were able to pick up on anything I missed. Also, if you want to see more bootlegs and crazy obscure Pokemon games, let me know in the comments down below. I recently had a viewer share an entire collection with me, including NES remakes of both Gen 2 as well as Gen 4, so we might be able to explore some wildly messed up versions of Johto and Sinnoh in the future. But with that said, remember to subscribe, like the video, stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll see you next time.
Hey, Dyer here. Sean didn't mention this, but one of the trainers he fought had a Groudon? What the hell?
The idea is simple. In a previous video, I made an incredibly poor image detection AI that I referred to as Grandma.
I think this is a cat.
It's a cat! I then it up so that Grandma could identify things while I was playing Kirby, and I was only allowed to attack things she correctly identified.
Yeah, that's what they call a shroomish. A little
It's not a
creature
shroomish,
from the
Grandma!
Pokémon.
It was an absolute mess. And so today, I want to put in a race. My copy of Kirby has been changed to have all normal floors removed, turning every single level into a dangerous puzzle. To win the race, I must navigate through the entire level before Grandma AI can identify a simple image.
This is an apple.
Can she identify a toilet full of money before I beat a floorless level of Kirby? Round 1, the lava-filled power plant. Oh, is this a beatable level? There's floor. I thought the level was supposed to have no floor. I feel like I'm immediately being lied to a little bit here. Yeah, fair enough. No. Oh, but there isn't floor there. Oh, sorry, my bad, I suppose. For the most part, it's just jump over whatever obstacles are in my way and reach the goal at the end.
Does Grandma die if she fails?
No! Grandma's immortal. She eats her vitamins and sucks on lemons. Do you know the kind of drugs they riddle into those little caramel-scented caramels? She'll be fine. She's making it to like 840. Right, Grandma? Grandma? Oh, God, what happened?
You said she'd make it to 800.
Go, wake up! I can't be a liar!
I'm awake.
Grandma is ready! Good morning, Grandma. Identify this image.
I think this is oh, sweetie, that's a honey pot.
Don't call a toilet full of money a honey pot.
What the heck happened to the floor?
Great question. Quickly, we're seeing the problems of this change to the game. How do I beat this part? Editor, add in floor. Put it back, please. I gotta try something, right? If I can get up onto this, I might be able to get over. Oh, God damn it. Never mind. How do you beat
Grandma's
this?
ready to
Oh,
get
God, she's back again.
I think this is a fishbowl paper sailboat.
Wait, what the hell are you saying to me?
Fishbowl paper sailboats.
I gotta speed up, dude. She's starting to understand the context clues. We need to find some way to get on top of this piston. Unfortunately, we can't just fly up to it. It's a little high outside of our range. What if I go so far to the left that it just works? Please let me get up. No, come on. Wait, maybe. Yes! I should not be standing in any of these locations. Why did they program these in? Okay, hold on. I don't think this did anything. Please let me fireball over the lava. There is no floor in between. Please let me get them. No! That was so close. I just need a little bit more height and I can reach the other side. Wait. There exists a power-up in this game called Dragon Fire. It is an upgrade to the normal fire ability. Here's what I'm thinking. Dragon Fire might let us cross that gap.
It'll never work, Father.
Oh, hello.
Grandma is going to
hell?
beat you unless we unplug
Whoa,
life
whoa,
support.
why the two of you?
Unplug,
Ah!
unplug.
Ah!
Father, we've achieved mitosis.
Oh, I see. I gotta hurry. Grandma's already 2 guesses in.
Grandma's ready to guess.
Oh, she's at 3.
This is a bathtub
Really?
full of garden greens.
A bathtub full of garden greens. She now knows it's in the bathroom. I'm screwed. Kirby, I need you to take flight. We get there. Okay. Dragon Wing was absolutely the answer. Pardon me, let me just mug you for your Starbucks. Thank you. What does this do? Not gonna lie, I have no idea. Probably something floor related. Who's to say that? Pardon me, bull. We got there. Okay. First room done. Apparently the treadmills don't count as floors. I think, yeah, this level will absolutely be doable. Because a lot of this level is just this.
Bathtub full, garden greens.
I know. Leave someone suffering who sends me money in need of dire air. What's happening? Oh, we're just falling. What? Normally this level is meant to be like an escape sequence where you run away from a giant metal crusher. I guess mission success. I went through the. Where's the door that brings me to the next screen? Where do I go? There's no floor. I can't tell where I'm supposed to go. I really cannot afford to die.
Grandma is ready to
Oh
guess.
God!
I think this is a pond ducky's leaves floating.
Pond duck with leaves floating. But no. Grandma's breathing down my neck. I gotta find this door. I don't know where the next part of the level is. It's not down more, Lord knows. Is it up?
Behind breakable wall, Dan.
Behind breakable wall. Oh, you're right. Oh, no. No! That's gonna make things a lot tougher.
Just walk on the ground, Father.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Good idea. Here, I think I just have to let Kirby get cast into the abyss for a second.
Grandma's ready
Oh,
to guess.
Grandma, not now.
Dear,
What?
I think this is a porcelain sink overflowing with green napkins.
Porcelain sink. Do not wash your hands in that, Grandma. Is there anything over here? Is it like a loading zone? Oh, it is! It is! It is! We got the next area! I can't believe that worked! Oh no, we have to make sure our body conforms to the shape that's coming at us. Look out, I guess. Does this even hit us? Oh, beautiful. Oh no! It's gonna push us off the side! Oh, it's pushing us off the side. Where's the wall? The end of the level! Let's go for it. Let's go for it. Don't even bother with everything else. Please let those stairs be landable. We're in! We got it! We actually beat a floorless level! Don't tell Kirby that there's no floor there. He's gonna realize it and fall through like Wile E. Coyote. That's one on the boards, Grandma. Oh, what do you think it is?
I think this is a toilet brimming with apples. Towel roll orange.
One more time, Grandma.
Toilet bowl brimming with apples. Towel roll oranges.
She got toilet bowl. Dude, we were so close. I think one more guess and she would have had it on the money. What's the next image that Grandma should be identifying here? Another
Toilet bowl brimming with apples. Towel roll
No, you're right.
oranges.
Grandma, you've already identified that one. Grandma, you can't.
Signature seasoning and buttery flavor in every twist. Dots, sensationally seasoned pretzels.
Contribute to this.
Hatsune Miku.
Wait, here's what I think about that. Bam!
Miku. Hatsune Miku.
Oh, you guys really want Hatsune Miku. I thought it'd be kind of funny if we had a Hatsune Miku body pillow. Is there like... No, all, weird. All the images of Miku on a body pillow
once
are
it's
not,
14,
not
I'll
viewable
take
by grandma eyes.
I'll take
what if we
Ben and that
create
out.
our own Hatsune Miku body pillow? I did not expect to say that sentence today. Chad, don't be weird about it.
I didn't even say anything.
Okay, here we go. So now we got Miku. Share for review? What's it? Chad, can you do me a favor? Can you just review this body pillow for me?
Needs more pillow, L.
More pillow? Miku actually has a body pillow for each of her hair. They're sold separately. Perfect. Okay, beautiful. Grandma, I don't want to come in between you and Miku, but we do need to start the video. You might be able to take the years from my life, but you'll never be able to take my waifu. Round 2. In the first Kirby water level, Abandoned Beach, the race begins. Go.
I think this is a flying fish pillow.
So first and foremost, she got that it was a pillow.
Stop.
Flying fish might be a little off
Stop
the mark. Also,
spamming
I
fan
think this
attack.
level's going to be free. Yeah, there's no floor, but the ocean doesn't count as a floor. And I don't count as smart. There we go. Thank God. What does the mini boss do?
Give Grandma a grandpa to kiss sloppy style.
I wish I could eat Grandma like a stack of ribs.
Whoa, you guys are getting very familiar with my grandmother all of a sudden. What the hell happened? So what happens to the mini boss here? Normally a mini boss should be spawning around here. Does it still spawn? I guess not. Does he spawn if I go a little bit higher? Normally, there he is. There goes bonkers. He's just Oh God! I should have just skipped him. I thought it would be funny to not.
Grandma is ready to guess.
Well, she's ready.
All right, dearie. I think this is a teal character quilt cover.
Oh, okay, we got the kill. Teal character quilt cover. Why is there another one of them? Wait, what? I got the boss win music. Why are there two bonkers?
Who's that grade ape right there?
Stop it! The infinite bonkers loop. Kill the body before it. I let them. Okay, I gotta quit this level.
This is quite bonkers.
Okay, so just don't jump here and go by this section entirely. Bonkers, just stay irrelevant. Thank you. I'll say, I feel like we.
Grandma's ready
what's
to
up,
guess.
Grandma?
All right, dearie. I
She's
think this is
A gun.
What? No! Don't cut her off. Hold on, Grandma. So I'm currently being sucked down to the ocean. There we go. More time.
Singer duvet cover.
Does Singer duvet cover count? I don't know. You know what does count?
Cartoon singer on a cozy bedspread, dear?
Cartoon singer on a cozy bedspread? Do we count cartoon singer bedspread? I will give her one more yes. See if we can. Gets any closer.
Grandma's ready to guess. All right, dearie. I think this is a anime-inspired character themed snuggly bedding.
Damn, she's good. I'll give it to her.
I need to check Charmeleon's level up and shit.
1 point for Grandma. Too close then.
That's a Hatsune Miku body pillow cover, dear.
One more level up.
Oh, never mind. She can just guess it. If I had known she would have been able to guess it with 100% accuracy, I would not have given her the point.
Hatsune Miku body pillow cover,
enough. No, she's doing victory lap. Stop it. What are we thinking, chat? We could do another anime girl. Grandma's a master anime girl. She knows every anime. That's what she's spent the last 200 of her 300 years alive doing. What's another, like, iconic anime girl? Naruto. Make him a body pillow.
Make him a body pillow.
Yeah, there we go. Monkey D. Luffy. Sorry, Luffy, I may have forgotten your arms. Without the vest, he feels very naked. Now Grandma's gonna be even more familiar with his body pillow.
Grandma's already got pillows figured out. Make him a couch.
Make him a couch? If we need a chance to win, we gotta bring out the big guns. Monkey de Cushion. This is beautiful. He's gonna be king over the recliners. In the grandma, why-oh.
Grandma's ready.
Grandma is ready. All we gotta do is beat fast-flowing waterworks before Grandma can identify whatever the hell we just created.
That's a Hatsune Miku body pillow.
Bless you. So we do have a little bit of grass. Okay, good.
I think this is a giraffe umbrella.
Giraffe umbrella. I think we're safe. These water levels, I'm not gonna lie, I feel a little like cheating. But Grandma is an adversary worth cheating against. She's scary to me, dude. She's in the lab right now. She's in her study, back arched, holding up like a book of all anime women, being like, none of these match. All of my time studying, all my time in the war. For what? Dude, the water level feels very, very good. Oh, okay, there we go with the stairs. Will I need the stairs to get up is my question. Okay. So to answer my question, yes, we will need stairs to get up. It's all the way up there. Oh, what's up, Grandma?
All right, dearie. I think this is a colorful striped beach towel.
I don't think she's gonna get there. I'm not gonna lie. Excuse me. That is ground. This is just ground. Why did that sink? Is this quicksand? Can I inhale it from this bit of ground? I might be able to use it as advantage. I can. No, I cannot. Okay.
I think this is a child's drawing on car seat.
Every passing second, Grandma gets smarter. There is one strategy in this new Kirby game that you can use if you ever want to gain a lot of height very quickly. The hammer glitch. I gotta use the hammer.
Oh, dearie. It's a car seat for a happy cartoon sailor boy.
For a happy cartoon sailor boy. I gotta hurry up, dude.
The Straw Hat Adventure Boy car cushion.
She really wants it to be a car seat, dude. She hasn't been allowed in a car in a very long time. She's identifying the Straw Hat. My guess is the next prediction she'll make is calling it Luffy. Come on, Kirby. I need you to fly. Good, good. Now bring it down slowly, buddy. We get there. Okay, we're in the final stretch. It's either Grandma correctly guesses One Piece after her 400 years of watching it, or I somehow clutch out the last room in this level. Kirby, get out of this whirlpool! No! We're so far off from it! I thought that was the end of the level. No, it's just for some floating dude.
Grandma's ready to guess.
Oh, God.
All right, dearie. I think this is a Straw Hat adventure with characters.
I'm not giving it to her. I win. I win! She didn't say Luffy.
That's a car seat cover with the Monkey D. Luffy from One Piece on it.
I'm so glad I didn't give it to her. I'm so glad I didn't give it to her. That's a win for me, baby. I win, Grandma. Back to the retirement home you go. W. That's right. I beat my dementia-riddled grandmother. Yeah! Not gonna lie. Don't feel as proud about that as I expected to. I will give her one bonus round. I think it was unfair that I gave her an incomprehensible image. Like, can I be real? What the hell is this thing? Give me one more anime girl, chat.
Grandma knows anime, but does she know herself?
Grandma herself.
We need Goku.
Do you think I should do anime characters? Or do you think I should do Grandma herself?
Goku and Grandma.
Goku and Grandma. My God, you're so right. Goku in the foreground. And then Grandma in the foreground.
Wait.
Goku in the background. And then Grandma in the foreground. This is the final battle. Can Grandma identify herself and Goku? This is all. It looks like she's double teaming Goku. Even power scalers know that that one is a lost cause. Good luck to you, Grandma. May the best racer win. On fair ground. Or no ground, rather.
Oh my God!
Looks like a delightful amalgamation of a cartoon carrot farmer beside a very intense librarian.
Why is she so specific? Should she call Goku a carrot farmer? Nope, sorry, Kirby. Sorry, I can't stand on the ice. On this level especially, I will have to get very creative to get to the other side. Okay, I think I gotta fly over this part. I might be able to stand on the seats. Wait, can I land up here? Excuse me? Kirby's like backwards long jump for a second? If I get this jump perfect, I might be able to walk along the ceiling. It's gonna be tight though.
Right, dearie. I think this is, there's a strapping young magician.
There's a
wearing
lip!
A colorful outfit next to a
Let's go back this way.
School teacher inspecting something very closely.
She's saying a lot of words, but she's still very wrong. So navigate the camera up. Please. Am I stuck? No, dude, wait, what? I can't get out of this. I thought that was the avenue to get across. I gotta exit. Oh, no, that's zero health. I gotta book it to get a maximum tomato now, before she gets any smarter.
Grandma's ready to guess.
Oh,
All
no.
right, dearie, I think this is a... Oh, dear, that's a sprinter with blue shoes and a focused, lovely granny.
It's a
How
what?
curious.
There's no shoes in that image. She identified it as a granny. All we have to do is make the jump. Take it. No, come on, dude. Okay.
I think
What's
this
up?
is...
Grandma?
My star
You okay?
is an energetic circus performer
You gotta
in a
resuscitate her.
vibrant orange and blue costume right next to me, squinting to see better.
She said me? She identified that as herself?
Quite a dynamic
What?
duo we make, don't we?
The stakes are ramping up. All she needs to do is guess Goku. I want to clarify, the way the code is done, she doesn't know what she looks like. She should not be able to guess herself.
Grandma's gone feral.
I don't know what to expect.
Grammy is ready to guess.
If she guesses Goku, it's over.
Right, dearie, I think this is it. Goku from Dragon Ball next to a photoshopped elderly lady.
She got Goku and her. She wins. She just uncontestedly wins. I don't want to give it to her. I want to run it back. But it's got to be a lightning round. In the very beginning of all grandma-related stuff, I showed her a cow, and she called it a cat. Can Grandma identify the image that she struggled with in the very beginning? Now that she has more experience under her
Wait, how
belt,
much money?
let me cook. Cow. Skateboard. The final battle can truly begin. I'm modifying our brain. We're gonna up it to 800 times the speed we've seen so far. She's now gonna be a genius from birth. There it is, the volcano fire treasure. My best time beating this is 1 minute. I've asked you this many times today, but now more than ever, I mean it, Grandma. Are you ready?
Grandma Grandma is ready.
And so am I. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, this is beatable? How is this supposed to be beatable? In this treasure level, I must simply use the fire ability to light up each of the lanterns on each of the 5 screens in the level. Normally, this is really easy. But, you know, no ground.
Grandma is ready to guess. All right, dearie, I think this is a striped feline time wheel.
She still thinks it's a cat. Good. Can I stand on that gate? Can I stand on... I can! The fence, that's the word I'm looking for. I think that's a gate! Sorry, she's rubbing off on me. We're good! 30 seconds in. Halfway done. How do I get this long shot? I might be able to just, like, jump it. No, I cannot. Maybe I can. There we go.
I think this is a hoofed animal rides long, narrow board, dearie.
Hoofed animal rides what? No. Oh, my God. I might be able to do this. I got the second one. I gotta get up to that area on the right. No, I'm touching the spikes.
Grandma's ready to guess.
No.
All right, dearie.
No.
I think this is a... Oh, dearie, it's a cow on a skateboard.
No! Damn you, Grandma! I'll
Wake
get
up.
you. I'll come
Oh
back.
my God.
I might be leaving you
Stop
in this
putting me to
care
sleep.
facility, but I'll be back for you.
Let me see. I think this is a whiny loser, baby.
What? Shut up! Shut up!
Did you pay the Apple Card like I asked?
Oh, no, you forgot. Do it quick, the neighbor's watching. Oh, wow, that was fast.
Yeah, a while ago. He did it.
Wow.
Old Spice Total Body Deodorant.
Power.
Dragon Pokemon are powerful and deadly, but their early evolutions are hot garbage. So I tried to beat the hardest Pokemon game using only Dragon Pokemon, and this was a terrible idea for my sanity, but I tried it anyway. Here's what happened. So this is me, Lance Jr., the second coming of the legendary Dragon Champion and Slayer of Team Rocket Grunts. This place is the complete opposite of Kanto. Isn't it lovely? I hate it here. I want to go live with Dad. So you're Lance Jr., obviously. Can't you tell? We look exactly alike. Right. Well, Junior, it's time to choose your first Pokemon. Oh God, I'm so excited. These are your choices. What on earth are these? Give me a dragon, old man. Fine, I'll give you a dragon, a deadly beast, capable of mass destruction beyond human comprehension. Noibat. Now we had our first Pokemon, and I mean, look at this guy. Doesn't it just scream unrelenting power? With Batwoman the Noibat by our side, surely now we were ready to tear through Alola with ease. And our first victim is Hau, who picks the stupid water seal at this starter. That obviously pales in comparison to our almighty beast. Why? Just look at the massive damage we deal, and... Oh, that's a bit underwhelming. Despite being super effective, our Absorbs barely damage Hau's Poplio. Aren't you meant to be a dragon? Do something! Thankfully, Absorb does heal back our lost health, allowing us to suck the life out of Hau's starter, giving us the win. And, as expected, the Dragon Master is undefeated, baby. Not only are dragons powerful, but it's also the coolest type in Pokemon. So, let me know in the comments if you agree with that, as well as what your favorite dragon is. And yes, there is a wrong answer. With how traumatized, we head to Icky Town to meet the Kahuna. However, he's nowhere to be seen. But we do find a puny alien ball being bullied by some wild Spearow. And since we're a heroic dragon tamer, we jump to the rescue. Except, then the alien betrays us and tries to take us with it. Fortunately, out of nowhere, we're saved by this awesome looking Pokemon. Wow, what was that? Some kind of super cool Alolan dragon? No, that's Tapu Koko, an electric fairy type. A fairy? Actually, I take it all back. I hate that Pokemon. For some reason, I thought I saw Tapu Koko flying about. Oh yeah, I saw it, and I beat it up. Me and my Noibat are unbeatable. We'll crush any fairies on this island. You were rescued at the bridge, weren't you, Lance Jr.? Maybe. Next, we move onwards to Route 1, and this place has some of the most dangerous Pokemon you could ever dare to face, such as Grubbin. Seriously, despite being one of the worst Pokemon ever, it still nearly managed to take us out. Grubbin. We're nearly losing to a Grubbin. Regardless, through sheer skill, we come out victorious, and that'll never, ever change. Ever. Still undefeated, baby. Soon after, we reached the Icky Town Festival, and wow, look at all those goofy Executor. What a stupid-looking Pokemon. Who would possibly want to use one of those ridiculous things? Anyway, after quickly beating up Hal, again, we're confronted by Lily, asking us for a favor. Please don't tell anybody else about what happened on that bridge. Way ahead of you, Lily. No one needs to know that I beat a legendary so easily. What? It saved your life. Psst, from what I remember, it tried to fight me before fleeing like a coward. But I mean, who wouldn't flee when faced with such a commanding team? You're delusional. The next day, after brutally shoving a Rotom into our Pokedex, we're finally free to conquer Alola and become a Master Dragon Tamer. And our first stop is the Trainer School. I don't know why I'm here though. We obviously already know everything we need to know about Pokemon. However, it was at this Trainer School that I learned a valuable lesson. Not all dragons are created equal. And while some of them are amazingly powerful, this one sucks. Like really, really bad. And to make this challenge even harder, since I'm a sucker for pain, I'm adding a bunch of extra rules like no overleveling and no Z moves just to maximize my suffering. And speaking of suffering, here is Exhibit A. Against this literal toddler and his pile of poop, our bat is smacked into the dirt by Pound as well as gets poisoned, while our damage on the other hand is pathetic. And as a result, we lost to an underleveled literal pile of sludge. However, I was determined, so I instantly ran back for a rematch, and this time, I lost even harder. We are getting demolished by a random early game NPC. If you thought that dragons would steamroll this game, then you are wrong. We're already hitting a wall, but we couldn't stop now. Surely this is just a small blip on our journey to power. In our third attempt, I came back with a vengeance. This time, we had a few extra levels, meaning that our tackles are now doing way more. Thankfully, this is enough to crush the poisonous pest, giving us the win on our third try. Too easy. Didn't even break a sweat. Lance Jr. to the office, please. What terrible thing did you do to get called to the office so soon? That's for ruining my perfect win streak, Grimer. Turns out, flushing Pokemon down the toilet is a punishable offense, as now we have to face the school teacher, Emily. And let me tell you, her Litten is not messing around. Scratches from the fiery feline hit hard, while our Screech-boosted tackle, on the other hand... Okay, that's really bad.
Bounty Mega Roll. 4 rolls in 1.
Even with an Oranberry, we still don't have anywhere near enough health to withstand the cat, and our Noibat falls once again. Right, no more fooling around. By grinding in the grass, we earn a nice amount of EXP, which also lets us level up and learn the move Gust. And so, with a brand new move, now we were ready to rematch Emily and... Right, of course. Why'd I expect anything different? Thankfully, on our third fight with the teacher, we finally get the luck we need, as Supersonic confuses Litten, and after we lower its defense with Screech, the cat hits itself, doing huge damage. It doesn't matter that Noibat has the attacking prowess of a kitchen sponge, because another misfire on the following turn punches Litten into its grave. We'd gotten the W, but my god, this is not a good sign, and it's not going to get any better. For now, we head onwards to Howley City, where we have some serious business to take care of. First, we can enter a clothes salon. Hey, do you have any capes in stock? Sorry, we stopped selling those back in 1998. You'll pay for this. Quick, Noibat, get him! Our next stop is a visit to the hair salon, where we get a trim to look exactly like Lance. I guess this is the best I can do. With our stylish new look, we're ready for Team Skull, Alola's mischievous mafia that are exactly like the rocket grunts of Johto. And I think we know exactly how we deal with people like that. But that'll have to wait. For now, at least we can crush this grunt. Imagine only having a pathetic bat on your team though. Couldn't be Lance Jr., that's for sure. We buried Zubat with ease, but little did I realize, immense struggle was just around the corner. We had officially left the baby section of the game behind, and now we began our descent into absolute pain. This is Trial Captain Ilima, and we have to beat his team consisting of 2 strong Pokemon. And do you want to know how this went? Badly. So badly. His feral rodent Yungoos does so much with tackle, while we barely squeak out any damage. We fall in only 2 hits to the Trial Captain, which is an absolutely terrifying revelation. We weren't even close. Clearly, we needed to pull out the big guns to try and get a victory. Despite our pathetic damage when using Gust, we're given a small lifeline in the form of the TM Echoed Voice. This starts out at 40 base power, but when you use it again and again, it can ultimately increase in power to a whopping 200 base power. Even when fired off by a Noibat, it'll still hit like a truck. So it's that simple, right? We can just power through with Echoed Voice to an easy victory. Oh, if only that were true, because Lance Jr. and Noibat would proceed to lose and lose and lose. Seriously, this went on for like an hour as the L's piled up. Firstly, this Yungoos is a beast. Don't be distracted by how feeble you might think it is, because this demon just steamrolls us in a few turns. So, to stop that from happening, our best bet is using Supersonic, which is not only 55% accurate, but Confusion was nerfed in this generation so that Pokemon only hit themselves 1 in every 3 times now. So,
building your online business? Go to Wix.com and...
So basically, it's a coin flip that we can even cause confusion and even less chance for it to work. But wait, because this doesn't even account for the fact that Ilima also uses a full heal. So we have to rely on hitting confusion twice. And on top of all of that, even if I'm somehow able to get past Yungoos, then Ilima's Ace Smeagol comes out who can quickly pick the bones and finish us off. This is an RNG nightmare. Our losses continued piling up, and this whole challenge started feeling hopeless. At least until this attempt. On the first turn, we actually land Supersonic as Yungoos just bonks itself. While Yungoos is healed by Ilima on the following turn, we can start using Echoed Voice to begin building its power. While this does give Yungoos a free turn to attack us, on this attempt, it uses Leer. This means we still have all our HP as we finish off Yungoos. This leaves only Ilima's Smeagol, who immediately crippled our bat, removing over half of our HP with Tackle. This was looking ominous, except we have a secret weapon. See, in the Festival Plaza, there's a lottery, and if you win the 10th place item, you get a berry juice. And this item is a godsend, as the juice heals Noibat almost back to full HP. This means we can comfortably survive another attack before one last Echoed Voice from our bat puts the Picasso Pooch in its place. We had finally won. We had finally beaten... the first notable fight in the entire game. We hadn't even scratched the surface yet, as we have more fights coming up that are way more dangerous. Great. Having escaped that hellscape, Lily generously gives us some revives. Gee, that would have been helpful like 12 losses ago. Now it's time for us to take on Captain Ilima's trial, where we have to face off against a ferocious totem Pokemon that also gets a deadly stat boost. And if this boss fight doesn't already seem impossible, we're even getting beaten up by the random wild Pokemon here. While that loss does feel ominous, thankfully in the Verdant Cavern, we find the TM for Brick Break, which, yeah, Noibat can actually learn. I thought Noibat could only break my spirit, but it turns out it can break bricks too. And this would be crucial for our upcoming fight as we step forward to tackle the totem boss, Gumshoos. Not only is it a powerful, fully evolved Pokemon, but it also gets a defense boost at the start of the fight. Despite this, my plan is to confuse Gumshoos with Supersonic, after which it hits itself. The totem calls for reinforcements, but we quickly dispatch the Yungoos with Brick Break. On top of that, when Gumshoos does manage to hit us, it does less than half, as we respond with Brick Break, putting it in the red. Could it be a first attempt victory? Gumshoos charges up its final tackle, and
It's a rain.
No! We were so close, but we still lost and continued losing for the next 30 minutes over and over again. But eventually, we finally hit some luck as Gumshoes hits itself in confusion twice in this fight, allowing our tiny toddler to brick break the totem in 2 pieces. We had finally managed to take out the island's totem, meaning we weren't far from becoming champions. Wait, what do you mean there's 3 other islands? And I know exactly what you're thinking, dearest viewer. That's right, you. Oh, Keegan, good job. You got past the hard parts. I'm going to like and subscribe and watch all your videos. And while I thank you, kind viewer, I was not prepared for what was next. I thought...
Check out the improved Chips Ahoy cookies. Tastier chocolate, just right texture.
Thought Ilima was bad. I thought the totem was even worse. But do you know what tops all of that? This weird space dude and his goddamn poodle. I'm not kidding. Lance Jr. is Sisyphus and Furfrou is the boulder. This thing outspeeds us and almost cleanly one-shots us with headbutt. And it can even make us flinch too. How is that even fair? We had entered our 3rd realm of RNG pain. Take the flinches, then add in supersonic missing, as well as Furfrou not hitting itself, and what you've got is one terrible time. Seriously, I lost more to this one singular pooch than I did everything before it, and it wasn't even fun to beat. We just needed so much luck. I had to have a supersonic hit, and then the poodle needs to punch itself twice in order for us to beat it. By this point in the run, our losses were high, and our bat was on life support. But by God, Lance Jr. had to keep going. I see. So that is a Pokemon battle. That was your first Pokemon battle? Are you secretly the next Lance? Anyway, these guys warn us that Cosmog could destroy our world. Yeah, this splashing infant that makes Noibat look like Hydreigon. I highly doubt that. Up ahead, we're ambushed by Hal, who immediately forces us into a fight. But this should be a piece of cake. We've already beaten him twice, so naturally we... Oh my god, his Popplio knows a fairy move! At the very least, we don't actually have to win this fight, so I'll happily take my singular L. Thank you very much. So, Lance Jr., how are you finding your Noibat? Crushing the first island? Alright, Kukui, I get it. Not all dragons are as cool as Dragonite, but surely it has to get easier, right? And thankfully, there is good fortune ahead, because in this patch of grass, after a ton of encounters, including a disgusting fairy bug, we can find the 1% encounter, Bagon, Hoenn's pseudo-legend dragon that will become a monster in its final form. Although, it did not want to get in the ball. Seriously, Bagon, please, I have nothing else and I'm down horrendously bad. Just join my team. Eventually, it relents, and now our team size had doubled. It's no powerhouse by any means, but Bagon does have a solid attack stat, and this is going to be useful right away, because now we have to face off against the island kahuna, Hala. He has 3 powerful Pokemon, all of which are decently strong, while we have 2 baby dragons, putting us at a huge disadvantage. I was not confident about our chances. At this point in the run, I hope it's clear that our dragons dislike 2 things: fairies and winning. Seriously, we lost to Hala over and over again. His lead Machop often manages to dent our team before it can even get off the ground. And by the time we get to his Makuhita, or even his ace, Crabrawler, we're in no position to put up a fight. And so, we lose, and lose, and lose some more. Honestly, I can't believe we've lost this many times in a single challenge. But I guess that's the secret pain of a dragon tamer. Yet, after every fight, we kept on getting back up, trying something new, hoping for a victory, despite losing. And that brings us to this attempt. We lead with Noibat and land a Supersonic. Sadly, Machop does still hit us, sapping half of our health with Revenge. However, now we have a secret new technique, Roost. This lets us heal up as Machop hits itself this time around. And thanks to our Noibat holding a sharp beak, this window means that we can finish Machop with 2 gusts. Next is Hala's Makuhita, so we switch into Bagon. And since our Brick Breaks do sizable damage, eventually we take down the Pudgy Punching Bag. This leaves only Crabrawler. The ace Pokemon immediately charges up its Z move as an all-out pummeling utterly obliterates Bagon. But this is all according to plan, as now Crabrawler has nothing to hurt Noibat. Thanks to some support from Roost, with one last gust, we finally finished Crabrawler. Harlow was defeated, but that took a ridiculous number of attempts. Regardless, our dragons had persisted and managed to conquer their first island of Alola, and surely things would only get easier from here. Spoiler, no. No, they would not. Oh my god, Professor Oak, I'm so glad to see you. Oh, no, trainer. I'm his cousin, Samson. Yeah, whatever, Oak. Tell me, is my dad Lance doing okay? Wait, Lance doesn't have any children? What are you talking about? Whoa, look at the time. I've got to go mantine surfing. Thanks to those swift maneuvers, we've made it to the second island in Alola, or, as I like to call it, Hell. This place is a nightmare, and we immediately find out why, as we're challenged by Dexio. While his disgusting fairy, Mr. Mime, can be stomped on by our Bagon, this guy then whips out an Espeon. Yeah, the super fast and super powerful fully evolved psychic Pokemon. To the surprise of absolutely no one, our baby dragons are decimated. Wow, I thought that the trainers doing the island challenge were meant to be good. Wait until my father hears about this. Your Espeon is dead meat. Despite the L, we can still progress. However, the losses don't stop there, as next we catch up with Hao in Paniola Town, ready for a classic Western shootout. Gee, I wonder how this will go. We were getting clowned on right now, and things were set to get much, much worse as we met with Gladion. Hey Gladion, did you know that Lance Jr. wants to be a dragon tamer just like Lance? Why would anyone want to be like him? Excuse me? Lance is obviously the worst champion in all of Pokemon, even worse than Geeta. Oh, you are so dead. I'll show you who sucks. Well, we're 0 for 3 on Akala Island right now, literally a 0% win rate. And unlike our last two battles, Gladion's the first trainer that we actually have to beat. So, after leveling up our dragons, I returned for a rematch. We can easily bring Gladion down to only his type Null. So, we strategically have our Noibat screech at whatever this thing is before our bat falls. Fortunately, the defense drop means that Bagon could come in, and with just one Brick Break, Type Null is split in two, giving us some sweet revenge against Gladion. We are so back, baby. Dragons rule. After being slapped around on this island, we were able to crush the Lance Hater, which feels so good. And it's important to relish in this brief moment of joy, because it won't last long. Here's the situation. We only have a baby bat and a big-headed Bagon for the majority of Akala Island, and these two are going to need to conquer 3 fully evolved, powerful, and boosted totem Pokemon in 3 painful trials. This is an impossible hurdle to overcome. Why aren't you guys any good yet? Regardless, Lance Jr. had no choice but to press on further into the abyss of pain and struggle. First on our hit list is a Rukwinid, a giant water bug with solid defensive stats, as well as a speed boost at the start of the battle. This already looks bad, but it's made even worse by the fact that this thing knows Aurora Beam, a move which strikes fear into the hearts of dragons everywhere. Our attacks don't do a lot to a Rukwinid, and on top of that, it also calls in other Pokemon as reinforcements. Naturally, all of this bad news leads to a loss. Clearly, our dragons needed a big upgrade if we were going to stand any chance here. And thankfully, we were going to get it, because now armed with 2 new moves, we stepped up to a Rukwinid for a rematch. This time, with Bagon's Dragon Breath, we hit the small chance to paralyze the totem. On top of that, Noibat now knows Air Cutter, which hits both Pokemon on the field for super effective damage. And with that, we're able to take out a Rukwinid. Unfortunately, there is still a Masquerain on the field, which, yeah, we lost to. Regardless, I continued trying, and before long, we were on another good attempt where paralysis sticks happen, meaning that Noibat can come in on a weakened Rukwinid. Then, on its next turn, we do big damage with an Air Cutter, and a Rukwinid gets paralyzed. Thank you, Lord Eternatus. With a small window for success, we whoosh on in to get a double kill, giving us the victory against the first of the 3 Akala trials.
Did you pay the Apple Card like I asked?
Oh, no, you forgot. Do it quick, the neighbor's watching. Oh, wow, that was fast.
Yeah, a while ago.
He did it.
I don't fucking care about Nexon.
With 1 pillar down, now we have a brief relaxing window to take in the sights and sunshine of the Alola region. Well, we did, until the Ultra Recon Police came in. I was terrified at the thought of being trapped in
Hang on. Groceries. Never mind, not yet.
Until the Ultra Recon Police came in. I was terrified at the thought of being trapped in Furfrau Hell again, but instead, they've replaced it with Poiple, and this is great for us, as it's something that Noibat can actually beat. So, having evened the score with Dulce, now we can progress through to the Royal Avenue, and... Oh god, not how again. Please, I don't want to fight your fairies anymore. Just let me skip the Battle Royale. Well, if it isn't the son of the Flying type master. Oh, Gladion's taking part? Say less. We joined the epic battle royale, but I wasn't really paying attention to the rules. Instead, I just targeted Gladion the whole time, so I'm going to assume that we won. Maybe. But what I am sure about is that the next totem is going to be a real pain. Our team was already struggling with the Araquanid fight, and this time we have to take on Alolan Marowak, who has a huge defense stat and an equally scary attack stat. But I have a plan for this, and that is surfing. After sticking some gnarly tricks on the back of a Mantine, we earn enough points to teach our Noibat Water Pulse and our Bagon Rock Tomb, two moves which should give us a fighting chance against the Fire-type totem. And maybe, just maybe, if we enter the battle with a positive, upbeat mental attitude, we can win on the first try. Never mind, that was a terrible idea. I hate everything. This fight is much worse than Araquanid. While Marowak can't hit us with a super effective move, it doesn't even need that, as it calls in a Salazzle immediately, which is a massive problem. Its special attack stat is wild. That, paired with Marowak's doubled speed...
What the hell just happened there?
While Marowak can't hit us with a super effective move, it doesn't even need that, as it calls in a Salazzle immediately, which is a massive problem. Its special attack stat is wild. That, paired with Marowak's doubled speed, equals one very bad time. Seriously, this was not fun in the slightest. I knew we had a chance, we just needed a ton of luck, until eventually we had an attempt that looked promising. Bagon takes big damage on turn 1, but is healed up by sipping on a berry juice. Crucially, a Rock Tomb does big damage, which also lowers Marowak's speed. After Salazzle comes in, Marowak protects itself with Detect, but this is perfect, as we're attacking its ally before falling on the following turn. So, once again, it was all up to our bat. Marowak detects again, as Salazzle shows us a crumb of mercy, using Torment on the following turn, which allows us to bring it into the red with Water Pulse. A Venoshock on the following turn puts Noibat on the brink of death, but another Berry Juice gives us some breathing room. An Air Cutter finally takes out Salazzle, but a Flame Wheel from Marowak hits insanely hard, leaving us on only 2 HP. It's over. The deficit is just too much to overcome, and so we fire off one last hopeless Water Pulse, and we confuse the Marowak. Please, we just needed to hit itself, and It does! Marowak bonks itself with its own bone, and one more air cutter is all we need to... No, please, no! Marowak survives with the tiniest amount of HP, but Marowak is still confused, and so it all comes down to this. We just need Marowak to hit itself in confusion one more time, and... It does! With that insane luck, Marowak finally falls, and we had somehow clutched victory from the jaws of defeat. Our team was battered, bruised, and probably even begging for the sweet release of death. But we couldn't stop now. 2 totems had been toppled, and only one more stood between us and the chance to finally get more dragons. But not before we stumble across Colress. Hey, didn't you, commit a bunch of war crimes in Unova? And didn't Lance incinerate a bunch of rocket grunts with his Dragonite? Touché, Colress. Touché. Before we can tackle the 3rd totem, we have to complete a little trial, collecting some ingredients. And this is a really cute, wholesome experience, and... a fairy! What is it with the fairies of Alola? Just leave me alone! At least we can have some delicious stew before the big totem fight. You know what? If Noibat is taken out, I think I'd rather eat that. The intoxicating aroma of the chum summons the totem Lurantis. And guys, we are in trouble. Lurantis' only bad stat is its speed, which gets doubled in the totem trial, meaning we have to face an ultra-powerful, fully evolved totem that absolutely annihilates us. Seriously, we've had the type advantage against all 3 totems, and they've still been able to cook my team into a fine paste. But this one? This takes the cake. Firstly, Lurantis can call in a Comfy. Already a thorn in my side, but even worse as an ally, as it'll either heal Lurantis, increase its defense with Flower Shield, or set up the sun. This means that Lurantis can hit 1-turn Solar Blades that, even though Noibat quad resists, is absolutely shattered by in just 2 turns. Also, Lurantis knows Synthesis, which, in the sun, restores 75% of its HP. Combine that with Floral Healing, and this thing can basically fully heal at any moment. And just for the cherry on top, Lurantis is holding a Power Herb, so it'll always hit a turn 1 Solar Blade without fail. So, the speed boost, combined with the ally Pokemon, combined with the crazy Sun synergy, and what resulted was a fat stack of L's. No joke, I was stuck in the hell of this fight for over an hour, losing again and again. The only notes I made during this fight are as follows. Screw Lurantis. This
Cleans better with fewer sheets. Charmin Ultra Strong.
So you think you know Wix, but do you really? First up,
This coward slapped me around 14 times back to back. This is a nightmare. So, how on earth can we slay this monster? Well, it starts with Bagon. If we can hit the chance to paralyze Lurantis on the first turn, that immediately counteracts the speed boost. On top of that, with Bagon in, Lurantis summons Kecleon instead, which is easier to handle for now. We tank a Solar Blade, chew on our Berry Juice, then hit Kecleon hard with a super effective Brick Break. Thanks to the heal, we can get some small chip damage in with a Crunch until Bagon meets his demise from another Solar Blade. This, for the 3rd major fight in a row, leaves it all up to Noibat. Fortunately, not only do Air Cutters do big damage to Lurantis, but since Kecleon became a fighting type, it goes down in one shot. Lurantis does heal up on the following turn, and we trade blows before the demonic fairy, Comfy, re-emerges. While we can't withstand much punishment, now Lurantis has the chance to be unable to move, meaning that we can heal ourselves with Roost rather comfortably. And once we have enough health to withstand 2 hits, Air Cutters are able to chip away at both Pokemon. This whole process takes a really long time, but eventually, Air Cutter finishes Comfy, leaving us in a 1v1. And Noibat, having endured everything we've been through, finally sees the light at the end of the tunnel. Determined to not waste the opportunity, we cut away again and again at the Grass Goblin. X-Scissors do big damage, but so do we. And after an almighty struggle, we emerge victorious as one last Air Cutter topples the Tyrant. Our Noibat and Bagon had somehow clutched up, beating 3 bosses in a row, all on their own. All of this punishment has decimated my mental health. Was this worth it? Absolutely not. But it will be if you subscribe to the channel and like the video. Please, we are down so bad right now. We need this. Finally, we can move on, and soon we encounter Lily. Oh, Lance Jr., it's been a while, hasn't it? How were your trials? They were okay. With that awful trio in our rearview mirror, now we have the chance to add 2 new team members, doubling our ranks. Firstly, by returning to Hell on Earth, Sorry, I mean the lush jungle. By SOS chaining while it's raining, we have a small chance to summon Goomy, the adorable little goofball that'll probably not be that useful since it's so weak, but, you know, strength in numbers. Our second encounter, however, is a lot more promising. By purchasing a jaw fossil from this guy in Coney City, and by heading back to Route 8, we can revive the fossil into a Tyrant. This is probably our best Pokemon yet, with great physical stats, and we're going to be needing that to get off this cursed island, because to escape Akala, first, we have to beat Olivia. It's about time that you had fun with me. Please step on me. We're as beaten down as we are down bad, but now it was time to try and topple Akala's kahuna. She has 3 powerful Pokemon. Pokemon, including a fully evolved Lycanroc. This is going to be insanely difficult, and it's made even worse by the fact that under my rules, I can only bring an equal number of Pokemon to the battle. So, with Goomy sitting on the sidelines, it was time to earn our freedom from this godforsaken island. Our lead Bagon is holding an Eviolite, so the bug bites from Olivia's Anorith don't do too much. Rock Tombs deal more than half. Now, we just need to land one more, and... yep, of course. Wonderful.
All right.
Anorith don't do too much, whilst Rock Tombs deal more than half. Now, we just need to land one more, and... yep, of course. Wonderful. Thanks, Bagon. We quickly get the revenge kill on Anorith, and Olivia responds by sending in Lily. You cheater, you're only allowed to take one of the Hoenn fossils. Hacking aside, this Lileep is a problem, and I don't really have a solid answer for it. I tried switching into Noibat, but we get hit with an ancient power, and to make matters worse, Olivia gets the Omni Boost. With that, Olivia steps on our hopes as much as I wish she'd step on me. Okay, we did lose, but that was just unlucky, right? I'm confident that our next attempt will be much... Oh, come on! I wish every Lileep a very terrible evening. I tweaked my strategy this time, leading instead with Tyrant. It almost one-shots Anorith before taking a Metal Claw reasonably well, while Olivia does heal, a Bulldoze, and Rock Tomb quickly clean up Anorith. This summons the monstrous Lileep, and I wanted revenge. I switch into Noibat, who laughs in the face of a quad-resisted Giga Drain. Now, I immediately start alternating between Protect and Roost, as this stalls out all 5 ancient powers while keeping Noibat healthy. And now, Lileep's damage is pathetic. Not so good without your magic rocks, are you? Ha, stupid plant.
Bounty Mega Roll. 4 rolls in 1.
I was lucky.
After gradually wearing away at Lileep, we complete our revenge as it eventually goes down. And last is Lycanroc, who we can easily take on at this point. Well, as long as we don't flinch. Seriously, that 30% flinch chance takes our winning hopes from 100 and smashes them down to 0. Olivia, the Hoenn hacker, somehow stole our victory, and I was furious. Round 4. The start of this fight goes the same, with Anorith and Lileep being easy cash. But the crucial difference is that this time, Lycanroc doesn't flinch hacks us, so Tyrant can safely land a charm, crippling Lycanroc's attack. After our beast of a Tyrant falls, Bagon takes point, firmly planting some brick breaks right into the skull of Lycanroc, finishing that werewolf for good, finally toppling the ace of Akala Island. Diamonds only sparkle after coal is pushed to its absolute limit. Olivia, my team has been pushed to their absolute limit, and now they've just become oil. Just get me off this godforsaken island. Thankfully, our wish is granted, as Lance Jr. is invited to the Ether Paradise. This place is all about Pokemon conservation, but I don't see any dragons here. So, as far as I'm concerned, it can go straight into the bin. All of a sudden, we're interrupted by an Ultra Wormhole, and out spills a Nihilego. I've never seen a Pokemon like that. Are we really gonna fight that thing? Absolutely not. I already spent 5 hours getting pummeled. I'm off to the next island, thank you very much. But before we can leave, we hear about a beast called Necrozma, who is apparently all-powerful and mighty. I'm a dragon tamer, baby. I'm sure my powerhouse Pokemon could handle that coward Necrozma with ease. Now we're bound for Ula Ula Island, and I've got a good feeling that nothing horrible is ever going to stand in our way. Oh god, how's challenging us to a battle, isn't he? As expected, he leads with his future fairy, Brion, which proceeds to destroy Bagon, Tyrant, and Noibat in quick succession. However, we've done some real damage by this point, so when Gumi gets to make its debut, it manages to outspeed and take out Hal's Menace. We've done it! We've beaten Hal. Oh, he has 4 other Pokemon. Oh dear. Thankfully, despite the loss, we can still proceed, and at least it was closer than last time. So, my spirits were high. Our next trial takes us up Mount Hokulani, but before that, we can get our first evolution of the run, as our Bagon transforms into the next logical step of its life cycle, a blimp. But seriously, Shelgon has some good defense that we will definitely need going forward. Before our next trial, Kukui shows us Mount Lanakila, where he has some big plans. It's time to make our own Pokemon League. Why would we do that? We have a perfectly good Johto League already, where my dad is at the top. Cousin, I know the two of you aren't related. Oh boy, look at the time. I best be off. Moving on, our next priority is the first trial of Ula Ula, as we have to take on Totem Togedemaru. And seriously, I am done losing in this challenge. From here on, no expense will be spared, and we will only be making the biggest of big brain plays. So, after a ton of late night surfing, we had accrued enough BP to spend at the Battle Royale Dome, giving us a full set of leftovers. And with this upgrade, I was feeling confident going into the fight. Although, before the battle begins, we have to solve an electric connection puzzle. Now if I were my dad, I'm pretty sure he'd have some other solutions for an electricity puzzle. After calmly solving the puzzle, we summon the totem with new Pokemon, a new evolution, and a bunch of leftovers. Surely our days of holding L's were far behind us, right? Well, let me just calmly compose myself. This is the worst fight in the entire game. Seriously, I lost again and 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 again. I am in hell. Firstly, for a Pikachu ripoff, Togedemaru has some fairly solid stats, especially its attack and speed. On top of that, its physical defense stat gets doubled, which, considering my best Pokemon are physical attackers, is terrible for us. On the very first turn, it can nearly wipe out our Tyrant with an Iron Head like it's nothing. On top of that, Togedemaru then has a chance to call in Skarmory, who not only has fantastic stats in its own right, but has such an annoying moveset with Tailwind, Torment, and Steel Wing. Add in the fact that Togedemaru's main moves also carry a chance to flinch, and this battle is an absolutely horrendous time. No joke, the amount of luck we need here is insane. And as we continued being steamrolled, I started to believe that this challenge just simply wasn't possible. However, then I remembered that dragons are the coolest Pokemon type, and there was no way that we would roll over against some overweight metallic rat. So it was time to adopt the Sigma grind set. After waking up at 3 AM, we returned to the waves, spinning in the air like nobody's business. This allows our dragons to bulk up with some performance-enhancing vitamins. After loading up our team with protein and iron to max out their attack and defense, we had created some real Sigma grinders. And so, we returned to Togedemaru, ready for a rematch, and we still lost? How? Dragons are the most powerful Pokemon. How can't we even beat this one single stupid fat rat?
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face for the ultimate Gillette shave.
Despite all our improvements, I continued trying and continued failing. Genuinely, it felt so hopeless. until turn 1. Togedemaru tries to spiky shield instead of attacking, which gives Tyrant a small window to freely rock polish. Now we outspeed the totem, allowing us to land a charm, massively nerfing its damage output. Although the ally Skarmory does set up a tailwind, which sadly cancels out our speed boost. I was hoping that Togedemaru would try to shield again, and even though it doesn't, we're still able to hit Skarmory with a charm too. On the next turn, Togedemaru finally does spiky shield, which we take advantage of by charming Skarmory again before it sets up a stealth rock. And now that the tailwind has petered out, we once again outspeed Togedemaru, hitting it with one last charm before Tyrant finally falls. But it did a fantastic job, as now both Pokemon on the field are at -4 attack. Next, we bring in our Goo Ball, whose main job is to be a stalling pest, and this goes perfectly as our first Dragon Breath manages to paralyze Skarmory. Agent Gumi's next mission is to stall out Togedemaru's Iron Head PP. So, by attacking Skarmory on turns that Togedemaru protects, then protecting on the turns that Togedemaru attacks, not only do we wear down the Winged Titan, but we also recuperate our health thanks to leftovers. This cycle continues until I totally choked and switched into Noibat, who immediately died to a crit. Thanks, Noibat, you were so pivotal in this fight. Next, I send in our dragon tank, Shelgon. And now that the nerfed Togedemaru starts using Zing Zap, we're recovering more health than the damage it can deal. And so, with a deadly onslaught of Brick Breaks, Shelgon cleans up the fight, slaying this absolute monster of a totem fight. We have been pushed to the absolute limit in this challenge, and we still have a long way to go. After punting Togedemaru off the mountain, we venture back down Ula Ula Island, where we're greeted by Guzma, the Team Skull boss. Why even bother with the island challenge? What's the point of it? Honestly, Guzma, after all the pain I've suffered, you make a very compelling argument. Despite the fact I was considering joining Team Skull, Guzma still forces us into a fight. He has two fairly strong bugs, but we're actually able to beat him on our first try, which almost never happens to Lance Jr. And look at Lance Jr. Then, look at our loss count. We have had a terrible time in Ultra Sun so far, but through all the pain, we haven't lost our ability to smile. Ah, isn't he beautiful? And smile we would, because at Blush Mountain, we can find a powerful dragon, one that might finally give us the boost we need to conquer the Alola region. Why does it look like that? Appearances aside, Turtonator is a massive get for the team. Fire Dragon is an awesome type combination, its stats are pretty solid, especially in defense, and it's got some powerful moves in its arsenal. This is the morale boost that our team desperately needed. Whew, that Togedemaru was strong. How did you find it, Lance Jr.? Beat it on my second try. Really? Wow. Yep, didn't even break a sweat. A flying type trainer beating the electric totem? Doubt it, Lance Jr. What? I'm a dragon master, not a filthy flying freak. Oh, really? Because Lance's team has an awful lot of flying types and not many dragons. Shut up, Gladion. I'll make you pay for that, but we'll deal with him later. For now, we have to take on Ula Ula's second totem boss. But this supermarket is scary. Conveyor belts move by themselves, trolleys shake with no one around, but worst of all, the freaks who aren't subscribed to the channel are here. I just hope that they find the strength to click subscribe and save themselves. Besides the heathens, this supermarket is also home to our worst nightmare, Mimikyu, a hair-raising fairy type that also gets an Omni boost. Why do I feel an overwhelming sense of PTSD and an impending doom that we're back in the grind again? Fortunately, despite the attack boost, Tyrant can just tank a play rough, allowing us to hit Mimikyu with Charm before our Dino falls. This clears the way for Turtonator to make its debut. The fire typing makes our turtle neutral to fairies, so we tank a play rough really well before breaking Mimikyu's disguise with Flamethrower. But unfortunately, the ally Bennett curses us, so to cure this, we basically throw Noibat to the sharks in a bloody sacrifice. Next, Shelgon bounces in and chips Mimikyu with a crunch. But once Bennett harshly lowers our defense with Screech, we once again need to make a sacrifice, this time sending Gumi to its grave. What does help is that Bennett is a grade A idiot, cursing us and taking itself out. Good job, Gumi. Well played. Now it's a one-on-one with Mimikyu Mimikyu, and now it was time for Turtonator to shine. Because after boosting our bulk with Iron Defense, our leftovers eventually bring us back to near full HP. From here, we begin firing off flamethrowers, and while this does do decent damage, it also summons an allied Jellicent who is much more threatening with its water pulses. Still, our tanky turtle puts in work, bringing Mimikyu to just a slither of HP before sadly being taken out. Thankfully, from here, Shelgon heroically emerges and quickly finishes the totem Mimikyu, with Jellicent soon following suit. We just beat a totem on the very first try, and it was even a fairy type. Wow, Lance Jr., you look so funny smiling like that. What happened in there? Hope, Acerola, hope happened in there. That win was a huge morale boost for the Junior Dragon Tamer, as it felt like this was finally the turning point of our fortunes. And this good fortune manifested immediately, as now our baby dino can finally evolve into the awesome looking Tyrantrum. Now that's a dragon that you'd expect from a dragon type master. After storming over to the Ether House, we're forced into a battle, but Tyrantrum absolutely cleans up like I've been waiting for this whole run. Looks like you just got Tyrannosaurus wrecked. Business was booming, and our dragon stonks were set to rise even higher, as soon after, our goofy little Goomy becomes a bigger and goofier snail, Sligoo. This specially defensive tank is exactly what our team has been lacking. But we're not done yet, because now that we have the Ghost Z Crystal secured, we're clear to enter the Haina Desert. And there are a bunch of Pokemon here, like Krokorok, and Krokorok. Seriously, I ran into like 20 of these guys, but eventually, we can chance upon a Trapinch. It's an adorable little ground type in its current form, but the level cap allows us to immediately evolve it into the ground dragon Vibrava. Oh, what's that? You want another ground dragon? Say no more, fam. Because by SOS chaining in the desert, there's a 10% chance for Vibrava to call in Gabite, the pre-evolution to another champion's ace Pokemon, and while this feels like a small betrayal against Lance, for now, Gabite can stay on the team. It wasn't long ago that we were being pounded by puppies on Melly Melly Island with our lone Noibat, or being torn to shreds by an evil hedgehog, but now we've developed a team that any dragon tamer would be proud of. But don't be fooled, there are still a ton of difficult fights ahead of us. We need to bring our A-game in order to stand a chance against the rest of the Alola region. For now, our next stop is the Team Skull HQ in the deprived and dangerous Po Town. Seriously, this area is rough. Graffiti everywhere, houses broken and barely standing, private healthcare? Good God, this place is a nightmare. We charge through the base before eventually confronting the leader of Team Skull, Guzma. Is now the right time to go for a Hyper Beam? No, not yet. Instead, our Vibrava just gets clobbered by a first impression. After sending in Turtonator to get our revenge, we tank a Razor Shell pretty well before setting up 2 Iron Defenses. Next, I opt for a new move, Shell Smash. This lowers our defenses, but boosts our attack and speed. This turns us from Dragon Master to Pyromaniac, as flamethrowers absolutely eviscerate Guzma's team, turning his bugs to ash right in front of his very eyes. Not only had we just beaten a major trainer, we crushed him. I guess there's a first time for everything. Next, we head back to the Ether House, where Lily has been kidnapped by Team Skull, and someone is not happy about it. This is all your fault, Lance Jr. You and your stupid dad couldn't protect Lily. Alright, Gladion, this is your last warning. What are you gonna do? Call your dad? The same pathetic loser who got clapped in the Masters 8 tournament in the very first round? Oh, that's it. It's time now. I can feel it. Vibrava, Hyper Beam.
He was against Diantha.
Okay, that was a lot cooler in my head. After he calms down, Gladion, Hao and I put together a rescue mission to save Lily from the Ether Paradise. However, before that, the island kahuna, Nanu, challenges us to a fight, and this is not going to be easy. He's got 3 dark types that we really don't have an answer for. Regardless, I assembled a team consisting of a T-Rex, a turtle, and whatever Vibrava is meant to be, before stepping up to Nanu. His Sableye always opens with Fake Out, which Tyrantrum eats like it's nothing. We set up a Rock Polish to boost our speed on the following turn, but Shadow Ball does huge damage to our turtle. This was already looking bleak. However, on the next turn, we luckily hit a critical hit Rock Slide, meaning that 1 more Dragon Claw on the next turn is all we need to draw first blood. Next is Krokorok, who immediately intimidates us, lowering our attack. Now this would be a huge problem, however, we get another critical hit. Arceus is really blessing us. This lets us finish Krokorok, meaning now it's a 3 versus 1. All Nanu has is a pathetic looking cat, so this will be totally free from here. A Brick Break saps a quarter of Persian's health before it fires off a Black Hole Eclipse, wiping us out. Next in is Vibrava, who gets smoked by a Dark Pulse, only able to hit 1 Dragon Breath before falling. All of a sudden, this has turned from a 3v1 into a 1v1.
Mega Roll. 4 rolls in 1.
It was all up to our turtle, but a power gem deals so much damage, and this is where I threw. I thought that we would outspeed after a shell smash, but failed to realize that Persian is literally Sonic. Even after our boost, the cat still outspeeds us, crushing Turtonator and wiping out my entire team. Just when you think we're an unstoppable force, Ultra Sun quickly reminds us that this is not the case. Nanu is no pushover, so I needed to plan and swapped out some of my team members before returning for a rematch. This time, we instead lead with Shelgon, who can cleanly survive 2 hits before taking the Goblin down with a second Dragon Claw, although we're crippled in the process, meaning that Krokorok quickly evens the score, with an Earthquake bringing it back to a 2v2. But now, Tyrantrum is back and it wants revenge. Our Dino clutches up by dodging a Swagger, letting us fire off a huge Brick Break, which nearly takes it down in one shot. I know that Nanu is going to heal, so use this opportunity to boost my speed with Rock Polish. I'm still not faster than Persian though, so I need another boost. I have no choice but to go for it, and amazingly, we dodge another Swagger. Another Brick Break puts Krokorok back onto the brink of death once again, but we are finally hit by Swagger this time around. This attempt has been incredible so far, but this is where it starts to feel ominous, as we hit ourselves on the following turn, and an Earthquake nearly buries our Dino. However, on the next turn, we snap out of confusion. With that, Tyrantrum crushes the Killer Croc before a boosted Brick Break absolutely cripples Persian. While our heroic Dino finally falls, from here, Sliggoo can safely tank a Dark Pulse like a champ before one last Dragon Breath gives us an insanely tough victory over the third island Kahuna. On the horizon, we were set to face off against Alola's big villains, Team Skull and the Ether Foundation. And to help with that, our team was about to get a big upgrade, as Vibrava reaches its final form, Flygon. One of the dragons of all time, and the best ground dragon, at least of the first 3 generations. Soon after, we come across Fabu, who apparently is the last line of defense in the facility. So it was time to unleash the forbidden, sacred, grunt-slaying technique, Hyper Beam! Moving on, and hey, wait a minute, how has a Noivern? He's copying me, and it's an illegal level too? Is he secretly also a descendant of Lance? On that mind-boggling revelation, now we have 2 major fights back-to-back against the leading villains of Alola. First is Guzma, who we have beaten in the past, but would this time be any different? No. Slaying technique, Hyper Beam! Moving on, and hey, wait a minute, how has a Noivern? He's copying me, and it's an illegal level too? Is he secretly also a descendant of Lance? On that mind-boggling revelation, now we have 2 major fights back-to-back against the leading villains of Alola. First is Guzma, who we have beaten in the past, but would this time be any different? No, not really. Turtonator just hard counters his team with its Iron Defense and Shell Smash combo. And in a delicious case of deja vu, we incinerate Guzma's bugs into ashes once again. What's up with you? Why can't I smash you? Damn, I see you're on the same level as Fabu, you freak. Turtonator, burn him. Now it's time to take on the evil Lusamine. Oh wait, the Ultra Police are here. Now it's time to take on the evil Lusamine, and she makes Giovanni look like Jasmine. She freezes Pokemon for fun, and is threatening to destroy the world by opening up wormholes. We can't let that happen, and I know exactly how we're going to handle her. But there's one thing about Lusamine that's far more concerning than her villainousness. She's an idiot. Seriously, she makes some wild decisions, like using Psychic instead of Moonblast, or Fire Punching against Turtonator. She didn't even Ice Punch against Flygon, who can't even drink something with an ice cube in it without fainting. Thanks to this idiocy, we quickly slapped her team until only Beware remained. And after gradually wearing it down, we fire off one last Hyper Beam, just like Lance taught us, crushing Lusamine into dust. After being utterly embarrassed by my dragons, Lusamine flees into the wormhole, with Guzma also running in fear of being terrorized by Turtonator. For now, that leaves us with one goal: to conquer the final island of Alola. Once we arrive at the seaside village, we meet Mina, and I am horrified. This woman scares the life out of me, but that's for later. For now, it was time for our Batwoman, who's been with us since the very beginning, to reach her final form, Noivern. But we weren't done yet, because our Gabite also pack-a-punches into its final, fearful form, Garchomp. And now, our team of almighty dragons was finally starting to form. I can't believe I have to be cradled by Bruno's ace. How embarrassing. Now we were bound for our next quest, to obtain the Sun Flute. And look, these silly Executori here. There's no chance that it's a... dragon. Wait, really? Yep, by taking Executor and making it long, we create a grass dragon beast that we can add to the team. Alola sure does have some less than inspired dragons, but there is one Alolan dragon that's got some power behind it, and that's what's next on the agenda. As after bowling over every team's Skull Grunt, we reach the vast Pony Canyon, and this is the long-awaited showdown of the Dragon Trial, where we would face off against the Totem Komodo. This is a powerful pseudo-legendary that also gets a boost in every single stat. Truly a terrifying Pokemon. But if anyone can tame this dragon, it's Lance Jr. In the Dragon Showdown, we open with Noivern, as a Super Fang instantly brings it to half HP. And since our Noivern is holding a Habanberry, we tank a Dragon Claw really well, and in just 2 turns, a Draco Meteor wipes out the Totem. With a Fiery Flamethrower finishing the ally Scizor, we had just absolutely schooled the penultimate Totem. Nothing could stop us now. Uh-oh. So, Lusamine and Guzma have returned, and they've brought Necrozma with them. After it beats up Solgaleo, they fuse into the Duskmane Necrozma, and then Wormholes and Ultra Beasts start coming from everywhere. Oh, but I just want that one. Anyway, we have to fight Necrozma, and while it does manage to take our bat down, Turtonator does what it does best, incinerating the competition into mush. Too easy. I can't believe everyone thinks that Necrozma is difficult. With the light of the Alola region being burnt out, we have to venture into the Ultra Megalopolis to try and fix it. But I mean, come on, we're an all-powerful dragon master now. So, of course, we cleaned it up no problem. Surely there's no way that we will have to... Oh god. I'm in danger again, aren't I? Suddenly, my PTSD from the early game is starting to kick in, because once again, we have found an insurmountable wall. Necrozma reached its ultimate and most powerful form as a dragon, and it wants blood. Seriously, this is one of the most powerful Pokemon in existence, with a double Omni boost in all its stats. It is absurdly powerful, as well as over-leveled, and it proceeds to sweep through my entire team one after another. Guys, I genuinely think this is it. All the losses, all the tribulations, and all the comebacks, that's it. Even with Habanberries, none of our team stands a chance. The run is over. We cannot win. So, jump into this video next for more Pokemon content, and wait. I think there is one single possible solution. First, we head to Potown, and hey, there is light here. The Ultra Police lied to me. Blatant plot-related lies aside, our aim here is to take advantage of the rain. By unleashing our Goopy Snail in the rain, we can evolve it into the fully formed Gooball, Goodra, a Pokemon as adorable as it is tanky, with a huge special defense stat. This is it. The run depends on it. Our only shot of beating Ultra Necrozma using nothing but the true power of dragons. And so, with a Habanberry strapped to its chest, Goodra stands in the crosshairs of a super-powered Dragon Pulse, and... Goodra holds the line. What a king! This buys us a tiny window to hit Necrozma with Toxic, and now it's a ticking time bomb. By using Protect, as well as switching our team around, eventually, our Goodra stares Necrozma dead in the eyes as it finally succumbs to the poison. Ultra Necrozma was slain, and can we get some likes on the video as a sign of respect to our goopy god, please? Following that tremendous victory, the Paw Patrol are so enamored by us that they offer us a Poiple. And look, Naganadel is an amazing Pokemon, but I'll cut you a deal. I won't take the Ultra Beast Poiple, and you have to click subscribe. Do it, it's only fair. With Necrozma conquered, I'm sure that the rest of this challenge will be a breeze. And hey, I have a demonic fairy for you to fight. A fairy? Before we can embark on our journey to become a dragon champion, we have one more totem Pokemon to tackle, and this one is a massive threat. Rabombi is a fast, powerful fairy, and quite frankly, as a dragon trainer, this thing sickens me. And to make it even more fearsome, just like Necrozma, it also gets a +2 boost in every stat. And so, how could we possibly deal with such an insurmountable beast? That's right, the exact same thing as last time. Turtonator infects Rabombi with a deadly poison, and after a few turns of stalling, we clean up the final totem Pokemon. From struggling endlessly against the early totems to crushing the final 2 on our very first try, Lance Jr. had truly come a long way. Hey, that's no fair. Toxic is so cheap. You think I care? My dad has 3 illegal dragons. Besides, after how much I have suffered in this damn region, I'll take the wins however I can get them. With the Ferium Z secured, now only 1 Z crystal remains, and to get it, we have to overcome the final kahuna, Hapu. So, you're Lance Jr. I heard you struggled against even the first totem. Ha, don't make me waste my time with a pathetic trainer like you. Oh really? Let's find out who the real pathetic one is. With Hapu quickly buried in the dirt, we had earned the final Z crystal and truly ascended as a dragon master. Through struggle, our power had grown to enormous heights. But it wasn't enough. I needed more power, more dragons to crush the Alolan region that had doubted me. Our first upgrade is Shelgon, who finally finds its wings, evolving into the ferocious Salamence. And by returning to the vast Pony Canyon, we quickly found ourselves a Jangmo-o, whose potential we quickly unlock as it evolves into a rampaging Komo-o. Now we have an incredibly stacked roster of dragons in our arsenal, and so we have one final goal: to follow in Lance's footsteps and become the ultimate dragon champion. With that goal in mind, we headed to Mount Lana Kila. We begin the climb, however, then we're stopped by our ultimate rival, Gladion. Your father is a flying type fraud, and so are you. Loser who wants to be hyperbeamed says what? What? With Gladion dealt with once and for all, we continued traversing the mountain, making sure to stop and spit on Necrozma along the way, before eventually reaching its peak, the Pokémon League. This is the grand finale, consisting of the Elite Four trainers, as well as one of the hardest champions in all of Pokémon. By no means would this be easy, so I prepped my team to the fullest and upgraded our moves. With my 6 strongest dragons assembled, it was finally time. After a journey full of pain and suffering, could Lance Jr. become a champion? Let's find out. First up is Molayne, or as I like to call him, the witness who watched Togedemaru pummel me for hours. Anyway, while his steel soldiers are scary, our Flygon is a fantastic counter. He leads with a menacing set of keys and instantly sets up a reflect as we begin to boogie with Dragon Dance, raising our attack and speed. Thanks to the reflect, Earthquake just doesn't get the kill, but I know he's going to heal on the next turn, so it's totally safe to hit another Dragon Dance before finishing Klefki on the following turn. Next is Molayne's Metagross, who also tanks an Earthquake before firing off a painful Meteor Mash. However, unfortunately for Molayne, now his reflect is gone, and Flygon is ready for blood. With a string of crunches and earthquakes, the rest of Molayne's team is utterly destroyed. That's one down. Next up is Kahili, the flying type user, but specializing in flying types is incredibly cringe. So we unleash Tyrantrum, who teaches Kahili all about the wonders of dragons, as our dino single-handedly manages to sweep through her entire team. That's 2 Elite Four members dealt with, but the third is much scarier. Acerola has a diverse team of ghost types, which none of my dragons have a type advantage over. So I was concerned, but I believed in our powerhouse Pokemon. Now, her lead Banette isn't too much of a problem, as Salamence can clean it up with a few crunches. What is a problem, however, is the incoming Frostlass, a super fast ice type, which is a nightmare for my team. As proof of this, it immediately outspeeds us, and a single blizzard freezes Salamence in its place. I then go into the gooey tank, Goodra. We're hit by a Confuse Ray, but thankfully break through to land a very crucial Toxic. But Frostlass's blizzards just keep connecting, sending our Goodra to the Shadow Realm. Fortunately, we still have Noivern, and while Acerola heals, Noivern is so fast that it manages to land 2 Dragon Pulses, crushing the icy Ghost. Thankfully, the incoming Delmise is wiped out by 2 Air Slashes, and from here, we trade Pokemon back and forth. However, with one final Rock Slide, Tyrantrum pops Drifblim into the afterlife, giving us our 3rd win. Now, one last Elite Four member remained, and this one's personal. Olivia's Godly Lily and flinching Lycanroc are burnt into my psyche, and I needed revenge. Leading with Tyrantrum, 2 Rock Slides quickly draw First Blood against Olivia's Armaldo. An Earthquake against Probopass just doesn't get the kill, but we clutch up and dodge a Thunder Wave. Smooth moves from Tyrantrum keep our momentum going, as next comes Gigalith, who is an absolute tank. Seriously, Earthquakes don't even do half to this thing. So I switch into Komo-o and begin setting up a deadly combo of Iron Defenses and Dragon Dances. This gives us power, speed, and bulk, and this is exactly what we need to not only finish Gigalith, but also destroy both Olivia's Lycanroc and Cradily in just one hit. Revenge never felt so sweet. Also, please consider stepping on me again. With that, we had now conquered the Elite Four, meaning we were the top trainer in all of Alola. Well, except for one. Yep, it's only fitting. Hal has been a constant thorn in our side with his fairy-type starter. On top of that, he has a diverse and powerful team. But we hadn't come this far just to fall at the final hurdle. So it was time to fight for the crown of champion. Hal leads with a Alolan Raichu, so we opt for Flygon. A Psychic hits us for big damage, but this gives us a small window to set up a Dragon Dance before absolutely wiping Raichu out. Next is Crabominable, a super powerful ice type that can destroy our team. But Flygon goes huge here as Earthquake gets a critical hit that instantly crushes the ice type Crab. Now we were comfortably in a 6v4 lead, but then the Grim Reaper emerges. After tanking an Earthquake, Primarina slaughters Flygon with a Moonblast. I need to get rid of this thing, so I send in Goodra. Hal heals up his fairy, but our Sludge Waves do big damage. We were just 2 shots away from getting the kill, but then tragedy strikes, as Moonblast not only does a lot of damage, but also gets the special attack drop. This means I can't do enough damage, causing Goodra to fall and bringing it back to an even fight. And this is where I make a critical error. I tried to finish Primarina off with Crunch, but Hal heals again. This is terrible, as now we're in dangerous territory. Regardless, I go for Thunderfang, knowing it's largely in vain, and we get the flinch. Salamence, you are the GOAT. That luck prevents us from getting utterly swept, as now we had finished Hal's deadly ace. Next he sends in Noivern, but after missing its Super Fang, the Imposter Bat falls to a single Dragon Claw. We had all the momentum, and after pivoting to intimidate Hal's Tauros, our own Noivern slaughters the bull with Dragon Pulse. This leaves Hal with only his Flareon, and I know exactly how this battle needs to end. After gradually wearing Flareon down, we had it in perfect range. With one last switch into Noivern, we fire off a huge Hyper Beam in Lance's name, wiping out Hal's final Pokemon and giving us the win. With that, Lance Jr. had beaten Pokemon Ultra Sun using only Dragon types and become a champion just like his dad. Dude, we all know he's not really your dad. Shut up! Quick, Noivern, Hyper Beam! Jump into this video next for more Pokemon content. Like the video for all the suffering I went through in this challenge, and let me know in the comments which dragon is your favorite. Take care, and I'll see you in the next video.
New Pure Leaf Sweet Iced Tea with 0 sugar and 0 calories. That is sweet.
Fancy feast, chef inspired, cat adored. Every silky broth, every...
Imagine if you were a superhero tasked with saving the world of Pokemon from an army of supervillains. Well, Pokemon Heads and Tails does exactly that, featuring killer robots, explosions, as well as some downright insane stuff. I played this wild game in its entirety, and it's crazy. Here's what happened. So, this is me. And since I'm a hero in this game, I decided to name myself after the biggest hero I know, Keegan J. What an honor this truly is. Our heroic adventure takes place in the brand new Metropia region. We start out in Prima Village by being introduced to our rival, a diabolical villain with a heart of pure evil. Jigen K, the arch-villain to rival all arch-villains. Oh, and this is Trevor. The 3 of us are the lucky trio, chosen to receive a starter Pokemon. While on the way to the professor's lab, we learn the juicy lore that Metropia used to be dominated by an evil Pokevillain, Mr. Apocalypse. That is, until 5 years ago, where the hero, Pokemon, defeated Mr. Apocalypse, banishing him into hiding. Despite that, the evil organization, Team Kaiser, continues to terrorize the region, and several other villains have reared their evil, ugly heads. But before we fully dive into exploring Metropia, a short word from our awesome sponsor. The Red Magic 9 Pro is a smartphone built for gaming. If you try to use just any old smartphone for gaming, it won't take long for it to overheat and start dropping frames, which is really frustrating. But the Red Magic 9 Pro is built different because this phone is packed with tech and features to give you the best gaming experience possible. Starting with a cutting-edge Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 processor for lightning-fast performance. It also includes a huge battery and super fast charging to keep you gaming on the move as long as possible. But one of its most impressive features is the onboard ICE cooling system, which prevents overheating and keeps your game running smoothly. Design-wise, the phone looks incredibly sleek. This is the Snowball version with a design that's cool but isn't too over the top. And the fully customizable RGB lighting is a really nice touch. But to improve the gaming experience even more, the Red Magic 9 Pro's game space gives you quick access to a ton of useful in-game features like timers and plugins. Combine all this with a highly responsive full HD screen as well as shoulder triggers to give you even more button options, and you've got a seriously powerful gaming phone. I've used my Red Magic 9 Pro on my favorite games and never had any issues. The phone feels great and runs super smooth with an overall great presentation. It's an amazing phone, and Red Magic are currently celebrating their 6th anniversary. So follow Red Magic on social media and click the link in the description below to check out the 6th anniversary celebrations. Our adventure had only just started, yet we would instantly be confronted by the link in the description below to check out the 6th anniversary celebrations. Our adventure had only just started, yet we would instantly be confronted by one of these heinous thugs, Psyduck. Wait, why are you locked up, Psyduck? Anyway, the starters in this game are completely new fan-made Pokemon, so let me know in the comments which of these three you would pick. For me, however, I decided to go with Chilldrop, our very first hero, a pathetic wet pile of sludge. Now with our starter secured, in this game we have two objectives. 1, become the strongest hero of the region by defeating the champion, and 2, defend Metropia from the evil Pokevillains who threaten to destroy it. And straight away, we see their evil deeds in action as Team Kaiser has literally blown up a road. This blockade means that we have no choice but to proceed into the Zubat cave, and it's here that we find the culprit in hiding. He challenges us to a fight, and I'm terrified. This man just used an electrode to destroy a road. What kind of powerful Pokemon could he possibly... Okay, I'm not sure how someone with a level 6 Aaron could cause so much destruction. Anyway, after quickly defeating the Kaiser soldier, he flees like a coward, and I do absolutely nothing to stop the criminal. I truly am the best hero who has ever lived. With the criminal dealt with, now we're clear to explore Prima Village. And while most regular Pokemon gym leaders are just normal people, the Metropia gym leaders are wild. These are some of the strangest heroes I've ever laid eyes on. Case in point, the Prima Village's leader is Hercules, and he looks like this. This Crash Bandicoot looking, Plank from Ed, Edd and Eddy looking loser couldn't even take on a termite, let alone Team Kaiser. To make things worse, Hercules is a bug trainer, the most pathetic of all the types, and his two puny bugs are about as threatening as he is. In just a few turns, both of his Pokemon are washed up by water guns, giving us an easy first badge. In fact, that was so easy to the point that I don't feel safe knowing that this man is protecting my city. Regardless, now we can head to Route 2, where the road has now been prepared. But before we go on, I need to recruit another hero to our roster. So, who's the most heroic Pokemon you can possibly think of? Of course, the answer is Bidoof. This holy rodent is exactly the kind of power we need going forward. But I think we can do one better, because what's better than a Bidoof? A golden Bidoof. So, being the idiot that I am, I took on the mammoth task of hunting for the perfect form of our perfect partner. And so, I began hunting, and after a short eternity, I finally found... a golden shiny, except this one's a disgusting Caterpie. What a useless shiny that will definitely never come up again. Despite the setback, I continued to hunt, hopelessly finding nothing over and over again. However, after a much longer eternity, we found... our golden star. It's so beautiful. I immediately caught the golden doofus, and now we would surely become the strongest Poke hero in all of Metropia. To demonstrate our new power, I took on this pathetic trainer and... oh, never mind. Pushing onwards through Route 2, we come across this mysterious masked man who hands us a literal machete. I cannot wait to issue out some razor-sharp justice with this thing. And shout out to the creator of this game, El Garabato. This game has some insane plot points, and we're just getting started. Just as we approach the end of the route, we're confronted by... Trevor. He may be our second rival, but he gives some real youngster Joey vibes. Chilldrop cleans up his team no problem, clearing us to enter Seacon City. Immediately, we hear a loud cry for help. The city center is under siege by a Pokevillain. Someone should do something. Someone other than me? Ugh. Fine. So, we stepped up to face the rogue Pokevillain, and hey, wait a minute, isn't that just Lance? I'm pretty sure that's Lance. Anyway, not Lance only has a ghost and a pet rat, who both fall without issue. Having now done his job for him, the second gym leader, Wilbur, emerges and apprehends the Dragon Tamer. First, he gets an illegal Dragonite, then he murders a Team Rocket Grunt, and now this? Maybe Lance was the real villain all along. With peace restored to the city, now we can enter the second gym and take on Wilbur, who looks like a furry with a jetpack who steps straight out of DeviantArt. Before taking him on though, I decided to train our team a bit. In doing so, two things happened. First, Bidoof learned Rollout, which makes perfect use of his chunky frame, and more importantly, at level 16, Chilldrop reached its first evolution, transforming into whatever this is. Alongside the newly evolved Psyduck, our heroic roster was ready for action in our next gym battle. The self-proclaimed Birdmaster leads with... a Drifloon, which is absolutely not a bird, but whatever. It's irrelevant anyway, as our Bidoof is ready to cook. Defense Curl not only gives us some extra bulk, it also doubles the power of rollout. This means that Bidoof not only takes out Drifloon, but it can withstand Staravia before blasting that bird out of the sky. While Wilbur's persona does slay our heroic bird, a Water Pulse from Siduk washes up Fletchinder, as well as the fiery feathered freak. That's 2 badgers down. It had been smooth sailing thus far, but we can't progress any further until we help the police bring the Road Destroyer into custody. You know, the one we could have stopped, but let walk away completely uncontested. Still the world's best hero, by the way. After some searching, we find the culprit holed up in a bunker, hidden beneath a building. He seems to be working on some kind of teleporter, but I'm sure that'll never come up again. We quickly clean up the criminal, just like last time, allowing us to make the arrest. Sir, you have the right to remain silent. But if you do not answer my questions, my Bidoof has the right to chomp off your toes. Oh, never mind. We're just gonna let him get away. Again. With that criminal scum taken care of, now we can enter the airport, and it's here that we find her. Keegan K. Hi, Keegan. Are you having fun so far? Shut up, villain. You and your Smurf haircut should be behind bars. After Siduk shows her the power of a real hero, our flight from Seacon City brings us to a desert, and on the way, our Lord Bidoof starts to evolve. I refuse to let that happen. Our heroic golden Bidoof is already perfect. With our fantastic starter and a golden star, I feel like nothing can stop us. Wait, what? I'll teach you to stay away from Team Kaiser. Uh-oh. We're stopped in our tracks by this ominous-looking woman. And yeah, this looks a little dicey, but I'm sure that we can handle her. Oh dear God. Go get him, Bidoof? We got decimated. Just as we were rising through the hero ranks, we were given a taste of just how powerful the Pokevillains of this game truly are. But despite the loss, we can still pass through to our next destination. Welcome to Sand City, Metropia's most defended city. Most defended city? I just got assaulted right at the front gate. This city is bustling and there's a lot to do here. Like the Pokemon Gym, for instance, which doubles as not only a place for trainers, but it's also a police station. What a great combination. Children and criminals. More importantly, however, is the casino. And as we all know, heroes gamble. What better way to forget about the evil ghost lady who just terrorized my team than spending hours playing Voltorb Flip? Truly, this is the most important thing on my agenda right now. And that's because this casino lets you cash in your coins for TMs, items, and most importantly, Pokemon. So I cashed in our chips to buy the newest member of our team, Bagon. Every hero needs a cool dragon, and while this dorky little bobblehead might not seem too threatening right now, it'll be a legendary hero in the future. So, with our newly formed trio of heroes, I felt ready to tackle the gym, led by the electric-type leader, Leland. He's also the police commissioner, and uses the gym as a way to rehabilitate criminals. They told me, you can either work here or get locked up here. Wow, what crime did you commit? I wasn't subscribed to Keegan J. My God, you are beyond help. I hope you rot in this cell. After putting my machete to good use, we stepped up to face the donut-destroying police chief of a gym leader, ready to dominate. Except that's not what happened. He's got 4 powerful electric types, like Magneton and Luxio, who do huge damage to our team. I did my best to hang on, but it was all in vain, as our team is quickly shocked into submission. First the spooky lady, and now this. Our hopes of becoming the top hero of Metropia were feeling grim. Regardless, like a true hero, we don't back down. I charged straight in for a rematch. This time, our Bidoof is able to beat Leland's Electrike lead, and against the Elekid that follows, we just survive a low kick before a dig from Bidoof wipes it out. My lord Bidoof, you are a god. Our doofus does immediately fall to Luxio, but this allows us to unleash our Bagon, who, of course, misses a rock tomb straight away. Nice one. However, it does hit the next time around, lowering Luxio's speed. From there, 2 headbutts clean up Leland's ace. All that's left is Magneton. Crucially, Bagon just survives a magnet bomb, which allows us to connect with one more rock tomb for a vital speed drop. After a lucky critical hit bite does huge damage, Siduk is clear to crush those magnets, and our 3 heroes had clutched up. My confidence is back, baby. Best hero ever. Our celebrations are cut short though, as an explosion just went off. Team Kaiser have bombed the police station, freeing a bunch of villains. And the lead culprit, the Shadow Woman from earlier, who we now know as Morgana, one of Team Kaiser's commanders. She's retrieved an imprisoned evil doctor, and to make things worse, she's left us to fight a killer robot? What is this game? And why is it so cool? While we quickly clean up the antagonist androids, despite our best efforts, Morgana escapes. Things are starting to look very worrying for the future, is what I would say, except someone mysterious stops us right outside the gym. Wait, is that a person? They look like a tent. Whatever they are, they reward us for protecting the city by offering us an egg in this trying time. So, of course, I immediately cycle around like a lunatic to hatch it as soon as possible. Now, dear viewer, what do you think is in this egg? A Togepi? An Igglybuff? Or maybe we get lucky and it's an Eevee? Well, how about a shiny Honedge? Not only is this a fantastic Pokemon, but it looks so sick. Excalibur the Honedge will be the sword that we wield to fight off any villain that comes our way. Unless, of course, it's a normal type. With Sand City behind us, next we move on to the desert of Route 4. Here, this police officer informs us of a villain outbreak. So, being the good Samaritan and hero that I am, I quickly banish all of them to the Shadow Realm. For such a heroic act, surely I'm entitled to a cash prize or a golden statue in my honor, right? I can give you this crummy TM. Open up your wallet. After trekking through a nearby cave, we eventually arrive in Fort Village, where the next gym is located. We've been getting beaten up lately. Can things get any worse? Oh, why are you here? Jigen K blindsides us into a battle, and frankly, Bidoof is not having it, rolling out like an Autobot all over Jigen's first 3 Pokemon no problem. This leaves our rival with only Whippersard, the evolution of the grass starter, which sadly looks a lot less dopey than before. While it does finish our Bidoof off, the combination of our Sacred Sword and Dorky Dragon is all we need to get the final knockout. Once again, we stop evil from prevailing. Wow, Keegan, thanks for a fun battle. Stay back, you unholy evil demon. Now we can explore Fort Village, but there's not a whole lot to do here. It's a mining village in the mountains, and everywhere is closed off except the gym. This gym leader deals in ground unholy evil demon. Now we can explore Fort Village, but there's not a whole lot to do here. It's a mining village in the mountains, and everywhere is closed off except the gym. This gym leader deals in ground types, and I don't think Fort Village is ready for the whirlpool they're about to experience. Siduk cleans up all the trainers in the gym, no problem, before we eventually reach the leader, and whoa! Okay, so we've gone from a furry to a police officer to a literal Gundam. This game has been insane so far, but it's going to get even more unhinged soon enough. For now though, it was time to earn our next badge, and it starts really well. Siduk immediately wipes out his lead and would have had Donphan too, if not for the fact that Donphan has Sturdy. This allows it to fire back with Thunderfang, which does enormous damage. While we do wash it up on the following turn, this summons Clint's Excadrill, and it wants blood. Seriously, in 4 turns, this demon gets 4 kills, wiping out my entire team in the blink of an eye. This game is not pulling any punches. Not only is the game borderline insane, it's also really hard too. We would definitely need to bring our A game if we wanted any hope of becoming Metropia's strongest hero. So, after some backtracking and some shopping, I had a new plan for tackling Clint. This time, once Donphan emerges, we tactically switch to break its Sturdy. Now Siduk can re-emerge, and it wants revenge. With an onslaught of Scalds, the remaining ground types are washed into the mud, cleaning up Clint no problem. Also, please don't crush me. With 4 gym badges to our name and a quartet of top-tier fighters, nothing could possibly go wrong. Team Kaiser's right outside, aren't they? Like clockwork, another part of Metropia is under attack, this time by another Team Kaiser commander, Eruption Man. Not quite as subtle as Morgana, is he? Apparently, he wants to make the concerningly named Mount Burning erupt before attacking the ruins found in Fort Village. And this raises an important question. Who should we put to the task? An established leader equipped with a literal mech suit, or a child with a sparkly Bidoof? Obviously, the latter. Unwillingly, we charge through a slew of Pokevillains and killer robots as we ascend the mountain before reaching the peak, and things are already getting worse as Eruption Man catches a Moltres right in front of me. This man has a literal legendary, but for some reason, refuses to use it. As stupid as it seems, I'm not complaining. Captain Magma over here decided that a team of fire types was all he needed to beat us. But we have our secret, forbidden, heroic technique that has been passed on in my family for generations. Siduk, go, brrrr. Force Scald flush out his entire pathetic team, and Eruption Man is angry. He looks like he's going to explode. Thankfully, he's not going to challenge us to another battle with Moltres. Okay, he's challenging us to another battle with Moltres. Look, in fairness, I deserve that, but that was way uncool, Fireboy. He defiantly declares that Metropia will once again be under the control of Pokevillains, which, as far as our record goes against Team Kaiser, they're not wrong. So, we retreat back through the ruins to get to Fort Village, and along the way, we find an ancient statue, which gives us 9 mysterious tablets. Wow, that's convenient. Hopefully no one needs any of these. Dr. Regigigas was holding 8 of the 17 tablets. We're still missing 9. Well, we'll have to kill anyone who has the others. With a bunch of bloodthirsty Team Kaiser grunts ready to take us down, we're mercifully saved by Mr. Evangelion in his robot suit. With our powers combined, we clean up the remaining grunts while the Doctor makes his escape. And as if things couldn't get any worse, an army of killer robots approaches our flank. But we're true heroes, and so, faced with a dangerous foe, we make the heroic decision to run away. The plot of this game is already wild, but it's about to get even crazier, because now, Looker is here. He's come to give us a safe police escort, which should in no way be intercepted. So now another bridge has been destroyed, and to make matters even worse, we're attacked again by Morgana. Thankfully though, she only has a Banette, so this shouldn't be too difficult, and... Wait, she can Mega Evolve? How did she even get a Mega Ring? Much like the Moltres Massacre, Banette brutally wipes out our team, once again leaving us at the mercy of Team Kaiser. Until the champion of Metropia emerges, Pokémon. Dude, is that really the best name you could come up with? Pokémon? What's worse than his name is the fact that this guy is terrible at protecting us, as Morgana's Jellicent launches us off a bridge. We wash ashore on a nearby beach, and we're collected by a good Samaritan named Flora. While we are safe for now, that series of events showcases just how powerful these villains are. I don't think I'm cut out to be a hero. I knew I should have just been an accountant. Thankfully, the game now gives us a brief window to collect ourselves. Soon after, we reach the next gym, and this one specializes in grass types, meaning it's mostly free real estate for us to grind up our team a bit. This EXP allows our dragon to finally metamorphosize, becoming the bouncy, blimp-looking, awkward middle stage, Shelgon, who, with its newly learned flamethrower, is going to be vital in this gym. Remember Flora, the good Samaritan who just helped us? Well, she's the next gym leader, meaning her reward for helping us is having her Pokemon absolutely torched by young Shelgon. However, turns out she's no pushover. Not only does her lead Ferroseed set up entry hazards, but she has a powerful Trevenant that's holding a Life Orb. And this is all she needs to utterly annihilate our team with Shadow Claws and Horn Leeches. Wait, did we just lose again? And to a grass gym? Lately, we had continuously suffered loss after loss, and I was really starting to doubt our team. So I went back to the drawing board and grinded up our team. If our opponents were going to rely on big brain strategies and competitive items, then we needed some extra firepower of our own. And how do we do that? Well, by taking our one sword and doubling it into 2 swords. Once our Hexcalibur reaches level 35, it evolves into the powerful beast that is Doublade, which is still such an awesome shiny. And with our hero dual-wielding swords, Flora wasn't ready for the wrath that she was about to experience. We melt down her Ferroseed with a single flamethrower, we burn through her Whippersard, torch Trevenant, overpower Groddle, and trim her Roserade down to size with Doublade. That gives us our revenge, as well as a comprehensive 5th gym badge. However, once again, Team Kaiser emerge, ready to ruin my good mood. As we try to set sail to the next city, a Sharpedo boat gate crashes, and no joke, the leader of the brigade threatens to kill the current captain. This game is hardcore. Oh god, this isn't just your regular killer robot, it's a Spanish-speaking killer robot. At this point, I've had enough of Team Kaiser. All they've done is ruin my day, and I'm sick of it. Right now, I'm going to end everything they stand for. You know what? Actually, I changed my mind. I kind of like Team Kaiser now. Captain Sharpedo here is a former gym leader and model rocking a crazy-looking Clawitzer hand. Despite the voice in my head telling me to join her and become a full-time simp, she challenges us to a battle, and her water types would be really threatening. But our starter knows the move Energy Ball, which is insanely powerful and a hard counter. So we begrudgingly crush the beauty's team into the dust while also saving the captain's life. To crown this achievement, however, our starter finally evolves into its final form, Guardian. And again, no idea what this is meant to be, but it's a super powerful water fairy type, and that is huge. The game then cuts away to Team Kaiser's leader, who asks how progress is going. And for us, not great. They've captured both Articuno and Zapdos on top of the Moltres from earlier, meaning they now have all three legendary birds at their disposal. So that's bad, and it was about to get even worse. Is that a giant Mecha Tyranitar? Yes. Yes, it is. And we have to face it in battle. It's absolutely huge and proceeds to brutally take out 3 of our Pokemon. Thankfully, our final hero just hangs on long enough to narrowly pull out the win. This game is ridiculous and I am loving it. While on our way to the next village, we meet the walking circus tent, who now introduces himself as Tetsuna. He's one of the Elite Four, and considering that he gave us such a powerful Pokemon, I am dreading what it'll be like to face off against him later. For now though, by traversing a dingy cave, as well as some haunted woods, we stumble into Undechi village, where gym leader number 6 resides. And thanks to our newly found Duskstone, we can evolve Doublade into its final and coolest form, Aegislash. Our team was looking real good right about now. Our team of heroes had no trouble in quickly securing the next badge, and we were cruising. Until he emerges. Kaiser Ferdinand, the leader of Team Kaiser. He challenges us to a fight, and at first, I wasn't feeling too afraid. But then he began it by immediately Mega Evolving his Aggron. Even without a huge level difference, his Aggron then proceeded to wipe through each and every one of my Pokemon like a hot knife through butter. It was a beatdown. And so, the supervillain mugs us of our 9 tablets before kidnapping Professor Lily. This plot is twisted. Team Kaiser are now on the cusp of dominating Metropia, and we are stuck behind bars. However, Looker, the absolute Chad, breaks us out of prison in a real Shawshank Redemption moment. After dodging patrol robots and beating up the guards, eventually we reach the evil doctor that Morgana rescued. This introduces us to another villain, this Pokey Terminator. No joke, that leaves us with 7 different villains that all want us dead. Us, the child with the shiny Bidoof. Fortunately, unlike Kaiser Ferdinand, we can take on the Terminator no problem before catching up with the evil doctor, who is fusing the legendary bird trio together. Trust me, I've seen what happens with that before. Not a fan. To delay us, we're forced to take him on. And while he has powerful Pokemon like Slacking, Snorlax, and Porygon Z, we can handle it quite comfortably. One thing I do want to point out though is that he has a Lopunny. I know why you have that on your team, you creep. Sadly, we're too little too late, as the Doctor has already combined the 3 birds, creating a new ultimate Pokemon, Meta Quattro. And we beat it quite comfortably. That was anticlimactic. Kaiser does inform us that he has far bigger, far more evil ambitions, but in order to stop him, we're going to have to beat the final gyms. But this wouldn't be easy, and after some of the insane fights we've had lately, I knew that I needed to first round out our team. I went far and wide over Metropia, searching all over for the best candidate to join the team. Nothing was sticking out though. None of these Pokemon are worthy enough to become heroes. But then it hit me. We had to go back to the casino again, baby. And after some more Voltorb flips, I decided to purchase another Pokemon, Togepi, the adorable little egg that I named Omelette, except Omelette has the ability Hustle, which is straight garbage. So, welcome Omelette 2 to the team, everybody. And it has Hustle too. Third time's the charm though, as Omelette 3 has the elusive Serene Grace ability that I wanted. With this little guy on the team, I couldn't wait to get him up to his final, most powerful, and heroic form. Well, that was, until I realized that I might have the most stubborn Togepi in existence. Seriously, despite gaining 20 levels, this little dude just stays in its baby shell. Why don't you love me enough, Omelette? Is it because I threw away your siblings?
Yes.
Okay, that explains a lot. For now, I gave up on winning the affection of Togepi and instead turned my attention towards the next gym. The leader is a spiritual old dude with psychic types who looks about ready to be sliced and diced by Hexcalibur. I, Samuel the Thinker, will test your judgment training Pokemon. Cool story. How about you test this? That win means that we're one badge away from taking on the champion, but we know the drill by now. Who from Team Kaiser are we going to have to fight? Kaiser Ferdinand, a Spanish killer robot, or the woman I can fix? If you answered any of these, you're totally wrong, as it's time to face the Mecha Tyranitar again. It does end up fleeing, but we track it down to a dark alley where we discover the puny pilot of the robot. Seriously, dude? You don't look like a villain. You look like you should be at a convention. His team consists of powerful fossil Pokemon, but it's nothing that our team can't prevail over. So the Tyranitar resorts to straight up assaulting us. Finally, a Pokemon villain not afraid to throw hands. Thankfully, we're saved from this beatdown by the final gym leader. Although Morgana once again ominously appears, stealing away Tyranitar as their plans are almost ready. That is definitely concerning. But with our heroic quartet and a stubborn egg, we still have one more space on the team for a hero. And fortunately, the route just outside Penta City has exactly who I'm looking for. So, to round out our team of shinies and non-shinies, I committed to a long hunt, spending over an hour running into regular Pokemon again and again, while also finding ugly shinies that no one would ever want. Until the stars aligned and we found
looks pretty cool to me.
a shiny Riolu. I love these yellow streaks on it. It looks so sick. With an appropriately colored Quick Ball, we added Alpha the Riolu to our squad, finalizing the team that we'd take with us to combat Team Kaiser. However, both Togepi and Riolu need to actually like us before reaching their fullest potential. So I said screw it and cycled between these trees over and over again for what felt like years, just trying to make this stupid egg love me enough. Fortunately, this technique worked perfectly, meaning that our egg has finally cooked enough to become a longer egg. Togetic and Riolu respected us enough to evolve into the amazing shiny Lucario. Now we had a stacked and ultra powerful team before the climax of our adventure. Oh, and Bidoof is here too. He is absolutely necessary. With these powerful Pokemon, including 3 count...
Now groceries. That's at the P at the end there. Anyways.
He is absolutely necessary. With these powerful Pokemon, including 3 counters for Dark types, you'd think we'd crush the Dark type gym leader, Dorian. Right? Wrong. While his Sableye is easy work, his Drapion critical hits our Lucario in one shot, but the real threat was something I was in no way prepared for. Malamar. It just has all the answers for my team, like Night Days, a Dark type move that lowers our, as well as Sludge Bombs to cripple our fairies. I didn't even know it could learn that. In just a few turns, we had been clobbered. That was a horrible sign. Struggling against the final gym leader before we face off against an onslaught of the toughest villains in any Pokemon game. This game is no joke, and we would need to be on our A game from here on out. So, in a rematch, we did just that. Guardian absolutely crushes Sableye with Moonblasts, giving us an easy lead. Then, against the problematic Drapion, we pivot around to avoid damage before locking Drapion into Poison Jab with Encore. This allows Lucario to safely enter the battle, and while the menacing Malamar re-emerges, we've boosted up with Swords Dance. It then hits a massive flamethrower, but we take it out with a Brick Break. Wait, why was it super effective? It's part Psychic. That shouldn't work. Oh, that Malamar was definitely an imposter. The real Malamar can finish off Lucario with the Dark Pulse, but we're in the driver's seat now. Our team can gradually chip away to take out Dorian's remaining team. Despite his ace being Mega Tyranitar, a critical hit from Guardian clutches up the fight, giving us our final gym badge. Of course, this all precedes the big issue, as Luca informs us that Team Kaiser are already on the move, looking to finish things up. This is it. It's us versus Team Kaiser. As we arrive at the bottom of Mount Ferris, we learn that Professor Lily's Klefki has been kidnapped, and it's all down to us to save it. So, as we ascend, we immediately spot Kaiser Grunts doing everything in their power to stop us by taking out a bridge. What is it with you guys and your obsession with destroying bridges? To tackle Team Kaiser, we needed every advantage possible, and we could do just that with one promising evolution, as, at level 50, our Dragon Blimp emerges from its cocoon, becoming the ultra-cool Salamence. Now our team was ready to cook, which is great timing because we're immediately stopped by the Poké Terminator and 84 killer robots. Well, we had a good run, everybody. This should absolutely be the death of us. However, we're saved by all the powerful gym leaders and Hercules. They distract the killer robots as we rematch the Terminator. And our newly evolved Salamence isn't taking any prisoners. With powerful moves like Fly, Crunch, and Earthquake, Salamence utterly destroys the Poké Terminator's first 5 Pokemon. So, what does it do in this situation? It throws itself into the battle. This could be trouble. Damn, Salamence, you didn't have to embarrass him that badly. Next on our hit list is the bold beauty Captain Sharpedo. She was a bit of a pushover last time, but with her powerful team of 6, it's still super easy. After a very quick beatdown, Captain Sharpedo has a certified heated gamer moment as she hopes we die in a fire. No, it's true, I can still fix her. Third on our hit list is Captain Magma himself, Eruption Man. And I'm not over what happened last time with his Moltres. He argues that he can hold his own, but instead, he can hold this L. Guardian heroically drowns out every Pokemon in its way without a problem. It was a massacre. All I will say is that we see the final evolution of Blazebeat in this fight, and looking at it now, I don't think that I should be showing this on YouTube. Anyway, this paved the way for our 4th major enemy, the Mecha Tyranitar, who seems to be talking to us from an interesting location. His team of rocky fossils were threatening before, but Aegislash can take out his Rampardos and Probopass without issue. It's only when he sends himself out that we run into trouble. But Salamence stares down the mech with no concern and crushes it with Earthquake. And with the rest of his team following soon after, we had toppled 4 villains. Now we've reached the peak of Mount Ferris, where Pokemon, the champion of the region mind you, pleads with us to take on Kaiser Ferdinand. That is your job, old man. Do something. Of course, it isn't that straightforward, as we're interrupted by Morgana, and considering the history that we have with her, this one's personal. Arsenal. Morgana has decimated us in the past, but this time, Sea Guardian was ready for blood. Our heroic starter crushes her Spiritomb with Moonblast, as well as her Jellicent with a critical hit Energy Ball. And while Chandelure does deal some damage, a Scald in retaliation can wipe her out no problem. Fourth is Dusknoir, so I whipped out our most deadly hero, Bidoof. Our golden boy manages to land a yawn, putting Dusknoir to sleep. And this gives us the window for our sword to slay the demonic Dusknoir. And with Salamence chomping down on the remaining ghosts with Crunch, we had finally bested Morgana. And it's all thanks to Bidoof. You'd better like and subscribe for how much he did in that battle. Though we defeated every villain in quick succession, we're still too late to stop Ferdinand, who summons this portal using the plates he's collected. Undoubtedly, this would be our final showdown. Inside the portal is a realm to Arceus, who Ferdinand summons and begs for them to join him. However, he can only prove his worthiness by taking us on in battle. And considering his team, this is not going to be a pushover. His lead Aegislash starts by hitting us with Toxic, but Togetic locks it into an Encore. We both switch out, and while our own Aegislash has been a beast this run, Mega Aggron is a huge wall. Brick Breaks don't do much, while Heavy Slams do huge damage. Alas, as a holy sacrifice, I hard switch into Bidoof to get smushed, giving Ferdinand the early lead. Fortunately for us, our starter is an absolute hero. A Scald luckily gets the burn, massively nerfing Heavy Slam's damage, and Ferdinand's decision to heal means we can take out the Mega in the next 2 turns. Next in is Electros, and not only does it finish Aegislash off, but now the text is all tiny and I can't read it. You're truly diabolical. Mega in the next 2 turns. Next in is Electros, and not only does it finish Aegislash off, but now the text is all tiny and I can't read it. You're truly diabolical, Kaiser. We switch into Salamence and trade blows. Thanks to both Leftovers recovery as well as a critical hit, we best the Electric Eel. Next is Swampert, who we can hit for big damage with Fly, but an Ice Punch destroys our Dragon. An Energy Ball is a great retaliation, however, and while Cross Poison from Crobat hurts us, Water Spout is still enough to get the one shot. Fifth is Hydreigon, who can't withstand a super effective Moonblast, leaving Kaiser with only his Aegislash. In response, I send in our shining hero Lucario, as one final Earthquake buries that sword, giving us a massive win. Having defeated Ferdinand, Arceus literally roasts this man before disappearing. But I'm sure he's learned his lesson and will be quite rational about all of this. I'm gonna kill you! Pokemon once again emerges just in time to save the day. And with that, we had conquered the evil team threatening Metropia. Or at least, that's what I believed at the time. For now, our own sights were set on becoming champion, as well as the strongest hero in all of Metropia. So, we head towards Victory Road, and this place is insanely tough. By the end of it, Bidoof was the highest level on our team. Seriously, our shining Bidoof has gotten super buff now. Everyone will fear him. Besides Bidoof, we also found a shiny stone, meaning we can finally perfect our team by stealing Togetic's legs, making it an all-powerful flying fairy, Togekiss. After a long haul though, we finally make it to the Pokemon League. Before we can take on the Elite Four and the champion, there's a small tournament between 8 trainers to prove our worthiness. So, after some more team prep to make our Pokemon as powerful as possible, we were ready. First in our gym challenge is the most diabolical villain of this entire game. Oh, you think I'm joking? You think Team Kaiser's world domination was a lot? Well, this Pokevillain in front of us carries 6 of the same disgusting Pokemon. B-Barrel. I'm not kidding. This guy carries 6 of these things. Thanks to Lucario spamming close combat, we can safely take them out, cleaning up the worst Bidoof-related villain we'll ever come across. This tournament also has us tackle both of our rivals, but after sweeping those 2 fools straight into the trash, now it's time to take on the Elite Four. While these trainers are tough, boasting some of the toughest Pokemon in the entire region, so are we. Against the Dragon Tamer, Longzhu, our fairies blasted those mythicals with Moonblasts and Dazzling Gleams, with Aegislash clutching up against Mega Salamence. Against the Fighting Type Master, Mars, Hey, hang on a minute, that's just Bruno. You're not fooling anybody, dude. And he definitely wasn't fooling anybody with his plays, as Togekiss cleaned up his first 4 fighters without even breaking a sweat, and Salamence bested Mega Blaziken not long afterwards. Bruno, you can change your name and run away to a fan game, but you'll always just be Bruno. After the Fairy-type fanatic Diana has her whole career ended by an onslaught of Iron Heads, our Elite Four final battle stood before us. This one is Tetsuo listener. And considering that he helped shape our team of heroes, it's only fitting that we defeat him using the very same Pokemon that he gave us. So, after our heroes sent his steely soldiers to the Shadow Realm, we had conquered the Metropia Elite Four. First we bested the tournament, then we conquered the Elite Four, and now all that stood before us to become champion was the game's biggest hero and biggest threat to our path to becoming Pokemon champion, Pokémon. Wait, why does he look like Duffman? But don't let his appearance fool you. This is one of the strongest champion teams you'll come across in a Pokemon game. Incredibly strong, ridiculously bulky, and even broken at some points. We were coming for the crown, but Pokémon threw everything he had at us, and it was brutal. Seriously, despite our best efforts, our team was thrown around time and time again. I attempted this fight over and over again, only for us to fall at the final hurdle repeatedly. His Mega Kangaskhan, Pseudo-Legendaries, and Shiny Milotic were just so incredibly powerful. But we persisted, trying again and failing again. I believed in our heroes, and we just needed that one window, that one fraction of luck for our heroes to shine. And then, his late Darmanitan does big damage with a Rock Slide, but a Scald from our starter draws First Blood. Next in is Metagross, so we switch into Aegislash for a Steel-type showdown. Since we resist its attacks, we're safe to boost our attack one final time, tanking Meteor Mashes before a powerful Shadow Claw slices Metagross in two. Third in is Crocodile, which threatens Aegislash with both of its types. However, I have a devilish plan. By using King's Shield, there's a chance that this Pokemon won't go for Earthquake, but instead Pursuit. This not only does nothing to us, but also lowers Crocodile's attack by 2 stages. This drop is huge, as we can bring in Salamence on an Earthquake that does nothing before we can start cooking with Hone Claws. With the attack drops, Crocodile is doing not a lot, while we can recuperate health with leftovers, letting us boost our attack without losing much HP. Earthquake finishes the Killer Croc, and the otherwise bulky Milotic can't withstand a single fly from our boosted beast. Fifth in is Dragonite, and it's a face-off between 2 pseudo-legends. Despite the power boost, Dragonite is still somehow able to withstand a Stone Edge, setting up a scary Dragon Dance. We then trade turns as Pokemon heals, and we luckily continue hitting Stone Edge, bringing Dragonite into the red. Having withstood our hits, the Orange Oath slays our godly dragon. Fortunately though, we can safely bring in Togekiss, who quickly secures our 5th knockout, leaving Pokemon with his final Pokemon, Kangaskhan. And this thing is such a menace. Seriously, Mega Kangaskhan outspeeds our whole team, and its ability in this game means that every hit does 50% more damage. It can absolutely sweep through our team here. We have only one hope, for Togekiss to survive and land a Toxic. So Kangaskhan fires off a super-powered return, and we survive! The once stubborn Egg Baby had clutched up hugely, leaving Kangaskhan on a timer. And with a huge assist from King's Shield to help stall, that's all we need for Kangaskhan to finally fall in a few turns. With that, we had bested the dorkiest looking champion in Pokemon and become the #1 hero in Metropia. So that's it, right? We've registered in the Hall of Fame and we're done here. No, you couldn't be more wrong, because the Heads and Tails post-game is wild, and it would be a disservice not to talk about this chaotic masterpiece. So, strap in. As a reward for becoming champion, rather than getting something cool, like a new Pokemon or a key to the city, we're instead recruited as the top hero of Metropia, tasked with fighting off any evil. But since Team Kaiser have already been defeated, I'm sure that won't happen anytime soon. Okay, I'm genuinely speechless. So, a city is now on fire, and it's due to this guy, a half-human, half-Bidoof called Bidoof Boy. And considering we have a perfect Bidoof, I think that we have the authority to say that this is sacrilegious. Even worse, BB's ace is a golden Bidoof of his own. He's an imposter. Thankfully, his team is just 6 rodents, but surely there's nothing weirder than that left in this game. There's something way stupider up ahead, isn't there? Okay, so this is a lot to take in, but all these bizarre characters are merely henchmen to this one-eyed leader who has it out for us. Great. This goes directly onto the next story, which involves us escorting Trevor to the bank before the evil team decides to throw a bomb, and now we're attacked by a bunch of Vigoroth. Guys, I'm starting to think that we actually died like 7 gyms ago. Anyway, this subplot focuses on the Catastrophic League, a bunch of weirdos led by Darwin, a specialist in Mega Evolution, so much so that that he can break the rules. You're only meant to be able to Mega Evolve one Pokemon, but this guy does it twice in one battle. Breaking the sacred rules of a Pokemon battle? This man is truly beyond redemption. That was only the warm-up though. Trevor and I then stormed their hideout before fighting off against a pair of henchmen, and this introduces us to a ton of wild characters along the way, such as Giant Lady, Royal Slacking, and Two-Face. Unfortunately for them, they're not the main antagonists in this story, so as the top hero in Metropia, we clean them up quickly. They're not our focus though. What is our focus is Darwin, who has a Doomsday device designed to Mega Evolve every Pokemon in the region. This guy is literally the incarnation of everyone begging Game Freak to bring back Megas. Wait, could you Mega Evolve my Bidoof? It can already evolve into B-Barrel. How dare you? It's on, old man. Unfortunately, Darwin Megastone is not taking things lightly, as he now has a full team of 6, and all of them are Megas. However, as Metropia's next top hero, it's our duty to step up and slaughter his team like dominoes, one after another. Even in the face of an evil rule breaker, our team's unstoppable, and I'm sure that'll never change. During a short subplot that follows, we discover that a thief has appeared and is trying to revive a legendary ice totem to rule over Metropia, and the thief's name is the Refrigerator. Okay, I feel more threatened by an Igglybuff. We ascend the Snowy Mountain to try and stop the Snow Totem from being summoned, but the Refrigerator stands in our way, and befittingly, Mr. Fridge is also an Ice-type specialist. Yeah, that's about right. Regardless, he's still able to summon the totem before it betrays Mr. Fridge, and now we have to face it in action. Yeah, that's about right. So, that wasn't too crazy, but this next part is absolutely ridiculous. This time, the developer of the game themselves appears. He's the developer of all Pokeballs, including a brand new one. Surely that won't go wrong.
It went horribly
Master Scribble is his name, and he's trying to auction off his evil inventions to make billions. So, of course, we have to put a stop to his money-making ventures, as well as fix the Pokeball situation.
Purina Puppy Chow and Kitten Chow. Highly digestible with sensitive stomachs.
Doing so culminates in 3 fights against him, the first of which we have to put our differences aside with our arch nemesis, Jigen K, to fight against a shiny, unbound Hooper. That's already a ridiculous creature to face off with, but then Master Scribble manages to one-up even a shiny mythical by making us fight a fighter jet. Yes, you heard me right, a jet. Somehow, destroying the Doom Jet doesn't explode and kill him though, so we face off against him for a final time. Not only does he have an incredibly powerful and versatile team, he even has his own unique Mega Evolutions. That's so sick. Mega Crobat looks even angrier to be alive, so we do it a favor by putting it out of its misery, arresting the tyrannical CEO for good. Okay, so we had Bidoof Boy, 10 Weirdos, Frosty the Snowman, and then the developer of the game. What's next? An alien invasion? It's going to be an alien invasion, isn't it? Yep, of course. The cities are on fire, and now we're getting into fights with UFOs and aliens. I miss when we were just fighting a shirtless loser in a wooden mask. So, after escaping the alien abduction, then we meet this alien fighting police team. There's no chance that they could possibly be evil too, right? Look, this section of the game becomes really unhinged. Basically, we have to fight an alien leader, Mithra, who uses all of the Deoxys forms. But after blasting off the aliens, we can finally take solace in the fact that Metropia is completely safe from every villain ever conceived. And then he came back. The villainous Mr. Apocalypse, who had been foreshadowed right at the start of the game. He attacks the Pokemon League, and not only that, he kills Pokemon. He was easily my 12th favorite champion in all of Pokemon. Can we get an F in the comments for Pokemon? The morning after, Mr. Apocalypse comes to our house and threatens our mother before declaring his sights on ruling Metropia once again. After he leaves, we're called to an emergency meeting at the Pokemon League where it's confirmed we'd have to go to the Battle Frontier, defeat the 6 major henchmen that held the keys to his tower, and eventually challenge Mr. Apocalypse at the summit. And let me tell you, this postgame was extremely hard. I can't truly do justice to it in just one video, but you have to go into a bunch of of mystery dungeon-style towers, facing off against Team Crisis Grunts with ridiculously powerful teams, before eventually reaching the wild character that is each tower's boss, all of which provides an interesting, amazing, and sometimes just outright weird opponent to face off against. It would be an injustice to the game to try and commentate each one by one, but once I'd received every key, however, the final ascension of this game began. This involved rematches with some of our arduous opponents like Darwin Megastone and his brand new Mega Rhyperior. I've never seen a Pokemon that embodies regret quite like this one, and after clearing through the next two battles against Kaiser Ferdinand and a mind-controlled Professor Lily, we finally meet Mr. Apocalypse on the roof of his battle tower. This would be a decisive battle to protect the world from his grasp. Except it's not that easy, because Mr. Apocalypse is one of the hardest fights I've seen in any Pokemon game. All level 100s, including Legends, Mega Evolutions, harried with Contrary Superior, and even a deadly washing machine. This is an absolute powerhouse of a fight. Naturally, I got stomped on over and over. Even if you are able to conquer his shiny Victini, Mega Magnezone, and Mega Machamp, his ace in the hole is a shiny Mega Rayquaza. This is so unfair. We were going into this fight with an underleveled quintet and a nice Bidoof. Loss after loss piled up, and it just felt hopeless. In spite of everything we'd done, from stopping Team Kaiser to preventing an alien invasion, we just didn't have enough left in the tank to conquer this fight. Or did we? Despite all the losses, our heroes continued trying. We just had to hope that the stars would align. His lead Victini will use one of two moves, Volt Strike or Zen Headbutt. Since we lead with Sigardian, we desperately want the latter, which it does use this time around. And although a Scald leaves Victini with a Slither, after it's healed the following turn, another one hits the range to take it out. This brings in Rotom Wash, who we can't stop from zapping our beloved starter into oblivion. However, now we can bring in Salamence and try to set up. A Hone Claws boosts our attack, but of course, Mr. Apocalypse hits the tiny chance for Thunderbolt to paralyze. This means that while we can fire off a painful Dragon Claw, it's not enough for the KO, as Rotom secures its second kill before Lucario quickly gets its revenge. Next in is Machamp, who Mr. Apocalypse Mega Evolves, giving it even more arms. How much power could you possibly give it? Even though we quad resist close combat, Togekiss is still nearly hit for half of its health. Thankfully though, a single Dazzling Gleam is all we need to finish off the Hex-armed menace. Fourth in is Magnezone, who looks terrifying after its Mega Evolution, and we don't have much of an answer for it as the oversized Magnet takes out our third team member with Charge Beam. It was down to a 3 versus 3, where both of us have a god as our ace. Close combat cleans up Magnezone, and now Mr. Apocalypse decides it's time to bring out Rayquaza. Even in shield form, our Aegislash can't survive a single Earthquake, and it's over. We just don't have the heroic capabilities to win this. So I decide to send in our Bidoof, who stares up at the menacing Mega as a Dragon Ascent rips into Bidoof, and we survive on 1 HP. That's all thanks to our Focus Sash, baby. In the 11th hour, Bidoof clutches up by hitting a Yawn, and while an Earthquake brings it down on the following turn, Bidoof fulfilled its mission, putting the legend to sleep. And this tiny window is all we need for Lucario to re-emerge, set up a Swords Dance, and, with the power of friendship, destroy Rayquaza with Return. And thanks to one last close combat, the final Superior is pummeled into oblivion. With that, Mr. Apocalypse was defeated, and we had finally secured peace for the region of Metropia. Jump into this video next for more Pokemon content, and subscribe to the channel as a sign of respect to our heroic Bidoof. Take care, and I'll see you in the next video.
That was fishing with Dad.
Okay, thank God. We're getting into part 2. We have seen part 2.
Top of the morning to you ladies, my name is Jacksepticeye and welcome back to Steep. I'm up here at base camp, looking out at the glorious sunrise / set / I don't know, because I don't know what way the sun is actually going, but I can change time of day all I want, whenever I want. All you do is press F3, which is actually a really cool feature. Not many games that are actually persistently multiplayer let you change the time of day yourself. So the sun is that just all we're getting? Is that the maximum amount of sunshine we're getting on this peak? Well, it fucking sucks, doesn't it? People were also saying that it's surprising that I didn't spell out dick in the snow already, but as you can see, it actually disappears quite quickly. So, wait, I want to do this again. Snow angels! Yay! So I want to do this event. I don't know what it is. I'm probably going to suck at it, but score the most. Okay, so I actually have to get points on this one, which is not that bad. Already getting points.
JDX _the_kid.
Amazing points. Oh, the music's good. Oh, the music's good. This motherfucker up here.
Dude, I despise Ninja. Can we please switch to something that doesn't involve Jen's cringe?
What the hell?
JDX _the_kid.
Said. This is making me throw up like I'm not kidding.
This is Jacksepticeye. What the hell are you talking about?
JDX _the_kid.
Said. My stomach is actually for real queasy listening to this goober.
Well, that's your problem. I love Jacksepticeye.
Better than me! I got the points! I got the points from the trick! It was the landing that sucked! It's not all about the landing. It's not fucking gymnastics. It's about...
JDX _the_kid.
Fucking sweet point. I'm going the wrong fucking way. Can you make me look cooler, please? I'm supposed to be fucking awesome, and you're making me look like a turd sandwich. Where the hell even is the fucking course? Oh wait, you're pointing the direction it's supposed to be going. Oh, down there. But that's the finish. Here we go.
You haven't said anything for like 2 hours.
Yeah! Woo! Tricks! You suck! My whole career as a snowboarder can be summed up as face inside fucking snow pile. Okay, I'm going this way. I'm going this way, and we're gonna go up this. Watch. Right. Here we go. Between the trees.
Loud
Between trees.
doesn't
I got
equal
this.
good content.
I got this. I can feel it.
I didn't think we had to re-establish that fact.
JDX _the_kid.
Said. I thought we already got over that trend ages ago.
You know what?
JDX _the_kid.
Said. I just came back to check in LOL.
You know what I'm pretty sure does make good content? The content creator suffering while making the video.
Wow! Yes! All I'm doing is fucking spinning around in circles. It sucks. Yes! That's the fucking scores I need. 1990 to beat. I'm at 3552. I'm actually doing amazing.
All right, Krabby, can you take
But the game
out
makes it seem like you're doing nothing. Why, game? I'm doing amazing. I'm doing fantastic at this. Woo! I'm actually pressing completely different buttons, but new personal best. Have I done this already? Gold medal crushed. Beginning to think I might have done that one before. Oh, pass, Jack. When you reach into the future and say, hey, we did this. Son of a bitch. He's the worst. Whoa!
JDX
a little wingsuit, have we?
Kid.
Wait, where do I go?
Said.
Where's the actual...
Well, I'm out. Good luck in your endeavor.
Where's the actual thing? Right. Ah, it's over here. That's... Oh, that is it. Whoa!
Probably gonna go for like
person Bigara. I'm actually gonna...
_the_kid.
Who did that?
Said.
Take it in. Take it in. It's a nice wingsuit.
Endeavors
flight.
Asterisk.
You smell that?
JDX
_the_kid.
Right,
here we go.
said,
This challenge can be played only in paraglide.
Have fun with the hangover headache from this moron.
Well, why are you starting me off in my wingsuit? I can't parachute to it either. I landed perfectly. Just starfish your way down the mountain, bro. You go down in the annals of history as the biggest fucking moron.
This, but I'm from
Make your way over in the
LOL.
wingsuit. Perfect. Glorious. I love that. And then parachute. Okay. This challenge can only be played in paraglide. What the fuck do you think I'm doing, game? Do you think I'm doing this out of the good of my health? No, because my bones are broken. Okay. Here's one I can do. Here's a parachute race that I'm going to be fucking great at. Mainly because it's not a pile of duty and it didn't mess me up right at the start. I'm actually doing it. Dude, can you fucking shut up in my ear holes? When I'm up in the mountains smelling this beautiful Alp air, I don't want some fucking sod in my ear telling me what I should and shouldn't be doing. I already am. Putting it to something special. Get out of me! This is my race! I'm the one who is steep. I'm the one who's doing great things. Stunts hold. Wait, there's a fucking finish line over here? What? Oh, I was supposed to be doing stunts. This game is not good at telling me what I'm supposed to be fucking doing. Excuse me? Why you started me under the rock? You started me above the rock a minute ago. I'm inside the rock. Help! Help! Medic! Oh, beautiful stunts! It's so fucking dumb. Don't start me under the rock again. It's like, hold for stunts. I didn't do a stunt. Hold for stunts. Woo! Yeah! A little waddle. I got a little waddle going on. That's a fucking great stunt. Watch this one. Woo! 360 no scope. Ortle?
My lands are as old as time.
Who the fuck is Ortle? All I want to do is snowboard, not learn the ancient history of why mountains were formed. There's a spot over here. There's a spot down the mountain that I can use my binoculars to see. I'm gonna fucking do it. Watch this. Whoa! See that little tuck and under? That's what I call it. A little tuck and under. I'm not the best snowboarder in the world, but by God, do I know. Stop and stare. Think I'm moving, but I'm going nowhere. Where the fuck was this thing? There's a spot down here somewhere that I'm trying to look at. We might have to get a little closer, mates. I'ma do it. Me and my snowboard. You're going the wrong direction. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, what a beast. I have legs like the Hulk. Yeah. Uh-oh. 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 I want to stop.
I am at 65, right?
I want off Steve's wild ride.
Whoops.
This is bad. Can you stop? Slow it on down. Oh. Nelly. Think I might have missed my opportunity. I don't know where this... Oh, there it is!
Someplace interesting to check out up ahead. I need to gain some ground first.
Can I not fucking see it from here? I have binoculars! I don't need to be on top of it to be able to see it. Oh, can I actually do this? Woo! No!
Is special really that
fuck!
bad?
Ow, my ass!
Grabbing special really that bad?
Snowboard! Gonna ride it fast down the mountain! Yes, bitch! Oh, yeah! Oh, where am I going? Oh, Jesus Christ! I'm even fucking greater than I thought I was! Ow! Every great man has an end. Mine just happens to be on my ass.
Another one.
Boom! Another fucking point discovered. So can I actually go over here now? Yes! You only have to get close enough. I was over there, and then I was like, hey, I want to go over this side. Wingsuits, baby. This is what I'm all about. This is what I'm all about. It's fucking prime wingsuiting you. Wow, yeah! Let's fucking do this! I am feeling the need for speed! I love the wingsuiting in this game. It's so much fucking fun! Yikes! Oh, God, he's so dead. Oh. Oh, Jesus, look away! Oh, fence! Oh, thank you, fence, for breaking my fall and my bones. Woo! All the way down, bitches!
All the way.
I hope you didn't eat any big breakfast today, because if you did, it's coming straight back up in the form of le vomit. Okay, mind the rocky outcrops of said mountains. I know they're great geological structures, and we're very happy that they have been made to create such beautiful landscapes, but also they are not antiquated with human faces. And I would rather not introduce them to my bones. Oh, gold medal! Fuck!
Ow!
This is a hard event. Oh, the only thing hard about this is my penis after I complete it and show you my amazing skills. What do I have to do? Race through the checkpoints. Already missed one. The reason this event is hard is because you put the fucking checkpoints in these stupid places. Like that. I got it though. I'm on to a winner this time, bitches. Y'all thought that you caught me. Y'all thought that Jack was through. Jack's back in action, baby! Fuck it! Fuck it! Fuck it! What is this camera? Fuck it! What is this camera doing? Got it though. I'm on to a winner this time, bitches. Here we go. Y'all thought that you caught me. Y'all thought that Jack was through. Jack's back in action, baby! Fuck it! Fuck it! Fuck it! What is this camera doing? Ow! I know I say flips for days, but not in my fucking face!
He hasn't said that in ages.
I got it. Oh! Sickness! Everyone's going to be like, hey, how did you get down with that sickness? And I'm going to be like, dude, straight up pneumonia, bro. Oh, yeah. That's what these tricks are called. Straight up pneumonia. Not with a silent P. Pneumonia. Oh, God. Because it's hard to fucking change your direction once you're going super fast. Oh, Nelly. It's okay. I got it. Can the race end now? That would be fantastic. No! Why? I had it fucking solid. I had it gold like medals. Turn till you burn. Don't fucking insult me, music. Give me a beat when I'm not actually doing sick. There we go. Bronze. You know what bronze is the color of? Shit. You know what gold is the color of? Beautiful shit. I'm gonna do some free writing. I'm all about these challenges and doing what other people deem necessary. It's not all about what other people deem good. It's all about having your own fun, making your own path, carving your own destiny. Watch this shit. I'm gonna because you can actually make your own challenges in this, make your own speed runs and see if people can beat them. Yeah! Ain't nobody fucking beating this one that I'm about to make. This is my challenge. This is my race, my journey. I have no idea where I'm going, but straight lines are fucking awesome. I love straight lines. It gives me the most speed necessary to be a winner. I can't remember how I actually make my own thing. Oh, yes. Fuck. Because technically, I'm doing this the fastest anybody has ever done it. And in my mind, that makes me awesome. The best snowboarder. The best snowboarder. Other people can't even compete with these snowboarding skills. Jamaica, we have a bobsled team. This is fun. I like just going on my own. Trying to get as much speed as I can without having to worry about checkpoints. Checkpoints are annoying. They're placed in ways to make you suck. Doing this is better. Just going down the path at my own will. Because if I have a checkpoint somewhere, I start panicking. But if I just see the pathway in front of me, I can do good. This is fun. This game is really good, by the way. normally I don't play these types of games. I don't even play sports games. But this is just awesome. I love snowboarding. Hell, maybe I might actually play SSX Tricky on the channel. Just for the sake of it. There we go. Can I stop this?
He hasn't.
And then make it my own challenge? I don't know how I do that. I forget. Ah, there we go. So I can share ride, save ride, or I can do these. A checkpoint race. 2-minute checkpoint race. And then the game just does it for me. That's very, very cool. Well done on the game developers for that. Because that's awesome. Not only doing the challenges that the game sets out, but actually being able to just go down a pathway and then be like, hey, the pathway was actually awesome, so I'm going to make my own challenge out of it. Let's see how hard my actual checkpoint race is. I don't know if I get experience for people doing it. And now I'm actually racing myself, which is cool. Ah, that's a hard one. You actually have to... Ow!
Ow.
See, I can't even fucking replicate the same race myself. Fuck! Everything else is super fucking easy. But it's getting up over that one that's a little trickers. Because you can do crazy shit yourself and then make that a path. And if it was that crazy that the game kind of fucked up and did something weird, then nobody's ever going to be able to beat it. Can't even beat myself. That's bad. That's bad form. Ooh, I reached level 8. That means there's another hot air balloon. Well, he just said that, but I don't listen to that guy. Is this it? Over those spectacular crest lines and above the forest down below. I don't know if this is it. Amazing right now. And what's happening? Fantastic video we can share on your channel. What? Almost forgot. The challenge the other riders have come up for is pretty damn fun too. I don't know what he's saying. I thought that there would be a thing when I jumped off this, but there wasn't. Can I make my own race up here as well? Because that'd be awesome. Okay, wait. I want to try that again. I think there's some cool shit. Oh, wait, there is one. There's one right here. Okay. Got it. Got it. Right, let's do this. Wingsuiting, baby. Oh, sweet fucking Jesus. Oh, God. Oh, God. This is... Oh, sweet lover of Christ. Woo! That's cool. Fucking hell. How much speed am I doing? I wish there was like a speedometer or something that showed me what was happening.
We should add that in an update.
Okay. I can make up some speed on that guy. Shit, maybe not. Ah, fuck. Wait, the finish line can't be here, can it? Oh, God. So close to the ground as well. Fucking hell. Who is this guy? Don't hit that. That would be bad. Okay, follow this line. Follow this line the way he is. I'm fucking better than him. I'm better than him. Better than that son of a bitch. Right now we're actually quite frickin' equal, which is annoying. I don't want to be equal to anybody. I want to be better, greater than all. Ah, good. Yeah. Silver medal. Good work. Silver just looks like cheap, tacky gold. Even though, in reality, I like silver a lot more than gold. Shh, don't tell anyone. Yeah, well, that does it for this episode on Steep. I'm just going to wingsuit my way through the mountains, and nobody can stop me. Not you, not them, not anybody. Maybe the physics of the game, because it seems to be stopping me every so often. But I love this game. It's awesome. It's one of those games that I like just being able to get in and just doing a few minutes here and there. Like, there's so many games that require your absolute focus and attention every time you play them, but this is nice. I guess that's just sports games in general. You can just get in and play however much you want. I'm actually going to land over here and get this drop zone. But I think that's why I kind of like Overwatch as well so much. So you can just get in and play it at your own pace and do whatever the hell you want.
I've never played
It's
Overwatch.
awesome. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you liked it, punch that like button in the face like a boss. And high fives all around. Whoosh, whoosh. Thank you guys, and we'll see all you dudes. Oh God, I am going to absolutely fall in love with this creature, by the way. This is what this game is going to all be about. Who gives a shitballs? Because I'm a freaking Sally back. I wish this guy would stop talking in my ear. I'm just going to turn my phone on flight mode.
Your clan calls for you. Come forth, young fam.
See? Chase sequence. Ah! What the hell is that? All right, well, I guess we're gonna find out soon enough, huh? Into Indigo Park we go. Oh, how magical. Lovely.
For all who journey to this newfound paradise, we welcome you. Indigo Park offers a slice of the American dream to call your own.
Sure.
In this place, echoes of days gone are brought back to life as a new generation captures a glimpse of the exciting potential of tomorrow.
Okay.
Indigo Park pays homage to the values, dreams, and unwavering truths that gave rise to our great nation. Here you embark on the journey of a lifetime, a place of creativity, joy, and fantasy. Where your dreams.
This is very meta. Like, half of this looks like my setup. Am I a YouTuber? Am I breaking into an amusement park for views and clicks? Probably. Mom's favorite. Molly Macaw. Wait, what is this? Yeah. I'm a YouTuber. That's what this is. Oh, God. That did not just say bird up. That drink did not just say bird up. Yeah, local park closed. I get it. Yeah, it's abandoned. I'm so sold on this game. My God. Chapter 1, Birds of a Feather. Lovely. I swear to God, if Opila makes some sort of appearance in this game, I'm gonna lose my mind. Objective, find a way into the park. Perfect. Sounds good to me. Gosh, this looks fantastic. Look at that moon. Oh, hello. How are you? Oh, wait. Found collectible. Oh, okay. Works for me. Another collectible? Yeah. Oh, wow. There's going to be a lot of collectibles, huh? Ah! It's fine. Everything's fine. That was way too easy to break into this place.
Hi there, and welcome to Indigo Park.
Thanks.
The world's most innovative and engaging family fun experience. Jump into the world of your favorite character. Wait, you're our first guest in 2,920 days, 4 hours, 23 minutes, and 38 seconds. Congratulations!
Thank you.
Rambly the raccoon. And it's my job to make sure your experience here at Indigo Park is the most fun it can be. Just hop on over to the registration center to your left, where our friendly assistant will help you begin your adventure in the park.
Thanks. I immediately do not have any trust for you, sir. I swear to God, if this says bird, it's, oh my God, it's so many bird up cans. What does it taste like? Tastes like victory, that's what.
Hi, I'm Rambly the raccoon.
I know
it's
that.
my job to make sure your experience here at Indigo Park is registered. Let me just get a good look at you. Seem to have your face in our guest list.
Okay.
Is this your first time here at the park?
Apparently.
You just get plastic surgery. No worries. It's Rambly Tuesday, so you qualify for a big discount on your visit. Just follow me to the main gate. Ooh, I can't wait for you to see everything Indigo Park has to offer.
You're just one giant ball of chaos, aren't you? Meet Rambly at Park's main gate. Sure. I'm assuming that's out front here? You gonna open the door for me? Here? Hello?
What's the holdup? The gate is open. Head on into the entryway.
It's not open, sir.
I'm gonna predict.
My mistake. The gate is not
predicting
open.
like an Elflin situation.
An error message being sent from the gate's power unit. Lucky you! You get to be the first person to try our turn on the generator mini Rambly venture. Have fun!
We're all for nothing.
Thanks. Am I gonna die doing that?
The Indigo Violet Compact Power Generator. But it seems to be inoperable.
Okay.
Looks like it's missing a piece. Can you find it?
Sure. I can do that. Ooh, hello. Well, you're adorable. There is 100% going to be merch for this game, and I will be buying it. Like, if you give me a Rambly plush, I mean, I don't know. It's all over for me. You can't stop me. Give me that. Is there another gear I need? Put that there. Oh, that was easy. What an adventure! Right, Rambly? Oh, we good to go? Are things nice and happy and musical outside? I'm I'm not calling the animatronics to my location, am I? Like, is that going to be a problem?
For real this time.
Thank you.
Welcome to Indigo Park.
Thanks. I have total trust in you. Okay, we got Rambly, we got the macaw person, and I'm pretty sure you're going to try to kill me. Or at least whatever weird horror version of you is going to appear. Which I'm just realizing the lion and the... Are you a snake? Oh, I guess you're a snake. All right, well, we're going to deal with them eventually, aren't we?
Oh, silly Rambly. Every guest needs a critter cuff. That will allow you access to reserved areas, charge payments to your room, and wear a critter cuff. I think there's some in the gift shop. Head in there and I'll get you set up.
Okay, thank you. You are oddly very excited that I'm here. Hey, look, collectible. Give me that. Alrighty, what do we got?
Here you go, buddy. Your very own critter cuff. A new way to interact with the park that also doubles as a pedometer, heart monitor, and mood ring.
Oh.
Disclosure agreement included.
No. Did I agree to anything by putting this on? Maybe I've sealed my fate. Quite frankly, I should just steal plushies. Don't think I'm above that. Oh, Jesus.
Uh-oh, the door mysteriously locked. Why not test out your band and save the day?
Okay. Wait, how do I use it? Oh, this? Yes. This was 100% inspired by the little bands that you get at Disneyland.
Work, buddy. Now try entering the park, and we can start our Indigo adventure.
Yeah! I'm so excited, Rambly. This way, right? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yes? Perfect. Alrighty. Well, this is anticlimactic. Where are we going? Just bird up. Oh, loading screen. Good. I'm going the correct direction. I hate it here. Is this a subway? Wait. Did the entrance just collapse? All right, I'm not even going to worry about it. We're just going to move forward and pretend like everything's okay. Oh my God.
Looks like the park is going through some renovations. For the inconvenience, your Rambly Tuesday discount will be 3% off. Okay. Celebrate this great deal with a ride on my railroad. To test your sleuthing skills, I'll let you find this one all by yourself.
So go straight until I find a railroad.
I love Rambly. He's
I'm
so
pretty
adorable.
sure that's gonna. Oh, I found it. Okay. Oh, Rambly. Oh, you think I'm so stupid, don't you? All right. I feel like we're gonna get some more horror soon.
Your facial data suggests you may be a bit older than the target audience for this ride.
Really?
One of my favorites. Do you know why Rambly the raccoon loves Rambly's Railroad? Because I like trains.
Because I like trains.
Okay. All right, Rambly. That's fine. Don't think I didn't see the macaw. I saw feathers move. I'm gonna bird all the way up to heaven when she kills me. Oh, that's adorable. That is super pink. Okay. Oh.
Welcome to Rambly's Railroad. I'm Conductor Rambly.
Okay. I'm trying to enjoy the ride, but I can't trust anything.
It's Molly Macaw.
It's Molly Macaw, the greatest pilot you ever saw.
You sure are, Molly. Why, you only crashed into 6 bars this week.
I'm not.
Only 6?
I'm barnstorming.
What's barnstorming?
It's crashing with style. It barely hurts at all. Say, those young adventurers you got along with you look like great pilots. Why not try your hand at flying in my ride? Rooftop races.
Admission included with your critter cup.
Oh, lovely. Okay. I'm down.
Oh, Finley, come on out and greet the people.
Oh.
Hi, Rambly.
Why the long face and body?
You've known me for 100 years, Rambly. I'm always long because I'm always longing for a new seashell for my collection.
Oh, Finley, you should come out of your shell.
How about you come into it instead? My ride, Oceanic Odyssey, will teach you all about the wonders down under the deep blue sea.
Probably
it's
gonna be
as
tough.
blue as me. I hope you'll visit.
For Krabby.
I'm so lonely.
Oceanic Odyssey currently closed for repairs.
It's underwater Eeyore. That's all that is. Got it. So we're meeting all the cast and crew, right? So we're gonna meet the lion, maybe? Or maybe I'll just die. Oh, get the ride back up and running? Sure. Wait, what is this? Oh, you're a new character. I don't know who you are. That's convenient. Hello? It's a bird. Bird up. Hello. What are you supposed to be? I guess you're an underwater sea dragon? I was gonna say eel, but that's incorrect. All right, I gotta find 1 gear, 2 gear. That was easy. Bam. All right, guess we're good. No surprises, please. No ambushes? No? Okay, we're fine. See? Everything's all nice and happy. With my pink train. Oh.
Hey there, Lloyd.
Do not shame me with that common folk name. I am the proud, the prestigious, the professional Lloydfoot L. Lion, actor extraordinaire.
Great act, Lloyd.
Of course it was.
Rambly is over it. That is fantastic. All right, what are we doing now? Where'd you put me?
So, what do you think? Pretty fun, right?
Yeah, sure.
All about my friends and Lloyd.
I was about to say, it's like you really didn't give me much information about Lloyd. Oh, wow, look at this. This is going to be a whole adventure, isn't it? I mean, this is only chapter 1, right? And you probably want me to go towards wherever Macaw is. But then again, there's Lloyd's Theater. Can I have entrance? No, I cannot. This almost kind of feels like walking down Main Street on Disneyland. I know, I hear you, Rambly. Tell me where to go.
There's an information kiosk. If there's anything around the park you want to ask me about, just stop by here and I'll ramble on about it.
That was funny. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so there's more collectibles to find.
Congratulations! You found me! Don't I look adorable?
Oh, that's it?
Ew, Lloyd.
Ew.
Oh, a Molly plush. She's always been my best friend. Did you know she builds planes in her landing pad at the park? And then she crashes them. She's so talented.
Okay.
Oh, you found my buddy Finley. You know, he's really shy. Like, too shy. Like, obnoxiously shy. But he's got a good heart. I hope you get to meet him someday.
I'm sure I'll regret it. Moving on. Jetstream Junction. Isn't that where I'm supposed to go?
Well, look at that. You're at Jetstream Junction.
Apparently.
Oops. Looks like Jetstream Junction's being tuned up. Last I checked, there's a security office in the back of the theater. Maybe a friendly wrangler can help you get in.
Oh. Orange level granted. Cool. So you're just encouraging me to break into the rest of the park. Not that I mind. This feels so incredibly illegal. But hey, I'm a YouTuber. I gotta do this for the views, right? Am I gonna meet Lloyd in here? Like, is that gonna be an issue?
No. There you go.
Oh, okay. Oh, God. Lloyd? Lloyd! You just twitched. Lloyd? Lloyd!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
That's a legitimate lion. I don't even think that's an animatronic. That might just be a straight up lion. I should leave.
I've got eyes all over the park, but I can't see anything behind the stage. If you're going back there, be careful. Your critter cuff is not yet able to resuscitate you.
It's not able to what me? That's a feature? Or maybe it's a bug used as a feature. Whatever. Okay, I swear to God if I'm Hi. So this is gonna be a thing, isn't it? No, Lloyd. Lloyd. You're naked, Lloyd. You're not wearing any clothes, Lloyd. This is such a bad decision. I'm the dumbest YouTuber on the planet. Lloyd. Ha! Got him! Get wrecked, Lloyd. That's what you get for not putting pants on. Security office.
Oh, wait.
Perfect. Give me access.
I already used the moonstone
somehow?
stuff.
I'm looking for a key, right?
That's why they were both in there.
God. No wonder this place fell apart. Where is a key? Oh.
Somehow I forgot.
That was easy. All right, now we can get out of here and hopefully not die on the way back. Lloyd. 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 My critter cuff can't resuscitate me, Lloyd. Lloyd, don't you do it. The hell is that? Oh, it's Brass Lloyd. Okay. Lloyd. Lloyd. Oh, I guess we're okay. Everything's fine. All right. That was easy. Look at my arm. I am muscular. Oh, Lloyd! Oh, don't eat me! What just happened? Were you intimidated by my muscles? Were you embarrassed that you're naked? I swear to God, you stupid macaw. All right, okay. All right. All right. You've been stalking me for like the past 20 minutes. Don't think I don't know. Go back to your Jetstream whatever and wait for me there. I know what this is. I'm gonna have a nice, peaceful walk back and nobody's gonna stop me. By moon, by night. Alternative gifts? What is an alternative gift? Voluptuous villa? I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Is this place not for children? The hell is this? Designer clothing with your favorite characters. Oh, okay. I was thinking something totally different. We're gonna ignore that now. Just you hear the word voluptuous and your mind goes places. I got it, Rambly. We're breaking in. It's not locked for a reason. Oh boy. Can't wait to get on a plane and crash.
Hey, why don't you check out Molly's rooftop races? It's not far from here, and it's a great warm-up before we get into the bigger rides. Just take it up at Molly's landing pad.
This is the warm-up? Sounds good to me. Oh wow, this really does look like an airplane hangar. I guess we're going to rooftop races. Oh wait, are you suggesting that I'm gonna like try the other rides in this location?
Oh no, this is horrible. Looks like Molly crashed into the ride again. Don't worry though, your pal Rambly has the repairman on speed dial.
I swear to God, if you say I'm the repairman.
We're sorry. The number you have dialed has been disconnected or is no longer in service. Please check the number and dial again.
Say, why don't you check out Molly's landing pad? It's not far from here, and it's a great cool down after that exhilarating ride. Just take a down from Molly's rooftop races.
I'll do that, but I also didn't ride. Oh, is this supposed to be like, oh my God, what is the equivalent at Disneyland? I don't know, but whatever. I'm going to the next ride. I hope it's not broken. I hope you don't kill me. Don't maim me. Don't poke out my eyes with your beak, Molly. Oh wait, is this the right direction? Oh my God, it's Percy. I'm pretty sure that's Percy. From oh god, what was the game? Percy's Playtime? Playtime Percy? I think it's Playtime Percy. What a great game, by the way. It'd be so cool to have like a Jazz Salmon plush in here sometime. I'm just saying. It would fit the aesthetic. These are animalistic characters. I'm an animalistic character, kind of. That looks so delicious. I am so hungry right now. Oh my god. I don't really even eat hot dogs all that much, but that looks incredible. But honestly, I just, oh my god, a barbecue bacon burger? Come on. And yes, I called it a Berber. Shut up. Can I play the game? Are you gonna let me play the game? Are you gonna let me play the game? You're gonna let me play the game? Oh, it is on. Oh no, Molly's plane crashed somewhere in Rambleberry Woods. Gotta find her and make sure she's okay. Oh my god. One of my favorite aesthetics is like a 2D overlaid on 3D. So exactly like this. That is so nice. Kind of like how Octopath Traveler was. There's my double jump. There we go. Collect all these berries. By the way, props to whoever worked on the music, because it is killing it right now. This is a straight up bop. Oh my.
I am so sick of OBS not working. I am so sick of OBS. I am so BS.
Exactly like this. That is so nice. Kind of like how Octopath Traveler was. There's my double jump. There we go. Collect all these berries. By the way, props to whoever worked on the music, because it is killing it right now. This is a straight up bop. Oh my god, okay, I almost broke the game. I was supposed to go down the hole. It's fine. I did it. Molly, what happened? Oh, hey, Rambly. I was flying through the woods, but suddenly I couldn't see a thing. Oh, it's the bad guy, whatever your name is. Salem? Looks like my smokescreen made her crash right on target. Salem, I should have known you were behind this. You shady skunk, let her go. Nah. How's about I try my new potion on her instead? Tired of wasting it on squirrels. Molly, look out! Oh no! Oh god. Is Salem behind everything terrible happening? By the way, too slow, dumpster face. What did you do to her? Meet the new and improved Molly Macaw. Now with none of that friendship garbage stopping her from tearing you to pieces. I wonder what she really thinks of you now. Have fun finding out. Is it a boss battle? Oh my god, boss battle. I'm down. Let's do. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Hey. Bonk. Got him. Oh, wow. This is a very straightforward boss battle. Did I win? I'm getting there. Oh, come get. I'm winning. I won. I won. I did it. Oh, okay, I got it. Cool. I got a thing for the kiosk. I got a collectible. Oh man, I really want to find all the collectibles now. I'm supposed to go to the landing pad, right? Open. No?
Oh my god, can Sandra please kill something?
Here we go. Off to the landing pad. Oh wow, this is so... Oh, God. Oh, this is not what I expected, but I'm down. Yeah, let's play. There's nothing in the ball pit, right? I'm sure we'll figure that out eventually. This looks like a puzzle. All right. How do we solve this? Wait, no. Purple star. I see what this is. You can't pull one over me. Okay, I get it. I gotta figure out. I gotta explore the area and try not to die and find all the shapes. Understood. Oh, lovely. There's definitely not a bird that's gonna chase me now. Oh, we're gonna keep moving. Oh, I've screwed up. Are you scared of me? Should be the other way around. Okay, so yellow circle. Yellow circle. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, it's fine. The hell happened? Red star. Okay. Was that a death? Did I die? I guess so. I guess don't fall into the ball pit of doom or else death? I thought this was going to be more... Oh, okay. Hold on. Green triangle. Got it. Red star, green triangle. I thought this was going to be like a scenario from... not such location. Security Breach, where it's like the moon is chasing you and you have to outmaneuver it. But I don't know. It kind of seems like the bird is calculated to be at certain areas at certain times. Blue star. Okay. That should be everything. Shut up, macaw. No one wants to hear it. Red star, green triangle, yellow circle, and then the star. And now I can go further into the landing pad. Hello? I feel like a chase sequence is coming up. Don't tell me I'm wrong. All right. A bit more of the same. Hello? Oh, no. Still stuck? Okay, there's another puzzle here, I'm sure. Oh, there we go. That's what I need. Boop. What does that do? I do something? Yes? No? Oh, door's open. Okay.
Yes, I could just catch
see? Chase sequence. Oh, my God! Okay, I'm pretty just sure you ripped my neck out. That's... Stay away from my jugular. Oh, Jesus. I was caught by Molly Macaw. You don't say. Molly can repeat words she's heard. Don't be fooled. I'm pretty sure I can tell when I'm being hunted by a giant parrot. Or macaw. I don't know the difference. Dan, what's the difference between a parrot and a macaw?
Dan's fun bird facts. Parrot describes a species of bird in the...
Activate and now run to go this way immediately. There we go. And now we run and hope for the... All right, so now we're borrowing a little bit from Poppy Playtime 3, huh? Poppy Playtime Chapter 3, running through, trying to escape the dumb old dog. Yeah? That's what this is. That's what's up. So I gotta memorize. Words are hard. So I gotta learn which directions to go that involve me not getting maimed by a parrot or macaw. Again, whatever the difference is, I don't care. Down the slide. We're taking a left, and then shut up. I don't care. Do a big old jump. I hope we don't die. Oh, Jesus. Let's take a left. Yeah, that was the correct decision. Up we go. It's a nice little mechanic, isn't it? Uh-oh. I feel like that's death. Uh-oh. Was this supposed to happen? Okay, I'm not dead yet, so I'm apparently supposed to go this way. Once again, I say the music in this game is a bop. Excellent chase music. Okay, when does it end, though? I don't even know if I'm, like, anywhere near escaping. Oh, no, this looks good. This looks fantastic. Any macaws behind me? Oh, yep, I saw her. Let's do this, though. Hold on. To the left. Gotta love ventilation systems.
Ah, there you are, buddy.
Rambly, help me!
Wait, hold on. This one's staff only.
Oh, now you're worried about me breaking in? I don't care. All right, hi. Close the door. Close the door. Ramp. That will work. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You weren't an animatronic? You kind of were.
Welcome to the Rambley's Wranglers registered room. Here we have plenty of amenities and...
Rambly!
Okay. I can see in your facial tracking that you're scared, angry, upset. Transparency is an important part of our policy here at Indigo Park, so...
Rambly!
I need to be honest about something. The park has been inactive for years. Employees stopped showing up, guests too. The mascots are... I just was so excited to see a visitor, and I wanted to be sure you were given the best experience possible.
Really?
But I was confined to the entrance for so long, I didn't realize just how much disrepair the park has fallen into. Wasting all of your fun time. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Inconvenience?
But I have an idea. I have access to the repair documentation in my database. I just can't execute most tasks without authorization from a human user. You must have come here because the park matters to you too, right?
Not anymore.
Would you be willing to help me restore the park?
All right, fine. The answer is yes, I guess.
Your facial tracking data that you aren't opposed to this. Oh, I'm so excited. Let's get this place back in business.
Yeehaw, Rambly! I don't necessarily have a choice in the matter, do I?
To the crew, Rookie Wrangler, registered. Your first official job as one of Rambley's Wranglers, registered, is to get out of the Rambley's Wranglers, registered room. Head left towards the Rookie Wrangler, registered security room to set yourself free. Phew, kind of exhausting to say that whole spiel, but Rambley's Wranglers, registered is a registered trademark. That expired yesterday.
That's actually kind of funny. All right, let's get out of here. Let's escape to freedom and not worry about any other horrible things that are going to head my way. No lions, no sea monsters, no nothing. I want to go this way, right? Yes. Tell me this isn't Five Nights at Freddy's. Hello? It's a big area. Nice, we made it. There's a kiosk, too. Check out some things that we didn't get before. Yes, the poodle plush!
Hey, buddy, did you dig that out of the lost and found? Or was it in the trash? No surprise to guess that our park would dispose of a non-Indigo brand toy. I suppose he'd make playtime special for a child with poor taste, though.
Oh, God.
Whoa, where'd you get that? Brambleberries are my favorite! Oh, if only I could jump out of the screen and take a big bite. Don't eat it! Maybe I'll be able to one day!
I kind of hope not, because if you become sentient, I feel like you're going to turn on me. I don't trust you, sir. Ocean Odyssey. I almost thought the game was going to end here. I feel like I shouldn't be going into Ocean Odyssey and dealing with a giant sea serpent.
You made it to Oceanic Odyssey. You're doing a great job, Rookie Wrangler.
Thanks.
Registered.
We're not going to worry about anything, huh?
Porpoises, pickerels, and perches as far as the eye can see. But please don't tap the glass. Never really know what lies beneath the surface.
Oh, how did I know? How did I know you were giant? I knew it. I knew it.
Hey, buddy. You okay? You look kind of tired. Do you need a moment? Don't worry, it's fine. I don't blame you for taking a rest after all that. Heck, I could go for a nice, relaxing defragmentation myself. But before you settle down, you up for a little survey to help us improve the park? Thanks for visiting Indigo Park. Hope all your dreams came true. If you've got some time and you're up for a lark, stick around for the Rambly review.
Oh, man.
I'm here to offer my best to each valuable guest I assist. And lots of happy feedback ensures I get to exist. Were you satisfied with the ride? Were you satisfied with your guide? Do you plan to come back? Will I see you again? Did your experience convince you to tell a friend about us? Did I earn your trust?
No.
Indigo Park. There is a stark contrast.
Credits. Okay. That's so cool.
This place should be, but out of the dark. You've given a spark of sunshine to this kingdom's faithful devotee.
Dude, I can't wait for people to, like, take this song and remix it. This could be such a banger. Take it out of the chiptune and just, like, put a rock track behind it. Man.
And I'll be your spark of sunshine to get you out of any bind. That is, if you want to keep going.
Possibly.
I know all of this isn't fair to you. It's an awful lot to ask. But here comes Rambly Review Part 2 to sell you on our task. I'm here to view and assess each valuable guest as I learn. And lots of happy feedback ensures you're gonna return. I'm so happy you rode a ride. I'm so happy to be your guide. So come back anytime. I'd love to see you again in all my thousands of days I've never had a
Squeaks the Corgi. I see him everywhere. And I'm okay with that, by the way.
Indigo Park.
Shipwreck 64 supremacy.
Contrast to everything I know this place should be. But out of the dark, you've given a spark of sunshine to this kingdom's faithful devotee. At Indigo Park, more than my remarks are mysteries. Even I don't know what we might find. But fight through the dark. And I'll be your spark of sunshine to get you out of any bind. Till all my old friends are united again, and I won't feel so left behind. Okay, I'll let you go. See you next time, buddy. Please.
That's awesome. That's really cool. Well done. If you enjoyed your experience with Chapter 1, consider supporting our socials if you want to see Chapter 2. I am so on board with Chapter 2. You have no idea. I want to go underwater. I want to deal with Eeyore. I want to deal with Sea Serpent Eeyore. Oh, that's got to be one. Yeah, okay. Oh. A hard hat. Okay, this is new. Yes, sir. Oh! Golden Raccoon! Oh, let's go. I'm too good. Oh, that's definitely one. Oh, I'm too good. Oh, I got a collectible. Oh, I'm too good. Wait. I don't scare. I don't care. I got whatever that collectible was. Yep, that's all of them.
Oh, I got this. I know the commercial by heart.
Wow, it's the unlimited edition Rambly the Raccoon Fraction figure. Push him down and he jumps. Push him up and he doesn't. Only $19.99 at your favorite toy store.
I love these little Easter eggs. They're fantastic. What about this? Souvenir cup.
That's a Rambly cup. Nothing beats the taste of fresh Rambleberry juice drunk directly out of my plastic, lifeless head.
That's a lovely image. What about this?
Whoa, where'd you find that? I've never seen anyone wearing one. Pretty snazzy. Ooh, looks like there's an audio recording tag with costume in my database I've never noticed before. Let's listen.
Hey, Jackson, you hear about the new mascots?
Yeah, think it'll put us out of a job?
I think so. Old sport. And right after we got this damn raccoon costume.
Man, screw this place. I said we get out of here and go straight to Vegas.
Oh, come on. They didn't even document the Indigo inventory ID for the costume. I was really looking forward to that. What a useless recording. Deleted.
No! Rambly, that's lore! No! Wait a minute. So wait, they were so money hungry that they just recolored Rambly and called it a new product? Kinda lazy, don't you think?
Wow, is that a limited edition gold Rambly plush? We're fighting tooth and nail for those things when they came out. Seriously, our employees had to clean up so many stray teeth and nails. Hard to believe there was all that demand for a regular Rambly plush we just blasted with gold spray paint.
This is how I feel about Stanley Cups. Not even joking. How about some Rambly ears?
Rambly ears? Those used to fly off the shelves. That pair is pretty damaged, though. Keep your eyes peeled. There's gotta be at least one more mint condition set out there somewhere. Like a yard sale.
I mean, we just passed a whole gift shop of what I thought were mint condition Rambly heads. Whatever. What about the retro Lloyd plush?
I don't get why we even have those. Now, why do they only make one of Lloyd? Is it because he's the loudest? I can be loud too! Where's my limited edition throwback plush? Where's Molly's? Where's Finley's? Give this mistake to a child and they'll cry.
You have a gold Rambly plush. Relax. It's gonna be okay. So first off, I want to give a huge thank you to Mason, the developer of the game, who gave me early access to play it just a little bit earlier. I appreciate it, and I had a lot of fun with the game. I thought Chapter 1 was really cool. I liked the humor. I liked the characters. I liked the direction that we're going, and I'm very excited to see Chapter 2 whenever that comes out. I'm definitely supporting this game. But hey, that's it for me. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, do all that good stuff. Go out there, make someone's day. Be happy, stay happy. I'll see you guys later. Goodbye. And I love you. Did I forget to say that? I love you.
Hey everyone, how's it going? My last video, I played a mod of Pokemon Yellow called Yellow Legacy, and one of the top comments said this: "It's now realistic for the rival to have 40 types of Pokemon on the SSN." This is referring to a line of dialogue Rival 3 says before you get the Cut HM that he has already caught 40 Pokemon. I often hear, somewhat erroneously, that Rival 3 is a liar, that he couldn't have 40 Pokemon. YouTuber Droomish made a video that has almost 1 million views that says that he's a fraud. And yet, they're all wrong. Rival 3 100% can have 40 Pokemon, and you don't have to take my word for it. In this video, I will prove no matter which version of Pokemon you are playing, you can easily, well, maybe not easily, but you can get 40 Pokemon prior to battling Rival 3. Now, of course, you might say, well, Jaros, you can just trade Pokemon from other games and have 150. We're not going to do that. We're going to stick to one save file in one cartridge. Can we get 40 Pokemon? We're also not going to be using any sort of glitches or cheating. Again, you can catch every Pokemon without leaving your house. We're playing the game the way Game Freak intended us to play. For the most part, it's red and blue. We're gonna try our best. I'm sure there's some of you doubting Debbies out there still thinking that I'm making this up. It's clickbait. There's no way he's gonna cheat somehow. No. We're gonna get more than 40 Pokemon, and I got the video footage to prove it. So let's start from the beginning. We're gonna take a starter Pokemon. It doesn't matter which starter. We're gonna take Bulbasaur. Next, we get to Route 1. On Route 1, there are 2 Pokemon available, Pidgey and Rattata. Realistically, you can catch these Pokemon later and you won't have to level them up as much. We're going to catch them here. That's 3 Pokemon. And you'll notice to make things even easier so we don't lose count, I am nicknaming my Pokemon. Unfortunately, I will not be able to re-nickname them if they evolve, but it still should help illustrate my point here. Alright, so we have 3 Pokemon right now. I then go left of Viridian, Route 22. We can catch 3 more Pokemon. Nidoran female, then I caught a Nidoran male, and finally a Spearow. Note that using red or blue version, it will matter which Pokemon you can catch, but not the number. It's the same in either version. Next, I proceed to Viridian Forest, and I caught a Metapod, 7. I caught the pre-evolved Caterpie, which I called 8. Weedle, which is 9. Kakuna, that's number 10. We're in double digits now. And although it's a little annoying to find, we did get a Pikachu. That's number 11. Part of the reason I wanted Bulbasaur is that it's relatively easy to defeat Brock. I didn't have Vine Whip yet, but Leech Seed and Growl do a good enough job, and I could gain experience points across my Pokemon who I need to evolve. Before that, though, I proceed to Route 3, and the unique Pokemon there is Jigglypuff, which makes 12 Pokemon. Then I bypassed the Pokemon Center, at least temporarily, and I went to Mount Moon. Of course, I was greeted by a Zubat, my 13th Pokemon. In many cultures, 13 is seen as an unlucky number, which kind of fits. It's unlucky when you get another Zubat encounter. I then went to the Pokemon Center and paid 500 Pokédollars to purchase Magikarp. That's 14. And then as I walked through Mount Moon, battling a bunch of trainers, I found a Geodude. That's 15. But my 16th Pokemon was not a Pokemon I caught, but rather one I evolved. I mean, the rival evolves his Pokemon, so I must be able to do that as well. So at level 16, Bulbasaur evolves into Ivysaur, so even though it's still going to be called one, it's now number 16, at least registered in my Pokedex. And keep in mind, the rival doesn't say he has 40 different Pokemon, just that he registered 40 in the Pokedex. Number 17 is one of the most important Pokemon in my solo runs, Paris, very good HM and Dig user. Number 18 was another evolution, my Metapod number 7, I swap trained it to evolve it into Butterfree. Number 19 was a more traditional catch, took me a while, but I finally did find the Clefairy. We're almost halfway there, we're not even out of Mount Moon yet. On Route 4, I went to go catch a Sandshrew. This would be Ekans if you were playing in red version. Next, my Kakuna, nicknamed 10, evolved into Beedrill. That's now 21, we're more than halfway done. After beating all the trainers on Nugget Bridge, I proceed to Route 24 where I catch a Bellsprout. In red version, this would be an Oddish. For my 22nd Pokemon. I then proceeded to catch an Abra, but somehow inexplicably I lost count and named it 25. Nonetheless, it is indeed my 23rd Pokemon. It's alright, we'll get 25 very soon. Because 5, my Nidoran, will evolve into Nidorino. That's 24. And because I really wanted that nickname to be accurate, I swap trained Abra to ensure that Kadabra would be my 25th entry. So it did work out in the end. I accidentally missed a Pokemon on Route 5, but that's okay, we'll get it later. I went to Diglett Cave and quite quickly I found a Dugtrio, level 31, and that's my 26th Pokemon. Far more common to find Diglett, which will be my 27th. I then battled all the trainers in the area because there's a lot of Pokemon we need to evolve. First, my Pidgey all the way back from Route 1 would evolve at level 18 to Pidgeotto. As I was trying to battle trainers, I ran into a Drowsy on Route 11, so that would be 29 Pokemon. Next, battling the trainers on the SSN, my Spearow finally evolved into Fearow at level 20. And one of the most annoying evolutions, because it can't really attack, Magikarp finally at level 20 evolved into Gyarados. We're just 9 Pokemon away. I ran out of trainers, but in Diglett Cave, my Nidoran female evolved into Nidorina, and that's going to put me at 32, but not for long, because in Mount Moon there are 2 Moonstones. One is fairly easy to find in the top left corner right after the hiker on the first floor. The other I didn't even know about. It's hidden right before you've battled a super nerd. But with those 2 Moonstones, we can evolve Nidorina and Nidorino into Nidoking and Nidoqueen, bringing our total to 34 Pokemon. Next to evolve, the second Pokemon I got in this run, Rattata, evolved at level 20 to Raticate. I then went back to Route 5 and caught the Meowth I'd forgotten to get. That's 36. And here's where we need to talk about what rules do you want to have in place for this challenge. Because in Drumish's video, there are a lot of, in my opinion, absurd preconditions. The question is whether the rival can have 40 Pokemon. I think it's clear the answer is yes. However, what if we wanted to stick to a level cap of 20? The rival's highest level Pokemon is level 20, so some argue we shouldn't exceed that. Surely his strongest Pokemon is his starter, which will be at level 20. Well, there's arguments in both directions. I will say that it is odd if you have 40 Pokemon to only bring in 4, unless you might not take the battle with me, your lesser rival, very seriously. For all we know, it's possible that the rival has other evolved Pokemon at much higher level that he is saving for a later battle. We don't know if he has 1 Abra or 3. Who's to say he doesn't have a level 21 or 22 Pokemon? Many of the Pokemon I've caught evolve at those levels. At first, I did want to see whether I could get to 40 Pokemon without exceeding level 20. And the answer is no. You can only get to 38 Pokemon. Huh? 38? I thought we were at 36. Well, there's a couple of in-game trades you can make. Farfetch'd in Vermilion, and the Abra for Mr. Mime on Route 2. Now, some might say, well, the rival doesn't have access to those trades because there's only 1 Pokemon and you took it, so the number should be 36. But again, that's also presupposing we can't exceed level 20. And again, all these conditions we're placing, that's not what people say. The rival is called a liar. This is said to be impossible. I think you can tell now it definitely isn't impossible, that you definitely can have more than 40 entries. If you want to limit to no trades in level 20, fine, 36, still very close. But if you do the in-game trades, 38, and if you evolve all the rest of the Pokemon we haven't, well, stay tuned. Our 22nd Pokemon, Bellsprout, evolves at level 21 to Weepinbell. We can register that. Meowth doesn't evolve until level 28, but that happened to be the 40th Pokemon I caught just because it was really good against the Diglett in Diglett Cave. I have long since exhausted all the trainers I have access to. And
I need the video proof, OBS.
The Diglett in Diglett Cave. I have long since exhausted all the trainers I have access to. And while we're on the topic of what I have access to, some of you might wonder if there were more Moonstones. If we had 2 more, we could evolve Clefairy and Jigglypuff, and that would have brought us to 40 with in-game trades, but under level 20. The problem is no. There are more Moonstones, but they're not available until you get cut. Anyway, getting back to our count, Paris evolves at level 24. That brought our total up to 41. Graveler evolves from Geodude at level 25. That is our 42nd Pokemon. At level 22, Zubat evolves into Golbat. At level 26, Drowsy evolves into Hypno. At level 22, Sandshrew evolves into Sandslash. We're already at 45 Pokemon. But sadly, we only have 2 more Pokemon left to evolve, and they evolve pretty late. This is actually the real reason I picked Bulbasaur. It evolves earlier at level 32. And so it and Pidgeotto, which evolves to Pidgeot, will be our final Pokemon, bringing the grand total of Pokemon you can theoretically get in one save file without glitching, cheating, or hacking is 47 Pokemon prior to Rival 3. To me, that means the rival was telling the truth. Again, he has 4 Pokemon here. We know he has at least 6 to make a team, if not many others in his box. There's no reason to believe they're not stronger. There's no reason to believe he can't have stuff like Golbat or Weepinbell that he just doesn't want to use. Look at my Yellow Legacy playthrough. I enjoy playing with random Pokemon all the time. In my opinion, this myth has been thoroughly busted, and we have vindicated Rival 3 as a teller of truth. However, the comment I was referring to was about Yellow version, since I was playing Yellow Legacy. What if in Yellow version it is impossible? Or maybe the completely reverse. In Yellow, you can get to 40 Pokemon without level 20 or in-game trades, making everyone happy. Want to find out? Let's do it. So, since it's Yellow version, we start with Pikachu. That's our first Pokemon. I then proceeded to Route 22 right away and caught a Mankey, a Rattata, a Nidoran female, as well as a Spearow. Then on Route 2, I went to go catch a Pidgey, as well as a Nidoran male. In the Viridian Forest, there was only 2 Pokemon for us to catch this time, way less than in Red and Blue. All we have to catch is a Caterpie and a Metapod. The Weedle line are uncatchable in Yellow version. You can, however, catch a Pidgeotto. It would have been much smarter to catch this on Route 11. It's much easier to find it, but hey, why not go through that extra hardship? And for the record, I did catch another Pidgeotto because it would be easier to evolve. So when we battle Brock, we are currently at 10 Pokemon. Our 11th would come when Nidoran female evolved into Nidorina, our 12th when Metapod evolved into Butterfree, and 13th when Nidoran male evolved into Nidorino. There are no new Pokemon available on Route 3, so we proceed right into Mount Moon. Of course, after buying the Magikarp, which is our 14th Pokemon, then we catch a Zubat for 15. You'll have to excuse the counter in the bottom left, it's inaccurate. Geodude is our 16th Pokemon. I forgot to count Magikarp. Don't worry, I'll catch up. Not before I catch something that's not available in Mount Moon in Red and Blue, Sandshrew, that's going to be our 17th Pokemon. I then get our first Moonstone, which evolves Nidorina into Nidoqueen. That's our 18th Pokemon. Next, I caught a Paris, that's number 19. And finally, although it took me a while, I find a Clefairy for number... 20. And thankfully, shortly after this, I saved the game, which is how I realized that the counter was off by 1. So now it's going to be synced up. Now, in Cerulean City, in Yellow exclusively, you can get a Bulbasaur, but there is a rudimentary friendship system, and in order for you to get the Bulbasaur, Pikachu's friendship needs to be high, which is not achieved by keeping it in the box. Thankfully, it's Generation 1, there's a bug. If you give Pikachu a potion, even if it does nothing, it increases its friendship. So just mash A on the controller, give Pikachu as much potions as you possibly can, and eventually she will give you a Bulbasaur, which would have been number 21 if I hadn't already evolved my Nidorino to Nidoking, but we are in fact at 22 Pokemon. 23 will be another evolution. I got Spearow all the way to level 20. Part of the reason the evolutions are happening sooner is you can catch evolved Pokemon far more in Yellow version than you could in Red and Blue, so I don't need to evolve Rattata or Pidgey, I can just catch the evolved forms, so Pokemon like Spearow can soak up a lot more experience points than I was able to in the previous run. And at least if we want to stick to under level 20, there aren't many Pokemon left I actually need to level up. Bulbasaur has already evolved into Ivysaur for my 20...
Mickey? 1 second, guys. This is important. Got it wrong. Got it wrong. Pills aren't here. I need to ask my dad. I need to get my dad for pills. I'll do that after the stream.
Fourth Pokemon, and right after that I was able to acquire Charmander. There's no conditions, you just have to talk to the NPC, and that will be my 25th Pokemon. Now routes 24 and 25 have also seen some big changes. You can catch Venonat now here, that's going to be our 26th Pokemon, and you can catch both Bellsprout and Oddish for numbers 27 and 28. However, you can't catch an Abra there, you have to go to routes 5 and 6 for that, and on Route 5 we're able to catch a Jigglypuff for our 29th Pokemon. Abra would prove a little bit more tricky because it kept teleporting away, so we're going to have to wait on that one. We can proceed into Diglett Cave and catch Diglett for number 30. I wasn't able to find a Dugtrio so quickly, so I went to do some other stuff, including evolve Charmander to Charmeleon. That's number 31. We're getting really close. On Route 11, we can catch a Drowsy, just like in Red and Blue. That's 32. And while it took me quite a while, finally I was able to get an Abra to sit in a Pokeball, and that was number 33. For number 34, one of the most tedious evolutions to do, slow level up group, only one attacking move after level 15, Magikarp into Gyarados. For number 35, I went back into Diglett Cave and using Drowsy was able to catch a Dugtrio. Number 36 was Abra evolving into Kadabra. And for number 37, it is a 1% encounter, but on Route 11, you can catch a Raticate. And if you want to stick to the strictest interpretation of the rules, that is as many Pokemon as you can catch in Pokemon Yellow under level 20 in a save file, no trading whatsoever. With all the changes made, the number is still very similar, although we got there in a bit of a different way. One more Pokemon than Red and Blue. If you do allow for trades, however, then our number is going to be identical to Red and Blue, funny enough. Although the Spearow for Farfetch trade is no longer in Yellow version, the Abra for Mr. Mime is there, but it's in Clefairy this time, and that will be our 38th Pokemon. If you want to stick to level 20, that's as far as you can go. But again, I don't really see the need to stick to level 20, and considering how many of my Pokemon can evolve, I'm sure some of you are curious just how many can you get if we don't have a level cap whatsoever. The answer is more than you think. At level 21, Oddish evolved to Gloom. Of course, since I don't have access to Celadon and the Leaf Stone, it has to stay as a Gloom. Next, Bellsprout evolves to Weepinbell. Both those evolutions are at level 21, and just like Gloom, no Leaf Stone, so it has to stay there. So this run, Weepinbell was our 40th Pokemon, vindicating Rival 3. Drowsy will evolve for our next Pokemon into Hypno at level 26. My 42nd Pokemon was Sandslash, which evolved from Sandshrew at level 22. 43 was Geodude evolving into Graveler at level 25. 44 was at level 24, Paras evolved into Parasect. Golbat was our 45th Pokemon, evolving from Zubat at level 22. And at this point, I only have a few Pokemon left that still need to evolve, and they all evolve at rather high levels, so this was kind of tedious. Venonat doesn't evolve to Venomoth until level 31, and having to just knock out Diglett after Diglett does get quite tedious, especially because Venonat really doesn't have great attacking moves. Venusaur was our 47th Pokemon. It evolves at level 32, as you remember from the last run. Pidgeot will not be our last Pokemon this time. It still evolves at level 36, but we have a couple more to go. Spoiler, I guess. The final two stragglers were Mankey, which evolves to Primate at level 28, and finally, and somewhat fittingly, Charmeleon evolves into Charizard at level 36. Now to answer some questions. In terms of Moonstones, the same thing that applied in Red and Blue applies here. There were only 2 of them. If there were more, we could have gotten to 40 even without exceeding level 20. On the same note, we could have gotten there if Officer Jenny gave us the Squirtle as soon as we got to Vermilion. But unfortunately, she will not give up her Squirtle until we defeat Lieutenant Surge. I don't play Yellow that often, so I didn't actually remember this, and I did think I was going to get to 40 Pokemon, even without exceeding level 20. I was a little disappointed when she didn't give up Squirtle, and I had to look up that you do need to beat Lieutenant Surge. Squirtle and Wartortle would have been 39 and 40, but unfortunately, you can't get them at all until you beat Rival 3. Now, some of you might be asking, should the starters count? The Rival doesn't get access to them. And I know I'm repeating myself, but I'm going to give the same answer I've consistently been saying. The claim is that it is impossible for us or the Rival to have 40 Pokemon by the time you reach the SSN. The Rival doesn't say anything about level caps or other NPCs he may have talked to. All we can do in a video game is assume that the AI and us are playing by the same rules. And as it turns out, playing by the rules of the game, no trading, no cheating, nothing, we can get to 50 Pokemon in at least Yellow version. And it's at this point the video should come to a close. I've made my point whether you see it my way or not. Case closed, video over. Why is there still more video? Because he says the quote in Fire Red and Leaf Green. And while Fire Red and Leaf Green ostensibly are just remakes of Red and Blue, in reality there are some differences, but I wouldn't call them major differences, so I'm not going to go Pokemon by Pokemon. Some Pokemon are moved around a little bit that don't affect us overall, but there are 2 changes that do affect the total count. The first and most important change is the fact we can get 4 Moonstones in Mount Moon. There are still 2 Moonstones where we found them in Red, Blue, and Yellow. But in Fire Red and Leaf Green, you can get 2 more. It is annoying, it is terrible, here is how. So, instead of getting TM1 Mega Punch, you get TM46 Thief. This actually isn't necessary, but it makes this next part a lot less annoying. It was still very annoying. So, in the second basement, you can find Clefairy 6% of the time, which is nice, until you realize 5% of the time, of the 6% of the time where you actually get a Clefairy, it can be holding a Moonstone. In other words, I had to spend literal hours encountering Pokemon after Pokemon. I mean, I used the time to train my other Pokemon to level 20, but it was really tedious. I found the first Moonstone really quickly, the second one took a really long time. But because we can get 2 extra Moonstones, that means we can get Wigglytuff and Clefable, so that would bring our total to 38, no trade under level 20. But there's actually one more change that was made. In Red and Blue, Mankey is exclusive to Red, and Meowth is exclusive to Blue. In Fire Red and Leaf Green, they are no longer version exclusives, and thus you can get both Mankey and Meowth in one game. I chose Fire Red version. This means that if you don't want to do any in-game trades, and you want to stick to under level 20, so close, but you can get to 39 Pokemon. If only the old rod let you catch Goldeen like it does in later games, we would have 40, but there you go, 39, and since I don't mind using in-game trades, to me, unequivocally, we have vindicated the rival in Generation 3, and because of the extra Moonstones and the extra Pokemon, which has an evolution, we can get 51 Pokemon, over 1/3 of the Pokedex, prior to battling Rival 3 in Fire Red Leaf Green. I realized that I recorded like hours of footage that I've just shown a few minutes of, but it's worth it so we can say I have fully explored all avenues of this myth and the various ways you can analyze it. My conclusion is that the rival is telling the truth. If yours differs, it's okay to be wrong.
Let's go out of curiosity.
Kidding. I know now someone is going to suggest that maybe I should check in Let's Go, and I'm not going to do that.
Oh.
Why? Because there's a different rival in Let's Go, and he doesn't talk about how many Pokemon he's registered, and thus we don't have to myth bust a non-existent myth. Nobody talks about Let's Go because it's a different line of dialogue. So we're good. We have gone through every released version of Pokemon in Kanto where the rival says it. I have proven that he indeed is not a liar. Thank you guys for watching, and I hope to see you all in the next video. Take care.
Hey everyone, Madrybread here. Pokemon Silver with only version-exclusive Pokemon was a fun team run. Let's follow that up with a probably very hard one. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Red with Koga's team and moves? Alright, well, you know the drill from all of the other team and moves runs. This is Koga's team in Pokemon Red. As you can tell, it's really not great. Sludge is probably the best move I'm seeing here, unless you count stuff like Smokescreen or Self-Destruct. And sure, those could be useful, but the problem is, literally his whole team has to be caught in the Pokemon Mansion, so we're only gonna have one Pokemon until after the Koga fight. So we get to have some fun with stuff like Smokescreen and Self-Destruct, but not until later in the run. The first half is probably gonna be very hard. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I mean, I figure I can win, but I'm for sure gonna need to be a really high level to do it. This team and these moves are pretty bad. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Koga's team and moves. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So, right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Bulbasaur with Grimer so that we can do the whole run with it. I figure I've already done a coughing-only run before, and we're gonna have only one Pokemon until the Pokemon Mansion no matter what, so we may as well try something new and use Grimer. So, while I'm grinding in the forest, it's time to go over some of the weird things about Grimer. This is pretty much just a solo Grimer and Muck run for the first half anyway. So because you can't catch this thing in the wild until the Pokemon Mansion, it can't learn any new moves until level 30. Yes, that means that we won't be learning anything new for a really long time. Since we're trying to get all of Koga's moves, that means we can't just use TMs for better moves. Once this Grimer is level 37 and knows Sludge, it'll be the last move he ever learns. Not only that, but both Grimer and Muck are weaker in this game than they are in others. Normally Muck and Grimer have much higher special defense than they do special attack, but due to Gen 1 having combined special stats, and them using the lower number in this case, we essentially have less special defense than they would in the other Pokemon games. That's just going to make things harder in the long run for sure. Really, the only thing we have going for us is that Grimer and Muck get decent attack, and Poison uses our attack stat in this game, so eventually we should be hitting reasonably hard with Sludge. I'm probably still going to have to be something like level 25 to beat the Rock Gym. Maybe Disable could help, but it picks random moves in this game, so probably not. I'll grind a ton early on, let's hope for the best. So the first try was at level 16 and it really didn't go well. We're taking 5 damage per tackle, and he defense curled enough that we were only hitting for 1 damage pretty early on. We could get him to kind of low health, but never low enough to get close to fainting, and he's got an Onyx after this, so we really didn't stand a chance. It doesn't help that crits are based off of base speed in Gen 1, and our base speed is awful, so crits are going to be extra rare. Let's grind to level 20 and keep trying. So I tried a couple more times at level 20, and although it's still pretty hard, and just luck-based, we did get a very narrow victory. Part of me wishes that we had already have a poison move, but then again, Gen 1 Brock has a weirdly huge amount of full heals. I think he has 5 or 6 per Pokemon. It's really strange. So we would probably never get poison to stick, even if we had a move like, I don't know, Smog or Sludge or something like that. I'm just happy that I didn't have to grind past level 20, because I was really feeling like it had to be more like 25, and it was, whew, it's a slow grind. With that win, we're finally moving on, but that doesn't mean that things are easy. I'm still fighting every trainer I can until I know new moves, because we're really weak. Our stats might be better than most of what we're fighting due to our higher level, but we're stuck with Pound until level 37 when we replace it with Sludge. Basically, we replace it right before we evolve. I'm just hoping that I can be strong enough to take out the Water Gym the moment we get there to help save us some time. Wish me luck. On our way through, though, I took the Helix Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone asks anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. So, the first try at the Water Gym goes kind of okay, but I can tell that I'd only really win if I got very lucky. She uses an X-Defend early on, so I do a lot less damage, and although their tackles hardly hurt us, their Bubble Beams and Water Guns do a lot more. Plus, Starmie is a crit machine, so we'd have to get really lucky to win at this level. Maybe if I do the Rival Fight and Nugget Bridge first, then I could level up more. Well, you know what? I kind of thought the Rival Fight might be pretty hard, but Pidgeot didn't use Sand Attack a single time. Thanks to that, we pretty easily beat his whole team. Grimer's a little bit tanky for this early in the game. It's paying off. That means we're moving. There's a lot of trainers between us and the Water Gym, so I'm gonna get some more last-minute levels. I think we could win by level 30, and that's kind of what I'm aiming for. I'm confident that I could at least beat it before going to the SS Anne, but there's only one way to find out. You know, unless we just get crit by Starmie a bunch, and that's not impossible. Now, this took 2 tries because Bubble Beam still hurts a lot, but on this try, Starmie just used Tackle 3 times? If it was using a single water move, then I think we'd have lost. It's almost like the game wants us to go get the rest of our team. That means we're on the SSN, and I don't think I'm going to bother cleaning out the whole place. I'm sure I'll do some of it, but if the previous rival fight was so easy, then this one probably won't be that bad either. Then again, he does have Kadabra now, so I guess it could cause problems. Nah, I figure it'll be fine. First is Pidgeot, who hardly hurt us, although he crit twice, so he did a lot more than he should have. Raticate hardly did anything with Hyper Fang, but he got us to half health as Kadabra came out. Right away, he wasted his first turn with Teleport, and we just one-shot him. That was lucky. Last is Charmeleon, who went down to a couple of pounds, and hey, we actually landed a crit that time. With our crazy low base speed, that's rare. We got crit twice by Pidgeot, Kadabra used Teleport, and we crit with a super low speed Grimer. Weird fight. The Electric Gym right after was a very, well, it was a very Surge fight at first, with them seemingly always picking their worst possible moves, but Raichu actually did put up a bit of a fight near the end. Now, if he used Thunderbolt the whole time, then I would have lost, but he used Growl a lot instead. It did slow down us beating him by quite a bit and made the fight closer, but he really could have just used Thunderbolt more and beaten us. We're back on the road. We're getting really close to replacing Pound with Sludge, and more importantly, we're getting pretty close to evolving Muck. We're gonna need that, because I've got some annoying rock types to Brute Force and Rock Tunnel. Although, I guess I could minimize and they'll probably just blow themselves up. After that, we've got the Grass Gym, where we resist them, but we also have to contend with their effect moves, so I don't think it'll be too bad, but I'm not totally sure on that. Really, I'm more worried about the Poison Gym. Partly because the gym itself is full of psychic trainers, and they might be more annoying than Koga, I don't know. But also that I'm fighting Koga's whole team with Sludge, a move that he resists. He's gonna have a lot of chances to use stuff like Smokescreen to ruin us. Let's hope that we're just really strong when we get there, because that sounds like it's gonna be a nightmare. So the Grass Gym was pretty easy. They didn't actually go for any scary affliction moves, so we just hardly ended up taking any damage. I was worried about Rap Spam, but we were actually faster than them, so it wasn't a serious issue. Giovanni right after was no real issue, although we weren't hitting very hard. All of the rock ground types are mildly annoying, but they don't tend to actually have ground moves in this game, so they don't do much damage back to us. It's just really slow making them faint. And the Pokemon Tower rival fight right after was a super easy, no damage sweep. This rival fight is pretty much always easy though, it's just how it is, nothing to worry about. That means we're traveling to the Poison Gym. Now I'm really hoping that I'll be able to win it quickly, because the moment we win, then we can go get 3 Coughings, but I'm skeptical. I could see Smokescreen spam being a serious problem, and I figure I'll probably have to spam Minimize myself to stay competitive. It's not exactly a fun strategy, and just one Smokescreen getting through and hitting us will drop our chances of hitting Sludge by 1/3, because this is Gen 1 and it works a little different, but it's all we can do. I'm gonna use some PowerPoint ups on Sludge to make sure we have enough uses of it, and then I'll start making attempts. Okay, so this Poison Gym fight was amazing. It both went exactly as badly as I thought it would, and yet Koga threw us a bone anyway. So right away we were getting ruined by Smokescreens. I didn't bother using Minimize at all because I wanted to see if I could win with Sludge Spam first, and it's kind of working, but when his Muck came out and started using Minimize, we were missing like crazy. Still, we would hit every once in a while and it would do decent damage. As we finally made it to his Weezing, we only had 8 uses of Sludge left, and the first one missed. We probably would have run out of power points and lost the fight, but Koga decided to use Self-Destruct, hardly hurting us, and handing us the win and the TM for Toxic that we're gonna need for our own Weezing. Thanks, Koga. You're a bro. You know what that means? We finally get the rest of our team. Right away, I surf to Cinnabar and catch myself 2 Coughings, and I catch a Weezing, because Wild Weezings are here. Each one has to level up a little bit to learn their moves, but they don't really need to level up very much. I give the TM for Toxic to Weezing right away so that it matches Koga's team, but to be honest, I think I'm gonna have the most fun with Weezing just blowing up. I should probably buy a ton of revives. I'm expecting to blow them up for fun pretty often. Let's see if we can beat the Fire Gym early. It's tradition. Alright, so the first Growlithe just uses agility instead of fighting, and Blaine decided it was worth using super potions on it anyway, so that gives you an idea of what we're dealing with. I was thinking that maybe I'd use other members of the team for fun, but I forgot to set the battle style to shift, and I usually have it set on set so that I'm not constantly getting bugged on if I want to switch to HM Pokemons. So, I beat the entire gym only with Muck like it was nothing at all. Again, I know I've said it before, but Blaine really needs to have his badge revoked. This is ridiculous. That means I'm on to Silph.
I wonder how that's gonna go with the Clefairy
You know,
run.
normally I'm a little bit worried about the rival fight, and I still kind of am because he's got that insane Alakazam that's for sure gonna be faster than us. But at the same time, I have 2 Pokemon that could take him out, and he picks random moves, so our chance of winning in less than maybe 10 tries is pretty good. So it's totally worth it. I think I'll just fight a few trainers in here to gain a little bit of experience, and then I'll try. Wish me luck. Alright, well that's not what I was expecting at all. I mean, I figured Muck would beat quite a few of the early Pokemon, but what really surprised me was when Alakazam hit Psybeam, it did way less damage than I was expecting. Especially considering Muck has less special defense in Gen 1 than it has in the other games due to the combined stats favoring the special attack that he has in the later games. Last was Charizard, who I just blew up because it was funny. I'm sure it wasn't necessary. Giovanni right after went about how you'd expect. It's a lot of sludge spam with Muck. It's super slow though, and it kind of has me worried about the ground gym. I mean, yeah, there's one Pokemon on his team with a ground move, but it's Dugtrio with his crazy Gen 1 100 power dig and insane crit chance. Will I even get there though? The Psychic Gym is next. Well, the Psychic Gym ended up being an easy fight completely because Sabrina played like Sabrina. We swept her entire team up to Alakazam, who wasted the first turn on Reflect, but it made him survive, so he fought.
If my men
expect, it's a lot of sludge spam with Muck.
This section with
It's super
73
slow
Pokemon.
though, and it kind of has me worried about the ground gym. I mean, yeah, there's one Pokemon on his team with a ground move, but it's Dugtrio with his crazy Gen 1 100 power dig and insane crit chance. Will I even get there though? The Psychic Gym is next. Well, the Psychic Gym ended up being an easy fight completely because Sabrina played like Sabrina. We swept her entire team up to Alakazam, who wasted the first turn on Reflect, but it made him survive, so he followed that up with a Psywave that did about 31 damage. Hey, does anyone know what the crit rate of Alakazam in this game? I'm curious how likely we were to get one-shot if she had used Psychic instead. Alright, the ground gym was actually really long and brutal. First was his Rhyhorn, who wasn't that dangerous but just takes forever to take down. Using Toxic and Sludge seems to be the best way to handle it. Second is Dugtrio, and we lost quite a few attempts to it. I need to have Muck at full health when it shows up, and if it doesn't use Dire Hit on the first turn, then we end up losing. But on this go, it uses Dire Hit as soon as it shows up. And it didn't crit with Dig, so we took it out with enough health left. Nidoqueen was bad, but could have been a lot worse if she used Body Slam more often. Thankfully, she spent most of her time using Scratch instead. Nidoking was pretty brutal because he was using Thrash a lot, and not really hitting himself in Confusion nearly as much as I would like. We lost Wheezing, and Muck only had 2 health by the time he went down. Last was Rhydon, so I sent in Coughing to hope to poison it with Sludge. That's when I realized Rhydon has Fissure, and because it's ground type, he's going to use it every turn. In Gen 1, that only works if his base speed is higher than ours. Now, Rhydon isn't faster than much, but it does have a higher base speed than Coughing, so eventually we went down to that. But you know what it doesn't have a higher base speed than? Muck. Our 2 health Muck just sat there for an entire minute, slowly taking out Rhydon with Sludge as poison damage chipped away at it. What an incredibly Gen 1 victory. Last is the rival who was a total squash until Alakazam hit a Psychic that nearly took out Muck before we one-shot him. Last is his Charizard, and he's incredibly tough, so I blew up Zingui to weaken him, then threw in a Coughing to slowly finish him off. Now if he just used Slash every turn, then I think he would have taken out both of our Coughings, but he used Rage pretty quickly, and it doesn't crit nearly as often, so we won pretty fast. I hope that he's easy at the end of the game, but somehow I don't think he will be. So we're traveling to the Elite Four, and I'm kind of dreading it. Maybe Lorelei will be okay, Bruno should be fine. I'm not even that worried about Lance because he's just gonna spam Agility, but Agatha is gonna be a nightmare. Her entire team is poison type, so she resists Sludge and I can't use Toxic. Not only that, but she'll use Hypnosis and Dream Eater. That heals her and will probably just one-shot a lot of our Pokemon. Agatha does like to use Dream Eater while we're awake sometimes, so I expect her to waste a lot of turns, but we're probably going to have an awful time dealing damage. I'll make sure I get the Coughings up to level 37 so they learn Smokescreen before I actually try the Elite Four. I figure the Smokescreens are going to be what saves us from Hypnosis. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our team. Well, I don't think that this team is anywhere near ready to take out Agatha. I'm pretty confident that I could at least beat Lorelei and Bruno. I get the feeling that I might not beat Agatha until Muck and Zingui are more like level 60 plus, but who knows. Maybe I'm overestimating how hard it'll be to take out Gengar. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Ice Trainer Lorelei. First is Dugong, and it just spams Rest every attempt because it's Psychic type, so I used the chance to build up 2 Minimizes. I could be mean and easily do 6, but I'll keep it a little bit more fair. I know that I'm going to need Minimizes for Cloyster. As it comes out, we have a reasonably easy time taking it down, but I'll tell you right now, I lost a few attempts just due to Clamp hurting us so badly. Slowbro only uses Amnesia, so it's a free fight. And next is Jinx, who hits a Body Slam and an Ice Punch to take us to half health before we finished her off. Last was Lapras, so I kept Muck in, and it paid off. Minimize helped us dodge both Blizzard and Hydro Pump, getting us the win. It took a few tries, but at least I figured out a winning strategy. Second is Fighting Trainer Bruno. This one is really simple, Toxic for the Onyx and Sludge with the Muck for the fighting types. I mean, other than Machamp, who I blew up on at first because it was funny. It actually did less damage than I was expecting, though. Man, how much more fun would this run be if Weezing had Explosion instead? Or maybe if all three of my Weezings and Coughings had their own explosions and self-destructs. That would be such a fun run. You know, sometimes people ask why I haven't done a run with only Explosion and self-destruct. Well, it's because I can only have 6 Pokemon on a team, so even if I one-shot with every single Explosion, I'd lose anytime they have 6 Pokemon, because we lose on a draw. Plus, it doesn't hit ghosts. It would be funny if I could do it, but then again, the gag would probably get old really fast. Third is Ghost Trainer Agatha. Yeah, did you see how little damage the first Sludge did? That was a crit, and that's exactly why we can't win this fight yet. By far, our highest attack Pokemon is hardly doing any damage to Gengar, so I don't really have any solution other than to level them up a lot. At least Muck has a lot of stat experience, so it's not too punishing to just use Rare Candy on him, although I gotta fight my way through the Elite Four again, because I don't have much Rare Candy, I gotta go get it. The funny thing is, I don't think I'd have even made it past Gengar, but she switched to Golbat to use Haze. That resets all of the stat changes, and it seems like she uses it over and over if I use Minimize, so I don't think that Minimize is even a long-term option. At least not until I take out Golbat. That might be really rough, though. Let's get a ton of levels and come back. So, here we are, trying again after a bunch of levels on Muck and Weezing. This is tons of attempts in, and I need to show you how close I get. Now, it's not worth telling you the entire blow-by-blow, but as you can see, it's agonizing. She uses tons of potions, she uses tons of sleep and confusion moves, and not only does her Dream Eater mess us up, but it heals her a ton whenever she hits it. At the same time though, sometimes she just uses Dream Eater while we're already awake a bunch of times and gives us some hope, just to suddenly ruin us with Confuse Ray or Hypnosis. The worst part is that most failed attempts take at least 5 minutes unless we get nailed with Hypnosis instantly. That means we have to sit through tons of the fight before I know for sure if I'm gonna lose or not. Anyway, I don't think that I can win at this level unless I get simply unreasonably lucky with her move choice. This is the first time we've gotten to the final Gengar, we hardly even made it that far this time, and we got instantly taken out by Nightshade. We just need more levels. Alright, a few levels later. The first Gengar still took about a third of our health out, but that's actually better than it usually goes, so that's already a good start. Golbat started rough with us hitting ourselves in confusion twice right away, but Golbat kept using Confuse Ray while we were already confused, so at least he wasn't stacking damage. Then he used Haze to get rid of our confusion so we could finish him off. Well, that was nice. Haunter is next, so I sent in Coughing to Smokescreen, just to get confused and hit myself. It worked the second time at least, but then the strategy fell apart when he started switching to Arbok. We ended up hitting another Smokescreen on Arbok, but then he switched back to Haunter to finish us off. Alright, Smokescreen isn't gonna work yet. So I sent in Zingui as Arbok came back out, and thankfully it was just using Acid instead of Glare, so we took it out pretty fast. Haunter was sent right back out, so I sent in Coughing, knowing that I don't think it can switch between the Gengar and the Haunter to remove debuffs. Problem is, we got put to sleep, confused, and then one shot with Dream Eater, so Smokescreen is off the table. Out to Zingui, and Hypnosis missed early. We traded shots for quite a while before he finally put us to sleep and hit Dream Eater when he only had a sliver of health left, finishing him off and getting a bit more health back on him. All this left is our low health Muck, and she started using super potions, but then she missed Hypnosis, so we took her out. Last is her strongest Gengar, but it actually went great. She was wasting time with stuff like Toxic despite us being Poison type, and Dream Eater while we were awake. We did get confused and hit ourselves though. Every time I thought I was about to win, she'd use a potion or confuse us, but in the end she ended up wasting enough time and we actually finally took her down. That was the hardest fight this whole run by far. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Lance. This one was super simple. All of his dragons have Psychic type buff moves, so they just use that over and over. The only Pokemon that actually fight us are his Water Onix and Aerodactyl. Water Onix was super easy with Sludge, and for Aerodactyl, I just hit Toxic, blew up on it, then had Muck finish it with Sludge. It would have been super easy, but we hit ourselves in confusion, and then he used a Hyper Potion. It was okay though. We were tanky enough to last long enough to take it out. I'm sure if Dragonite used real moves, it could have put up a serious fight, but it didn't, so it was easy. Finally, the Pokemon champion. First is Pidgeot, who did the genius move of using Mirror Move as the first move, so nothing happened. Then he followed it up with a Whirlwind in a trainer fight when it does nothing in this game. He went down fast. Second was Alakazam, and we got nailed with Psybeam for half of our health, got confused, then one-shot him with Sludge. Hey, that's one huge threat down. Rhydon is next, and this thing takes a year to take down, so I used Toxic, and then sent in Coughing to spam Smokescreen before eventually switching back into Zingweed to hit Sludge more. It didn't look like much, but that took almost 3 minutes. Executor was just a one-shot with a critical Sludge from Muck, and fifth is Water Onix. Now this started awesome with us hitting it hard, it just using Dragon Rage, and us poisoning it. Problem is, we got it a sliver from fainting, and it just hit a Hyper Beam to take us out. Then he used a full restore as I sent Coughing in to finish him off, so I just hit a weak Sludge before he Hyper Beamed that down too. I sent out Zingwe, and thankfully he missed his Hyper Beam, so we hit Sludge, but then he started using Dragon Rage, so we're still taking damage. We really lucked out when he missed Hydro Pump, and we finished him off, but all we have left is Zingwe and one Coughing. That's when the magic happened. Charizard used Rage on the first turn. So to avoid powering him up by actually hitting him, I used Toxic to start dealing damage, then switched to Coughing to spam Smokescreen. We fainted eventually, but then I could send Zingwe back in to hit Sludge and finish it off. We finally won. You know what? That team sucked, and it could have had a more fun moveset, but I still really had fun with that run. I love a lot of Gen 1 poison types, so it was fun to use them, and just getting to use stuff like Self-Destruct and Smokescreen is always a fun time, even if it's a little bit later into the game than I would have liked. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon Heart Gold with only one Tropius. Sounds like a weird one, right? That's why I want to do it. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments in the challenge request section of my Discord channel and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time. I have been streaming more. You may have seen it on the channel, because I do, of course, upload all the stream footage onto the YouTube channel after, so you may have seen a little bit, and you may not have, but you can look through the video section or the playlist section if you want to find those. But finally, after all of these, I don't know, years now of saying, hey, I think I'll have more time to stream, and then, like, I would stream a bit more for a little while and then I'd be really busy again. Nah, I actually have more time to stream now. And that's super fun, because I really enjoy streaming. I have for years and years and years, and I hated that for the last, like, 3-4 years. I haven't really had a whole lot of time to stream. I've missed it, so it's really fun getting back into doing more of that. I want to do more locally recorded Let's Plays too, because I always have a fun time with that too. Maybe get some more raft going with Jax. That would be a fun time. Me and Kate have got to get back together to do some more of that Lord of the Rings, the Third Age game. That was getting really fun. So I'm really excited that I get to do those things for you guys again, because I missed that part of my channel quite a bit. I missed that I didn't really have a whole lot of time to work on it, and it's a really fun time. Maybe I'll even stream some more Pokemon-related things, or let's play some more Pokemon-related things, because I know some of you really are just here for the Pokemon, and no hard feelings if you are. I always appreciate if you do check out the Let's Plays, and you do check out the Fallout and Elder Scrolls challenges I do, just because I do a lot of things. But of course, you just watch whatever you want to watch. You're not obligated to watch me. I'm just happy that you're here. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day.
I want to try to finish this section today.
I know you love your dada.
Of course he loves you. He just doesn't show it on his face.
Despicable Me 4? Good God. Dear God. They need to stop it.
Pokerogue is my new addiction. This game has you fight endless waves of Pokemon that continuously get harder and harder. In this game, your goal is to build and grow a strong team of Pokemon. But if you lose even a single fight, your run is over and you have to start all over again. This game is so challenging and so painful, but I love it. So I set myself a crazy challenge to make this game even harder. I wanted to see if it was possible to beat all 200 waves of Pokérogue Classic mode using only water-type Pokémon. With this restriction, is it still possible to beat the game, or would our water types be crushed? Let's find out. So I boot up a fresh account, and with how team selection works in this game, basically, we can pick 3 water-type starters from any generation to be on our initial team. And after some deliberation, I decided to choose Mudkip, Piplup, and Quaxly, mostly because of the great secondary typing that these 3 get in their final forms. So with our wet-type starters chosen, let's begin. Wave 1. Our first opponent is just a pathetic low-level Rattata. For the most part, this looks like a normal Pokemon battle screen, but there are 2 differences up here in the top right corner. The top number is the wave that we're currently on, and this here is the cash balance. Money is so important in this game because, as you can see, after we quickly crush the Rattata with Pound, we're greeted with this item screen. Now, in case you've never played this game before, let me give you a little Pokérogue 101. Basically, after every wave, we can choose one of these 3 randomly generated items. In this case, a potion to heal our team, Pokeballs to catch more Pokemon, or a nugget to increase our cash. We can also use our money to buy as many of these healing items as we like, or to re-roll the 3 random items in hope of getting something better. However, remember, losing even a single battle will force me to start all over from the beginning, which means essentially the choice of item we take is all about balancing the need to keep our team healthy while also having the resources to make our team stronger. In this case, I grabbed the Great Balls just in case we actually find a water-type Pokemon that we can try to catch. Our second wave is a double battle, and these can be incredibly dangerous. However, after Water Gun annihilates Nincada in just one shot, Quaxly and Piplup are free to gang up on the Tailo, taking it down pretty safely. After picking up the rare candy to boost our Piplup by 1 level, the next few waves are relatively straightforward, giving us a few more levels on our team, while also learning new moves like Work Up on Quaxly and Water Gun on Piplup. This means that we go into Wave 8 with our team fully healed, and this is important because Wave 8 is our first rival battle. This is Ivy, and while she may look sweet, let me tell you, this girl is the devil incarnate. She's our only recurring rival in this challenge. But for now, she's not so scary, as thankfully we got a little lucky because her random starter is the fire-type Chimchar. So with a few water guns, we can wash up her monkey, as well as the Pidgey that follows, giving us a quick win over Ivy. And let me just say, thank you RNGesus for not giving her a terrifying grass starter. You just started and you're already this strong? Just started? Sure. Let's pretend like I haven't already developed a crippling addiction to this game. Also, you should subscribe to my channel because if this video does well, it'll rationalize my addiction and give me an excuse to play more Pokérogue. So do your part. Anyway, Ivy gives us an EXP charm as well as an EXP ball, which are now shown in the top left corner, along with any other important items that we gather during our current run. On to the next wave, and this one is another double battle. However, this time, one of the Pokemon is Bidoof, and while this chunky little beaver isn't a water type yet, it will be when it evolves into Bebarrel. So, after quickly taking out Ralts, I use one of our Great Balls to catch Bidoof on the first try. This thing has some terrible stats, and obviously we can't use it until it evolves and becomes a water type, but hey, at least it's something. Moving on to round 10, and this is our first boss fight. As you can see, the Lillipup has 2 HP bars, which makes it a lot harder to take down than any other normal Pokemon. As proof of this, Lillipup actually manages to take down Quaxly, giving us our first KO of the challenge. Thankfully though, it's not a big deal in this case because Piplup can still finish the fight with Water Gun, and in this game, your team is fully healed after every 10 waves. So, our Quaxly is resurrected from the dead, and we're good to go into Wave 11. This wave has a Mankey, which is an absolute beast. Its Fury Swipes do so much damage, crippling both my Piplup as well as Quaxly by the time we finally manage to take it down. And since we're only on round 11, we're still 9 rounds away from being fully healed. So, this forces me into spending our precious money on healing both of our injured water types. This game is only going to get harder from here, and we still have such a long way until wave 200. Regardless, I was feeling pretty good about our team. Over the next few waves, we continued grinding through Pokemon and learning new moves like Charm on Piplup, but more importantly, Quaxly learns Wing Attack. And this is huge, as it at least gives us some option against grass types. With these team upgrades, I was starting to feel pretty safe. What
Thank
a
God
fool
I
I
didn't fail the
was.
challenge.
Because Wave 16 is home to another trainer battle. And this guy is a demon. Because he pulls up with a grass and electric type Hisuian Voltorb. This thing is so fast and has move coverage for both of water type's weaknesses. The little ball of death outspeeds us, and bullet seeds deal
Well, at least I'm
enormous
not gonna-
damage. However, it
good
only
thing I don't
connects
act-
twice,
I'm not
meaning
gonna
that we
accidentally fail
just
this
survive on 4 HP. This allows Piplup to land a charm, partially lowering Voltorb's attack stat. But Piplup's about to die, and it's my strongest Pokemon, so I need to keep it alive. As
Train hard! A licking Pokemon. Its tongue spans almost 7 feet and moves more freely than its forelegs. Its licks can cause paralysis.
such, I switch it to Mudkip, sacrificing it to the altar of Voltorb. This clears me to bring in my last hope, Quaxly. After barely surviving a bullet seed, I just need to pray that Wing Attack will be enough to kill, and it's still not enough. With that, Voltorb single-handedly wipes through the rest of my team, meaning we had lost. This game is so unforgiving. Danger can always be just around the corner. As that heathen of a Voltorb showed, we're always just one bad fight away from game over. Despite that though, I wasn't ready to give up yet, and marched right back into the deadly crosshairs of Pokerogue for attempt number 2. Using the same starters as our first attempt, this time things started off even worse, because Wave 3 serves up another grass type in the form of Bellsprout, who Vine Whips poor Piplup into its grave, already giving us our first KO so early in the run. While we can overpower Bellsprout, this forces me to burn through so much money just to heal up my team. However, soon after, we finally get some luck, as our Wave 4 item roll gives Mudkip the TM for Avalanche, an Ice-type move that gives us a tool to fight against grass types. Although, I really needed that TM like 5 minutes ago. Still though, this move was about to pay dividends immediately, as this time, our rival Ivy rolls up with a deadly grass-type Chespin as her starter. Thankfully though, 2 super effective avalanches from Mudkip are all we need to take Chespin down, and the Rookity that follows quickly suffers the exact same fate, sealing us the win. This run is starting a lot better than my last one, and it's mostly because I'm focusing on leveling Quaxly this time around, and the main reason for that is workup. See, in this game, any change in stats will actually remain across waves until either the next trainer battle or after the next 10th wave. This means that Quaxly can use workup, like against this pathetic little Poliwag, to boost up our offensive stats. This makes the next few battles way easier, as Quaxly can tear through our opponents. Anyway, at wave 14, we pull the TM for Stealth Rock, which is an amazing grab for Piplup that will definitely help if we can actually make it into the late game. And our good luck doesn't stop there. After catching a replacement that we once again imprison until it learns the way of water, we're absolutely blessed with a rare drop of the TM for Liquidation. This move is so busted for this early on, as it's got a base power of 85, so I give it to our ace general, Quaxly. And thanks to this power boost, the next few waves were an absolute breeze. My confidence was rising, so I started to pick up lure items. These increase our chances of encountering double battles. Double battles add an element of risk because we can potentially take double the damage, but double battles also give us the opportunity to earn more EXP while giving us double the encounters to try and find more water types to recruit. So, with Quaxly going on a tear, we cruise through to round 20, a fight with this Bosto duo. However, yeah, Quaxly just ended this man's whole career. and this man's career too. And with that, Quaxley reaches level 16, giving us our first evolution of the challenge, Quaxwell. At this point, we get another huge stroke of luck as wave 21 brings us to a watery biome, which is an absolute godsend, because this means that the wild Pokemon are likely to be water types, giving us the chance to catch more Pokemon. So I got to work. On wave 21, I catch a Psyduck. Wave 22 is a double battle, and I can only grab one of these Pokemon, so I opt to KO Trudel in favor of catching the dopey-looking Slowpoke. And on wave 24, we recruit another duck to the squad, Ducklet. But sadly, our party is full, so I have to release the non-water type Bidoof. He never got to grow up into a big wet bee barrel. Can I get some F's in the chat for our chunky little beaver? Anyway, I got pretty lucky, picking up back-to-back EXP alls from our item pools on waves 23 and 24. Keeping up with the level curve in this game is a real problem, so I'll be trying to pick up these EXP items at any given opportunity. But as lucky as we've been so far, we were about to face our biggest challenge yet. Wave 25, Rival Fight. This is our second battle against Ivy, and now she's got an even stronger team. Now she's packing a Quilladin, which is terrible for my team. And to make things worse, after my wing attack barely does anything, she somehow hits a crit Vine Whip to cripple my duck. I need Quaxwell alive at all costs, so switch into our Psyduck, who is basically sacrificed in the process. This Quilladin is an Avengers level threat, so I send in our Mudkip to land a super effective Avalanche. But we're hit by Leech Seed in the process, so I can't keep him in. As such, I switch into Ducklet, who can thankfully just tank 2 Vine Whips before finishing the deadly Quilladin with Aerial Ace. This forces Ivy to send in her deadly new Pokemon, Tatsugiri, who not only is insanely powerful, but it also resists my water moves. Ducklet can only land a single Aerial Ace before falling. This glorified sushi is a problem. My plan is to go into Slowpoke and hit it with Disable to stop this fish from using Water Gun, but that didn't really end up working, since Tatsugiri just resorted to boosting its defense instead. Regardless, our Mudkip continues to be an absolute saint, as 2 Avalanches are all we need to finally finish the sushi. Ivy's final Corvisquire isn't easy either, immediately slaughtering my Piplup with Pluck. So I'm forced to send in Quaxwell and use our Reviver Seed to survive a Pluck before a big liquidation brings the bird into kill range. And with one final Aqua Jet, we KO Corvisquire, giving us an insanely close win. And to celebrate, Mudkip evolved into Marshtomp, which is huge, as now we've got a secondary ground type, meaning we can soak up any electric attacks. But despite our victory, now we're in an awful spot. We're still 5 rounds away from being healed, and our team has been absolutely decimated. I just don't have enough money to heal everyone, so I need to think carefully about how to approach this. But ultimately, I decided to focus on using my money to heal up the 3 Pokemon that are still alive, and I chose the Carbos Vitamin as my item to boost my speed, because I'm fully investing my hopes of survival into the shoulders of Quaxwell. This situation definitely looks grim, but we're not done yet.
The crown will pursue victory at any cost.
I did not think they would be so eager to die.
House of the Dragon, streaming exclusively on Max.
Because the next wave serves up a double battle of Goldeen and Magikarp, and this is perfect for so many reasons. First, this Magikarp is useless, meaning that after we take out Goldeen, we're pretty much free to boost up Quaxwell's stats with Workup. And on top of that, once we're boosted up, we can also catch Magikarp. Sadly, it does mean that Psyduck is no longer for this world. But if we can survive long enough to get this little fish to level 20, we will have a beast of a Pokemon on our hands. Anyway, thanks to the boost on Quaxwell, the next 3 levels are relatively easy to clear, with Quaxwell asserting his dominance over the wild water types. However, our team is still pretty crippled by the time we reach Wave 30. This wave is deadly because we have to take on a random gym trainer, which turns out to be Crasher Wake, meaning our team that is already weakened would have to survive a deadly water-type showdown. Wake leads with his Prinplup as we lead with Quaxwell, and while we don't have a good type matchup here, neither does Wake. His Bubble Beams don't deal too much damage, which gives Quaxwell enough time to set up 2 workups. Thanks to this, 2 low sweeps are all we need to draw first blood, and in a funny coincidence, the EXP from that KO allows our Piplup to evolve mid-fight into a Prinplup of our very own. Next up is Wake's Weasel, who does outspeed and puts Quaquaval onto the brink of death with Bite. However, one more low sweep combined with a priority Aqua Jet can quickly finish off the Water Weasel. This leaves Wake with only one Pokemon, his strongest, most powerful ocean beast, Magikarp. Really, dude? You brought a Magikarp? But Keegan, didn't you bring a Magikarp too? Hey, shut up. Quaxwell instantly fries that fish with liquidation, meaning we had somehow survived both the Ivy fight one Pokemon, his strongest, most powerful ocean beast, Magikarp. Really, dude? You brought a Magikarp? But Keegan, didn't you bring a Magikarp too? Hey, shut up. Quaxwell instantly fries that fish with liquidation, meaning we had somehow survived both the Ivy fight and Gym Leader Showdown with a crippled roster. And as a reward, not only is our team healed, but our Magikarp also evolves into Gyarados, giving us a huge upgrade to our roster. Now it was time for Wave 31. This set brings us to a beach biome, and in another slice of luck, our first encounter here is Marini. It's another awesome Pokemon with access to moves like Toxic Spikes and Recover, which is incredibly useful in a game like this, where health points are a precious resource. Although, it does mean that I have to send Ducklet to the Gulag to make room for Marini, but this team wasn't big enough for 2 ducks. Anyway, now our roster is really starting to come together. This team has a lot of potential, but as we know, it just takes one bad fight to ruin everything. So, I wasn't about to take anything lightly. Despite that, these next 10 waves were very straightforward. Our Quaxwell can take care of pretty much everything that lives on the beach. So, our progress was fast, and we even got some cool new moves like Crunch and Waterfall on Gyarados, making this thing even stronger. Our money situation is utterly abysmal, but that doesn't stop us from quickly cleaning the next boss Pokemon, bringing us into the 40s. And the first 2 waves here are relatively straightforward, with Gyarados doing a lot of the heavy lifting. However, then we come across this, Alolan Exeggutor, a deadly grass type that quad resists water moves. A Mega Drain deals enormous damage to Prinplup, and while our Penguin is definitely dead on the next turn, at least we can land a big Ice Spinner before that happens. I was confident that Marini could safely finish the fight from here, but we take huge damage from a super effective Confusion before one final Venoshock takes care of this ridiculously looking tree dragon. Despite the win, this is still a problem, because I don't have enough money to heal up my team, and we're still a long way away from our next heal. And this deadly situation definitely isn't helped by what we find next. Alolan Raichu, the last electric type that I found, ended my entire run, and this one is even stronger. While we do have Marshtomp to soak up any electric attacks, Raichu's Psychics still do enormous damage. As such, we're only able to land a single Mud Shot before Marshtomp is sent to its grave. This is a DEFCON 1 situation. Alolan Raichu can easily sweep through the rest of my water types from here. However, Marshtomp did get a speed drop with its last attack. So, I just need to pray that our fastest Pokemon, Gyarados, is faster than the deadly Raichu, because if it's not, our whole team is about to be executed by 1 billion volts of electricity. So without any better options, I send my prayers to Lord Helix, click Crunch, and we outspeed! A quick super effective Crunch saves us from what would have otherwise been certain death. Man, these electric types are so scary. Luckily, we pulled a max revive from the item drop, so I resurrected our Marshtomp because I can't risk running into another electric type. Thankfully though, the next wave is a much less threatening Vulpix, who I use to recover some HP on Marini, as well as setting up Toxic Spikes to help us deal with the next few waves. And thankfully, these are relatively smooth, as Gyarados clears through these encounters with ease. On top of that, we even find a revive to resurrect Prinplup, and even get some nice upgrades to the team. First, with Slowpoke learning Slack Off, another amazing move that recovers HP. But even more importantly, our Quaxwell finally reaches level 36, evolving into its final form form, Quaquaval, who now learns its signature move, Aqua Step. Not only is it powerful, but it also has the added effect of boosting our speed, giving us some enormous sweeping potential. Before long, we'd made it to the Wave 50 boss, Alolan Golem. Are you kidding me? Another electric type? Thankfully though, Marshtomp has a much better matchup this time around, as 2 Mudshots are all we need to wipe out the electrified walking boulder. With that, we had cleared Wave 50, and we were now a quarter of the way to our goal of beating Wave 200. However, I was soon about to realize that the rest of this challenge was going to get way harder. This set of waves takes place in the ocean, starting with a battle against a wild Gyarados. We've already seen firsthand just how good this thing is, so it can't be taken lightly. However, we can use our Gyarados to pivot to Intimidates, nerfing the Imposter's attack stat. And after using our incredible new move, Dragon Dance, to boost our attack and speed, 2 Crunches can finish the job. Interestingly, the very next wave delivers us a Pelipper, which could be incredibly useful for our team, since its ability sets up the rain. As such, Pelipper could be a lifesaver in this challenge. But honestly, I really love how my team looks right now, and I want to avoid having 2 Pokemon that are both quad weak to electric. So ultimately, I decided not to take it, but leaving Pelipper behind could end up being a huge mistake. Anyway, the EXP from these first few waves goes a long way, as it gives us some huge evolutions, with Marshtomp evolving into Swampert, Slowpoke evolving into a very big, very chunky, and very derpy Slowbro, as well as Prinplup evolving into Empoleon, who finally gains its incredibly useful secondary steel typing. I may still be a pathetic, broke man, but at least now our team is packed with fully evolved Pokemon, and we were definitely going to be needing them, as round 55 is another showdown with Ivy. But the reality is, you're going to lose sooner or later. Okay, that's just uncalled for, and quite frankly, pretty rude. Anyway, now Ivy leads with her fully evolved Chestnut, as I send in Gyarados, which is a really solid matchup, as Intimidate lowers its attack. But I can't afford to take any damage on Gyarados, so switch into Toxapex, as Ivy also pivots into her Tatsugiri. Honestly, this is great for me, as Toxapex can safely set up 2 layers of toxic spikes. Tatsugiri then takes the Kamikaze route, using Memento to knock itself out, to which our Toxapex responds by laughing in its face and just recovering back all of its health. From here, the rest of this fight becomes very straightforward. Thanks to a lucky flinch, Gyarados can barely outpace Corviknight, with a few waterfalls getting the job done. Chestnut then re-emerges, but it's much less scary now that it's badly poisoned by my toxic spikes. This makes it free real estate for Toxapex to finish it off with Venoshock, before Ivy's last Pokemon, Magby, also suffers the exact same fate. That gives us the win, and that was much smoother than last time, demonstrating just how quickly our team has been improving. Moving on, and the next few waves were actually really difficult, as we had to take on 2 Gyaradoses back to back. However, with strategies like using Charm on Empoleon to nerf their attack, as well as dishing out big super effective rock slides with Marshtomp, ultimately, we made it through these fights unscathed. After making another tough decision to not take this Cloyster, which I'm already kind of regretting, we reach round 60, which is our next gym battle. And once again, it's another water-type showdown, this time against Marlon from Unova. At first, I thought this would be a deadly, intense battle, until I realized that his entire team is completely walled by Toxapex. After setting up toxic spikes on his Basculin, the combination of stalling with Recover and Baneful Bunker, as well as using Venoshock to deal huge damage, is just too strong for the big man to handle. Ultimately, this fight was incredibly free. So not only have we beaten round 60, but now we've also saved up a little bit of money too. Now we had successfully made it past the early game and into what I would call the mid-game of Pokeroad. Of course, we're always only one bad fight away from losing the challenge, so we still need to be careful. But now, our focus shifts a little more towards preparing for the endgame. Across the next 10 floors, I mostly relied on Gyarados and Swampert as my strongest duo, because not only can Swampert deal with the annoying electric-type lanterns, but in double battles, they also have great synergy, as Gyarados isn't affected by Swampert's Earthquake. While crushing these floors, I focused on picking up rare candies to try and stay ahead of the EXP curve. However, my item pools are generally pretty bad. As you can see, I have the lowest luck stat possible. Essentially, having shinies in the team improves your luck, which in turn gives you better item pools. But I have 0 shinies since this is a fresh account, so I'm stuck with this trash. Anyway, we continued moving, with Quaquaval crushing the level 70 boss in no time at all. Those waves were straightforward, and the next 10 are relatively similar. However, I did face a really annoying Golbat who badly poisons Gyarados with its Poison Fang, and this toxic trainer on round 7 79 was an absolute pest, paralyzing both my Gyarados as well as my Toxapex with Body Slam. Hearing all these statuses drains my bank account dry, which is so annoying since I'd only just started building up any cash. On the plus side, I did pull a Mega Bracelet from the item drop, and while it doesn't really do anything for me now, it means that now there's a chance for me to pull the Mega Stones for either Gyarados, Swampert, or Slowbro. Although, with my item luck, I very much doubt that's gonna happen. Regardless, after beating up the next big-nosed boss, we safely moved into the 80s. Although this set starts off really poorly, as Gyarados gets hit by a super effective Stone Edge, and this is made even worse by the fact that the next floor has this trainer with 6 pole Pokemon, and as if that's not bad enough, she leads with an electric-type Arctozolt. Naturally, I switch into our ground-type Swampert, but then she goes for Freeze Dry, a move that can absolutely annihilate my entire team. This thing is so dangerous. Thankfully though, my ground-type scares the AI into switching into Volbeat. This gives me the perfect opening to switch into Quaquaval. The AI tries to switch again, but it's too late. Their fate has already been sealed, because as Gardevoir switches in, Quaquaval sets up a workup, and on the following turn, an Aqua Step decimates Gardevoir while also giving us a speed boost. With these stat buffs, this trainer's career is over, as Quaquaval then proceeds to wipe each and every one of her pathetic Pokemon off the map. After the win, we continued pushing through the 80s, gradually clearing the wild Pokemon. However, on Wave 88, we have a double battle against the deadly combo of Mr. Craw and Quaquaval. These are two huge offensive threats, who managed to bring Quaquaval to the absolute brink of death, as well as KOing my Toxapex. And while I am able to finish this fight with the help of Gyarados, this is terrible, because with another gym fight on the horizon, I can't afford to not have Toxapex or Quaquaval, so I lose basically all of my money bringing these two back to life. Yep, I literally have $91 to my name right now. But on a positive note, I did get this awesome item drop in the process. As much as I would love to have a Mystic Water to boost up my water moves, ultimately, EXP is king, so I'm taking the EXP charm. Once again, with no money to my name and a partially weakened team, we headed into round 90 for our next gym fight. This time, it's against Misty, and she is not messing around. The Kanto trainer leads with a Kingdra, and I do not have an answer for this. I tried sending in my specially defensive wall, Toxapex, but it just dies immediately to a critical hit Dragon Pulse. For my next trick, I send in Empoleon, since our Steel Penguin resists dragon moves. Thankfully, Empoleon can tank Kingdra's hits much better, allowing us to set up a Stealth Rock, which will chip the rest of Misty's team. After that, I just keep firing off Ice Spinners, which are able to get Kingdra low by the time Empoleon falls. We've already lost 2 of our Pokemon without getting a single KO. We need to make a comeback. So, I send in my fastest soldier, Quaquaval. But before we can deal the final blow to Kingdra, Misty switches into Starmie. We can deal some chip damage, but this is an awful matchup for me, so I pivot into our Slowbro. Our big beefy bro fares much better. The combination of Slack Off to recover HP, as well as Amnesia to boost our special defense, allows Slowbro to become an absolute wall. And from here, a Psychic followed by a Surf brings Starmie to the brink of death. But for some reason that I can't explain, the AI switches again. This cycle then repeats for the next 2 Pokemon. Our tanky Slowbro gets them low before the AI decided to switch. It's odd behavior for sure, but ultimately, this allows our beefy bro to run rampant on Misty's team, literally sweeping her entire roster in one of the strangest comebacks of all time. But Slowbro really saved us in that fight, so you better like this video right now if you're a real Slowbro enthusiast. Anyway, that's our 3rd gym leader cleared, allowing us to enter the nervous 90s. The first few waves here are straightforward, as we continue beating up on wild water types. But after wave 94, I make sure to fully heal up, because the next wave is a rematch with Ivy. I hardly eat or sleep now, I just train Pokemon. Yeah, totally not like me with my addiction to this game now. Anyway, this battle is going to be tough, but I do have a plan. Remember in our last battle with Ivy, when we led Gyarados, she immediately switched into Tatsugiri. Well, knowing that that's how the AI behaves gives us the opportunity to use it to our advantage. So this time, instead of switching out Gyarados, I just stay in and use Dragon Dance. Sure enough, Ivy switches into Tatsugiri again, but this thing isn't really a threat. This means I can stay in on Tatsugiri and set up another Dragon Dance. Now, with our boosted Gyarados, we're ready to run wild. As a Crunch turns Tatsugiri into a Sushi Lunch special, Corviknight is crushed by 2 waterfalls, and one more sends Ursaring to its grave. While a Crunch still isn't enough to finish Chestnut, Ivy's final 2 Pokemon are comfortably handled by the rest of our team, giving us a very convincing win this time around. What are you? I'm an addict, Ivy. At this point, it's too late to save me. The rest of this set is mostly safe, but it's worth noting that I did get a nice item drop in the berry pouch. This gives me a 25% chance to reuse any berries consumed by my Pokemon, which is incredibly useful. Anyway, after a quick assist from Gyarados, Slowbro packs up the Wave 100 boss Tentacruel, and with that, we are halfway to victory. Although, the next half of the game is much more dangerous than the first. Oh, also, in a cruel twist of fate, I actually hatched a shiny Lotad from one of my gacha eggs, but sadly, I can't actually bring it into the current run. Feels bad, man. Regardless, moving on to Wave 101, and now we've moved into the snowy biome. Ice types are a good matchup for us, especially with moves like Swampert's Rock Slide, as well as Quaquaval's Close Combat. The ice types here are crushed into cubes as we started to quickly soar through the waves. Unfortunately though, item-wise, I didn't really get anything worthwhile, outside of some nuggets and a soft sand to boost Swampert's Earthquake. Honestly, I was in cruise control by this point, but little did I know, that carelessness was about to cost me. Because on Wave 117, I made a huge mistake. I thought that a Gyarados with a +1 attack could finish Mamoswine with a super effective waterfall. However, it just survived. And this gave Mamoswine the chance to land a critical hit Thrash that wiped Gyarados off the map. Now, obviously, this isn't an emergency in and of itself. Quaquaval can easily finish the Mammoth with an Aqua Step to give us the win.
God.
However, then I made my second mistake. To put it simply, I got greedy. Since I've been destroying these floors, I wanted to wait to see if I could revive Gyarados for free with an item drop rather than spending my money to buy a revive. This meant that I went into Wave 128 without Gyarados. And of course, now is when Weird Ear decides to pull up. I don't have Crunch to deal with this Psychic type, so instead, I send out my two biggest hitters. But this downward spiral then goes even further, because I made another big miscalculation. The combination of Acrobatics and Rock Slide still isn't enough to KO a Bomber Snow, which means it gets to fire off a Wood Hammer into my Swampert that has a grass allergy, and yeah, Swampert dies instantly. Thanks a lot, a Bomber. Thankfully, a Bomber Snow does die to its own recoil, and on the next turn, Quaquaval and Empoleon can double team Weird Ear to finish it off. But now two of our biggest hitters are down, and this is important for two reasons. First, once again, now I have to spend basically all of my money purely because of my own stupidity. But even worse, we have a gym battle coming up on the next wave, and I can't afford to heal my Gyarados. Yet again, we are broke. On a
Your leak event? Our Gorilla Waterproof Patch and Seal Spray. For the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
On a broader level, this whole saga shows how small mistakes in this game can have significant consequences down the line. Regardless, now we have to live with those consequences as we enter Wave 120, a fight with Melanie, the Ice-type leader of Galar. I get a little lucky here, as her lead, Sandslash, is quad weak to fighting. This forces her to switch into Mr. Rhyme, who just gets immediately punched in the jaw by Close Combat. The fight then gets a little sloppy as I try to set up my Toxic Spikes, only for Melanie to clear them out with Rapid Spin. But after some switching, once Empoleon gets her Sandslash low, Melanie switches out, allowing me to set up Stealth Rocks, which will decimate each of her Pokemon. Darmanitan then puts Empoleon in a penguin-sized body bag. However, it's completely walled by Toxapex, which lets me finally set up my Toxic Spikes. With all our hazards now on the field, combined with us having the type advantage, makes the rest of this fight pretty straightforward as we toxically stall out Melanie's team. That's Wave 120 cleared, but this whole saga with losing Gyarados really gave me a wake-up call. Every fight from here is crucial, and I can't afford to be complacent. So, with this renewed sense of focus, I continued pressing on, and was just generally a lot more careful. Thanks to that, the next 10 waves were all catastrophe-free, and I even found some useful items. First, another berry pouch, which stacks on top of the previous one, giving us a 50% chance to reuse any berries. On top of that, I also lucked into a map in the item drop, which is something I've been wanting for ages. This item lets you choose the biome that you want to enter next, meaning I can intentionally try to avoid areas with a high population of grass or electric types. Anyway, after clearing that set with relative ease, the next one brings us to a fire biome. And if you want to know how this set went, let me summarize it for you as Swampert Earthquake go brrrr. After leaving the local fire types with some watery PTSD, it was finally time to get serious as we moved into Wave 141. The reason why this is so important is because at Wave 145, we have another battle with Ivy in what is easily the biggest difficulty spike in the entire game, because she's got a ridiculously powerful new Pokemon in her arsenal. So over the next few rounds, it's important that I pick up as many good items as possible. However, my item luck was terrible. I didn't get a single X item or a memory mushroom to learn Ice Fang on Gyarados. The best I could scrounge together were a few rare candies, which left me feeling incredibly worried as we reached the dreaded Wave 145. Ivy approaches and doesn't even say a word before challenging us to what is easily our hardest battle yet, and I am pulling no punches. As we know from our previous encounters with Ivy, leading with our Gyarados forces her to switch into Tatsugiri. So this time, I counter her by also switching into Empoleon. My plan here is to set up Stealth Rocks, however, Ivy just immediately sacrifices her Sushi with Memento. The free KO is great for us, but for some reason, my Stealth Rocks don't go up, which is a disaster. Ivy reintroduces Chestnut into the battle, and I have to keep Empoleon alive, so switch into Toxapex, who has a much better matchup. While Ivy does immediately switch out into her Steel-type Corviknight, I'm able to set up my first layer of Toxic Spikes, and after Corviknight hits some small chip damage with Pluck, I can also get up the second layer. After using Recover to heal off some of that damage, I bring Empoleon back into the fold, since our Penguin can tank Corviknight's hits much better. A Brave Bird still does sizable damage, but this window allows us to finally get our Stealth Rocks up in the air. And after another Brave Bird, Empoleon fires back with Brine, which brings Corviknight to the brink of death. I'm prepared to sacrifice Empoleon here, but I know from my previous fights that the AI loves to switch out their Pokemon when they're at low health. And sure enough, Ivy does exactly that, bringing in her Chestnut, who is immediately hit by Charm on entry, lowering its attack by 2 stages. Now we've burned Chestnut's Lumberry, and with it nerfed, we're completely safe to bring in Toxapex, who can recover in Chestnut's face, bringing us back to full health. But after I hit a Venoshock for solid damage, Ivy switches again, this time into her Ursaluna. And since I know that the Ground-type move is coming, I switch into Gyarados, which nullifies the incoming high horsepower. Anyway, Ivy and I continue switching around for a few more turns, allowing my entry hazards to stack up damage. But eventually, Ursaluna locks itself into Thrash against Gyarados, so I can quickly KO the big bear with Waterfall. However, now is when the real fight begins, as Ivy sends in her most deadliest Pokemon, and the entire reason why this fight is so scary, Rayquaza. And not just any Rayquaza, a boss Ray with 4 HP bars. This thing is the Grim Reaper. I can't take any chances against Ray. So, I send out Empoleon as a noble sacrifice to die instantly. But since Ray is now locked into Outrage, my plan is to send in Swampert next and just pray that we live a hit. So, Ray charges up another powerful Outrage, and we just survive! This lets Swampert hit a big quad-effective avalanche, but it's still not enough, as Ray still hangs on down to its last health bar. Swampert instantly falls on the next turn, and our team is teetering on the edge of collapse. Regardless, we're not done yet. Next, I send in our bulky Toxapex and use Baneful Bunker. Not only does this protect us from damage, but since Rayquaza makes contact with Outrage, it's also left poison. This is so huge, as now I can just run down the clock by using Recover, as well as another Baneful Bunker. Once Ray is on the brink of death, Ivy switches out, and that seals our win, because Chestnut quickly succumbs to poison before Corviknight is polished off by our beefy Slowbro. Rayquaza re-enters, only to die instantly to Stealth Rock damage, and her final Magmortar never stood a chance, as Slowbro surfs it into the Shadow Realm. That fight was insanely tough, but we had somehow scraped out the win over Ivy. And while she'll be back with an even scarier team later on, I'm just glad that our water types live to fight another day. We aren't healed after the fight, so I have to invest most of my money into covering the hospital bills of my Pokemon. Anyway, after choosing not to take a Master Ball in lieu of grabbing a HP up for Gyarados, we pressed onwards. And despite our poor item luck before Ivy, now we're getting much luckier, because over the next few waves, I was able to find an Amulet coin to boost up the money that we earn, as well as a Max Revive to Monster Reborn our Empoleon. This meant that our team was looking pretty stable as we headed into our next gym fight, and Wait, didn't I already beat you? Yeah, Misty was back for a rematch, and honestly, this fight went pretty much as smooth as the first time. Our water types are just built different, as we wiped Misty's team straight into the trash. With round 150 beaten, we were 3/4 of the way there. However, the end game of Pokerogue doesn't really begin until wave 180, so while the next 30 waves aren't wildly challenging, they are important because we need to make sure that we're prepared for the terrifying battles ahead. So, while continuing to grind through these floors, there's a few really valuable items that are worth pointing out. First up is the Never Melt Ice, which, after seeing how important Ice-type moves are, yeah, I'm definitely taking that. Also, Wave 157 yielded us a Memory Mushroom, which I used to teach Gyarados Ice Fang. Again, Ivy's Rayquaza terrifies me, and I need answers for it. Now, on Wave 163, this trainer triggered my PTSD by sending out a Hisuian Electrode. Yeah, the big brother of that evil ball that ruined my first attempt. Thankfully, Michael Quavel was already boosted up by the time that it came in, so I was able to take it out. But if I wasn't, that thing could have easily ended the run single-handedly. Anyway, as we continued charging through the waves, I rolled another Memory Mushroom and used this one to teach Slowbro the move Yawn. These floors also gave me a few other move upgrades, like Bulk Up on my Quaquavel, as well as Chilling Water on Toxapex, because I'm sick of being walled by Ivy's Corviknight. As we approached round 180, I was desperately trying to find some X items to boost our stats, but all I was able to find were these black glasses that I gave to Gyarados. Doesn't he look cool? After a bit of a grind, we had safely arrived at wave 180. This is the final gym leader fight, and the game generously serves us up a rock-type leader to devour. Rock leads with Aerodactyl, so I go into Empoleon and charm its stats into the ground. Once its attack is at -6, we're all clear for Gyarados to come on in, set up 2 Dragon Dances, before sweeping through his entire team of pet rocks with Waterfall. And what do you know? Even as the final gym leader, Rock is still an absolute fraud. With our final gym leader win, we move on to round 181, and this set is a deadly gauntlet, because over the next 10 rounds, we have to face a randomly selected Elite Four, as well as the champion. This is already a big hurdle, but it's made even worse by the fact that we don't get healed between fights. This means that things can spiral out of control very quickly. However,
No, I need to get 8.
However, I've built the strongest team I could. I've prepared the best I can. And on top of that, we even get a nice little buff by rolling an X attack on wave 181. With that out of the way, now it was time to take on the gauntlet. And the league we're facing is Johto. And this is great for us, because the Psychic type user, Will, is up first, which means that once our Gyarados in glasses sets up a single Dragon Dance, we're clear to utterly chomp down on Will's entire team, as Gyarados rips him to shreds with super effective crunches. This means that we're unscathed as we go into the second fight against the Poison-type master, Koga. This fight can be deadly though. Full heals are expensive, so we can't just let him poison our entire team. As such, I focus on trying to use Empoleon and Toxapex, as these two are immune to poison, while Slowbro does get statused in the process, and Toxapex is blown to pieces by an exploding Weezing. Thankfully, Empoleon can sweep through most of his team thanks to that incredibly useful steel typing. While our team is pretty battered after that fight, and I do have to spend a lot of money on hospital bills, ultimately, we've still got a pretty decent cash balance as we head into the third fight against Bruno. This is another fight where we've got some pretty solid counters to his team. While Bruno does carry a very scary electric-type Alolan Golem, thankfully, Gyarados can clean it up with a boosted Waterfall. Our big, beefy Psychic-type Slowbro is able to take care of both Bruno's Poliwrath as well as his Sirfetch'd with Psychic. His Hitmonchan is a little more scary once it reveals that it knows Thunder Punch. However, Swampert Earthquake sends that Hitmonchan to its grave, and the Terrasteelix that follows afterwards suffers the exact same fate. With Gyarados claiming the final kill on Hitmonlee, we decimated the third member of the Johto League. And as if things weren't already going well, on this wave, we pulled a Relic Gold item. This gives us an insane $40,000 that I am absolutely taking. Having money in this endgame is so crucial, as it means that we can heal up our team, as well as re-roll our item drops. Anyway, Karen's the final Elite 4 member, and she ends up being the easiest of them all. Her lead Sharpedo is entirely free for Gyarados to set up on, boosting our stats with Dragon Dance. After that, her team are all drowned out by Waterfall to give us a very clean win with 0 deaths. With the Elite 4 conquered, next up is the champion. And while I was expecting Lance, it ended up being Red. But honestly, Red is no comparison to the insane fights that we have coming up. While Red does get the first KO on my Empoleon, once we have Stealth Rocks up, as well as Toxic Spikes from Toxapex, the rest of this fight is actually very straightforward. I had to do a lot of stalling with Slowbro against Red's Espeon, but once that gets low, he switches into his iconic ace, Raichu? Wait, what? This feels so wrong. Regardless of which brand of electric mouse Red uses, he immediately switches it out when faced by Swampert. And from here, the rest of Red's team is utterly decimated on entry, including a Terrifier Ho-Oh, who we bury with a single Earthquake. The rest of Red's team crumble before the overwhelming power of my entry hazards, giving us a very safe win as we move into the final 10 waves. The first 4 waves of this set have us take on Paradox Pokemon, and these fights aren't overly challenging, but I know exactly what's waiting for me on round 195, so I need to be prepared. And thanks to crushing the Pokemon League, we've now amassed a huge 120k. I use this money to re-roll some of our items, which is a huge help as it means that we can pick up not 1, but 2 X attacks, a protein that I feed to Gyarados, as well as an X accuracy. With that, we quickly move through to wave 195, and it's here that we're approached by Ivy for the final time. And let me tell you, this fight is horrifying. She has 6
Can we please get to 71? For this
attacks, a protein that I feed to Gyarados, as well as an X accuracy. With that, we quickly move through to wave 195, and it's here that we're approached by Ivy for the final time. And let me tell you, this fight is horrifying. She has 6 powerful Pokemon, including a shiny Mega Boss Rayquaza. This is easily the biggest hurdle that our water types have faced so far. But now it was time to see if our water warriors could overcome such a powerful trainer. The opening of this fight is a repeat of the last one. Our Gyarados lead forces a switch into Tatsugiri as we bring in Empoleon, and while I try to set up Stealth Rock, this fails when Tatsugiri is immediately just sacrificed with Memento. Just like last time, this summons Ivy's Chestnut, and just like last time, I switch into Toxapex. Ivy then switches into Corviknight as I set up a layer of Toxic Spikes. I need to keep Toxapex healthy, so we switch back into Empoleon. Brave Birds still do a lot of damage, but by using Charm, we can severely reduce that. This helps us buy time, allowing Empoleon to set up Stealth Rock, while also just surviving long enough to bring Corviknight to -6 attack. With the big bird now severely nerfed, I use this as an opportunity to bring back Toxapex and recover back most of the HP that we lost earlier. And then it's time to bring in our ace, Gyarados. With Corviknight not doing much damage, we can begin setting up Dragon Dances. With this, I'm able to boost up Gyarados to +4 attack and speed. And with these boosts, a single waterfall is all we need to crush Corviknight. However, now the real fight begins, as Ivy finally sends in her level 200 Mega Rayquaza. Our Stealth Rock immediately removes its first health bar, and thanks to our boosts, Gyarados is able to fire off an enormous, super effective Ice Fang, and it's still not enough. Somehow, Rayquaza hangs on, meaning that Gyarados is crushed by Outrage. And if that's not bad enough, Rayquaza even heals back one of its health bars with a Citrus Berry. This thing is so damn strong. Just like the last time we battled Ivy, I bring in Toxapex and use Baneful Bunker, which poisons Ray. While it does have 3 Lumberries, it burns through one of them to cure the poison, and another one to heal its Outrage confusion on the next turn. With another Baneful Bunker, we re-poison Ray, ultimately draining its last Lumberry. Now, it can't cure any status effects. However, Toxapex won't survive an Outrage with this much health. Therefore, my safest option is to switch into Empoleon, sacrificing our Penguin. And this is important because on the next turn, we can bring Toxapex back in and use another Baneful Bunker to deal a dose of poison to Rayquaza that it won't be able to heal. Now the poison has taken hold, but we're still not safe. To buy time, I switch into Slowbro, who is instantly rocked by Hyper Beam. However, I know that Ray can't attack on the next turn since it needs to recharge. charge. So we're safe to bring Toxapex back in and click recover. Ivy ends up switching, which is great for us since Ray will be crippled by Stealth Rocks the next time it comes in. But the rest of Ivy's team can't be taken lightly. We've only got 3 Pokemon left, and that quickly becomes 2 as Chestnut annihilates my Swampert. Running out of options, I then have Toxapex come back in and begin spamming Chilling Water, nerfing Chestnut's attack before recovering back HP. But before I can finish it off, Ivy switches into Ursaluna, putting us in a horrible spot. I can't afford to switch here, which means, sadly, our tank of a Toxapex finally falls. With that, only 1 Pokemon remained. It was all down to Quaquaval in a 1 versus 4. I tried to finish off Ursaluna with an Aqua Step, but Ivy switches back into her Chestnut. However, the Stealth Rock damage on entry, combined with my Aqua Step, bring the giant down to its final HP bar, and the poison damage from Toxic Spikes instantly removes most of that. At this range, a single Acrobatics is all we need to finally finish off Chestnut. Rayquaza then re-emerges, but the +1 speed boost from my earlier Aqua Step means that we move first as a close combat punches that pest right in the jaw, finally slaying that dragon. From here, it only takes a single blow to finish the weakened Ursaluna, and the Magmortar that follows is extinguished with 1 more Aqua Step. With that, we had somehow clutched up a 1 versus 4, and Ivy's horrifying team had been conquered. That battle was so stressful. I'm pretty sure I just shaved years off of my life. That's one of the hardest battles that I've done in a long time. But the thing is, there's an even tougher one waiting for us up ahead, because in 5 floors time, we have to battle the final boss, Eternatus. And as good as my team is, I really don't have any great options for dealing with this monster. Promise me, after you heal the world, come back safe. No chance. My Pokerogue addiction cannot be healed, Ivy. After spending over half of my money just to heal up the team, we pressed onwards. The next 4 waves are more Paradox fights, which are all relatively smooth. However, the items that we get on these floors are crucial in setting up for the final fight. On 196, I grab an X speed. On 197, my items are garbage, so I re-roll and choose the HP up to give to Swampert. 198 gives me more garbage, but on the re-roll, I pick up another X speed. And as helpful as these items are, I fear that they're just not enough. After clearing wave 199, first, I make sure that our team is fully healed. None of the items that dropped are overly useful, so I re-roll only to get more garbage. And with the amount of money that I have left, I can only afford 1 more re-roll. This is my final chance to give our team a hope of survival. So I click re-roll and we get the TM for Infestation. By some force of RNGesus, on wave 199, on our second reroll, we pulled the perfect move. After teaching our new TM to Toxapex, it was finally time. Could our water types overcome the final boss and conquer Pokerogue? Well, let's find out. To start, I lead with our beefy Slowbro, who barely survives an Eterna Beam on only 10 HP. This gives me a tiny window to fire off a Yawn. While Eternatus is recharging, I recover Slowbro's health with Slack Off as Eternatus falls asleep at the end of the turn. This lets me fully heal Slowbro, and on the following turn, boost my special defense with Amnesia. Thanks to that, once Eternatus awakens, we can tank an Eterna Beam much better now. With this toxic combo, I'm able to keep Slowbro healthy while also maxing out my special defense. And from here, a few Psychics are all it takes to bring Eternatus down to its final health bar, ending its first phase. However, that was just the appetizer. The second phase is much scarier, as now it's Dynamaxed and gains an extra health bar. And if you want a demonstration of just how powerful this thing is, a +1 Acrobatics from Quaquaval barely manages to dent its health before our duck is given the death penalty by Cross Poison. But once Slowbro has put Eternatus to sleep, now it's time to unleash our Toxapex, because our new move, Infestation, has the added effect of causing the target to lose 1/8 of its health each turn. Combine this with Slowbro's Psychic, and we're actually able to finish the first health bar. With Psychic now out of PP, I bring in Empoleon as the combination of Charm and Chilling Water nerf Eternatus' attack stat into the dirt. All the while, Infestation damage continues to build. While Eternatus does use a recover, we continue stalling, slowly chipping away at its health with Infestation. And after putting it to sleep again, I bring in Swampert and Gyarados to fire off a big Earthquake and Ice Fang combo. These bring Eternatus down to its final bar. We are so close. A Dynamax Cannon crushes Swampert, but an Ice Fang from Gyarados on the next turn brings Eternatus to the brink of death. And with one final Infestation, a move that we only got on round 199, last of Eternatus' health is sapped away. With that, Eternatus was defeated, and we had clutched up, beating Pokerogue Classic Mode using only water types. Jump into this video next for more Pokemon content. Like the video video and subscribe to the channel so that I have an excuse to play more Poké-Rogue. Take care, and I'll see you in the next video.
Okay. I'm gonna do one more trip in Diglett's cave before I call it. Let's see what we get. That break in 40 seconds. You know what? I might be able to do this if I do another one. Alright, so we will get Golduck before ending it off. Before calling it a day. $3,011. Okay. should be it. Well, 33. That is 72 Pokemon. Three. Okay. Electro Dig, Harden, and Self-Destruct? I'd save the game. Whew. Next time we do this will be on Wednesday. We will finish off. We will finish off free batch 2. And with a total. We will finish off free batch 2 before by evolving Geodude into Graveler and then into Golem at level 38. You guys are looking forward to it. Toodles! I'm going to bed now.